Kang Jin-hyuk is a full-time streamer and TikToker, but his live streams only get a handful of viewers, and his monthly income is a measly 5 million dong. After nearly 10 years, he finally decided to throw in the towel and quit. But what the heck? The very next morning, instead of getting ice-kayed into the game like those typical cliches, the game he always played actually ice-kayed into the real world. Just like that, going from a measly 5 million dong a month, he shot straight up to become the #1 player on the Korean server. His popularity easily rivals the top players, all thanks to his sharp mind and his unique copying skill. How will Jin-hyuk dominate this game? Let us find out right now. On the 79th attempt, more than 315,000 people died. The only result humanity got after trying to conquer the Tower of Trials was complete annihilation. As the doomsday clock begins its countdown, humanity slowly descends into chaos. People anxiously watch the countdown tick away second by second, everyone on edge. Gripping their phones to post comments, honestly speaking, way too many of them have already died. Even the major guilds have given up, and no one wants to challenge it anymore. The entire world will be destroyed in just 1 hour. On the 48th floor of the Tower of Trials, flickering comments pour in to mourn the challengers who lost their lives. But wait, a challenger has just appeared on the 48th floor in the territory of the Crimson Death Dragon. The comment section instantly explodes. To think someone is still willing to challenge, in a situation like this, is it brave, or are they just begging for death? The live viewer count starts skyrocketing. A nameless young man stands before the dragon, facing off against the boss of the Tower of Trials. The dragon looks at him with curiosity, noting that he really is someone who does not know how to give up. Who knows if it is mocking him or praising him, wondering how he still dares to return when so many others have already perished. But the young man casually replies, "Of course I had to take a little time to prepare to roast a lizard like you, and besides, I am not late, am I?" What a big mouth he has, actually calling the mighty dragon a mere lizard. Enraged by his arrogance, the dragon roars. Does he not know that the number of humans who died from pure despair is far greater than the ones it has actually killed? Deciding not to waste any more words, it whips out its chains and drags him straight into the flames. Even though he is just a tiny, meaningless creature, this outcome is honestly way too boring. A young man with nothing but a small dagger standing before a massive dragon is like an ant trying to fight an elephant. It gives him a crushing stomp of love, sending him straight to the grave. But hold on a second, baby, it is not going to be that easy. If he just blindly attacked after being restrained, wouldn't that be way too cliché? The dragon thought it had finished him off in an instant, but to its absolute shock, he is still alive and well, standing right behind it. The young man waves his hand in sheer contempt. Just by watching its claws twitch, he already knew exactly what it was going to do. Now, the dragon is starting to feel a little shaken. How could he counter its skill in the blink of an eye? This completely insults its pride as a dragon. Infuriated, the dragon spews fire, planning to turn him into tonight's dinner. You are pretty good for a human, but only an agonizing death awaits you on the path you have chosen. The fire possesses terrifying, destructive power, obliterating everything in its path. Surviving this is going to be incredibly tough for our guy. But there is probably no need to worry, because he is a free-to-play player who has survived so much he has become a legend. The masked young man leaps high into the air to dodge the flames, then smoothly spins around, pointing his dagger straight at the dragon. Tonight's menu has been set as dragon meat sashimi. Feeling the sting of his blade, the dragon screams in fury and spits fire, roaring. Do not even think about getting out of here alive. The screen flashes with a notification. The Crimson Death Dragon has activated the Dragon's Breath skill. Even though the entire dungeon is within the range of Dragon's Breath, he does not even bother trying to dodge it. The young man waves his hand lightly and begins reading the memory of the world. Utilizing the library that stores all established skills indefinitely, he waves his hand and calls out to summon. Seeing him wave his arms, the dragon thinks he is about to do a TikTok dance and immediately roars a threat, declaring that he will never be able to kill it. The young man tightly grips his dagger, muttering, "Since you are begging for death, let me show you how it is done." He unleashes the Hellfire Tearblade and merges the skills. Fusing the Hellfire skill with the Tearblade skill can slice even a dragon, and the young man has acquired the level 3 Knowledge Ghost of Atreus. At this moment, the dragon stares at his skill in utter disbelief. Is this the ultimate dragon's breath once used by the ancient dragon Elion? It panics, as if it has just provoked something absolutely terrifying. How could a mere human like him possess this kind of power? Who on earth is his father? Some people are just built different, and besides, This is not even the first time he has killed it. Now, it is time to show it who its daddy is, and that is me, Kang Jin-hyuk. Trash game, that is the term used for games that are boring, unbalanced, run by terrible admins, or just ridiculously difficult. The virtual reality game, Tower of Trials, falls right into this category. When this game was first released, Korean gamers, whose obsession with beating games goes far beyond anything the developers ever expected, immediately began to grind. To clear the game, they grinded 365 days a year, forgetting to eat or sleep. But after 3 years, people finally realized the Tower of Trials is an unbeatable game, and the gatekeeper is practically invincible. The temperature in the North Pole Zone is minus 600 degrees Celsius, which instantly kills anyone who steps inside within an hour. The labyrinth stretches for 10,000 kilometers. This game was definitely not designed to bring anyone joy. Calling it a torture device for players would probably be more accurate. Eventually, because it was such a trash game, the player base plummeted. In fact, the game company almost went completely bankrupt. But there were still hardcore players who refused to give up, continuing to throw themselves at this impossible difficulty. And our main guy, Jin-hyuk, was the prime example. He successfully conquered the 50th floor, becoming the first ever person to clear the Tower of Trials. Talk about a rush. The sheer satisfaction of finally completing it after finding countless ways to beat the tower. He repeated the process over and over until it became second nature. Clearing every single floor was enough to make his 11 years of dedication finally feel worth it. Jin-hyuk walked around, looking over the 50th floor. Even he couldn't believe he had actually cleared the final stage. He really should have streamed this to farm some views and likes. Jin-hyuk even wondered if he should upload the video to YouTube. Even if it's a dead game, it would probably still bait quite a few gullible viewers. But while he was figuring out how to milk it for clout, a notification suddenly flashed on his screen. Beating the game really did hit different. Even the notification came inside a fancy envelope. He opened it, hoping to make a little cash. But all he got was a simple thank you note from the developers, expressing their gratitude for his loyalty all these years. The new update will be installed within the next 12 hours. Please continue to enjoy the game. Jin-hyuk was pretty surprised by this. He didn't expect them to push another update. Where did they even get the budget for that? Did they strike oil in the desert or something? It made no sense. A garbage game like this couldn't possibly be making them any profit. But whatever, if they're doing it, they probably have their reasons. And it's not like he has to worry about it. Even with a new update, he isn't planning on playing anymore anyway. He was also planning to give up on streaming and YouTube, his career for the past several years. Sure, he doesn't have a family to feed, but he's already 27 years old. He can't keep living off a mere $500 a month. He should probably let the owner of the internet cafe know that he won't be coming back anytime soon. People often told him to become a pro gamer, but right now, money was way more important than gaming. It was finally time for his stream, so Jin-hyuk booted up his PC and went live. The chat was shocked to see a massive feast laid out on his desk. "Is this your final meal on death row, Jin-hyuk?" He solemnly told the viewers, "Actually guys, there's something I need to tell you." Seeing him like this, the chat immediately grew worried. "Why so serious all of a sudden, bro?" 1 second his face was incredibly grim, and the next, Jin-hyuk burst out laughing, joking that he was escaping to Vietnam. He made up his mind that he would officially post his retirement notice tomorrow. Jin-hyuk knocked back 3 bottles of soju, passed out, and woke up with a splitting headache. He needed to get to work editing his Tower of Trials clearing video. The moment he booted up his computer, a viral video titled "The Tower of Trials Has Become Reality" caught his eye. Curious as to why it had so many views, Jin-hyuk clicked on it. In the live stream, a panicked guy was filming a massive, colossal tower looming right in front of him. Jin-hyuk stared in utter disbelief. How is this possible? That's the tutorial stage of the Tower of Trials. A flashing system screen popped up right in front of him. The Tower of Trials update has been successfully installed. All players must clear the next floor within 90 days. Failure will result in the extinction of humanity. The first update of the Tower of Trials is complete. The number of players accepting this reality has skyrocketed. In all his years, this was the first time Jin-hyuk had ever faced a situation this insane. Even putting on a confident smile wasn't going to fix this. If the Tower of Trials has really become reality, he doesn't have time to slack off anymore. Time to grab his jacket and go save the world. Jin-hyuk dashed out of his apartment, needing to get to the location where he could grab that specific item. The world might be facing the apocalypse, but why was his heart racing with pure excitement? Simple. there was a very high chance he was completely out of his mind. Over at Seoul Station, the crowd was in absolute chaos. A middle-aged man screamed, demanding to know where the fastest train to Busan was. Others chimed in, yelling that even heading to Busan wouldn't save them, and their only hope was to get out of South Korea entirely. Though honestly, the fastest way out was just logging out of the server. It would only take a second. A girl with glasses told them they were talking nonsense, pointing out that the tower had appeared in other countries as well. This time, they were truly doomed. While everyone else was screaming and trying to find an escape, Jin-hyuk slipped right past them, heading straight for the underground shopping mall. On the Korean server, this place was designated as an anomaly zone, and there were only about 30 of them in existence. This was the closest one to him. The moment he stepped into the underground mall, the people there glared at him intensely. Everyone gathered here had already played through the tutorial of the Tower of Trials. The item that is about to appear is extremely limited in quantity. If you are lucky, you can get at most 5 of them. While Jin-hyuk was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Are you Jin-hyuk?" For a second, he actually thought it was a fan recognizing him. Turns out, it was Lee Jong-soo, a famous streamer. On top of that, he was the greedy boss of the company Jin-hyuk used to work for. He had already quit, but somehow, this corporate parasite still tracked him down. Talk about a total headache. Jin-hyuk asked him, "Aren't you supposed to be streaming right now?" But Yong-soo replied, "Who cares about streaming when stuff like this is showing up?" He then started cozying up to Jin-hyuk, calling him colleague in a sickeningly sweet voice. Jin-hyuk wanted absolutely nothing to do with that title. This guy's company had trapped countless streamers in slave contracts, ensuring that the more they streamed, the more money they lost. Their voices were completely crushed by raw power and corporate lawyers, forcing Jin-hyuk's closest friend who started out with him to quit the industry entirely. Yet, he kept putting his hands on Jin-hyuk, leaning in close with a voice dripping with honey. He knew Jin-hyuk was a top-tier gamer, and actually quite good at mukbang streams too. "How about I rewrite your contract so it is a win-win for both of us?" But since he had already quit, no corporate greed could hold him down anymore. Besides, the world had changed. A man has to know how to use his head. And with that, Jin-hyuk delivered a brutal headbutt right to his nose, making blood spurt everywhere. He warned him, "Don't talk to me like we are best buddies." Jong-soo was going to need nose surgery, and he even lost a few teeth. As for Jin-hyuk, using his head like that felt incredibly satisfying. He checked the time, calculating that the item was about to appear. Right on cue, a giant tree suddenly erupted from the fountain in the center of the shopping mall. Everyone around gasped in shock. "Look, it is the mangrove tree. Is this a dream?" The system announced, "The greed mangrove tree has emerged." Everyone stared wide-eyed as fruits began to sprout from the mangrove tree. "Wait a second. What is that?" "Fruits. That tree has fruits." Each one looked like a perfectly ripe, sweet fruit. They could increase stats like strength, agility, and mana. These were extremely valuable items. However, there were only 4 fruits in total. This was about to turn into a brutal free-for-all. Like a pack of starving scavengers, the crowd rushed toward the tree, stepping all over each other to snatch the fruits. Jong-soo, who had just lost his teeth and just missed his chance to grab an item, began screaming in fury. If only Jin-hyuk had cooperated and shared the loot, they both would have won. Now there are no fruits left. Jin-hyuk hit him with some harsh truth. "If you do not know what you are talking about, just shut up and watch." It was not time yet. While the crowd shoved and trampled each other, desperate to bite into the ripe, stat-boosting fruits of the greed mangrove tree. The name alone is terrifying. In a clash between a man and a woman, who would win? Within minutes, the man managed to eat a fruit. Oh man, that is incredibly delicious. Just like that, he gained 3 points in agility. It seemed most players had absolutely no idea how these fruits worked. As long as it said it increased magic or strength, they flocked to it like moths to a flame, fighting with everything they had. Their sole purpose was to gobble up those ripe fruits. Jin-hyuk sneered. People who have only played the game a few times would focus solely on grabbing those fruits. But for hardcore gamers who dedicated their entire lives to it, like Kang Jin-hyuk, he preferred a much more savage and sadistic playstyle. Right as a smug, mocking smile crept onto his face, the tree suddenly underwent a massive change. Boom! The massive mangrove tree tore its roots out of the ground, thrashing around and instantly shattering the pavement. Everyone stared in horror, screaming in absolute panic. "Oh my god, did you really think getting free gold would be that easy?" Nothing in this world comes without a price. Those greedy fools only cared about stuffing their faces, forgetting one crucial rule: the tree becomes extremely dangerous once all its fruits are gone. Of course, what mother tree would want its children devoured? The crowd scrambled in utter panic. Because it had been so long since this event appeared, they had completely forgotten, and now running for their lives was their only option. Having died at this exact spot at least 50 times in the game, Kang Jin-hyuk watched them with pure contempt. While everyone else fled, he stood frozen in place, hands casually tucked in his pockets, looking like a cool, nonchalant badass. Seeing Lee Jong-soo preparing to run for his life, Jin-hyuk could not help but mock him. What a coward. Are you seriously running away already? Jong-soo was furious, but he could not argue. Life was too short to die in a place like this. Hey, are you sure about that? What a shame. The real reward of this event can only be claimed after all the fruits are gone. Hearing this, Jong-soo froze, his mind racing as he weighed his options. He had to figure out if Jin-hyuk was telling the truth. Seriously, if it were a lie, why would Jin-hyuk still be standing here? If it were a lie, he would have gone home to sleep under his blankets a long time ago. Jong-soo had been wondering why Jin-hyuk did not join the scramble for the fruits, and now he had his answer. This was his chance. Even though he did not know the details, desperation sparked an idea, and he saw a perfect opportunity. He still had to play dumb, acting timid, as he asked Jin-hyuk what they should do next. A cool gleam flashed in Jin-hyuk's eyes. Okay, maybe a bit too dramatic, but he was dead serious. Now, they had to charge in together, because if they went in one by one, the tree would easily tear them apart. All we gotta do is charge from opposite directions at the exact same time. Got it? Long story short, we're just trying to distract this thing. Right now, in the middle of nowhere, two good-looking guys are gearing up for a brutal fight to the death. Lee Dong-soo and Kang Jin-hyuk. But honestly, Jin-hyuk still has his doubts. He keeps warning him over and over, listen, if either of us hesitates for even a second, we're both ending up 6 feet under. So don't mess this up. Dong-soo talks a big game, saying he's played this kind of level a million times. But look at his sketchy face. The second he gets a chance, he's definitely going to ditch. Whatever, the time has come, and they both charge forward like a pair of raging bulls. Not wanting to keep them waiting, the giant tree decides to show off a little bit of its own power. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of roots shoot out, trying to bind them tight. Now, Jin-hyuk's dodging skills are god tier, but what about Lee Dong-soo? For real, in his 20-something years of life, Jin-hyuk has never met someone so incredibly shameless. This guy actually just stands there, smirking, and says, only a moron would trust Jin-hyuk. Seriously, he looks shady as hell, and he's already missing 2 teeth when he smiles. Honestly, he needs to lose his entire jaw to finally learn his lesson. I mean, he's clever, baiting our boy to act as a meat shield while he just stands back, clapping and laughing. Too bad for him, his little scheme was already anticipated by our main lead. Jin-hyuk is actually glad this guy hasn't changed one bit, still the same old trash. He seriously deserves a good slap to the face. Oh, you wanted a bait? You thought you were so smart? Well, guess who's going to be the meat shield now? Not our boy Jin-hyuk, but this idiot. The moment Jin-hyuk dodges the greedy tree's next strike, the attack instantly locks onto Dong-soo and charges right at him, since he was standing further back. Oh, look at that. He walked right into the trap. The roots wrapped tightly around Lee Dong-soo, making him scream out in pure agony. Seizing the opportunity, our boy runs straight toward that juicy, ripe fruit. This pit bull of a guy desperately cries out for help, but Jin-hyuk just coldly shoots back. Why on earth should I save you? If he has an issue, he can just take it to court with all those expensive lawyers of his since he's so rich anyway. And with that, it's game over for this piece of garbage. He charges straight for the trunk. 9 massive thorns are lying in wait, just waiting for Jin-hyuk to slip up. Luckily, our boy is an absolute genius who predicts every single move, dodging effortlessly. The tree ends up destroying itself without him even lifting a finger. There it is. The core of the greedy tree is finally exposed. Now he just needs to find the perfect angle to strike. All right, baby, game over. Hand that core over. Since this is a special event, there's no experience points to gain. But if he beats it, his name will be immortalized in the Hall of Fame. The greedy tree activates its blood-sucking vine skill, and this attack is no joke. Even for a hardcore gamer like him, dodging all of this is tough. But right on cue, Jin-hyuk casually uses a simple tree branch to deflect the blow. This tree isn't going down without a fight though. It shapes its branches into a giant spear and hurls it straight at Jin-hyuk. Did it really think he'd be scared? Bring on all the thorns you want. One by one, our boy slices through every single root. Even as a barrage of branches comes flying at him, his dodging is as smooth as butter. Too easy. Every single strike Kang Jin-hyuk unleashes is incredibly fierce and powerful. Still, having to sprint forward while dodging a sea of razor-sharp thorns is pretty exhausting. Hey, look at the bright side. At least you're getting some good cardio in. Realizing he's almost there, our boy has to pick up the pace. But the tree sees right through him, basically saying, "You think I'm that easy to take down, kid? You're way too naive." Suddenly, a swarm of beautiful but deadly butterflies flutters out the sleep butterflies. This is not looking good. According to his own mental database, these monsters protect themselves by spreading a powerful sleeping spore. If you don't know how to handle them, you're absolutely done for. Jin-hyuk tightly covers his nose with his hand. Nothing can stop him as long as his lungs hold out. He can beat these things. Basically, he has to hold his breath while rushing forward, all while dealing with sleep butterflies and thorny vines at the exact same time. But to a hardcore gamer like him, this is child's play. Now's the time. With a burst of speed, our boy leaps straight toward the core, driving a massive branch right into the heart of the greedy tree. Instantly, a blinding light erupts, illuminating the entire sky. It is so incredibly bright, it feels like staring straight into heaven. But he doesn't stop there. Jin-hyuk pours even more strength into his arms, his eyes flashing with determination as he completely shatters the massive core. Right now, our main lead looks straight up like Superman, with his hair standing on end, eyes glowing, and a massive explosion echoing through the area. With the battle over, the system announces that he's the very first person to defeat the greedy tree. The massive tree, standing over 2 meters tall, splits clean down the middle, leaving nothing but ruined branches and leaves. And just like that, victory is his. He truly lives up to the name Kang Jin-hyuk, the #1 gaming addict in the world. He never thought the countless hours he spent analyzing boss patterns would pay off like this. He couldn't be more grateful. Hard work really does pay off. His incredible achievement is going to be displayed on the Hall of Fame for the entire day tomorrow. Talk about massive bragging rights. The only downside is this garbage system forces him to put down his real personal information just to get featured on the Hall of Fame. He'd much rather keep his identity hidden and play the role of an unsung hero. Plus, he doesn't want the hassle. If people find out he's a former top-ranked player, he'll be constantly hounded. So, he absolutely cannot let any of his personal info leak out. Thankfully, the system accommodates his request. His name is hidden, his face is masked, and his voice is completely modulated. Honestly though, Jin-hyuk doesn't care much about that right now. What really matters is finding his prize. And there it is, the essence of the greedy tree, the wood orb. The tree's name might sound pretty lame, but its essence is absolutely insane. While regular fruits only increase 3 stat points, this wood orb is going to grant him a massive 12 skill points. Skill points. Since you get 3 points per level, this is basically like leveling up 4 times. After staring at it for a moment, he popped it in his mouth and gulped it down. Man, I can feel myself getting way stronger. This is unreal. Let's test this out and see if it's the real deal. No scamming here. Name, gender, all set. Level 1 with 12 skill points. Looks like I'm officially the strongest level 1 player out there. The system was quick to act. Just an hour later, the video of the greedy cork tree's first defeat was posted. Everyone flooded in to watch and started typing like crazy in the comments. Aside from a few amazed comments, the vast majority were like, "No freaking way. It has to be luck, or some kind of cheat." But all those doubts were bound to vanish once the video actually went live. Even with his face covered, that epic salt toss and flawless ambush was a solid 10 out of 10. Out of 9 people commenting, 8 of them were singing his praises. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk's main account was flooded with sponsorship offers from countless companies. Whether it was 1 billion won or whatever they wanted to offer, he never expected things to turn out this great. Sure, at level 1, the cork tree rarely drops items, but this was on another level. Come to think of it, almost nobody had actually played through the second half of the game. I almost forgot that my standards are far from normal. We're talking 1 billion won here. He used to struggle just to put food on the table, falling behind on rent was a regular thing, and he even had to starve for days just to save up enough cash to start streaming mukbang. If he was offered a 1 billion won deal yesterday, he would have hesitated. But now? Not a chance. All he cares about now is strength and information. The moment he entered the next stage, the game officially began. Magic power leaked from the Tower of Trials and spread across Seoul. Even though the leak was minor, it still turned ordinary relics into holy artifacts. Of course, those are just cheap knockoffs. The real deals are hidden inside the tower. This junk outside doesn't even compare. The easiest place to snag these knockoffs is the National Museum of Korea, which houses countless ancient relics. But it's not going to be that easy. Unlike the greedy cork tree, which spawned in 7 different locations, there's only one museum. Naturally, others will be targeting it, and top-tier players are bound to show up. Stepping inside, the place was eerily quiet. He thought he was in the clear, but right in front of him was a charred corpse. Someone had definitely beaten him to the punch. Since the world had changed, he figured he'd adapt a lot faster. But who would have thought the gap between expectation and reality would be this massive? People are just way too reckless. They're probably aiming for the artifact kept in the medieval section, the one everyone is dying to get their hands on, the Great Map of the East. Of course, I don't really need a map of Korea. I'm a certified native. After all, the Great Map of the East, now overflowing with magic energy, contains massive amounts of information about the Tower of Trials. That's why everyone is so desperate to get their hands on it. It shows the owner exactly where the labyrinths and ruins are located, and tells them what kind of monsters and items are waiting there. Who wouldn't drool over that? However, the information only goes up to the 10th floor. But even so, that's more than enough to trigger anyone's greed. Since everyone is fixated on the map, they're going to miss another equally important relic buried deep in the mud. Yep, that's the one. As for what it is, I'll reveal it in a bit. While everyone is tearing the museum apart, fighting like cats and dogs, yelling, "Get your hands off it. Screw you, it's mine," and stuff like that. Suddenly, someone steps up and yells at the crowd, "Stop it. Go home if you want to fight. From now on, anyone who moves dies," the mysterious guy warns. Wow, does he think having big muscles makes him a big shot? If they so much as twitch, they'll get their heads split in half with a hammer. He warned them, but nobody's listening. Looks like talk is cheap. Then I guess we'll have to use force to make them listen. Hey. Transforming into an Iron Man, he declares that anyone who touches the map is dead. The crowd starts to back off, realizing this guy has a unique skill. But before he can even enjoy looking cool for a few seconds, some old guy steps in out of nowhere to stop him. He glares at the old man, only to get yelled at. By the way, this old man's name is Min Jung-woo. The guy keeps talking tough, warning the old man that if he doesn't step aside, his neck is getting snapped in two. Oh my, how terrifying. But that's when a sly smirk appears on the old man's face. Is this punk really going to break his neck? Or is he about to get turned into charcoal? With a gentle snap of his fingers, a burst of flames erupts, burning the Iron Man's entire body to ashes. Even after the guy is dead, the old man still has to throw in a savage line. Your own tongue was your undoing. And he's not alone. He's got backup right behind him. Insane, high-tier fire magic. His right-hand woman is Lee Yuri. She looks like a high schooler, but her strength is no joke. With just one tiny statue, anyone who gets in their way will be completely wiped out. Her eyes glow, showing that her magic power isn't just strong, it's absolutely terrifying. In less than 3 minutes, a massive beast emerges from the statue. From this moment on, anyone who moves is considered an enemy. Watch out, or this girl will have you for lunch. And she even has the nerve to flash a friendly smile. Talk about fake. With pros like this awakening left and right, it's game over. Forget it, I'm out. 1 second, she's grinning from ear to ear, and the next, her smile completely fades. Enter our main character, Kang Jin-hyuk, casually strolling in. What a mess. They really have zero respect for history. Fortunately, the Great Map of the East isn't torn. That girl feels totally disrespected, and now she's furious. Does he think she's playing around? He can enjoy his final moments before he meets his maker. Then, she orders the 2-meter-tall beast beside her to charge and kill him. Those two greenhorn players, when faced with Jin-hyuk's actual combat power, are left slack-jawed and shaking in their boots. Whoa, what the heck did that guy just do? Did he seriously just deflect a spear with his bare hands? He didn't even try to dodge. Joo-hyun smirked. They only reacted like that because they had no idea what his current stats were. He turned back to the girl standing next to her tall, dark, and surprisingly clean-looking pet. Your pet just lost its only weapon. What are you going to do now, sweetie? Hearing her name made her jump, and she frantically rummaged through her backpack, dripping with sweat and completely terrified. But she still had to talk tough. Who says? I have another statue. With that, she pulled out a replica relic of the god Anubis from her backpack. Instantly, both she and the statue transformed. Joo-hyun stared in awe, his eyes going wide with amazement. Seeing Joo-hyun's smug attitude, she snapped. You can still laugh? He just shrugged. Oh, that's actually pretty decent. Controlling 5 statues at once with such a small amount of base magic, she's definitely no joke. Just like that old geezer from before. Looks like quite a few people are no longer rookies. His comment made her blood boil, and his follow-up explanation only rubbed salt in the wound. Actually, you're pretty average, right in the middle. The more she heard, the angrier she became. She glared daggers at him. Still trying to act tough. She snapped, "I don't like you." He casually replied, "Oh, really? Seriously? Well, then I'll just have to show you. If the gap is too wide, she won't even be able to comprehend it. I have to show her the massive abyss that lies between us." He pulled out a painting and channeled his magic into the tiger in the pine forest drawing. Instantly, a tiger as massive as a monster leaped out. She froze in shock, her eyes wide open and her jaw on the floor as she stammered, "This can't be." The Joseon-era tiger walked over gracefully to its master. He patted his pet and said, "How dare a mere jackal show its fangs to the ruler of the mountain?" With a simple wave of his hand, the tiger lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to reveal razor-sharp teeth. The dog was just as fast, leaping forward like lightning. The two pets clashed instantly, viciously tearing at each other. The dog thrust its spear, landing a painful stab on its opponent. In return, the tiger delivered a deep, agonizing bite straight to the dog's neck. The dog tried to fight back, but it was useless. It could only whimper, completely helpless at this point. She watched the scene in utter shock. This is impossible. She had plenty of experience, yet she had never seen a relic used like this before. At this rate, her pet was going to be torn to shreds. Staring at the beast charging at her with blazing flames, she froze, collapsing to her knees, unable to even blink. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Maybe I can't win. I thought I played my strongest card. Who is this guy?" He slowly walked up to her and coldly ordered, "Hand it over." She tried to play dumb, but Ju Hyun already knew about the mask of Tutankhamun. She screamed, refusing to give it up, but one look at his massive pet made her chicken out, and she submissively handed it over. She screamed again, "You're after the great map of the Dong Sunland, aren't you?" Speaking of which, he left his pet to guard this area while he went off alone to claim the strongest skill at the National Museum. Looking at the numbers in front of him, Edward grimaced. His face was drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration running down, showing just how anxious he was. He cursed under his breath. How did this happen? While Julian was lost in thought, Ju Hyun suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Standing about a head taller than Edward, Ju Hyun also put on a contemplative face, making the older man extremely curious. Who is this guy, and how did he get all the way up here? Don't tell me he got past Julian to get up here. The grandfather and grandson stood frozen, staring at the door in front of them, an invisible barrier emitting a blinding blue light. Suddenly, Ju Hyun spoke up. "I think this is a one-star barrier." Edward scoffed under his breath. He cleared his throat. "Seems like you know a thing or two about this." He reached out to touch the invisible barrier, sensing it with his own power. "I've never seen a barrier like this before. Neither physical attacks nor magic work on it." Ju Hyun excitedly touched it too, only to realize that the distribution of magic power was uneven. After closing his eyes to think and sense it for a moment, he found a weak spot. Breaking the news, he coolly turned to Edward and said, "I think there's a way to destroy this, but there's one condition." Hearing this, the old man felt a bit suspicious, but he guardedly asked, "What condition, kid?" Ju Hyun began to explain his plan smoothly. "You must continuously use fire magic to weaken the barrier until I can get inside and secure all the necessary relics." Sounds incredibly simple. Edward rubbed his chin, calculating. "So you mean I have to stay out here casting magic while you get to go inside?" Seeing the hesitation in the old man's eyes, Ju Hyun went into sales mode. "I can't channel enough magic to weaken the barrier for that long. I know you don't trust me, but this is the only way. Morning is coming, and we can't leave empty-handed, right? I'll let you keep the map. I need something else anyway." It sounded like a sweet deal, almost too good to be true, but the old man still hesitated. The worst-case scenario was that all his hard work would go down the drain. Turning to his grandson with a flicker of hope, he asked, "You promise to give me the map?" Upon receiving Ju Hyun's trustworthy nod, Julian sighed. "I guess I have to trust him. After all, who would be stupid enough to mess with a high-level magic user?" The duo got into position. Jin-hyuk looked at the barrier and gave the older man some incredibly inspiring words of encouragement. "I'm counting on you, sir." Not wanting to let the kid down, the old man immediately summoned his fire magic. Yoongu let out a roar, making the flames burn even hotter. Jin-hyuk slipped inside effortlessly. He thought to himself in pure bliss, "This is fate. Perfect. I was planning to do my best, but of course, in my own special way." Stepping inside, he admired the artifacts and thought, "Looks like no one has made it up here yet." It was nothing like the lower floors. Except for this, of course. Damn it. A giant glass display case holding an iron sword with Emperor Qianlong's seal had been smashed open, with absolutely nothing left inside. Jin-hyuk was so pissed, his chest burned with rage. That bastard already got what he wanted and left. Who else could have set up that barrier if not him? He slipped away the moment he grabbed his prize, not caring what kind of dogfight he left behind. He is still pretty green though. I bet he has no idea that the artifact he stole is nothing more than a second-rate item. Stopping in front of a display case, Jin-hyuk practically drooled with excitement. Found it. The Sungpyeong Tongbo, the key to his own unique skill. This was the final piece needed to create the ultimate skills. The materials he needed were the ceremonial Persian framework and the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask. A look of pure satisfaction appeared on his face as he combined these two artifacts. With a smirk, he watched the two relics react with each other, emitting a brilliant, dazzling golden light. Just then, a system notification popped up. When two compatible artifacts interact, a prompt appears stating that a suitable price must be paid to proceed. Without wasting a single movement, Jin-hyuk tossed the Sangpyeong Tongbo into the mix, watching the three relics react in absolute bliss. A sleek notification popped up, announcing a successful fusion. He had obtained the relic, the Eye of Truth. It was the best among the 5 legendary eyes that existed in this world. But his reason for coming to the museum today went beyond just that. His goal today was to fuse B-rank or lower relics to create an S-rank artifact. He had completely met all the requirements. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes to feel, copy, and store the countless skills existing in this world, using them to create skills even more powerful than the originals. That was his ultimate weapon to become the strongest in the Tower of Trials. He had successfully acquired the unique skill, fusion. While the notifications kept rolling in, he was suddenly startled by Junggu's groans from outside the door. The old man looked miserable, drenched in sweat from head to toe. "Hey, if you're done, get out here. I think I'm at my limit. I can't hold it much longer." Jin-hyuk thought with burning ambition. Let's see. What are the conditions to copy that old man's skill? Instantly, a system prompt popped up with detailed instructions. He smirked mischievously. So all I have to do is piss him off? Easy enough. Old man Junggu strained under the pressure, his face contorted in agony, screaming Jin-hyuk's name and telling him to hurry up before he collapsed. But Jin-hyuk casually replied, "You know, you could have just stopped using your skill a while ago. Actually, there was never any reason for you to keep casting it continuously." Completely bewildered by this, the old man asked in sheer confusion, "What do you mean by that? Then why did you tell me to keep casting magic?" Jin-hyuk secretly thought, to break the barrier, all you actually had to do was speak Latin, which meant the old man didn't contribute a single thing to breaking it. The old man just stood outside, staring at the barrier in complete despair. Only Jin-hyuk knew that since it was impassable anyway, attacking it continuously was just a massive waste of mana. And now, the old man's mana was completely depleted. Right in front of him was the map the old man desperately wanted, but Jin-hyuk flatly lied that he couldn't find it. Talk about a masterclass in lying with a straight face. He calculated his next move, which was to drive the old man absolutely insane. With all the tower's secrets already in the palm of his hand, this game was way too easy. Since the map only contained info up to the 10th floor, it was completely useless to a pro like him. Ignoring the old man's furious screams outside, who was raving like a wild chimpanzee, Jin-hyuk calmly pulled out a lighter and burned the map to ashes without a second thought. Seeing the old man's utter despair, he coldly said, "Didn't I tell you? I have absolutely no use for this." His smug, punchable face reached legendary levels of shamelessness, because if anyone else got their hands on this map, they'd gain information up to the 10th floor, meaning there was still a chance someone could surpass him. If so, the only way to secure his top spot was to eliminate that possibility entirely. Talk about a guy with endless tricks and limitless ambition. Meanwhile, the old man was absolutely devastated, watching his precious treasure burn to ash with tears streaming down his face. "You little bastard, I'm going to rip you to shreds and send you straight to hell. Damn you to hell." Naturally, these curses meant absolutely nothing to Jin-hyuk's incredibly thick skin. He simply flashed a friendly smile and channeled his power. He had successfully copied the B-rank skill, Element of Fire. The copied skill was saved to the memory of the world. He could now manipulate fire, and his elemental affinity would increase. Jin-hyuk grinned from ear to ear, looking incredibly devious. He secretly thought, not bad for my first copy. Seething with rage, the old man glared at him with pure hatred, growling, "You are going to regret this. I'll make you pay for what you did." Meanwhile, our boy is totally unfazed, his two eyes shining brighter than car-high beams. It looks like the old man has absolutely no idea what's going on. "Why do you think I burned that map?" The moment the words leave his mouth, the fire element inside him is activated. He unleashes his skill, leaving the old man absolutely terrified. His soul almost leaves his body, completely frozen in shock and utterly speechless. Panicking, the old man realizes that skill is identical to his own, but compared to the kid, he looks like a total amateur. This kid is definitely no joke. No ordinary person would have no need for that map. The old man breaks into a cold sweat of pure terror. "How are you doing, Jin-hyuk?" With a mock-loving look, he says, "Hey, old man, if you want a smoother climb up the tower and want to hunt some skills, you'd better listen closely to what I'm about to say." He slowly walks down the steps, including himself. There are already 4 veteran players at the museum. I get why they want to minimize their risks, especially now that this world has turned into the Tower of Trials. But do they plan on getting even stronger? I need to acquire as many skills as possible. He stretches, takes a deep breath, and smirks arrogantly. He looks like a total slacker, yet he acts as cool as a wealthy CEO. Standing before the old man, he carries himself with absolute arrogance. "I'll be in touch once you and that girl downstairs finish leveling up." He's already got a few chess pieces on the board. Life is long, and there are plenty of easy targets to play with. The main focus is gathering skills. Sure, he's greedy, but considering he only has one life and losing it means game over, collecting every single skill is physically impossible. So, he'll just have to snatch up the absolute best and most crucial ones. Right in the middle of his cool moment, his stomach starts growling. No matter how powerful his mana is, he still has to eat like a beast. A piping hot bowl of spicy beef noodle soup right now would be absolutely heavenly. As he steps outside, he notices a crowd gathered around, listening to the news. At least 23 people have lost their lives, and up to 50 others are injured at the National Museum of Korea. 16. That number is still rising. 16. The motive was targeting the artifacts in the museum. This isn't just happening in Korea. Similar incidents have occurred in the United States, Japan, and Europe. Hearing the news, Jin-hyuk thinks to himself, "Yep, spot on. Players all around the world are starting to make their moves to climb the tower." As the news broadcast shows a video, the surrounding crowd instantly starts buzzing. Everyone turns their eyes toward Jin-hyuk, because he looks exactly like the guy in the footage. "Damn, I haven't even stepped foot inside the tower yet and I'm already getting exposed. I might need to go full ninja to hide my handsome face." The news anchor continues blabbing, saying that the government has launched an investigation and established the Awakened Association, comprised of extraordinary individuals. Jin-hyuk is completely blown away. He never expected the government to act with lightning speed. Hearing the identity of the head of the association is an even bigger shocker. "I am Han Sang-jin, the commander-in-chief of the association. I am here to recruit more members who have awakened their abilities. Join me, and I guarantee you'll get whatever you want, as long as you stay on my good side." This might sound hard to believe, but it is 100% real. Sang-jin extends this highly enticing invitation with a deadpan expression. In his capacity as commander, he promises that if the person in the video joins them, the government will provide everything they request. Everyone hearing this starts buzzing with excitement, wondering who the mysterious guy is and feeling incredibly envious. Some even gasp that such treatment is prestigious enough to change a person's entire life. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk just smirks with total indifference. They keep talking about the guy in the video, meaning their target is indeed him. Jin-hyuk smiles coldly and rubs his chin, thinking to himself, they just see him as a tool. But he calculates that no matter how tempting their offer is, he has no intention of joining them. Jin-hyuk understands that in this world, the value of one outstanding individual is far higher than 100 average ones combined. Jin-hyuk guesses that Sang-jin knows this too, which is why he put out such a meaningless offer to try and win him over. And as for Sang-jin, if he was chosen as commander, he must possess some kind of decent skill, or perhaps he's just the one with the most experience regarding the Tower of Trials. After thinking for a moment, Jin-hyuk smirks. He actually hopes it's because that Sang-jin guy has a great skill, because if so, copying him will be a whole lot more fun. Jin-hyuk suddenly turns to look at a nearby wall clock. He remembers that tonight at 7 o'clock, the Tower of Trials will open. When the Tower of Trials opens, Jin-hyuk and a massive crowd of people step inside. Before their eyes lies a breathtaking landscape of vast green mountains and rivers, with small oases floating in the sky. Almost everyone is jaw-dropped in astonishment. They can hardly believe what they're seeing right in front of them. It looks exactly like the game from before. Only our main character, Jin-hyuk, remains completely unfazed. Listening to the chatter, Jin-hyuk guesses they must all be newcomers. Right then, the system begins showing notifications. To celebrate your entry into the tower, the system will grant players 100 coins. Coins are the currency used inside the tower. Players can upload videos of their achievements and receive 100 coins for every 10,000 views. However, depending on the player's status, an additional surcharge may apply. Views from other players within the tower will only count toward the first 10,000 views. Please proceed with caution before deciding which videos to watch. As for the live streaming feature, this option is only available during boss battles. Moving up to the next floor, anyone caught manipulating views or using any other form of cheating will be severely penalized. Jin-hyuk stroked his chin with an intrigued smile. This was exactly what he needed. The broadcasting system, a perfect bridge between the people trying to climb the tower and those who just wanted to survive on the outside. Viewers would choose to watch players with a better shot at showing off on the upper floors, boosting their views in the process. This was easily the most exciting feature in the Tower of Trials. The more famous a player got, the more coins they earned. As soon as the announcement ended, everyone was buzzing and rushed to get started. Some said they needed to head to the Goblin Cave, claiming that finding a good spot would make farming a breeze. Others were more blunt, saying that if they wanted to survive, it was every man for himself. Jin-hyuk got bumped and jostled as the crowd scrambled to get inside. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Wow, these guys are really in a rush." Everyone wanted to clear the stage as fast as possible and outrun the competition. But since Jin-hyuk already knew this place inside out, making coins was going to be a walk in the park. Still, he had no intention of uploading his videos just yet. Sure, he could make easy coins from them, but giving away his exclusive knowledge was way too big of a loss. Watching the massive crowd swarm toward the Goblin Cave, Jin-hyuk casually turned on his heel. He decided his very first move would be something incredibly special, something no one else had ever pulled off. Jin-hyuk recalled how back when he reached the 30th floor of the tower, he suddenly hit a brick wall and couldn't advance any further. To climb any higher, he had to backtrack to the lower floors to search for hidden secrets. That meant relying on his past experiences and carefully retracing his every step. Holding a torch as he searched, he finally discovered the answer was buried inside an abandoned ruin. And that was when he realized his character build had been flawed from the very beginning. At that moment, he shook with pure rage. The character he had spent years grinding and perfecting turned out to be total trash. Staring at the system prompt, asking whether he wanted to delete his character, he felt completely devastated. He had poured his entire life into this character, only to be forced into making a choice he never wanted. Jin-hyuk tried to comfort himself. Even if all that time had been wasted, he just had to start over from scratch. He clicked delete. Before his character vanished, his eyes grew cold and sharp, burning with absolute determination. Next time, he would conquer the top of the tower and stand before the labyrinth. Back in the present, Jin-hyuk sighed. Man, to think it has already been 6 years. The system introduced this as a B-rank difficulty maze, a labyrinth designed by Daedalus of Crete. This maze was notorious for its extreme complexity, littered with countless traps designed to keep intruders out. Jin-hyuk pondered. The key to clearing the 3rd floor was laying a solid foundation, and the secret to doing that was hidden somewhere inside this very labyrinth. Jin-hyuk groaned at the thought of returning here. It felt like being forced to enlist in the military for a second time. Even though he hated this place, it still brought back a wave of nostalgia. He reached out, triggered the mechanism on the door, and easily opened it. Stepping inside, he looked around and inhaled the scent. Nothing had changed at all. As a flutter of white butterflies flew toward him, he happily held out his hand to let one land and smiled. "Good to see you again, Nightglow Butterfly." Suddenly, noticing a few strangers approaching, Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you guys?" A girl with her hair in a bun greeted him with a bright smile, explaining they were looking for a place to farm, and since they saw the labyrinth open, they decided to hop in before it shut. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. They had seen Jin-hyuk open the heavy maze doors with his bare hands, so they immediately decided to follow him in. The guy in the green jacket was a bit hesitant, worried about what lay ahead and if it was dangerous. The girl, acting like she knew everything, pointed out that the early stage of the Tower of Trials was the most crucial. Seeing how Jin-hyuk walked right in without even needing a key, she figured that if a mere level 1 newbie could enter so easily, it couldn't possibly be that dangerous. Another girl expressed her doubts. Would a guy like Jin-hyuk really be nice enough to share his loot with them? But the girl with the bun smirked deviously, saying, "Of course not. We'll just make sure he rests in peace inside, and that'll be that." With a fake, cheery smile, the girl with the bun approached Jin-hyuk. She tried to win him over by suggesting they team up, claiming there was safety in numbers. Instantly, Jin-hyuk's guard went up. He stared at her, wondering, is this girl the leader of their little group? He immediately activated Eye of Truth to read her like an open book. The girl introduced herself as Park Hana, 22 years old, who had previously made it to the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Looking at Hana's stat screen, she had a strength of 4, 5 vitality, 5 agility, and 10 magic power. Her notable skills were level 1 socializing, level 1 fast walking, and level 1 low-grade recovery. But Jin-hyuk spotted one skill in Hana's list that caught his eye: socializing. Socializing allowed her to naturally build quick rapport and get close to strangers. What made this skill truly unique was its ability to bridge any gaps and eliminate awkward tension between two people. The condition to copy it? He needed to spend at least 240 hours by Hana's side. On top of that, during those 240 hours, absolutely no one else could be around them. Reading the fine print of this socializing skill, Jin-hyuk's expression darkened. He paused, thoughtfully recalling a certain girl with mysterious black wings. This skill might actually come in handy when dealing with her. The group with Hana took turns introducing themselves to Jin-hyuk. The guy standing behind Hana, Chosik, had only wandered around the first floor a bit before quitting the game. The long-haired girl, Lee Haimin, had also only made it to the first floor. Meanwhile, Jang Mina had already played up to the third floor of the tower. Chun Min-guk and Wang Gu were also playing the Tower of Trials for the very first time. Jin-hyuk played along, flashing a casual, bright smile as he introduced himself. Even though he saw right through their plans to betray him, he thought, why bother wasting energy memorizing their names anyway? Once introductions were out of the way, Hana used her charm skill to cozy up and grab Jin-hyuk by the arm, asking him which floor he had reached. Snapped out of it by a system warning, Jin-hyuk quickly pushed her away despite feeling a slight flutter in his chest. That was a close call. If he had not known about this skill beforehand, he probably would have fallen head over heels for her. He secretly wished she would stop clinging to him. As he nudged her away, he replied that he was just taking things one step at a time and seeing how far he could go. Getting cold-shouldered by Jin-hyuk, Hana forced an awkward smile, utterly baffled on the inside as to why he was acting this way even though she had activated her charm skill. Putting on a friendly, innocent act, Hana asked Jin-hyuk to tell them about the maze's features and the types of monsters lurking inside. Jin-hyuk rolled his eyes and looked away, saying that it would not be too hard to explain. He began to briefly describe the maze, explaining how its layout shifted after a certain amount of time. Hearing this, everyone looked a bit worried. Right on cue, the ground shook violently, throwing everyone into a panic, while Chun Min-guk screamed at the top of his lungs. Hana panicked, unable to believe this was happening in a mere first-floor maze. As a stone slab near her collapsed, someone yelled, telling her to get out of the way. Startled, Hana reacted instantly and dove to the side to avoid the falling slab. Chosik quickly warned Wang Gu to watch out for the moving stones above, shouting that staying still would get him crushed. After a grueling struggle against the shifting maze, everyone was completely exhausted. Traumatized by the ordeal, Hyman gasped for air and pointed out that Mina was nowhere to be found. Chosik was absolutely furious, unable to believe a first-floor maze could be this brutal. He had assumed all G-rank ruins on the first floor would be equally simple. Calmly brushing the dust off his sleeves, Jin-hyuk asked, "Had not you guys dealt with a shifting maze at least once before?" Chosik immediately snapped back, saying nobody in their right mind would ever want to go through something like that. Looking completely terrified, Hana insisted this place was far too dangerous for level 1, and they had to get out immediately. Hana urged Hymin to use her skill to find an exit, but Hymin turned pale, stammering that the sudden maze shift had cancelled her skill. Panic set in for Hana, realizing that if Hyman could not find a way out, they were officially trapped. Jin-hyuk had wondered earlier why they were so confident charging in here, but now he saw they were relying solely on a basic navigation skill. They were clearly total newbies, yet they treated this maze like a walk in the park. They had to be out of their minds. Jin-hyuk secretly figured that that thing was about to show up any second now. Suddenly, Hana rushed over in a rage and screamed at Jin-hyuk, demanding to know why he had not warned them about the shift. Walls were flying out from all directions, and they had to struggle constantly to dodge, leaving them covered in cuts and bruises. She blamed Jin-hyuk, yelling that they had almost died because of him. Cho-sik and Wang-gu also joined in on the anger, blaming him for not speaking up sooner and accusing him of causing them to lose Mina. Annoyed, Jin-hyuk bluntly reminded them that he had never asked any of them to follow him in the first place. Seeing Hannah speechless, Jin-hyuk continued with a cold gaze, saying it was their own choice to tag along, and he had never forced or dragged them here. Min-guk lunged forward, cursing at Jin-hyuk and raising a glowing staff, ready to beat him up. But before he could even touch Jin-hyuk, a massive axe flew out of nowhere, slammed right into Min-guk, and pinned him to the wall. Seeing Min-guk drop dead still, Hae-min and Wang-gu shrieked in horror. Right then, a massive minotaur made its entrance. It charged at them with sheer fury, sending Hannah's group into a state of sheer panic. Cho-sik and Wang-gu desperately summoned their weapons to defend themselves. The minotaur ripped its axe out of the wall, raised it high, and let out a deafening roar as it prepared to strike. The person in front of Hannah was paralyzed with fear, frozen in place like a sitting duck. Jin-hyuk, completely unfazed, calmly yelled for everyone to get out of the way. He kicked off the ground and lunged forward toward the minotaur. Hannah watched in disbelief, having no clue what he was planning to do. All they could see was Jin-hyuk moving at lightning speed around the minotaur, completely throwing off its aim and causing its massive axe swing to miss. The system notified Jin-hyuk that he had successfully dodged, and he was thrilled to unlock a hidden stat called Gap. By dodging the minotaur's attack, Jin-hyuk had unlocked the hidden stat, Gap. This stat allowed him to bridge the power gap when facing stronger opponents, while widening the gap when fighting weaker ones. Jin-hyuk quickly realized that, for every 3 stat points, the power gap against a stronger enemy would close by the equivalent of 1 level. Jin-hyuk grabbed the minotaur's horn, using it as leverage to stick a perfect landing. After countless trials and errors, utilizing this gap stat was the best method he had discovered, and the key to growing stronger, even while stuck at level 1. The minotaur glared at Jin-hyuk with bloodshot eyes and swung its axe at him, but he easily dodged it in a split second. His gap stat increased by 0.05. He had already fought this exact monster thousands of times before, so he had its attack patterns completely memorized. The minotaur swung its axe at Jin-hyuk relentlessly, but he effortlessly evaded every single strike. His gap stat continued to climb steadily. He was a true pro. Watching the minotaur get toyed with and run in circles by Jin-hyuk, the onlookers could only watch in absolute awe. Kwang Woo's jaw dropped as he gasped. And to think we were just about to pick a fight with Jin-hyuk. Hannah turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat. Looking back, she couldn't believe they had actually planned to kill a monster like Jin-hyuk and steal his gear. It was pure madness. Watching the furious minotaur, Jin-hyuk teased him for being too slow. At this rate, with all that wild swinging, he'd never even graze him. Infuriated, the minotaur let out a massive roar. Channeling all its raw power, it swung its axe at Jin-hyuk in a reckless do-or-die attack. This time, the blade lightly grazed him, leaving a tiny scratch. But overall, he still managed to dodge the attack. Because he barely evaded a fatal blow, his reflex stat went up by 1. Jin-hyuk thought it over and realized grinding his stats like this wasn't ideal. He needed to wrap this up sooner rather than later. While dodging the minotaur's next strike, Jin-hyuk happened to spot the group trying to sneak away. Hae-min was clinging to Hannah's arm, tearfully begging to leave. Hannah used her free hand to feel along the wall, telling the others that if they just hugged the wall, they'd eventually find an exit. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk materialized right next to them, asking where they thought they were going. Hannah stammered, unsure of what to say, when she noticed the minotaur charging right behind them. Pointing behind him, Jin-hyuk pointed out that if they wanted to boost their stats, they should do the exact same thing. Successfully dodging would net them some hidden stats. He even encouraged them to try, saying it wasn't that hard, and that he was basically doing them a favor by sharing the wealth. Seeing the minotaur swing its axe, poised to strike, Hannah was paralyzed with fear. Luckily, Jin-hyuk yanked her to the side. The sheer destructive force of that last blow left everyone utterly terrified and speechless. Jin-hyuk teased Hannah, asking why she was just standing there instead of dodging. Glancing at the raging minotaur, Jin-hyuk jokingly referred to it as a little cow. Suddenly, the labyrinth began to shake. The stone slabs started shifting erratically, forming a solid wall between Jin-hyuk and the minotaur. Before the wall fully closed, while they could still see each other, Jin-hyuk waved goodbye to the minotaur with a smug, mocking grin, even promising they'd meet again. The Minotaur gnashed its teeth, huffing with rage. Staring at the newly formed stone wall in front of it, it slammed its axe against it just to vent its frustration, since there was nothing else it could do. The labyrinth fell silent once more. Hana and Chulsik collapsed onto the ground, gasping. We almost died out there, but Minguk and Hai-min weren't so lucky. Hana asked anxiously, did we lose the Minotaur? Is it going to keep chasing us? Jin-hyuk casually replied that because he had touched that glowing moth earlier, the luminescent dust would keep attracting the Minotaur, so it would definitely keep hunting them down. Hana turned pale and asked, why on earth would you do something so dangerous? Jin-hyuk shrugged, replying, to boost my stats, obviously. Picking up a small dagger from the ground, he continued, every time the labyrinth shifts, we get a little break. Then, when the Minotaur catches up, we can play with it again to raise our stats. Petrified, Hana asked, just how long do we have to stay here? Jin-hyuk calmly said, 1 month. Hearing this, Hana was utterly traumatized, her legs buckling under her as Chulsik had to quickly hold her up. The two of them kept blaming Jin-hyuk, saying it was entirely his fault they were in this nightmare. He simply nodded in agreement and asked, well, which way are you guys planning to go anyway? Wandering around aimlessly is way more dangerous. The two, who were supporting each other, froze in their tracks, breaking into a cold sweat. Hana softened her voice, asking, do you know the way out? Twirling his dagger, Jin-hyuk replied, of course I do. Left with no other choice, Hana grit her teeth, about to say they'd tag along with him, but he cut her off immediately. Jin-hyuk flashed a sly grin, reminding them that nothing in life comes free. Then, pointing his dagger at Hana, he demanded that they hand over all their coins. Watching Myeonhwan charge at the goblins like a total maniac, the monsters never saw him coming as he grinned widely, hacking them down. Netizens couldn't help but respect Myeonhwan for soloing for 15 straight hours, joking that they had already gone through 2 pairs of underwear just watching him. Seeing his livestream hit the top spot made Myeonhwan grin from ear to ear, amused by all the chat comments. He had already made 1,000 coins just from views alone. Everyone assumed Myeonhwan was pulling off this solo run all on his own, but it was all smoke and mirrors. He had a whole crew managing the stream and pumping him with homemade buffs behind the scenes. Then, a keyboard warrior popped up in the chat, claiming someone else had cleared it in just 5 hours, way faster than Myeonhwan's 15. However, Myeonhwan was still living in his own little bubble of superiority and brushed it off. Suddenly, his friend called him over. A brand new video had just been uploaded to the Hall of Fame titled, I am the first person in the world to successfully enhance an item to +10, instantly pushing their own video down the rankings. Myeonhwan couldn't believe it, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. He was in total denial, thinking there was no way anyone could enhance an item all the way to +10. The internet went wild yet again. Someone commented that the success rate for that kind of enhancement was 1 in 8.14 million raised to the power of 10. They couldn't even fathom how small that number actually was. Myeonhwan stared at the screen, sweating bullets out of pure dread. The video already had 1,323,378 views, and it was only uploaded 10 minutes ago. Jin-hyuk was currently showing the 2 rookies the ropes. He ordered them to gather moss to line their wooden beds and to start a fire to keep warm. The 2 glared at him with pure hatred, wishing the law could intervene, but the system clearly didn't care. Once they were sorted out, Jin-hyuk got down to business with the item exchange. He was low-key loaded, boasting a whopping 5,000 coins. Now that he was rolling in cash, Jin-hyuk was ready to make it rain. A rank F magic tarot card for 70 coins, a bronze key fragment for 80 coins, a wooden cart piece for 300 coins, and a random enhancement scroll for 10 coins, all rank F. Jin-hyuk confirmed the successful purchase. He figured if he used these rank F items, if combined correctly, these items would become absolutely crucial. Jin-hyuk planned to fuse 3 key items, the tarot card, the wooden piece, and the key itself. Individually, they were nothing, but together, they formed the Wheel of Fortune of Fortuna, the incomplete goddess of luck. With an S-grade difficulty, it boosts his luck to the absolute maximum for 10 minutes. Since it was a single-use item, its range of effect was limited. Jin-hyuk was so thrilled he could cry, "Oh my god, I actually did it." Since he didn't know its exact range, he decided to test it out. He remembered absolutely everything that had ever happened in his life, so of course he knew exactly what to do. Activating the Wheel of Fortune, Jin-hyuk felt his luck shoot straight to the maximum. Usually, opening 10 enhancement scrolls only gave him a pathetic 0.0012% chance of success. He used to be the unluckiest guy on earth, but with his luck maxed out, his success rate was a guaranteed 100%. Jin-hyuk decided to pour all of this pure essence into his favorite blade. Just like that, he obtained a +10 old dagger, the maximum enhancement level. The dagger suddenly looked way less trashy. For his achievement, Jin-hyuk became the very first player to create a +10 enhanced item in the entire Korean server. He received 5,000 coins. This legendary achievement would be displayed in the Hall of Fame for one full day. Jin-hyuk picked up the dagger and gave it a few test swings. Finally, he had something actually worth using, something worthy of his level. By day 10 in this hellhole, Hana and Cheol-shik looked like starving ghosts. Their surviving in the wild vlog had officially begun. They started a fire with dry wood, and their beds were made of 100% natural moss. Hana watched Cheol-shik stuffing his face with moss and mushrooms like some kind of alien creature. Then she glared over at that bastard sleeping soundly, which made her blood boil. Meanwhile, the Minotaur kept spawning like a relentless demon. If it weren't for the maze's teleportation feature, they would probably be dressed up skeletons by now. To make matters worse, they had to deal with an extra layer of misery. That spoiled brat Jin-hyuk and the viewers in the chat kept posting incredibly stressful comments. Hana asked around for info on this mysterious high and mighty guy, but nobody knew a thing. Desperate, she asked if they had reported this to the boss at White Raven yet. She was told they were looking into it, and it would take at least 3 weeks for help to arrive. Cheol-shik, finished with his feast, checked in on Hana. When she told him there was no new information, Cheol-shik suggested they deal with Jin-hyuk to send him to the afterlife, and then hole up in the stone room to wait for the boss. Taking advantage of the guy sleeping, Cheol-shik planned to finish him off with a rock. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, wanting to get it over with quickly. After all, who could survive a heavy blow straight to the skull? That was the theory, but Hana stopped him. When he asked why, Hana explained that Jin-hyuk had lightning-fast reflexes. Whether they fought him one-on-one or tried to ambush him, they stood absolutely no chance against him. He would definitely wake up just in time. Cheol-shik hesitated, holding his rock. That made sense, and he got a bit cold feet. He asked what they should do instead, since they couldn't just keep suffering like this. Hana bragged that her older brother, a member of the White Raven Guild, had given her something extremely powerful, a stinger from a giant wasp. Just one drop of this venom was enough to melt 100 goblins. Showing her inner demon, Hana said they had to neutralize the threat completely. Jin-hyuk stared at the 100% all-natural Michelin star meal before him. Chopsticks made of rat bones, and plates made of tree bark. He openly mocked their pathetic gathering skills. Annoyed, Hana snapped, and told him to go out and hunt his own food. She thought this guy was incredibly picky. True to form, he took an inch and wanted a mile, asking Hana to fetch him a bottle of water. Cheol-shik was ordered to gather some mushrooms. He served up a piping hot batch, surprised that Jin-hyuk actually had such a hardcore taste for these bizarre things. Hana glared at Jin-hyuk like she wanted to tear him to pieces. She couldn't believe they were actually waiting on him. The viewers cheered Jin-hyuk on to eat up, eagerly waiting for him to kick the bucket. But the one who took the hit was actually Cheol-shik. He coughed up black syrup and immediately logged out of life. Hana stood there watching him, completely dumbfounded. Jin-hyuk stood up, casually putting his hands in his pockets, looking slick, and scolded them. Did they seriously think he would eat whatever they gave him? In your dreams. Hana finally felt a chill run down her spine and backed away. Jin-hyuk explained that while they were busy fetching things, he had swapped their plates, which was why a 1.8-meter tall block of charcoal was now splayed out on the floor. Jin-hyuk threatened them, pointing out that streaming in secret was also considered cheating. Hana threw a tantrum, demanding proof. The chat went wild, wondering if this was about to turn into a real-life player-killing match. Someone asked if they were next on his hit list. The livestream function is only permitted when interacting with monsters or bosses, blocking the path to the next floor. Anyone caught farming likes, views, or committing other forms of fraud will face corresponding penalties. A reporting screen. Forward to. Asking yes or no popped up. Jin-hyuk told Hana to look at her own face while streaming. It was as clear as day. An accusation suddenly popped up. Jin-hyuk told Hana she should have covered her face while streaming, it was so obvious. But he also decided to choose yes. Hana had no idea what was happening to her. Apprehension complete. The anonymity filter will now be removed. The viewer count dropped faster than blood pressure during a heart attack. Hana could only watch in sheer panic, completely helpless. All of the viewers' real names were revealed. They fled the stream, leaving whoever remained utterly confused. Now, there were 0 viewers left. The viewers who just left will be banned from watching videos for 1 month. If they are caught a second time, it will be a permanent ban. As for the current player, her penalty will be a grim fate. Hana was incredibly unlucky, jumping out of the frying pan and straight into the fire. A complete flop combo topped with a massive beatdown. A massive monster appeared. Jin-hyuk ran right over to Hana's side, and she hid behind him, completely terrified. Jin-hyuk just looked at the beast with a smirk, thinking this guy was pretty interesting. Hana was completely freaked out, frantically begging him for an escape route. Jin-hyuk had met the requirement of spending 240 hours with Hana, with absolutely no one else allowed. And with that, Jin-hyuk successfully copied her communion skill. Now, he casually declared that he didn't need Hana anymore. Hana refused to accept it, protesting and throwing around the name of her big brother, Blake, from the White Raven Guild. With a massive roar, the Minotaur slammed the ground, creating a shockwave that sent Hana flying. Jin-hyuk went into full badass combat mode, wanting to show Hana whether she should be more afraid of him or that ugly beast. He did a few flips in the air and gave the Minotaur a lovely little slash with his dagger, making the monster squeal in pure agony. Looking at the wound he made, Jin-hyuk realized it was still too shallow. The Minotaur tried to retaliate, but its attacks were a joke, and Jin-hyuk dodged them effortlessly. He landed gracefully on the ground and praised himself for successfully dealing some damage to the beast, making his effort to close the gap completely worth it. Since he couldn't finish off the monster just yet anyway, Jin-hyuk took off like a bat out of hell. Even while running, he kept looking back to see what would happen next. Furious, the giant bull swung its weapon at Jin-hyuk, but he dodged it with ease once again. Jin-hyuk had no intention of letting himself get chopped in half. Activating level 1 fire element, he lit the monster up like a Christmas tree. He even threw in a bonus slash to its legs, forcing the beast to its knees in agonizing pain. Jin-hyuk joked that if the monster went totally berserk, its muscles would get too tough for his teeth to chew. Well, even monsters have feelings, so it got triggered and charged madly at Jin-hyuk. The Minotaur, the guardian of the labyrinth, activated its level 10 berserk state. The beast let out a deafening roar, and its muscles began to bulge massively, radiating a terrifying aura. It roared to intimidate Jin-hyuk. Hana was sweating bullets, completely clueless on how anyone could defeat such a creature. According to the description of level 10 berserk, for 5 minutes after activation, attack power, attack speed, and movement speed are increased by 30%. It also temporarily grants a bonus intelligence effect, allowing the user to speak the opponent's language. The Minotaur vowed to crush Jin-hyuk into pieces and scatter his remains all over the dungeon, so he would never trespass on its sacred land again. Jin-hyuk felt like he was on a whole new level now, as his mana mastery had significantly improved. He was absolutely eager to put this beast in a body bag. The aggressive monster charged at him with its massive horns, acting as if Jin-hyuk stood no chance. Jin-hyuk stopped it in its tracks, with barely any effort. A tiny dagger clashing against a ginormous battle axe, and yet, there wasn't even a single scratch on it. With just a light flick of Jin-hyuk's wrist, the massive axe was deflected 3 meters away. The two kept trading blows back and forth, one attacking, the other blocking, but neither of them took any damage. Watching the action from behind, Hana stared at Jin-hyuk's slender build in utter disbelief and gasped, "No way!" The Minotaur had activated level 10 berserk. Even if the entire White Raven Guild teamed up, they would be shaking in their boots. Hana looked at Jin-hyuk as if he were an alien, while he calmly kept playing with the Minotaur. He flashed a bright smile that sent shivers down Hana's spine, making it feel as if time itself had completely stopped. Jin-hyuk was starting all over again from scratch, despite having come so far. He felt helpless against the reality that some things would never change. A few brief, concise notifications popped up. "You have logged out." Jin-hyuk realized that whether in real life or inside a game, everything is always hard as hell. His gap stat had reached 57. When Jin-hyuk repeatedly stabbed with his dagger, it felt so incredibly satisfying. This world was the only thing that always gave Jin-hyuk a response. He felt like he was on a whole different level now, as if a powerful tiger was awakened inside him. The more he traded blows, the more notifications popped up, showing his gap stat increasing by 0.05. The Minotaur swung its axe with massive force, shattering the stone wall. The beast pushed its power to the limit, scanning the area. But Jin-hyuk popped out of nowhere like a ghost, waving "Hi, hello," before proceeding to carve up the Minotaur with dozens of quick slashes. Furious, the Minotaur threw a flurry of punches to vent its anger. It mocked Jin-hyuk for acting so tough, when he couldn't even leave a single scratch on it. Jin-hyuk used his raw strength to block that ginormous fist. Just then, The time limit for the Labyrinth Guardian's berserk state ran out. A notification popped up, and the beast completely froze. The Minotaur was seething with anger, but there was absolutely nothing it could do. Berserk was a skill that allowed the user to unleash their ultimate power for 5 minutes. But once that golden 5-minute window ended, the user would be completely paralyzed for the next 24 hours. The Guardian Minotaur was now completely frozen for 24 hours. Jin-hyuk, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to the beast's silent rage, completely ignoring it. He casually checked his gap points, 57 points, which was equivalent to closing the gap by 19 levels. He had 20 days left. At this rate, Jin-hyuk would easily reach his target of 100 points. Seriously, who raised this absolute genius? Only then did Hannah finally peek out to ask if it was over. Jin-hyuk teased her, warning that if they moved and waited just one more day, the monster would start chasing them again. Jin-hyuk stood there like a total badass with his hands in his pockets, saying they still had 20 days left, and time flies by in the blink of an eye. And just like that, 20 days had already passed. The Minotaur was still as aggressive as ever, raising its battle axe to swing a heavy strike from the right. His gap stat increased by 0.015. With consecutive slashes to its feet, the stat went up by another 0.015. Finally, his gap stat reached 100. Jin-hyuk had finally met his target. As the Minotaur kept roaring, Jin-hyuk remarked that it felt weaker and weaker by the day. He delivered a heavy strike, sending the Minotaur's head spinning almost all the way backward. Jin-hyuk stood triumphantly on the bull's horns, striking a cool pose as he bid it farewell. Jin-hyuk then turned around to deal with troublemaker number 2, Hannah. He recruited her to join Goen Corp. Han-ah had absolutely no idea what was going on, and stood there looking completely clueless, which made Jin-hyuk feel like she totally lacked ambition. When he asked if she wasn't interested, the truth was, Han-ah didn't even have a choice anyway. Forcing herself to lie and say she was interested, Jin-hyuk immediately switched into recruiter mode, asking what value she could actually bring to the company in the future. She confidently replied, "I have the knowledge, the experience, and the background to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs." But Jin-hyuk immediately shut her down. "Nope, not buying it." Desperate, Han-ah blurted out, "I will never, ever betray you." Jin-hyuk still shook his head, claiming she was unqualified, which forced Han-ah to finally pull out her ultimate trump card. It was the Ring of Bram. The Ring of Bram was one of the absolute best items on Floor 1, boosting movement speed, granting magic resistance, and blocking monster mana. With his level 1 Eye of Truth skill activated, Jin-hyuk could see that Han-ah was telling the absolute truth. Well, money talks. Just like that, Han-ah became the company's newest unpaid intern, required to work for 0 salary and be on call 24/7. Always the successful businessman, Jin-hyuk chose to seal the deal right then and there using the Memory of the World contract. By merging his C-rank communication skill and B-rank fire element skill, he unlocked the prestigious A-rank soul stamp. And just like that, a level 1 soul stamp was slapped right onto Han-ah's face. Getting an A-rank skill like soul stamp is incredibly rare. Once the seal is stamped on a target, they are forced to obey every single order from the caster. Any actions that could harm the caster are strictly forbidden, and failing to comply will cause the target to experience excruciating full-body pain. As the heavy skull door slowly creaked open, Park Han-ah cheered with sheer joy. Then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. Congratulations to Park Han-ah and Kang Jin-hyuk for the first ever successful clear of the Floor 1 labyrinth. The moment they stepped out of the labyrinth, Park Han-ah dropped to her knees, crying tears of absolute relief. Thank goodness she had a powerhouse like Kang Jin-hyuk to carry her, or she would have been a goner, no matter how hard her guardian angels worked. The robotic voice spoke up again, announcing that their legendary clear would be immortalized in the Hall of Fame. By tomorrow, each player would receive 5,000 coins. The moment she heard reward, Park Han-ah's swollen, teary eyes instantly popped wide open. For the first time, she truly felt the sweet satisfaction of hard work paying off, until a voice suddenly ruined the moment. It was Kang Jin-hyuk calling out, "Hey, your golden thigh is calling you, Park Han-ah." Of course, she had to answer with her best customer service voice. With eyes sparkling like the morning sun, she chirped, "Yes, boss." Only for Kang Jin-hyuk to immediately throw a bucket of cold water over her by demanding her reward. Staring at his hand casually stretched out in front of her, Park Han-ah was utterly speechless. She silently handed over her coins and slunk away to a corner, nursing her miserable sorrows as a low-life intern. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk smirked with pure delight, absolutely mesmerized as Park Han-a's coins kept rolling straight into his own account. This brought his total to a whopping 10,000 coins. At this point, there was absolutely no doubt that he was the wealthiest player alive. Speaking of which, Kang Jin-hyuk remembered he still needed to squeeze every single drop of value out of Park Han-a. He gestured with his chin, ordering her to go fetch the ring of Bram and hand it over to him within 3 days. The moment Park Han-a started whining that a 3-day deadline was way too tight, Kang Jin-hyuk just squinted with a very friendly smile and uttered 2 words. 2 days. He even gave her a polite little hand gesture as a gentle reminder. Feeling the contract mark on her face starting to heat up, Park Han-a's eyes filled with tears as her voice trembled, completely accepting her miserable fate. Right then, the giant LED screen on top of a nearby building was broadcasting some hot, breaking news. Today's topic was the Daehan Guild's upcoming raid on the floor, 3 boss. The news anchor reported, the Daehan Guild is expected to represent our nation in the raid against the boss next week. Naturally, everyone in the Daehan Guild walked with their heads held high, fully aware they belonged to the #1 guild in South Korea. Another anchor agreed, adding, with the United States, Europe, and Japan still struggling, the expectations riding on South Korea are incredibly high right now. Do you still want to stay quiet about them? The brown-jacketed anchor argued, saying, if you want results, you have to work for them. Instead of waiting for other countries to bail us out, it's best to forge our own path and make a breakthrough. He truly believed the Daehan Guild was all they needed. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Challenging the floor, 3 boss after only 1 month? Even he wasn't that rushed. He wondered just how much those guys would regret this once it was all over. Kang Jin-hyuk understood their impatience. Everyone wanted to grab as many resources from the tower as quickly as possible, but the time limit for each floor was a whopping 90 days. In other words, there was absolutely no rush to even head to floor 2 yet, let alone floor 3. If your strength isn't up to par and the difficulty spikes, the moment you step foot into that world, the crushing weight of that difficulty will instantly break you. If a tiny pond tries to act like the mighty ocean, the only outcome is ending up 6 feet under. And if humanity collapses, there are no respawns or do-overs. But hey, that wasn't Kang Jin-hyuk's problem. Right now, what he cared about most was digging up information to see what had actually gone down over the past month. To find high-quality information in a society completely flooded with fake news and useless clickbait, he needed someone he could actually trust. A reliable source he had known for a very long time. Staring at his phone screen to see only a handful of search results completely empty, like your bank account right after payday, Kang Jin-hyuk muttered in disbelief. Is this seriously all? At a local cafe, a sharply dressed man introduced himself as Human B, with his real name being Lee Tae-min. Standing right behind him was a cool, edgy girl who went by Nuclear Fish, whose real name was Yu Yeon-hwa. Looking at the duo, Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself, you really can't judge a person based on their in-game character. 2 years ago, when Kang Jin-hyuk and these guys were grinding hard in the Tower of Trials game, he never would have guessed their first face-to-face meeting would turn out like this. Kang Jin-hyuk activated his Eye of Truth, and Lee Tae-min's stats immediately popped up before him. Just as he suspected, the guy had acquired the Machine Lord title. It is a unique skill specialized for large-scale battles. Sure, it drains a ton of mana, but overall, it is absolutely top tier. Next up was Yu Yeon-hwa. She had a unique skill called Ultimate Mind Blade, which is perfect for close-quarters combat. Seeing how close their levels were, Kang Jin-hyuk figured they had been grinding mobs together. It made sense, given how perfectly in sync they used to be. Jin-hyuk smirked when he saw the copy conditions. All it took was for the 3 of them to reach the 20th floor, and he could copy Lee Tae-min's skill. Seeing Jin-hyuk sitting there completely spacing out with a weird smirk on his face, Tae-min quickly nudged him. Snapping out of it, Jin-hyuk quickly introduced himself. But when he had to mention his cringe old gaming handle, Ungabon, his face turned bright red. He desperately wished he could travel 11 years back in time and beat his younger self for writing that name. Jin-hyuk added that he was 27 and used to be a streamer on BGTV. Tae-min gasped, immediately bragging about how he used to watch his streams day and night. Jin-hyuk just smiled and said, I quit doing that a while ago. But Tae-min waved it off and insisted, come on, keep talking. It has been forever since we last met. Yeon-hwa chimed in too, saying, Tae-min and I are super easygoing. Jin-hyuk smiled and replied, I get it. They both seemed genuinely friendly. Having spent so much time dealing with backstabbing freeloaders who only wanted to use him, Jin-hyuk was totally exhausted. Yet even though this was their first real meeting, why did he feel so incredibly comfortable around them? This was his chance to ask them about everything that had happened outside the labyrinth over the past month, like how the major guilds worldwide were shifting, online streaming trends, and finally, a sketchy group called Mine that was kidnapping players to run coin farming operations. Out of nowhere, Taemin asked if Jin-hyuk had taken the test yet. Jin-hyuk, who had completely blanked on it, stood there cluelessly and asked, "Wait, what test?" And so, the mission to carry Jin-hyuk through his test officially began. On their way to the tower, Taemin and Yeonhwa finally managed to brief him on the basics. Starting from the second floor, the death toll in the Tower of Trials had skyrocketed, prompting South Korea to ban unqualified players from climbing any higher. To enforce this, they printed a verification barcode right onto everyone's wrist. Jin-hyuk immediately saw through this. It was just a bizarre recruitment scheme cooked up by the Awakened Association president, Han Sang-jin, disguised as a way to cut down on casualties. Suddenly, a smirk crept onto his face as he thought, well, if that is the case, don't blame me for exploiting this to the absolute fullest. Ever since the Awakened Association was established, anyone who scored an F rank was strictly barred from stepping foot on the second floor. On the flip side, high-ranking players would have the government and top guilds fighting to recruit them. Because of this, the testing area was packed with only 3 types of people. First, those desperately clawing their way to the top. Second, those acting as helpers for capable climbers. And finally, the elite who had already proven their worth to the entire world. That last category was especially notorious for having arrogant, pretentious show-offs who didn't give a damn about anyone else. A prime example was Kim Ki-tae from the Solabai Guild. Terrified of ruining his fragile cool guy vibe, a swarm of bodyguards rushed ahead to clear a path so he could strut around like he was on a runway, short of having a literal red carpet rolled out. They had cleared about half the way when they ran right into Jin-hyuk's group, who were standing dead center and refusing to budge. Just as a bodyguard was about to bark at them, Park Ha-jin, desperate to score points with his boss, shoved his way to the front. Watching Park Ha-jin act like a total clown, Jin-hyuk quietly activated his Eye of Truth. Seeing that the copy condition required maximum favorability, his eyes gleamed as he stared right back at the guy's fiery glare. Ha-jin raised his hand to strike, right under the panicked gaze of victim number 1, his younger sister, Park Hana. But instead, victim number 2, Ha-jin himself, had his hand snapped by Jin-hyuk. Ha-jin screamed in agony, clutching his broken hand, leaving the shocked bystanders completely speechless. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk remained completely unfazed, casually taking a sip of his water. Witnessing his absolute zero fucks given attitude, Ha-jin was fuming with rage. He drew his sword, ready to slice Jin-hyuk open. Terrified of getting caught in the crossfire, the crowd quickly scrambled to the sides. This convenient opening allowed Jin-hyuk to pull off a flawless god-tier water splash right into his face. With water blinding his eyes, Ha-jin's face contorted in frustration. But before he could even think about revenge, his leg met a tragic fate. Jin-hyuk kicked Ha-jin, sending him crashing to the ground while his sword flew 3 meters away. Jin-hyuk's movements were just way too fast and precise. Seeing Ha-jin clutching his leg like he was starring in a pain relief commercial, the crowd simply assumed he had slipped or dislocated his joint. Victim number 1. Park Hana knew exactly what had just happened, but she could only hide in the crowd, trembling in fear. Suddenly, Kim Ki-tae stepped forward to back Ha-jin up. Jin-hyuk immediately used his go-to move and cast his Eye of Truth on him. Seeing the word failed flash in bright red, Jin-hyuk realized Ki-tae had to be at least level 20. Despite the massive level gap, Jin-hyuk smugly scoffed. "Oh, I didn't know this guy brought his babysitter along." Even after being called a babysitter, Ki-tae didn't lose his temper. He calmly explained, "Ha-jin can be a pain, but he has his uses." Jin-hyuk smirked and cut right to the chase. "By uses, do you mean smuggling Korean ginseng over to China?" Seeing that Jin-hyuk had absolutely no intention of stopping his savage roasts, Ki-tae quickly activated his dark banner, and a barrier While Jin-hyuk was curiously poking at the barrier, Ki-tae spoke up in a hurry. He offered to trade information for 10 exclusive dungeons, but how on earth did they even find out about Jin-hyuk in the first place? To be honest, Korean ginseng can restore your stamina, but if you eat it raw, you will end up getting poisoned. Speaking of side effects, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately offers a solution that only requires 3 items: the essence of Korasian, a moonlight stone, and a mandragora root. The first 2 are easy, but the root is extremely rare, so Kang Jin-hyuk promises to show them where to find it. Hearing this, Cho Ki-tae freezes. Everything Jin-hyuk just said perfectly matches the data from his research team. After thinking it over, Ki-tae ultimately accepts the deal with Jin-hyuk. But deal or no deal, he still feels the need to pull a little power move. Ki-tae presses his sword against Jin-hyuk's neck. Did this guy really think he could just take all of Ki-tae's treasure with a little piece of information? He has to teach this kid a lesson. Jin-hyuk just smirks, unleashing a chilling aura. It seems Ki-tae got it all wrong, because he is not the one running the show here. Jin-hyuk is. The tension is so thick, you can practically feel it radiating right through the barrier. Outside the barrier, a bodyguard is sent flying into a wall. Manhwa warns that if anyone else tries to cross, she will take them all down. Just as she says this, the barrier behind her suddenly vanishes. Jin-hyuk walks out completely unharmed, telling Yeonhwa and Taemin to relax. The hot-headed Taemin declares that with just one word from Jin-hyuk, he will paint the floor red. Touched by their concern, Jin-hyuk just smiles warmly. He tells them it's fine. But while Jin-hyuk looks totally relaxed, Ki-tae's face is pitch black with rage. Seeing that the man isn't going to do anything, Kang Jin-hyuk just walks away. Ha-jin, apparently having a death wish, rushes forward and demands to finish off Jin-hyuk's group. Ki-tae is already furious, and with a perfect punching bag right in front of him, how could he resist? He grabs Ha-jin by the throat, lifts him into the air, and warns him never to touch Jin-hyuk. Suffocating, Ha-jin's survival instinct finally kicks in, and he quickly nods in agreement. But the moment he's dropped to the ground, he glares at Jin-hyuk with pure hatred burning in his eyes. But honestly, this situation is exactly what Jin-hyuk wanted. Just as expected, a second later, a notification pops up, confirming he has successfully copied Ha-jin's skill. Jin-hyuk smirks. It's time for him to take his test. While waiting for his turn, he glances at the leaderboard, taking a look at PK Hannah's insanely high score that totally breaks the server. Jin-hyuk reasonably suspects she must have eaten some ginseng before the exam, but when it's his turn to enter, the spotlight is about to be stolen. After listening to the test rules, Jin-hyuk immediately chooses a mid-grade magic stone to test his power. Seeing his cocky attitude, the staff member desperately tries to talk him out of it, acting as if he'd be the embarrassed one if Jin-hyuk failed to break the stone. And then, under the staff's dumbfounded gaze, Jin-hyuk unleashes his skill and splits the stone right in half, easily earning an S rank on his first try. The staff member's jaw drops in utter disbelief. It's the first time he has ever seen a magic stone sliced in half as easily as a dragon fruit. He frantically grabs his phone to report to his superiors. Any ordinary person getting an S rank would print 100 copies of their certificate and scatter them all over town. Too bad our Kang Jin-hyuk is anything but ordinary. He gently draws his blade, threatening the staff member not to tell a single soul. At first, the guy wants to resist, but he quickly backs down before the razor-sharp knife in Jin-hyuk's hand. Ultimately, the staff member has no choice but to accept his fate and cover for Jin-hyuk. Before leaving, he even waits around for PK Hannah to secure Bram's ring. Despite walking away with a massive haul from the exam, Jin-hyuk calmly tells Taemin's group that he only got an F rank. He tells them to go ahead and climb the tower while he finds a dungeon to double-check his skills before hopping into a taxi and vanishing like the wind. The dungeon Jin-hyuk chose is the only ruin on the first floor that has never been conquered by anyone. It's been a long time since he last visited this decadent castle dungeon. But before he can even enjoy the nostalgia, a can of soda flies through the air and hits his massive backpack. Along with it comes a voice shouting, "Hey, if you're carrying luggage, move faster." Jin-hyuk's veins pop on his forehead. They really shouldn't get on his bad side. At the trial tower, a ruin hidden deep in the mountains, because Kang Jin-hyuk is currently registered as an F rank, he can't enter the ruins alone. Naturally, going in halfway isn't an option either. And that's exactly why Jin-hyuk is currently carrying a massive cargo box, sweating and climbing the mountain alongside the others. He signed up as a porter just to get inside the ruins. Suddenly, one of the workers approaches him to strike up a conversation. After making small talk for a while, the worker starts showing off photos of his family. Seeing the proud look on his face and his happy family, Jin-hyuk, with the perfect self-awareness of a main character, immediately associates him with those side characters who are destined to die early. Even though he thinks that, he doesn't show it. After all, with him around, everyone will at least make it home safely. Hearing Jin-hyuk's reassuring thoughts, the worker laughs out loud. Although he doesn't believe it, he still encourages Jin-hyuk's optimism, completely unaware that those who laugh are always the first to get slapped in the face. The difficulty of the conquest quest Jin-hyuk accepted this time is S rank. He has to defeat the boss and seize the throne at the deepest part of the ruins. If he succeeds, Jin-hyuk gets to choose a holy relic. On the other hand, even if he fails, he still gets to choose a holy relic, except his options will be limited. No matter how you look at it, this is a win-win deal. After walking for a while, the group finally arrives at the ruins. Just as he sets down his massive cargo box to take a break, Jin-hyuk suddenly receives a notification for an instant reward. Staring at the words, "Reward for the first person to conquer the tower," his eye begins to twitch. Level 1. Boom! Time to unlock the rewards. Jin-hyuk's luck and adaptability stats just went up by 10. Plus, he unlocked the unshakable mind skill and the exclusive skill, just do it. This means Jin-hyuk can pick the absolute best reward from the options. Talk about an overpowered buff. Jin-hyuk's face is literally frozen from grinning so hard. In the past, he would have been thrilled just to get a decent reward out of the thousands offered by the Tower of Trials. But now, Jin-hyuk is on a whole different level. To him, the concept of probability is basically meaningless. Suddenly, a wave of magic behind him cuts his little celebration short. Jin-hyuk turns around and sees a figure slowly materializing on the teleportation circle. But despite the epic entrance, the guy in the iron armor looks pale and nauseous. The moment he steps off the circle, he starts complaining about the terrible quality of teleportation travel. Even so, Mr. Armor doesn't forget his job and starts counting the crowd. The girl next to him immediately nags him. They're making a huge scene, and everyone around is whispering, guessing that they must be the main force of the Manhwa Guild. Jin-hyuk is just standing there, blending in with the onlookers. Everyone else has to guess, but he's got a cheat code. Jin-hyuk activates the Eye of Truth on the armored guy, and it turns out his name is Song Chun-hwa, a guy loaded with both talent and cash. The requirement to copy his skill is to earn Chun-hwa's loyalty during this raid. Jin-hyuk bites his lip, looking dead serious. You'd think he's stressed because the condition is too tough, but actually, he's just incredibly disappointed because it's so boring. Is this really all the main squad leader of a top 10 guild in the country has to offer? What a letdown. As long as they don't get in his way, whatever. After taking a break, everyone begins the raid on the ruins. Inside the pitch-black ruins, the leader of the porters warns everyone to stick close, because if they get lost here, they're as good as dead. With that, he activates his illumination skill, and the gem on his staff begins to glow. It floats up high, lighting up the ruins and revealing piles of monster corpses defeated by the high-level squad, scattered all over the floor. The other porters instantly lose their relaxed, sightseeing attitude. This place is getting seriously creepy. After a long walk, they finally catch up to the Manhwa Guild. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the monster corpses on the ground, then at the guild members who are so full of energy they're waving and yelling to them, and his face fills with suspicion. With the absolute garbage combat power of leader Chun-hwa, how on earth did this guild defeat so many monsters without a single casualty? Seeing Jin-hyuk standing there like a statue, the older man he talked to this morning can't help but slap him on the back, telling him to go bring water to the foreigners over there. Only then does Jin-hyuk remember his place as a lowly porter. Plastering on a fake, polite smile, he looks over at the foreigners just like the old man said. The first thing that catches Jin-hyuk's eye isn't their faces, or how tall and handsome they look, but rather the cross symbol on their armor. It looks just like the coat of arms used by European nobility. Not wanting to sell his soul to the elites just yet, Jin-hyuk looks around and notices someone significantly shorter than the rest. Grinning once more, he decides to make friends. So, Jin-hyuk hands his very first cup of ice water to the short person in white armor. Of course, playing his cards right, Jin-hyuk also activates his communication skill. Feeling a sudden wave of friendliness, the short person takes off their helmet. Golden hair cascades down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Turns out, the him Jin-hyuk was thinking of is actually a her. What's more, Jin-hyuk actually recognizes her. She's the daughter of the noble European family, Laurentia. She's an all-rounder player who can handle any role, from frontline attacker to backline support. She is one of the most famous players in Europe, the Saintess of Europe, Teresa de Laurentia. Now Jin-hyuk understands why there weren't any casualties, but as one question is answered, another pops up. Right now, with everyone focused on climbing the tower, why on earth did they choose to raid these ruins? It's time to bring out the Eye of Truth. But before it can even scan her, it gets completely shut down. The level gap between the two of them is just too massive for it to handle. Before Jin-hyuk can even get mad for 2 seconds, his luck and adaptability stats kick in to fill the gap. The Eye of Truth upgrades to level 2. Now, the level gap between them is practically nothing. Excitedly, Jin-hyuk checks Teresa's status window. Looking at her endless list of skills, even Jin-hyuk has to admit she's impressive. Spotting the job quest in progress under her class category, Jin-hyuk's question is finally answered. This is exactly why Teresa skipped out on boss hunting to come all the way here. While Jin-hyuk is busy digging through her info, Teresa finishes her water and smiles warmly to thank him, radiating a pink, saintly aura. Jin-hyuk smiles back, though his aura is a bit more sinister. He's actually the one who should be thanking her. Thanks to Teresa, he now has a shot at stealing that legendary, overpowered knight skill. The only issue is how to fabricate a dangerous situation to rescue her. Well, at least this copy condition is far from boring. Jin-hyuk doesn't have to wait long because his perfect opportunity arrives. A genius, or more accurately, a total smart aleck from the Bana Guild, just touched the Guardian Crystal. The Guardian of the Ruins has just spotted the intruders. The Ruin Guardians are going to be summoned in 10 minutes, and Chunhwa is clutching his head in agony as he faces them. With their current combat power, this is practically a suicide mission, but he worked way too hard to finally get promoted to captain. It is high risk, high reward, right? No pain, no gain, so Chunhwa decides to press forward even without any backup. After all, they still have the Saintess, Teresa, on their side. The black-haired guy fails to stop Chunhwa in time, so he rushes back to warn the others. But everyone just calls him a total coward. Like, there is no way a massive guild like Manhwa would act without a concrete plan, right? A blonde guy with unwavering confidence even assumes the guild has already completely wiped out the Guardians by now. But little does he know, a colossal iron hand is looming right behind him. Yep, he is about to become the very first player to get logged out of life today. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the loudmouths who were talking big just a second ago are now shivering and clinging to each other in sheer terror. They thought they would at least have the upper hand in numbers, but reality is harsh. An endless wave of Guardians keeps pouring out. The frontline raid squad is frantically scrambling to fight off these ruined sentinels. Chunhwa screams at the top of his lungs, ordering the vanguards to push forward while telling the porters to fall back to the rear. In an instant, absolute chaos erupts. People are running for their lives while others desperately try to step up and hold the line. Chunhwa activates his iron shield and buffs the party formation. Right after, Lumi leaps into the air to unleash her battle song. Everyone's stats skyrocket instantly. Right on cue, the Ruin Guardians swarm the area, and as soon as they make their grand entrance, one leaps up to give Chunhwa a very warm welcome with a massive battle axe. Thank goodness Chunhwa had his shield up early, or he would have booked a one-way ticket straight to the afterlife before the fight even started. The Ruin Guardians just keep coming, and the situation is getting incredibly desperate. Suddenly, a voice cries out from the distance, "Captain!" It turns out the solo players are completely surrounded and desperately need backup. Seeing one of his guild members getting distracted, Chunhwa snaps, telling her to shut her mouth and focus on the battle. Of course, there are going to be casualties. What does she expect him to do about it? Compared to these solo players who have zero teamwork skills, his own guild members are obviously far more valuable. The black-haired guy is shaking uncontrollably. He knows Chunhwa saw them. Staring in absolute terror at the Guardian closing in on him, his tears start flowing like a river. He knows they have been completely abandoned. In a moment of pure panic, he just wants to scream, "Help me, guys! I am so dead." But right on cue, as his tears fall, the tables turn. Teresa arrives on the scene, and it is game over for the Guardians. She immediately activates her holy cross. A blinding light suddenly erupts from above, and the Guardians are engulfed in a brilliant glow before shattering into pieces. To the black-haired guy, Teresa looks like a literal angel descending from the heavens. Leaving the stunned guy behind, Teresa hurries away. 2 Guardians manage to slip past the front line, and she is worried that the non-combat members are in grave danger. She needs to get to the supply room, fast. But Teresa is a step too late. The supply room has already been reduced to a horrific scene of absolute ruin, with bodies scattered all over the floor. Blood stains the ground, and an exhausted middle-aged man sits slumped against the wall. Safe? Yeah, right. Staring at the sharp axe swinging down toward him, he accepts that his life is over. But the expected pain never comes. Instead, the Ruin Guardian right in front of him suddenly shatters into pieces. Jin-hyuk is standing right there, shielding him. He gives a soft smile and asks, "Hey, did you forget that I promised we'd make it out of here alive together?" Before the older man can even process this, another guardian pops up right behind Jin-hyuk, practically begging for death. With a simple tilt of his body, he effortlessly dodges the guardian's swing. Jin-hyuk then activates his fire element, and a blazing fireball forms in his hand. It is finally time to drop the humble porter act. And just like that, another unfortunate guardian bites the dust. Well, not completely destroyed yet. It is just temporarily incapacitated. Jin-hyuk does not want to finish it off just yet. He wants to throw a few casual attacks first to get a feel for his new skills. Honestly, Jin-hyuk cannot comprehend why they would even dare to wake up the guardians in such a brutal ruin. Like, are they masochists or what? He walks over to check on the older man and see if he is all right. But because he hasn't sheathed his sword yet, any outsider might think he is about to finish the poor man off. And since Teresa arrived late, she assumes the absolute worst. She rushes in, dragging the uncle away from Jin-hyuk. Teresa says in a freezing tone, she actually thought Jin-hyuk was a decent guy, but now she sees him holding a blade to a defenseless person. And just like that, his heroic act is completely misunderstood, and he is painted as the villain. Not only is he a bad guy in Teresa's eyes now, but he is also being blamed for waking up the guardians in the first place. Talk about no good deed going unpunished. Teresa lunges forward to apprehend him. Jin-hyuk, standing there completely clueless, can only stammer out, "Wait, what?" Before Jin-hyuk's brain can even process the situation, Teresa charges in and swings her sword right at him. Seeing him dodge her strike, she warns him not to resist because she does not want to hurt him. Staring at the shattered floor beneath his feet, Jin-hyuk is just thinking, "Are you absolutely sure you do not want to hurt me?" Jin-hyuk tries to clear up the misunderstanding, but before he can even utter a single word, Teresa lunges at him again. Realizing Teresa is way too keyed up to listen to reason, Jin-hyuk decides it is time to switch on his survival mode. The moment Teresa charges, he instantly slips behind her and sweeps her right onto the floor. Teresa is left a bit dazed. When she opens her eyes, Jin-hyuk is leaning right over her face. He tells her that he is not the one who woke up the guardians, and if he really were a bad guy, she would have been dead by now. Finally, snapping out of his shock, the older man quickly speaks up to explain that Jin-hyuk actually saved him. Teresa's face goes completely blank, and she immediately starts bowing repeatedly to apologize to Jin-hyuk. He was ready to let it slide. Jin-hyuk generously told her it was fine, saying anyone would have misunderstood the situation. Seeing him walk away, Teresa quickly stood up and ran after him. She asked, "Why did you hide your identity?" Jin-hyuk, ever the master manipulator, immediately began to work his magic. Instead of answering her directly, he cleverly dodged the question and turned the focus back to Teresa. He knew she only joined the church to keep up appearances. Teresa is on a class quest to obtain St. Peter's oath. Jin-hyuk is doing the exact same thing, secretly searching for his own item. Noticing the growing suspicion in Teresa's eyes, Jin-hyuk decides to extend an olive branch to her. He knows this ruin inside out, and the items they both want happen to be in the exact same area. Jin-hyuk asks Teresa if she wants to team up, pitching it as a win-win for both of them. So who ends up getting the short end of the stick? None other than Chun Yu-sung. He snaps and asks, "What is the deal, Amulet Teresa? Why do you want to go solo?" Teresa speaks up confidently, pointing out that Chun Yu-sung already has the guide map and knows the ruin's strategies. It does not even matter if she is there or not. And besides, their contract only requires them to stick together during the boss fight. At first, Chun Yu-sung tries to argue, but seeing her impatient look, he has no choice but to give in. Taking full advantage of the situation, Teresa pushes her luck and asks him if she can take a porter along. Nursing a major headache, Chun Yu-sung just waves his hand and tells her to do whatever she wants. Now it is Jin-hyuk's time to shine. While the other porters are looking around in absolute terror, hoping they do not get picked, he steps right up and volunteers to go with Teresa. A few older guys in their 50s quickly warn him that nothing is more precious than his own life. Seeing how things are playing out, Jin-hyuk decides to play the ultimate lovesick act. The old men are deeply moved by Jin-hyuk's devotion, and he finally gets to follow his heart and go with Teresa, just as he planned. The system announces that the Lord of the Fallen Corridor is actively hunting down Teresa and Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk immediately knows this is a warning from the boss. He figures the monster could care less about the other players, but right now, it has its sights locked onto the two of them. Teresa asks him if he saw the message that just popped up on the announcement board, and Jin-hyuk nods, saying yes. It turns out, Teresa also figured that message was sent directly by the boss. She is terrified that it is targeting both of them, but Saint Jin-hyuk answers with ultimate confidence, telling her not to worry because it is only targeting him. Teresa feels totally helpless witnessing this guy's ridiculous confidence, but she keeps those thoughts to herself. Then, she remembers what Jin-hyuk said earlier about knowing absolutely everything about this place. Jin-hyuk does not deny it at all, even boasting that he has known it for a very long time. So Teresa immediately asks him for advice on what she should do next. A moment later, while a massive swarm of monsters is gathering to search for them, Teresa leaps down from high above, landing right in the middle of the pack. They instantly turn their attention to her. She activates her level 5 battle song, boosting all of her stats by 3 for 10 minutes. Teresa is doing this exactly as Jin-hyuk instructed, trying her best to draw the undead's attention, and she is doing an absolute stellar job. The undead swarm her instantly, like ants drawn to honey. Next, still following Jin-hyuk's guidance, Teresa channels her holy power, activating holy power reinforcement to level 5. Instantly, a blinding light radiates from her body, completely blinding the undead. Seizing the opportunity, Teresa moves swift as the wind, slicing through them one by one. The mindless undead just keep rushing at her, completely clueless that the closer they get, the faster they will meet their end. Seeing that Teresa is doing a fantastic job drawing the undead away, Jin-hyuk lightly steps on their heads to make his move. Jin-hyuk has everything calculated. By delegating the work to Teresa like this, he can avoid leveling up unintentionally. But hey, nothing in life is ever that easy. Just as he is gliding across the heads of the undead, Jin-hyuk suddenly senses an ominous surge of power. Right at that moment, a bolt of black lightning strikes down near him, shattering the ground. The system announces that the Reaper of the Ruins, the High Lich, has appeared. This Reaper looks way cooler than the pile of mummies and skeletons down below. Wearing a mysterious hooded robe, he carries a massive staff. Despite taking a heavy blow from the Reaper, Jin-hyuk survives. Of course he did. If the main character dies here, the story would be over. Emerging from the smoke, he is actually thrilled that the High Lich has finally decided to show its bony face. As if dealing with one Reaper was not enough, the game decides to ramp up the difficulty, immediately sending a Dullahan, also known as a headless knight, to attack him. Jin-hyuk reacts in a split second, smoothly tilting his head back to dodge the attack. But now, he is starting to question reality. He does not recall ever facing a Dullahan here in the past. Could things have changed because he brought Teresa along? Realizing this, Jin-hyuk decides to stay on high alert for any upcoming surprises. Another Dullahan charges at him, but he quickly evades the strike. The Lich joins the fray, launching a dark light attack. Capitalizing on the Reaper's power, Jin-hyuk leaps onto the Dullahan, causing the Lich's blast to hit the headless knight directly, effortlessly vaporizing it. Furious at this turn of events, the Lich raises its staff high, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy at Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk runs while keeping a close eye on the black lightning bolts raining down on him. But honestly, this attack is nowhere near enough to take him down. He tilts his head to dodge a bolt, sending the lightning directly into a level 3 barrier right behind him. It turns out Jin-hyuk had this planned all along. He knew the Lich's attack would be so powerful that even a level 3 barrier would get pulverized. So, he used the enemy's own attack, baiting him into shooting the black lightning at the barrier. Exactly as Jin-hyuk anticipated, the barrier, also known as the energy shield, is completely shattered. The Lich stands there completely stunned. It seems he just realized he got baited by a newbie, getting played beautifully. Talk about losing face. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is totally loving this fight, easily gliding past the pack of Dullahans. He pulls out his blade, and with a single strike, he cleaves right through those headless iron knights. With the Dullahans wiped out, Jin-hyuk wonders what to do next, since Teresa is going to finish her side pretty quickly too. What is there left to do? Obviously, Jin-hyuk sets his sights on that walking skeleton floating up there. The Lich stares down at Jin-hyuk, practically sweating bullets from pure anxiety. Pretty weird how a pile of bones can even sweat. But before Jin-hyuk can even make a move, the Lich gets sliced clean in half. Not only is he cut in half, but his skull gets completely crushed underfoot. Turns out, this uninvited guest is none other than Yoo-sung. He knew Jin-hyuk would be here, thanks to his ability to predict monster behavior. And what a way to say hello. Yoo-sung points his sword right at Jin-hyuk's face, coolly saying, "Long time, no see." Jin-hyuk just stares back with a deadpan expression. Yoo-sung expects Jin-hyuk to remember him, but instead, Jin-hyuk just asks, "Who the hell are you?" That question makes Yoo-sung shake with rage, instantly shattering his cool, handsome vibe. Yoo-sung demands to know if Jin-hyuk seriously doesn't recognize him. Fed up with this stubborn guy, Jin-hyuk activates his Eye of Truth to check the guy's stats. That's when he realizes his name is Chun Yu-sung, a swordsman. Looking at the copying conditions, Jin-hyuk sees that Yu-sung genuinely believes his sword skills are unmatched under the heavens. To copy his skill, Jin-hyuk has to shatter that belief by beating him in a straight-up sword duel. Jin-hyuk immediately spots the Qianlong sword in Yu-sung's hand. It's actually a lost sacred relic from the Korean National Museum. Seeing this, he gets highly suspicious of the guy holding it. Jin-hyuk recalls back when the Tower of Trials was still just a game, there was one guy who actually managed to beat him once. That same guy kept constantly spamming him with challenge requests, no matter where he was or what he was doing. And just like that, Jin-hyuk realizes this handsome, polite-looking guy named Yu-sung in front of him is none other than that psycho stalker. Talk about a small world. Meanwhile, Yu-sung is getting absolutely furious, thinking Jin-hyuk still hasn't recognized him. He even starts thinking he doesn't matter to Jin-hyuk at all. To calm the drama king down, Jin-hyuk quickly blurts out that he finally remembers. He says he never expected this guy to be the same annoying stalker who used to challenge him every single day. This time, Yu-sung is here for another showdown, completely confident now that they are both starting back from square one. He declares he won't let Jin-hyuk leave him in the dust anymore. Not that Jin-hyuk cares, he won't stop him if he really wants a piece of this. He just casually asks, "But are you sure you can handle it?" Then, Jin-hyuk points behind him, where Teresa is charging in like a freight train, ready to obliterate Yu-sung. Jin-hyuk knows damn well that his teammate, Teresa, won't stand by if Yu-sung dares to lay a single finger on him. Seeing the Saintess approach, Yu-sung gets annoyed because he only wants a strict one-on-one duel with Jin-hyuk. So, he boldly declares he won't let anyone interfere. True to his word, Yu-sung immediately activates his level 5 battle realm. He raises his sword high and drives it hard into the ground to deploy the barrier. Jin-hyuk couldn't care less. At that moment, he notices a mysterious purple energy radiating from a stone tablet nearby. He casually picks it up. Ignoring Teresa screaming his name, Jin-hyuk coolly says, "See you later," before vanishing into the battle realm, along with Yu-sung, leaving Teresa standing all by herself, completely lost on the battlefield. Once inside the realm, Yu-sung is still pumped up, demanding a duel once again, while activating his level 5 confrontation skill. This boosts all of his own stats by 10%, while stripping 10% off of Jin-hyuk's stats. But Jin-hyuk still doesn't give a damn. From start to finish, he maintains his totally careless attitude, even while being heavily debuffed by this guy's battle realm and confrontation skills. He definitely feels the disadvantage. But strangely, this seems to excite him, putting a highly sinister smirk right on his face. Right on cue, the system detects his disadvantage. This triggers a special condition, allowing his fusion skill to activate. This happens when the odds are stacked too high against him to meet the original copy conditions. The copy conditions are modified, letting him copy skills unconditionally. Without a second thought, Jin-hyuk chooses to copy Yu-sung's unique skill. Just like that, he successfully steals the S-rank Sword Song skill. Sword Song doesn't just boost his sword mastery by 200%, it also makes his body automatically execute the most efficient strikes possible. With his senses cranked to the max, a book bearing the Sword Song symbol appears right over Jin-hyuk's head, feeding all the muscle memory directly into his brain. It's like one of those anime transformations that takes so long, even the villains get tired of waiting. And Yu-sung has officially run out of patience. Watching Jin-hyuk ignore him, he angrily grips his sword and charges right at him. Jin-hyuk draws his dagger, effortlessly parrying every single blow. No matter where Yu-sung strikes, Jin-hyuk blocks it instantly. Their speeds are completely matched, with neither side giving an inch. Seeing this, Yu-sung snaps, and he immediately. Yu-sung asks in a mocking tone if Jin-hyuk's mid-range combat skills are broken or something. Like, does he seriously think he can win with just a tiny knife? Oh buddy, you're seriously underestimating our main character. Instead of getting mad at Yu-sung's sarcasm, Jin-hyuk just smiles confidently and says, "This is more than enough." He even praises the guy's swordsmanship, saying it's pretty decent and actually kind of fun. Our boy was just talking casually, but for some reason, Yu-sung completely takes it the wrong way, thinking Jin-hyuk is looking down on him. Fuming with rage, Yu-sung activates his level 6 soul-chasing spirit blade and swings his sword right at Jin-hyuk. The strike is so powerful, it leaves 2 massive gashes in the ground. The slash nearly hits Jin-hyuk, but thanks to his insane reflexes, he barely manages to dodge it. Jin-hyuk calls him out, saying he is taking things a bit too far, unleashing the full spirit power of his sword against a total beginner swordsman like himself. Yu-sung finds this absolutely grating. He flips Jin-hyuk off and screams, "Like hell, you are a beginner, shut up." Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is staring at his knife, feeling a bit hesitant. He's worried that if he uses this cheap blade to block that massive spirit power, it'll just shatter. But under pressure, genius strikes. Jin-hyuk pulls out the magic jewel he picked up earlier and decides to fuse a new skill to counter that overwhelming spirit power. He immediately presses the jewel against his blade, fusing Sword Song and the Ghost Soul bead. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, confirming the fusion of the two skills. He doesn't have to wait long. Just a few seconds later, a blinding light bursts from his dagger. The system notifies him that he has acquired a new skill called Deathland Sword, rank S. It's on a completely different level than Sword Song. It boosts his swordsmanship mastery by a whopping 500%. It also makes his body automatically unleash the most optimal sword path while heightening all of his senses. Not only that, but this is also a crucial requirement to obtain the title of Ghost Sword. Now, with the Deathland Sword at his disposal, Jin-hyuk activates it along with his level 1 Dark Moon skill. Jin-hyuk knows this is far from its full potential, but since his mana pool isn't large enough to unleash its true power yet, he'll just have to make do. With that in mind, Jin-hyuk resolves to boost his mana as soon as possible. On the other side, Yoo-sung looks completely dumbfounded and even a little terrified facing this insane spike in power. He honestly thought that since Jin-hyuk wasn't even using a unique skill or any mid-range combat skills in this barrier, he'd easily overpower him. But reality is a harsh teacher. Right now, he is struggling badly against the overwhelming pressure radiating from Jin-hyuk. Frustrated, Yoo-sung desperately questions himself on why he can never seem to beat Jin-hyuk. Whether in-game or in real life, he has done absolutely everything to win, and yet, he still can't close the gap. Refusing to accept this painful reality, Yoo-sung screams and immediately throws a flurry of slashes toward Jin-hyuk. The spirit energy surges toward Jin-hyuk at lightning speed, but our protagonist doesn't even blink. With a single casual slash, Jin-hyuk completely dispels the attack. Seeing this, Yoo-sung's jaw drops. Before he can even process what just happened, Jin-hyuk instantly teleports behind him. Jin-hyuk calmly reminds Yoo-sung that he has fought enemies way faster than him, wielding weapons that make Yoo-sung's sword look like a toy. Basically, he's telling him he's completely out of his league and needs to stop picking fights. With that, Jin-hyuk swings his dagger straight at Yoo-sung. Yoo-sung quickly brings up his sword to parry the blow, but his sword is no match for Jin-hyuk's deceptively powerful dagger. After barely holding on for a few seconds, Jin-hyuk easily blows Yoo-sung's sword right out of his hand, sending him crashing to his knees. And just like that, Jin-hyuk takes another win. He has beaten him so many times he's completely lost count, but Yoo-sung remembers the exact number. This is his 138th defeat. Completely crushed, Yoo-sung begs Jin-hyuk to just kill him. But of course, our protagonist isn't that cold-blooded. He simply smiles and says he's already looking forward to their 139th rematch. This completely stuns Yoo-sung. Jin-hyuk then gives him a reality check, warning him that the tower is no playground, and even high-ranking players can end up dead the second they let their guard down. After that, Jin-hyuk genuinely praises Yoo-sung as one of the strongest players around, even extending his hand to help him up. Yoo-sung is deeply touched by the compliment, completely unaware of what Jin-hyuk is actually thinking. In reality, our main character is just glad that Yoo-sung came to him first, saving him the trouble of tracking him down to copy his skills. As the two shake hands, Jin-hyuk's level 1 communication skill activates. Right after, Yoo-sung takes his leave and deactivates the barrier. Just then, Teresa's voice echoes from a distance, calling out Jin-hyuk's name at the top of her lungs. Even though she literally just screamed his name, Yoo-sung still tries to act cool, dramatically asking Jin-hyuk for his real name. Jin-hyuk, of course, isn't about to act friendly with this guy, so he brushes him off. But then Yoo-sung threatens to call him by his infamous in-game username instead. This completely panics Jin-hyuk, because that cringy username is the last thing he wants to hear in public. Left with no choice, he reluctantly tells the guy his real name just to stop him from shouting that embarrassing nickname ever again. Meanwhile, the nearby teammates are starting to feel a bit uneasy, immediately calling for Yoonghwa to back them up. Yoonghwa looks totally confused, asking, "Wait, didn't we already completely clear out the monsters ahead?" But they quickly reply that their mana sensors are picking up strange readings, even though the monsters are supposed to be completely wiped out. So there shouldn't have been any reaction. No way, speak of the devil, and he appears. Their mana sensor was flashing bright red, showing a massive horde heading straight for them. They're totally screwed. This monster is pure psychological terror. And who else could it be but the ironclad guardian? But standing on top of this massive, towering beast was another mysterious figure. A cold, enigmatic figure with skin as pale as pure milk. Just who on earth is this? With that look, you can tell right away he's a noble, a high-ranking vampire perhaps? Spot on. The man gracefully bows at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Welcome, humans." His name is Velus. He looks pretty sinister, but hey, he's handsome and charming. He claims to be a loyal servant of Jinzo, the master of these ruins. Manhwa took one look at him and knew he was trouble. Instantly, everyone in the guild pointed their swords right at him. Even though she was scared out of her mind, she had to act tough, demanding Velus state his business. He showed up with that blindingly handsome face. Yet, instead of being intimidated, he calmly delivered a sweet threat that made Manhwa's crew turn completely pale. Looking at how they react, it seems she's the leader of this bunch. Velus looked down on these newbies with utter contempt. He only came to deliver an offer, yet these people had the nerve to point their swords at his neck. How utterly disrespectful. You have two choices. Either you all quietly follow me, or… With that, Velus pressed his black manicured finger against the tip of the blade, letting his blood gush out. Does this guy not feel pain? Just watching him makes me wince. I guess crazy people really do crazy things. But wait, his blood actually triggered an unmeasurably high level of mad blood. The blood wrapped tightly around the legs of half of Manhwa's soldiers, catching her completely off guard. In an instant, half of her forces melted into pools of blood. Screams for help echoed in her ears, but she could only watch helplessly as her allies were pulled right into the hands of the vampire Velus. A moment ago he looked kind of hot, but now his face has completely changed into something terrifying. Either half of you get captured, or the rest of you rookies become my appetizer. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Meanwhile, cutting back to our main guy, Kang Jin-hyuk was sitting there in a daze, watching the beautiful Teresa work her magic. She used her level 5 purification spell to restore the ice tier, a triple S rank item with a 100% magic absorption rate. Once absorbed, it would massively boost his mana. However, the user could suffer fatal damage if the item wasn't purified first. Luckily, the gorgeous Teresa purified it. Otherwise, Jin-hyuk would have been wiped from existence. Now, his mana has increased 12 times over, making him stronger than ever. Jin-hyuk could only marvel at his luck. For the ice tear to drop alongside the demon soul stone, the more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. He never expected to actually get his hands on the ice tier, since it's usually incredibly rare. Plus, he's way too lazy to spend time grinding for it. Thanks to Teresa's holy power, his mana stat has shot up by 12. Talk about hitting the jackpot without lifting a finger. But hey, that's only because he's the main character. In real life, if you don't work, you don't eat. Just when he was celebrating getting such a steal, trouble started brewing. Right as Teresa finished up, a system notification popped up before her eyes. The master of the corrupted monastery has sent you an invitation. The details read, "If you want to play the hero and save the raid team, bring your butt to the deepest chamber of the ruins. Difficulty, 0. Oh please, who do they think they're fooling? Even my ancestors wouldn't believe the difficulty is 0. And the grand prize? Getting an audience with the master of the corrupted monastery. If she accepted the quest, all monsters and traps leading to the chamber would be completely deactivated." Reading this, Teresa's smile vanished instantly. She looked over at Kang Jin-hyuk and Yuji-su. It looks like the raid team members have been kidnapped. Unbelievable. How could they be taken hostage when they're so strong? Just how powerful is this enemy? Velus simply looked on and sneered. She had to go. She had to save her teammates. Even if she could only rescue a single person, she wouldn't hesitate. Yet, Teresa was still terrified. She knew that, with her current strength, she stood no chance against the master of the corrupted ruins. Jin-hyuk, what if I can't defeat her? What if I end up as her plaything, just like she wants? She was paralyzed with fear, looking completely helpless. And it made sense. She had to face Jinzo all by herself without any backup from the raid team. Damn it. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk and Yuji-su were standing in the back like, are we invisible to you? Would the outcome really be the same if she just brought them along? All she wanted to do right now was to protect everyone as a holy knight. She was terrified of making the wrong choice. As she lost herself in anxious thoughts, she heard Yuji-su sigh. Why are you stressing over something that isn't even your problem? At this hour, going home to sleep under a warm blanket is the best thing ever. He walked right past the helpless Teresa, and feeling a bit bad for her, he offered some advice. If you're having a hard time deciding, then listen up. That guy, Kang Jin-hyuk, who is sitting there dead silent, has absolutely no shame and is incredibly selfish. Did you seriously forget that? Knowing exactly who his ultimate rival is, that is why he keeps constantly challenging Jin-hyuk. Talk about serious hater energy, even talking trash behind his back. But either way, he has to admit one thing. He is pretty sure the only person in this world who can beat Yusung is that bastard standing over there with his arms crossed, just staring at the sky. The moment that guy leaves, she cracks a slight smile. Nice, she found her trump card. Thanks for the deep yet totally soul-crushing advice, Teresa. Moving forward, she wants to use her feminine charms to seduce him into an alliance. But then she realizes she is wearing heavy armor, so she is forced to just tell him the truth. She really wants to team up with him. Jin-hyuk totally saw this coming. He is going to charge a hefty fee for this, because his services do not come cheap. He might even bankrupt her. Are you sure about this, Teresa? Teresa is like, money is no object. As long as he helps her defeat the true ancestor, she will give him as many coins as possible. What are they waiting for? Let's seal the deal. All right, let's do this. The system announces, you have accepted part 2 of the quest. The monster has gone to sleep, tucked in for the night. The two of them walk up to a massive gate. The spiritual energy radiating from this place is completely abnormal. It is hard to believe. But if she is already scared, she should have just stayed home. She must know the enemy is strong, but in battle, the stronger one does not always win. You have to be smart, and have a high IQ too. Because right now, Kang Jin-hyuk has already come up with an amazing plan. From now on, no matter what happens, as they enter the true ancestor's territory, every single step they take must be absolutely steady, with zero fear. Easier said than done. The moment our boy steps inside, he gets blasted right in the face, leaving his cheek totally swollen. How pathetic. It seems the person standing on the dais who just gave him that welcoming blow is the master of these ruins, the true ancestor. She tells him he has absolutely no right to speak here. Yet instead of keeping quiet, Teresa screams out, asking if he is okay. What a strange girl. Kang Jin-hyuk is completely fine. This is absolutely nothing to him. Besides, the beauty standing up there is quite fierce, but he never said he wouldn't give her anything. She just assumed that herself. He will give her something even sweeter than his blood. Hearing this, the true ancestor up there cannot help but feel thrilled. Meanwhile, Teresa is still completely clueless, having absolutely no idea what on earth he is planning to do. Even though she is super intrigued to see what interesting things she will get, she still has to play hard to get. Something sweeter than blood, you say? Sorry, but we do not want it. All your schemes are completely useless, so do not waste your breath. Nothing is more important to them than blood. No matter what you offer her, it will not change her mind. Are you sure about that, beautiful? Jin-hyuk looks up. He is the true mastermind here. This girl is just a tiny speck of dust compared to him. Knowing her fatal weakness all too well, he makes such a sweet offer. But even if he offers her freedom, she still does not want it, and boom, right in the bullseye. Her face instantly darkens, and before she can even process it, her minions jump in to mouth off. Who gave you the right to say that here? Every single vampire gets highly defensive, drawing their weapons and threatening to tear our boy in half. Like he is scared. Go ahead and try if you have the guts. The master has not even finished speaking, and the servants are already out of line. Just as they are about to gang up on him, the true ancestor stops them. As she stands up, she showcases her figure, and let me tell you, it is absolutely flawless. She just said she would not accept anything, yet the moment she hears freedom, she immediately agrees, demanding he take responsibility for his words. When it comes to charming girls, Kang Jin-hyuk is truly one of a kind. If he could not take responsibility, he would not be standing here in the first place. He is no fool. After being told to take responsibility, Jin-hyuk immediately casts a spell, looking incredibly cool. With those purple eyes and that smirk, he is enough to make anyone swoon. Ahem, back to business. His name is Kang Jin-hyuk, and as the incarnation of the demonic humans in this tower, he will be the one to set her free. He is really acting all dangerous now, truly dangerous. The flame burning in his hand suddenly turns into a mask. The time has come. According to the system data, demonic humans are those who willingly discard their humanity for money, hatred, or even their own beliefs. It is true that when gold is involved, everyone gets completely blinded. These demonic humans do everything they can to stop other players from climbing the tower, sometimes even siding with the monsters of labyrinths or ruins, taking up arms to cause chaos everywhere. Alice has heard of these demonic humans before, and she never expected him to be one of them. To gain Alice's absolute trust, our boy contacted the temple on the 27th floor. They told him about her presence, along with how to bypass the protective barrier of the ruins. That was everything he had heard. Gosh, when it comes to playing dirty, nobody does it better than him. Only Teresa knows that he might not actually be a demonic human, but she still does not quite understand. What exactly is going on? Someone tell me. Why is he suddenly acting so dangerous? Beautiful, look around. Everyone here is starting to look terrified. What is it, after all? What is in that temple? What? Hearing that made them shiver in terror. This actually made Alice feel a lot more relieved than before, because if he actually knew about the temple's existence, she could temporarily trust that he wasn't just pulling her leg. Otherwise, she would have gone completely wild. But when he asked if she believed him yet, she still said no. Seriously, she can lie with a straight face. What she really cared about was whether he was actually a demon or not. Slowly, blood vessels started pulsing and rising. She knew anyone could talk big about doing the impossible. But how could they ever outsmart our main man? Seeing him talk an even bigger game than most smooth talkers, she didn't dare believe him yet. By the time she finished speaking, droplets of blood had transformed into her beloved weapons, ready to impale him. The unrated skill, Blood Spear, was activated. Your blood is just too sweet, which is a real shame for you. So, how about you just go ahead and die? With a wave of her hand, dozens of spears flew straight toward Kang Jin-hyuk. Seriously? After all that talking, she still doesn't get it? How pathetic. Did she think she could take him down that easily? She's still too green. Even when the spears were inches away, he didn't even flinch. You want to know why? Because he had a gorgeous holy knight backing him up from behind. Once the knight's fortified shield was activated, she had zero chance of hitting him. Every single spear was blocked by the shield's reinforced power. Teresa handled it all on her own. She didn't just block the blades for him, she also unleashed her holy power to hold them back. And with that, the level 5 holy ring was powerfully activated. She used every ounce of her strength to block and shatter those blades. Watching from above, Alice couldn't help but burst out laughing. Watching her struggle so hard just to block a few simple attacks was honestly pathetic. But her laugh cut short as her expression flipped in a split second. She absolutely detested that holy power. It disgusted her to her core. In an instant, she unleashed Blood Explosion, ready to blow them sky high. What is our holy knight Teresa going to do now? How long are they going to have to struggle against this crazy chick? It's a terrifying sight. But seriously, what is there to worry about? She still has Kang Jin-hyuk standing right behind her as her ultimate trump card. But then, in a sudden flash, she was stabbed in the back the very next second. What a shock. Was she actually betrayed by Kang Jin-hyuk? After taking her down, our boy stepped forward. If he could prove he wasn't lying, would she finally believe him? No one saw that coming. Who would betray a teammate who was risking her life to protect them? Talk about a shocking twist. After gaining her trust, he unleashed a 7-star magic spell from Bram's ring to seal her inside. The barrier would be fooled, and this magic circle would vanish in 1 minute. What will she do next? Using telepathy, she reached out to her loyal subordinate, Bellis. She still didn't fully trust Jin-hyuk. If he makes any suspicious moves, eliminate him and destroy the magic circle. With those instructions given, she stepped forward. She had her doubts, but having been trapped here for so long, she had no choice but to put her faith in him. Kang Jin-hyuk activated his level 1 negotiation skill, and her favorability toward him went up. Alice von Ataraxia accepted the soul seal. Her soul was completely sealed. Surprisingly, it wasn't as bad as she expected. It was actually quite comfortable. He was glad she liked her new home. Immediately after, the unique skill, Blessing of the Stars, was activated. Teresa stood right back up. Blessing of the Stars allows a player to revive once, as long as the death isn't instantaneous. The cooldown is 240 hours. Just like that, Teresa was brought back to life, and all her wounds were completely healed. However, the dark red bloodstain on her pristine white top was proof of how brutal that wound had been. Welcome back to the fight, Teresa. Realizing the mask had served its purpose, Kang Jin-hyuk dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, Alice's furious voice echoed from the ring on his finger. You absolute traitor. How dare you disrespect me? Balus, kill this lying bastard right now. Hearing her scream, Kang Jin-hyuk just casually slipped the ring into his pocket. His hands were occupied with his sword, so he didn't have time to mess with his mask. He'd have to fight with his bare face. Teresa watched this whole scene with deep suspicion, but she knew now wasn't the time to question Kang Jin-hyuk. Even though the big boss Alice was sealed away, there were still plenty of other powerful threats in the room. especially the sub-boss Bellis, who was absolutely fuming right now. He raised his hand high and unleashed level 13 blood explosion. Massive pillars of blood erupted, hurtling relentlessly toward Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa. In response, Kang Jin-hyuk activated level 5 fire element. Compared to level 13, level 5 wasn't even half of its strength. Yet, the flames in Kang Jin-hyuk's hands acted like a cheat code, incinerating every single incoming blood explosion. He told Teresa to secure the hostages while he dealt with these vampires. Nodding, Teresa rushed over to untie the captives. Once his blindfold was removed, the first person Chunhwa saw was Teresa. He stared blankly, wondering if she was here saving them, who was fighting off the vampires. Teresa simply pointed toward Kang Jin-hyuk. He was currently surrounded by a horde of vampires, yet he stood his ground, refusing to budge an inch. Belus was completely dumbfounded. How could a mere human withstand his magic? Even in the middle of a fierce battle, our boy didn't mind dropping some knowledge. To his umpteenth victim, he explained that Belus's magic and his fire were complete opposites. Besides, the moment Alice was sealed inside that ring, it was already over for him. Raising his sword, Kang Jin-hyuk let out a terrifying, murderous aura. He activated his unique skill from the Earth Sword. Refusing to back down, Bellows quickly countered by activating Black War Soul. A sleek, pitch-black sword materialized in his hand. If magic wouldn't work, he'd settle this with a sword fight. And if swords didn't work either, he was more than ready to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. With that, the entire vampire army charged forward, completely ganging up on Kang Jin-hyuk. But the epic brawl ended with Kang Jin-hyuk absolutely wiping the floor with them, leaving the entire vampire army lying lifeless on the ground. Staring at this unbelievable sight, a dazed Song Cheonhwa asked Teresa who on earth Kang Jin-hyuk actually was. Noticing the mask Kang Jin-hyuk was wearing, Teresa played dumb and claimed she had no idea. She knew he wanted to keep his identity a secret. As Kang Jin-hyuk walked over, Teresa turned to him and pouted, "That really hurt, you know. This was literally the first time she had ever died. And to make it worse, it was by the hands of her own ally." Suddenly, a single tear rolled down Teresa's cheek underneath her mask. Kang Jin-hyuk just stood there, completely dumbfounded. He thought something serious had happened, but it turned out Teresa was just incredibly touched that everyone survived because of him. And so, bathed in the glowing, majestic aura of the holy maiden that Teresa radiated, Kang Jin-hyuk received a system notification that he had successfully copied her Blessing of the Stars skill. Now that he got what he came for, it was time to pack up the rest of the loot. Kang Jin-hyuk pulled back the red curtain, revealing a massive pile of sacred relics. But just as he and Teresa were about to sweep the place clean, a loud voice suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The two spun around, only to see Song Cheonhwa somehow standing right behind them. Activating his thick-skinned divine palm skill, he boldly declared that all items recovered from this trader belonged solely to the Manhwa Guild. Kang Jin-hyuk was utterly dumbfounded, immediately channeling his energy to release a chilling, murderous aura. He had just saved the guy's life, and now he had the nerve to claim the ruins loot? Feeling the terrifying chill radiating from Kang Jin-hyuk, Song Cheonhwa quickly decided it was time to be a decent human being. Stammering, he offered to pay Kang Jin-hyuk a massive sum of money as compensation instead. Staring back with pure judgment beneath his mask, Kang Jin-hyuk thought this loser of a vanguard captain sure had some nerve. But whatever, he decided to be generous for once. Though, he seriously doubted if Song Cheonhwa could even survive his kindness. Completely clueless, Song Cheonhwa was as thrilled as if he had just hit the jackpot. He stared at the relic, the fragment of Merlin's staff, as if it were the shattered honor of the Manhwa Guild lying on the floor. Unfortunately for him, while Song Cheonhwa desperately wanted his honor back, honor itself was completely sick of him. The moment Song Cheonhwa touched the fragment, a mysterious force blasted him backward, and a strange red crest suddenly branded itself onto his hand. Seeing a panicking Song Cheonhwa, Kang Jin-hyuk kindly explained that the mark was actually the curse of Merlin's staff. It was a great crafting material, but it came with a highly annoying curse that could only be lifted if Alice died. But since she was currently sealed inside Kang Jin-hyuk's ring, well, he obviously kept that part to himself. As Song Cheonhwa was frantically trying to get rid of the mark, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Teresa looked at him, her eyes filled with absolute terror. Kang Jin-hyuk walked up and told her to just ignore him, but even as they walked away, Teresa couldn't help but look back at Song Cheonhwa one last time. Meanwhile, in Seoul, A massive crowd of reporters and Awakening Association staff swarmed the entrance of the Tower of Trials. A true victim of capitalism, Awakening Association representative Jung Do-hyun looked completely exhausted as she begged her boss, protesting that she wanted to go home, go home, go home, because as they say, important things must be repeated 3 times. Sighing, Department Head Kim Tae-jun pulled out a cigarette. He was utterly exhausted too, but he figured they had to make do with the tiny bit of information they had. But Jung Do-hyun only believed in facts and numbers, and the experts had clearly stated that it would take at least 3 weeks. To be fair, Kim Tae-jun was also a bit worried, since Park Ha-jin wasn't a member of the Manhwa Guild, but he had a really strong gut feeling about this. And speak of the devil, the raid team finally emerged. Seeing them return completely unscathed, the reporters' eyes lit up as they rushed forward, bombarding them with questions. One reporter asked if Captain Song Cheonhwa was the one who carried the entire team. Right at that moment, from a crowd of people with luscious black hair, a youth with 3 no-halves stepped out. No hair, no eyebrows, and no eyelashes. Yes, this bald wonder was none other than our brave captain, Song Cheonhwa. His face was completely blank, looking like a hollow shell of a man. Worried his insanely shiny head would cause a glare on the camera, 2 of his guildmates desperately tried to cover his head to save whatever was left of his dignity. But just as everyone was getting emotional over his tragic sacrifice, the European holy maiden, Teresa, suddenly stepped in and stole the spotlight. She declared that the one who actually conquered the ruins wasn't Song Cheonhwa, but a masked boy. Wearing a sleek black mask, Kang Jin-hyuk successfully snatched the spotlight right back in his own story. Watching him bask in the glorious spotlight, Park Ha-jin gritted his teeth in sheer rage, deciding to go home and sharpen his blades once more. His revenge plan might be delayed, but it was definitely coming. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk was catching up on the online news while enjoying his breakfast. Talk about the job choosing the man. He didn't even want to go to work, yet he was already trending #1 on the hot searches again. Kang Jin-hyuk knew conquering the ruins would create a buzz, but he never expected it to go this viral. Fortunately, he wore a mask. Teresa was the only one who knew the truth, but she had promised to keep his secret, so he could finally relax. With that problem solved, Kang Jin-hyuk finished off his cup of noodles in a flash. Now that he was back down, well-fed, and fully rested, it was time to pull out Bram's ring. Guess it's time for a little heart-to-heart with Alice, the vampire who got tricked into the ring, huh? Kang Jin-hyuk brought the ring close to his ear, and once again, Alice's hit song, "Why Did You Do This to Me?" started playing. Jin-hyuk smirked. He didn't just dare to lock her up, he was about to do something even worse. Sensing Jin-hyuk's wicked, creepy grin, Alice trembled and asked, "What? What are you planning to do?" In the background, a blood-curdling scream echoed as Jin-hyuk started spinning the ring round and round and round. After exactly 7,339 spins, Jin-hyuk finally stopped and asked how she liked the ramen-powered Ferris wheel. Furious, Alice snapped. "Would you be okay if you were in my shoes, Jin-hyuk?" Listen closely. A vampire never forgets a grudge. Seeing Alice still trash-talking his service, Jin-hyuk's expression darkened, and his voice turned ice-cold. He asked her, "Oh, really?" Sensing the shift in his tone, Alice panicked and stammered, You're not going to do that again, are you?" she demanded. "Stop this right now." But as they say, too much pride gets you in trouble. And she forgot one simple rule. Never talk back to the guy holding your leash. For someone like Alice, who clearly didn't know her place, the undisputed king of tormenting monsters, Kang Jin-hyuk, happily treated her to a bonus round on the Ferris wheel. 3 hours later, our shameless hero finally decided to show a shred of humanity. He placed the sobbing ring on the table, channeled his mana, and released Alice. "I've put up with you for way too long." Finally, it was time for Alice's revenge. Her murderous intent flared up violently. She was going to make Jin-hyuk suffer 1,000 times worse, 3,000 hours of non-stop spinning. But suddenly, her flame died out. What in the actual hell was this? She wasn't even as tall as Jin-hyuk's leg now. Jin-hyuk kindly explained the situation. During the sealing process, he had modified her essence, meaning she couldn't even tap into 1% of her true power. He had planned this all along. Even with these heavy restrictions, she was still much stronger than an ordinary vampire. Seeing Alice collapse in tears, Jin-hyuk quickly moved to the carrot phase of his carrot and stick approach. He promised to hunt down the traitors who betrayed her and help her reclaim her spot as the head of the Ataraxia family. Once Jin-hyuk's ruin-clearing video was uploaded to the Hall of Fame, a massive wave of admiration swept across social media. A player named Mochi Mochi commented, This is the first time a video had me clenching my fists in suspense, even though I already knew the outcome. South Korean clown praised. Honestly, Jin-hyuk's movements and combos are way beyond just having some experience. BBQ Potato agreed, right? He's blending magic and swordsmanship seamlessly. Tier Identifier, who recognized Jin-hyuk as the guy who went viral after the Dirty Boba play, commented, "At first, I was wondering why he didn't show up for the third-floor boss raid. Turns out, he was busy clearing this ruin." Gossip Bug finally saw the light. If even the Saintess of Amsterdam acknowledges him, we should all get on our knees and do the same. Shaved Ice Joe, he wondered, I wonder if other guilds are trying to recruit this guy. Meanwhile, the man who had all the netizens swooning, Kang Jin-hyuk, read the comments and closed his phone. Right now, he was standing in front of a massive building. He had assumed every guild was sitting on a mountain of cash, but it looked like he was wrong. Kang Jin-hyuk put on his mask. The monopoly and corruption of major guilds weren't his problem. But would they actually dare to try and take him out? He couldn't let that happen, so he'd just have to call it self-defense. And that's how we get the scene of Kang Jin-hyuk single-handedly storming the Raven Guild's den, turning on survival mode, and knocking everyone out one by one. On the top floor of the building, the leader of the Raven Guild, Shin Jan-soo, was absolutely furious. He had explicitly ordered Park Ha-jin to quietly eliminate Kang Jin-hyuk back in those ruins. Yet, all that idiot did was wake up the ruin guardians and leave behind a complete mess. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Finally, Shin Jian-soo couldn't hold back anymore and decided to get up close and personal with Park Ha-jin. Loud slapping sounds echoed as Shin Jian-soo showed some serious tough love to his subordinate. At the exact same time, Kang Jin-hyuk finished clearing out the first-floor guards and made his way straight to the top floor. He opened the door and asked, "Is Shin Jian-soo the boss here?" Shin Jian-soo, the ultimate no-nonsense guy, didn't bother to reply and instead ordered his henchmen to pin Jin-hyuk down. Park Ha-jin, who had just been beaten black and blue, quickly jumped at the chance to play meat shield for his boss to redeem himself. He drew his knife and lunged at Kang Jin-hyuk. Thrilled to see a familiar face, Jin-hyuk politely took off his mask to greet him before delivering a devastating punch as a housewarming gift. Seeing Park Ha-jin flattened against the wall, Shin Jian-soo finally stepped forward to confront him. He sneered, "Do you really think you can walk out of here alive after bringing me down at the association?" Jin-hyuk smiled, sat down on a sofa, and said, "That's really the least of your worries." Despite being threatened, our guest of honor, Kang Jin-hyuk, still gave an honest review, praising how incredibly comfortable Shin Jian-soo's sofa was. Hearing this, Shin Jian-soo lost his mind as his pride completely overtook his reason. He grabbed the katana off his desk and activated Infinite Swift Sword. Seeing Jin-hyuk calmly sit there, watching him perform sword tricks like a circus act, he lunged forward even faster. But Jin-hyuk didn't care about his swift sword at all, even if it was supposedly faster than the speed of sound. Then just die. Delusions are a disease, and they need to be cured. Shin Gun-soo's proud, lightning-fast sword strike was easily dodged by Kang Jin-hyuk with a simple tilt of his head. While Shin Gun-soo was still in shock, an object flew past with a sharp whoosh, snapping his sword completely in half. Once he finally regained his composure, Shin Gun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. A single go stone was what broke his sword. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, picking up another go stone to confirm the absurd thought in Shin Gun-soo's head was absolutely correct. Did he really prepare the perfect target for him to throw at? Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk shifted gears. Arrogantly resting his feet on the table with a go stone ready in his hand, Kang Jin-hyuk suggested that Shin Gun-soo continue their little chat. He called it a suggestion, but there was absolutely no room for negotiation in his tone. Every single word dripped with pure intimidation. The leader stepped right up to Kang Jin-hyuk, demandingly asking if he really came for revenge just because they tried to kill him. Wait, seriously? You tried to kill him, so of course he is coming for revenge. What did you expect? For him to just crawl over and let you murder him? He even had the nerve to call it a minor issue, questioning why Kang Jin-hyuk would go so far as to destroy this entire place over it. I seriously don't get how he could say that with a straight face. His brain must be totally fried. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't say a single word. He just casually flicked the go stone in his hand with effortless grace. And just like that, a violent clash erupted between the flying go stone and Shin Gun-soo. I've gotta say guys, I definitely did not see this crazy out-of-the-box move coming. Kang Jin-hyuk stood up, glaring coldly as he raised his hand, ready to feed that brainless old guy another stone. Sprinted on the floor, the old man quickly begged him to stop. Kang Jin-hyuk asked him, Are you saying we should handle this in moderation? Despite his pathetic state, the old man stood up and scowled, trying to threaten Kang Jin-hyuk. He claimed his guild had 50 top-ranking players who were currently away climbing the tower. Wait, seriously? Again with this? So they are busy climbing the tower, and that's his excuse for acting so brain-dead? Our main character's face was basically saying, like I give a crap about them. Sticking to his arrogant tone, he threatened that if Kang Jin-hyuk dared to kill him, his guildmates would hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Blood will flow like rivers, and hatred will breed more hatred. If neither side lets it go, it'll just be an endless cycle of revenge. Wait, what kind of logic is that? You hunt someone down, and now you are telling them to let it go? That is absolutely hilarious. But honestly, he actually made a little bit of sense. It really shouldn't be allowed to repeat, because those pests would only end up disrupting our cool main character's sleep every single night. So, wouldn't it be much easier to just wipe them out once and for all? Instead of being hunted, our handsome lead will play the role of the ultimate avenger, looking absolutely badass. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk raise his hand to strike, Shin Gun-soo completely lost his mind in terror. He kept begging, but sorry, old man, your words carry absolutely no weight. With a single strike, Kang Jin-hyuk sent him straight to the afterlife. With that taken care of, Kang Jin-hyuk walked over to Park Ha-jin, who was lying motionless on the ground. The only reason Kang Jin-hyuk let him live up to this point was because of his sister. She had been quite helpful to Kang Jin-hyuk. So, Park Ha-jin had better vanish from his sight for the rest of his life. After that, he called out to the guy who was playing dead behind his back to get up, as if that guy in black dared to argue. The second the words were spoken, he bounced up like his life depended on it. Kang Jin-hyuk demanded that if he wanted to live, he'd better say something to prove his worth. And then, we get the most ridiculously extra self-introduction ever from the bodyguard. His name is Kim Hee-wong, 26 years old, and he is in charge of the general management of the Black Crow Guild. He graduated from Stanford University with a degree in computer science, so Kang Jin-hyuk can completely trust him with any task. Hearing such an impressive resume from the manager, even Kang Jin-hyuk had to nod, genuinely impressed. But the situation here right now isn't looking too great. Killing him would be a bit of a waste, so Kang Jin-hyuk decided to let Hee-wong stay and take over as the leader of the guild. To be honest, being the leader didn't require him to do anything grand. His job was simply to act as the face of the guild. The moment he heard the word leader, his face went completely pale, arguing that absolutely no one would ever listen to a leader like him. After all, who would accept a mere secretary who doesn't even know how to fight suddenly, jumping to the top spot? Seeing his sheer panic, suddenly, an emergency meeting notification popped up on the phone. Seeing the text message, the man with the ladylike hairstyle, Sven, immediately cursed out the sender's entire family tree. But since they were in the middle of a raid, they had no choice but to obey the order. As the A-rank players of the Black Crow Guild were heading back to headquarters while cursing under their breath, they ran into a crowd blockading the road. In a fit of rage, Lady Sven screamed at them to get out of the way. But then, the scene right in front of them was revealed. Shin Gun-soo had logged out of life, slumped dead on the hood of a car. But if the leader was dead, who on earth sent that text message? Naturally, their rage doubled instantly. As soon as they stepped into the office and saw Hee-wong sitting in the leader's chair, Sven acted before thinking and threw a fierce kick right at him. Luckily, Hee-wong managed to dodge it. If that kick had connected, he would either be dead or on a one-way trip to the grave. Furious, Sven grabbed Hee-wong by his tie, threatening him to spill everything that had happened. Trembling, Hee-wong revealed that someone had hired him to do it, which threw the whole crowd into a panic. Unfortunately, all the commotion ended up annoying Alice, who was standing right next to them. She turned around with a deeply irritated scowl. The other guys instantly looked down on her, sneering and repeatedly asking, "Wait, is this little brat the one behind all of this?" Alice was completely dumbfounded. "Who are you calling a brat?" With that, she glared with her blood-red eyes, staring intensely at Madam Smith. This time, they were completely beyond saving. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Before the curly-haired guy could even prepare himself, boom! A massive explosion erupted from the rooms, shaking the entire neighborhood, right before the shocked eyes of dozens of passers-by. Jin-hyuk knew the moment he saw it, that Alice was the one who caused that explosion. He had only planned to have her run the guild, but they hadn't even left yet and she already pulled a stunt like this. It was absolutely mind-blowing. It had been about 2 months since the tower first appeared. The world order had shifted because of it, and people were slowly getting used to the new normal. The news even ran a special report on the mysterious masked man. It was drawing massive attention because a ruin that an entire major guild couldn't handle had been cleared by a single person. Only two people knew the truth, the porter and the masked man himself. Given the situation, Uncle Kim, the leader of the porters, was more than happy to keep the secret, and Teresa also agreed to keep the masked man's true identity, Jin-hyuk, a secret, as this would make it much easier for him to move around. By morning at the Awakened Association, all of his conditions had been met. Now, there was absolutely nothing left holding him back. The time has come. It's finally time to take everything. While wandering around the Awakened Association, Jin-hyuk suddenly received a notification that his official membership license was ready. But when he looked at the license, he was completely underwhelmed. It looked way too ordinary compared to what he had expected. His style is all about being flashy and dazzling. He never expected it to look this basic, which totally ruined his vibe as a badass CEO. While he was glued to his phone, a voice suddenly called out, "Jin-hyuk." He looked up to see Yeonhwa, Taemin, and their group approaching. What followed was the most incredibly fake and awkward greeting ever. He introduced Alice to everyone as a new player from Northern Europe. He obviously couldn't just tell them she was actually the dungeon boss, because if they found out, total chaos would break out. If Alice's identity got leaked, she'd look even more overpowered than him, which definitely wouldn't be good. After that, he introduced Kim Hee-woong, the manager of the Raven Guild that he had just taken over. Hee-woong's job was to scout the dungeons under his own name. Beaming with excitement as he welcomed everyone, he offered to give his absolute best to help with whatever they needed. He said that, but deep down, he was crying 7749 rivers of tears of joy. This was the first time in his life he actually got to introduce himself properly and proudly. This was a level of respect he had never experienced under that bastard Shin Gunsu. Even though Jin-hyuk was a ruthless capitalist, it seemed he still had a decent heart. Before anyone could process that, Jin-hyuk left them completely flabbergasted once again by revealing that he was the real leader, and Hee-woong was just a figurehead. Once things were settled on that front, Jin-hyuk turned his attention to dealing with Alice. She snapped, arguing that those idiots had provoked her first, and she had never intended to blow anything up. But Jin-hyuk argued she was way too hot-headed. It wasn't even that big of a deal, so how on earth did she end up blowing up a whole building just because someone called her a kid? She had lived for thousands of years, yet she couldn't handle a tiny insult like that? With no way to fight back, Alice could only lower her voice and mumble that no one had ever dared to provoke her like that before. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk was left utterly speechless. Right, he completely forgot she was actually a dungeon boss. Now that it clicked, he could only swallow his words and shut his mouth. Suppressing his anger, he turned away, making sure to tell her to come hunting with him. Naturally, Alice seized the chance to mock him. She teased him, asking if he was supposed to be so strong. Why couldn't he go hunting on his own instead of begging her to tag along? She told him to just admit he liked her, rather than making up excuses to keep her around. Even if he begged, she wouldn't stay. Jin-hyuk explained that he was going to hunt a massive horde of monsters, which was the only reason he needed someone for backup. Staring at the low-grade membership license in his hand, he didn't even know whether to laugh or cry. But since the third-floor boss hadn't been defeated and the fourth floor remained locked, the other guilds had snatched up all the high-yield dungeons, leaving absolutely no other hunting grounds available. Or at least, that's what everyone else thought. But obviously, that didn't apply to Jin-hyuk. He headed to the first floor of the Tower of Trials, right by the Moon Lake, which was famous for having the most beautiful scenery in the entire tower. Ironically though, absolutely no one visited this place anymore. Jin-hyuk looked around at the scenery as he walked. It had been a really long time since he last set foot here. Alice agreed that the place was quite beautiful, but she had no idea how Jin-hyuk was planning to hunt. Without saying a word, Jin-hyuk simply began stepping straight into the lake in front of them. Alice cried out in panic, "Are you seriously walking into the lake?" She assumed he was doing it only because he knew the water wouldn't even reach his waist. But no matter how much she screamed her lungs out, Jin-hyuk remained completely silent, not saying a single word, totally shutting her out. The statue stands right here, as the lake's surface suddenly falls dead, silent, and that is exactly what Jin-hyuk sees right in front of him. This statue actually has another purpose besides looking majestic on the water. Alice asks in curiosity, "Does that thing have a secret button or something?" Jin-hyuk gives her the most brutally honest answer possible. He has absolutely no idea. But thousands of people must have seen that empty slot on the statue by now, and plenty have already talked about it. Yet, not a single person has managed to find the key to unlock it. It makes sense though, because the key to this mechanism isn't your typical key, it is moonlight. Saying that, Jin-hyuk raises his hand to adjust the moonlight's illumination, angling it so that it perfectly aligns with a series of stone carvings on the statue. After a few tries, he finally opens it, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. With the path open, the two of them step into the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Alice is completely amazed. She never expected a place like this to exist inside the tower. Here, she feels a sense of freedom that she has not felt in a very long time. But her daydream is cut short when Jin-hyuk walks over and snaps her out of it. He teases her, asking if she is happy she signed a contract with him. Alice's smile instantly vanishes. She quickly turns away, but she cannot deny that he actually has a point. Her expression says it all. She is totally into it but is just too shy to admit it. As Jin-hyuk ventures deeper, he uses the blessing of the stars to tap into holy power. Since he absorbed the ice tear again, keeping Alice under control has become much easier. Still, thinking back, he cannot help but wonder, what do the creatures inside the tower actually think of the players? They all know the tower is a game that suddenly became reality. Is Alice even aware that she is just a bunch of game data? So, he turns to her and asks if he can quiz her on a few things. Before she can even process what is happening, a lock code suddenly pops up, scaring her half to death. Through this, Jin-hyuk realizes that all information regarding this tower is completely blocked. But none of that really matters. All he needs to know is that he cannot reveal anything to the entities inside the tower, and that is enough. In the quiet cave, Alice suddenly spins around, sensing something heading their way. Sure enough, a second later, the terrifying, screeching sound of a monster echoes through the dark. And to kick off this intense battle, a shiny, sharp pincer belonging to an unknown monster lunges forward. It locks eyes with Jin-hyuk, who glares back with pure hostility. The flames on his hands are already prepped and ready to burn it to ashes. They do not call this place a monster spawner for nothing, because an endless horde of beasts begins crawling out of the abyss. With that, he hurls a fireball at the insect, instantly burning it to a crisp. But right behind it, an entire swarm of bugs comes rushing in. These are some supersized giant beetles, level 25 scarabs. Alice takes one look at them and says with total disgust, "Ugh, that is so gross." As she makes a face of pure disgust, Jin-hyuk wastes no time springing into action. He tells Alice to back up so he can show these bugs who is boss. Stepping in front of her, Jin-hyuk activates his unique skill, Blessing of the Stars. A swirling vortex of glittering starlight erupts, exploding with a blinding flash of light. Jin-hyuk watches as the dust settles. The scarabs seem to have put on a shiny new armor, increasing their physical resistance by 30%. Jin-hyuk reminds Alice that it is time for her to show off her top-tier skills, but she snaps back, offended that he dares to order a noble around. Hearing this makes his hands itch, so he pulls out his trusty old tool and spins it around a few times. Seeing this, Alice gets more terrified than if she were facing a demon, and instantly gets to work. She activates Blood Seal. Its level remains a mystery. A stream of bright red liquid wraps around the scarab, locking it in place so it cannot move or do a single thing. Seeing his newly recruited subordinate perform so well, Jin-hyuk is thrilled. Amazing. Good job, girl. The distance gap is 100, reducing the level difference by 33 levels. Thanks to Alice trapping the bugs, Jin-hyuk lands a few quick strikes and levels up at lightning speed. He has been tired of holding himself back for so long. It turns out staying at level 1 this whole time was pretty stressful. Jin-hyuk stands there, daring all the bugs to come at him. He then activates his unique skill, Magic Sword of the Death Zone, Wind Enchanted. 1, 2, 3. Bring it on. He can take all of them by himself. In the conference room of the Olympus Guild, key members are holding an emergency meeting, and everyone looks incredibly tense. The man with the hollow cheeks is Patrick, the representative of the Titan Guild. He brings up their 8th failed raid to the 3rd floor. Out of 19 raid teams with a total of 100 members, only 9 survivors made it back. The boss on the 3rd floor is not actually that powerful, but they have to find a way to destroy the 100,000 statues under its command. The Jung-Ah Guild representative scoffs arrogantly and says in anger, "Even though we used a divine artifact with a repulsion skill, we still failed. So how on earth are they going to break through that massive wall of defense?" Maria, the representative of the Olympus Guild, points out that because the 23rd floor raids went so smoothly, the players had no time to prepare. She says that is only if they had enough players over level 15. The captain of Raid 3, Gunnar, and Jinho are both completely on board with her. He says they only ended up in this mess because Chunghwa deliberately hoarded the magic crystals. If you are going to poke the bear, you better be ready to go all the way. Tenwei quickly shuts Jinho down, but Jinho immediately throws a fit, asking if he said anything wrong. Tenwei turns on his voice of reason mode, explaining that they are climbing the tower for the survival of humanity. Jinho is not having any of it and immediately starts bickering. Patrick, sick of these two acting like total children, shuts their loud mouths so he can get some peace and quiet. He reminds them that the whole point of this meeting is to solve the crisis right in front of them. Maria asks if Patrick has a plan, but Patrick is completely stressed out, revealing that he received a proposal from the demonic humans at dawn yesterday. They promise to handle absolutely everything from start to finish, as long as they agree to their conditions. Oh my god. All three of them freeze with the exact same dumbfounded look, completely speechless. Before they even hear the terms, our favorite loudmouth snaps, asking if they are seriously being told to fight alongside them. He yells that those scumbags are globally wanted criminals. I refuse to negotiate with those bastards. No way, never. The only one staying quiet is Teresa, the resident introvert, who just sits back and watches the drama unfold. It makes perfect sense why they are debating working with the demonic humans. The influence of these giant guilds far outweighs even the government. With so many supporters, every move they make is incredibly critical, so they have to be extremely cautious with their decisions. Speak of the devil. The demonic human suddenly appears out of thin air, claiming his feelings are deeply hurt by being called trash. After all, his old heart can bleed too. You can hear his voice before even catching sight of him. Well, there is nothing wrong with being a bit generous. The demonic human makes a flashy entrance, smugly pointing out that they all know they can't do a thing with their current abilities. Everyone jumps up in sheer terror, looking like they have actually seen a ghost. That is what happens when you talk trash behind someone's back and get caught red-handed. Only Jinho remains defiant, using his lovely mouth to trash talk the demonic human as absolute scum, asking, "Who do you think you are? Are you that desperate to be the center of attention?" Jinho slams the table in a rage. Honestly, this guy is not just a loudmouth, he is completely unhinged, lifting the entire table as if he is ready to send this demonic human straight to the afterlife. Tenwei, who was just in a shouting match with Jinho, now praises him for finally speaking some sense. The demonic human looks at these punks, completely exhausted by their behavior, though he has to admit they are incredibly hot-headed. Still, he does not stop trying to lure them into his trap. He claims they possess more than enough raw power to completely wipe out the third floor. Hearing this only makes Jinho's blood boil, and he unleashes another wave of sarcasm, demanding to know how they plan to defeat an entire army when they do not even have 100 men. The demonic human smugly quotes a wise saying, "Quality over quantity." To prove his point on the spot, he immediately activates his unique skill, Gravekeeper of the Black Grave. Patrick looks outside and sees some of the most bizarre and terrifying creatures imaginable, instantly getting cold feet. The demonic human explains that thanks to this place's long history of war, there are plenty of walking skeletons buried right under their feet. The demonic human boasts that their association has plenty of high-tier summoners. Staring at the staff as cold sweat drips down his face, Patrick nervously asks if they are summoning all of those monsters using that staff. Bingo, you guessed it. This is a limited edition item crafted from 99 different rare materials. It has a pretty cute nickname too, the Staff of Greed. Tenwei, who is usually skeptical of everything, inspects it and suddenly seems to be getting brainwashed. He admits that this staff might actually guarantee their success in the raid. Hearing this, Maria immediately loses her temper and reminds him, "Lest you forget, they are demonic humans." Jinho surprisingly sides with Tenwei, arguing that as long as the terms do not require them to go public, it might actually be a risk worth taking. Talk about high tension. Maria gets even more frustrated and demands, "Is there really no other choice?" Meanwhile, the introverted Teresa can only whisper to herself, getting absolute chills just thinking about compromising with those demonic humans. In this desperate moment, Jin-hyuk is the only one she can think of. Teresa feels that if he were here, they would never have ended up in this pathetic situation. While Teresa has no idea what to do, the others continue their chaotic shouting match. Suddenly, a video call pops up, and she glances down at her screen. Teresa is completely stunned, widening her eyes as much as possible to make sure she is not seeing things. Talk about perfect timing, the call is actually from Jin-hyuk. Teresa answers the call, and seeing his familiar face instantly fills her with joy. Jin-hyuk takes one look at the bickering crowd and asks, "What the hell is even going on here?" The demonic human, proving to be just as petty as the youngsters, sneers, "Who the hell are you, and why are you hiding behind a screen instead of showing your face? Oh, you want to act tough? Fine, he will gladly give you a show." Jin-hyuk immediately expands the call screen. Staring at the familiar interface, Maria and Jinho are absolutely shocked to see a figure wearing a pitch-black mask. This is Nameless, the player who single-handedly cleared the first-floor ruins. With such an overpowered track record, literally everyone in the world is dying to recruit Jin-hyuk into their team. Let's see what we've got here. Upon seeing him, the shareholders try their absolute best to put on their most forced smiles. Cue the low-tier certification. Rule number 1. The thief and his fans are absolute low-tier trash. Rule number 2. Same as rule number 1, but with a number 2. Rule number 3. Exactly the same as rule number 2. The demonic human chuckled and told him, "This kid is quite interesting." He even threw in a bonus warning, saying this boss hunt would be completely different from the last one. Jin-hyuk tilted his head in confusion, wondering if the old man was implying he couldn't clear it. The demonic human confidently declared, "Of course you can't." It was prime time for him to flex. He boasted that there was nothing they couldn't achieve with this many soldiers, claiming even the bosses had to admit it. Jin-hyuk was like, "Wait, what? Really?" Jin-hyuk bluntly told him he couldn't do squat with that fake staff. Hearing this, the demonic human threw a massive fit and snapped back. "What did you say? Fake?" Jin-hyuk questioned him. "Aren't the golden sacred spear, the gospel, and holy oil the key materials needed to craft that thing?" Patrick didn't buy it and demanded proof. "Oh, you want to get tough?" Jin-hyuk was more than happy to oblige. He pointed out there was only a single ruby embedded beneath the skull. There was no way a real one could be crafted on just the 3rd floor. Jin-hyuk took one look at the soldiers and judged that their low-tier stats, combined with their gear, wouldn't let them survive even half a day. Clearly, the demonic human was trying to abandon them after scavenging a few coins and items, leaving everyone behind feeling confused and incredibly embarrassed. Talk about major secondhand embarrassment. Left completely humiliated, the demonic human could do nothing but hurl insults to vent his anger. Before storming off, he didn't forget to drop a few parting lines to save face, warning, "You will regret rejecting my offer. I wonder if you'll still talk this big the next time we meet." And just like that, the trash swept itself, leaving behind nothing but stunned silence. Patrick wondered what they should do next, when suddenly, Jin-hyuk chimed in. "Leave that to me." He assured everyone that they wouldn't have to ally with those demonic humans, and they would still get all the benefits from climbing the tower. Patrick got the message instantly. Jin-hyuk's plan was to solo the entire 3rd floor. Seeing this absolute goldmine of a player, the shareholders realized that even if he failed, this was the perfect time to recruit him. Compared to working with the demonic humans, this was definitely worth it, and they were determined not to let an opportunity like this slip away. The shareholder meeting instantly turned into a talent acquisition battle as they scrambled to shower Jin-hyuk with exclusive perks. But a true legend always walks his own path. Jin-hyuk was like, "No, thanks. All I need is for you to block off the boss area so nobody can get in. I'm taking care of this alone." Maria was completely bewildered, wondering why Jin-hyuk would go so far for them. Taewon was just as confused, questioning his entire existence. Even Jin-hyuk started questioning his own life choices as he scratched his head, stammering for an answer. But in a stroke of genius, he suddenly remembered that degenerate certificate from earlier. Jin-hyuk cleared his throat and declared proudly, "I only do what needs to be done, all for my viewers, who are my most precious comrades." Hearing this, Teresa suddenly blushed hard. The moment the words left his mouth, Jin-hyuk cringed at how incredibly cheesy it sounded. But Yu Seong thought it was about him and shouted with absolute passion, "This is true comradeship." He claimed he saw his younger self in Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, all of those ridiculous expressions and cheesy words of affection were caught on camera. A guy who willingly gives up all rewards for his comrades. That alone was enough to earn him something far more valuable than any payout. Since Jin-hyuk wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict with the guilds for now, he decided to upload this highly dramatic clip after editing out the parts with the demonic human. Just like any other day, Jin-hyuk checked his character profile. He hadn't even spent a full day in the hunting ground, and he was already level 12. Man, whose kid is this talented? Even Alice was throwing a tantrum, scolding Jin-hyuk for making her precious, delicate self handle everything from A to Z. But he could tell she was perfectly fine. If she were actually dying, she wouldn't have the breath to complain. Alice immediately activated her victim mode, playing the poor citizen and claiming their partnership had turned into a master-slave relationship. Jin-hyuk wasn't about to accept those allegations of slave exploitation. He was actually feeling generous, and was even preparing to buy some mana restoration items for her. But Alice flatly told him those things wouldn't work on her, leaving Jin-hyuk completely frozen as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Alice explained that if she had truly run out of mana, she wouldn't have been able to help him properly. So, what she actually wanted was to drain Jin-hyuk's mana, drop by precious drop. She was practically drooling from cravings. At this point, Jin-hyuk got instant chills and panicked. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute. Cold sweat downed at his face like a heavy rain. He was absolutely terrified. But after feeding on him, Alice was instantly re-energized and praised his syrup for being absolutely delicious. Resigned to his tragic fate, Jin-hyuk could only clutch his neck and take the hit. Once she was completely full, Alice asked, "So, what are we doing now?" He stared at his screen and announced his shopping list. A C-grade fossil stone, an unidentified D-grade cube, a D-grade skill catalyst, an E-grade sticky grass, a Curus forest spiderweb of F-grade, some orc mucus, and a 100 milligram F-grade bean. Alice stared at him, completely baffled, and asked, "Why are you buying nothing but absolute trash?" Jin-hyuk's motto was simple: damaged, but definitely not useless. Holding up his degenerate certificate and showing off like a pro, he told Alice that they were about to get extremely busy. Today, the two of them would conquer this entire place. Jin-hyuk carefully warned her to hold on tight, and without a single care in the world, he plunged straight down into an incredibly deep abyss. Alice lost her mind and screamed, "Jin-hyuk, why did you jump when you don't even know how deep this hole is?" But everything was going exactly according to Jin-hyuk's plan. He knew exactly how deep it was because he had been here hundreds of times before. Mystic-level gravity reversal was instantly activated. Spending just a few seconds with Jin-hyuk felt like a near-death experience for Alice, likely traumatizing her for life. She scolded him for being insanely reckless. When he didn't reply, she glanced over only to see level 4 fire element being activated. Jin-hyuk lit up a massive torch and said, "Don't worry, we're here." But the vibes down here were a bit off. The place was crawling with some seriously bizarre and creepy creatures. As a veteran who had seen it all, Jin-hyuk spoke up, "Bugs of this level aren't even worth my time. Why don't you show yourself?" Standing face to face, a voice rings out in pure shock. "Oh? You actually know who I am?" Jin-hyuk, of course, knows this jacked monster all too well. It is none other than the stray dog wandering the desert, sporting the fancy Western name, Anubis. Since Jin-hyuk is the very first human to set foot here, Anubis did not plan on taking him out right away. He wanted to play with his food first. But it looks like Jin-hyuk is the one actively begging for death. Jin-hyuk tilts his head up to look at him, realizing his neck is getting a bit stiff. He did not come here to chit-chat, so bring it on. Anubis opens his massive canine snout and roars right in his face. Does he really expect a sacred deity to personally fight him? Or were you planning a gang beatdown? Because that would be incredibly cheap. Alice flies out to block Jin-hyuk, warning him that this guy is no joke, and she will hold him off. She tells him to get lost as fast as he can. Getting attention from a girl makes Jin-hyuk super cocky. Smirking smugly, he tells her not to worry and to leave it to him. He can handle this alone. Jin-hyuk is going to show her who she is really partnering with. After all, the guys who talk too much and too loud are usually the first ones to go, but that only applies to other people. Since he is the main character, no matter how much he flexes, nobody can touch him. Being challenged to his face for the first time, Anubis instantly roars, activating his skill, Judgment of Anubis 10. Answer me. Did that vampire chick leak info about me to Jin-hyuk? Anubis's skill triggers every single time someone faces him. The ultimate skill, Judgment of Anubis, activates once 3 questions are answered. The condition to copy this skill is to make him lose his patience, forcing him to destroy the jar containing the fragment of his consciousness. If Jin-hyuk successfully pisses Anubis off, he will obtain the power to answer the most authoritative question in the world. Once that happens, he can answer however he likes, and it won't even matter if his answer is right or wrong. So, Jin-hyuk just flat out admits it, even baiting Anubis to guess what else he knows about this place. Anubis grinds his fangs together, asking if Jin-hyuk came here to seize the wind poison. Jin-hyuk chuckles. Of course, that stuff goes for a high price on the black market, you know. With 2 questions down, it is time for his final question. Do you really think you can make it out alive after trespassing on my domain? Jin-hyuk just gives him a thumbs down. If he cannot even escape this guy, he might as well just end his own life right here. A notification screen pops up, the conditions have been met, and Judgment of Anubis is now active. All stats have been reduced by 50%, and all skills and special moves will be sealed for 1 minute. Anubis laughs with pure satisfaction. Now, he needs a proxy to carry out the judgment for him, and the chosen executioner is a giant mantis. So hideous, it is practically a crime. Anubis is extremely proud of his underling, even asking Jin-hyuk if he is shaking in his boots yet. But the word fear does not even exist in Jin-hyuk's vocabulary. Pretty impressive, but Jin-hyuk only needs this one thing to send it straight to the afterlife. The skill allows Jin-hyuk to play a unique melody, creating an indestructible barrier that lasts until the music stops. Anubis wonders if Jin-hyuk is trying to change careers and become a singer. Is his warrior so terrifying that it drove the kid completely insane? Jin-hyuk waves his hand and tells him to forget about it. He is just enjoying the music. As the melody plays, Jin-hyuk moves gracefully to the beat, a dancing display that is honestly painful to watch. This is a perfect song that he discovered after hundreds of thousands of trials, its rhythm perfectly matching the giant mantis's attacks. All he has to do is flow with the beat to counter its strikes like a maestro. Anubis stands there with his jaw dropped, watching him dodge so fluidly. He is evading every single strike to the rhythm flawlessly. This is definitely not luck. These movements were calculated down to the millimeter. Jin-hyuk counts down, realizing it is finally time. 1 minute has passed, meaning his skills and special moves are unlocked. It is time to retire as a K-pop idol and get back to his day job. Jin-hyuk activates his Grave Shadow Sword, slicing off one of the mantis's scythes. Anubis tells him to stop bragging, warning him that his warrior can instantly regenerate. Once Jin-hyuk's stamina is completely drained, death will be his only option. He has never seen anyone run their mouth this much. He only cut off one arm, so why is this guy talking so much trash? Jin-hyuk lets out a sarcastic gasp. Sure, attacking like this might not kill the bug outright, but he can easily make its life a living hell. Jin-hyuk delivers a few more clean slashes, chopping off the rest of the mantis's limbs. Watching from the sidelines, Alice feels goosebumps all over her body. What on earth is that? He is treating that monster like nothing more than a toy. She knew he was strong, but she did not expect him to be such an absolute beast. Alice lets out a sly smile. If it is him, it might actually work. He could definitely help her get her revenge. With all its limbs chopped off, the mantis can only crawl flat on the ground, looking absolutely pathetic. Seeing his underling dismembered, Anubis screeches, telling it to attack. Why is it just crawling around? But the mantis just lies on the floor, trembling violently. A warrior chosen by a god usually possesses immense pride, the ultimate weapon to completely shatter the will of a warrior who thinks they are destined to win is humiliation and mockery. And those two things happen to be his absolute specialties. Jackpot. Jin-hyuk parks his rear end right on the mantis's face, quite literally sitting on its head. The mantis snaps upright like a coiled spring, throwing Jin-hyuk off its head and onto the ground. Just when it looks like the mantis has regained its spirit and is ready to teach our main character a lesson, it raises its own claw to its neck and slashes its own throat. Instantly, a notification popped up. Anubis's warrior has fallen. Anubis stood there with a look of utter shock, questioning his very existence. Did his warrior just commit suicide? Jin-hyuk's level went up too. And Duke Ventress's grimoire has been decrypted. Is he going to learn ice magic now? Jin-hyuk squatted down, touching the glowing book on the ground. Are you looking at this? You can only find this kind of stuff inside the towers. So, is this what exclusivity gets you? Jin-hyuk gained a new skill, Frostbind. He activated it immediately to test it out. Talk about a pleasant surprise. Anubis was absolutely fuming. He had to admit Jin-hyuk was no pushover, but did this guy really plan on attacking him with that little toy? Looking completely innocent, Jin-hyuk stared at the raging Anubis. The guy didn't even dare to fight him head on. So what was he babbling about? Not so tough for someone sitting on the 42nd floor. Anubis froze in shock for 2 seconds. So, he already knew that only its consciousness existed here? Then why on earth did he come all this way to challenge it? Well, there wasn't much of a reason, he just thought it'd be fun. Anubis was officially driven absolutely mad by his disrespect. How dare a mere human treat him like some sort of entertainment? Anubis activated the Imperial Poison Wasp, ordering it to kill Jin-hyuk right then and there. But these cheap tricks were nothing to him. The screen flashed, fusion successful. You have acquired the skill, Daylight Burst. Level 1, Daylight Burst, was activated instantly. The dagger in Jin-hyuk's hand erupted with a blinding light, flash-banging both the swarm of insects and the viewer's eyes. Daylight Burst is an anti-army skill that compresses mana and lets it detonate. Carrying a very unique light element, it is highly effective at boosting the user's field of vision. Blinded by the intense light, Anubis started to sweat. He'd definitely have to change his plans. A notification appeared. Anubis has activated the chosen object. An entity has taken the form of a giant bee. But wait, why does this bee look so incredibly fat? Though this chubby little bee looked squishy, its flying speed was absolutely insane. It flew at record speed, ending the match in just 2 minutes, zooming straight toward our main character and his brilliantly glowing dagger. Jin-hyuk used Frostbind, instantly freezing the giant bee into a solid block of ice. But Anubis just sneered at him. It's useless. These chosen entities are immortal, and they will multiply endlessly. No matter how strong your skills are, they're completely useless against them. But that was exactly what Jin-hyuk was waiting for. He just hit the jackpot. He pulled out a giant pill, a special item that increases an object's size up to 10 times. I wonder where he's going to use this pill. Shifting from serving them a beatdown to serving them pills, Jin-hyuk launched the pill straight into a bee's mouth. A notification appeared. The giant pill's effects will kick in 1 minute. Now it was Jin-hyuk's turn to literally run all over them. He dashed forward, stepping on their heads one by one. The tables had turned. The commander of the chubby bee swarm had officially switched from Anubis to Jin-hyuk. Seeing his minions turn on a dime to obey the enemy, Anubis practically spat blood in rage. What the hell are you guys doing? Kill him! Kill him right now! An immortal entity capable of endless multiplication, this exact trait was going to be their ultimate downfall. They had absolutely no idea what was coming for them. Jin-hyuk deployed the unknown cube, locking the entire swarm inside. Next, he added the Caloris Forest Spiderweb Grass Catalyst, along with 1,000 milligrams of Twin Ogre Mucus. He fused 4 items at once to reinforce the unknown cube. If you can find the loophole in immortality and endless reproduction, you can easily turn a life-or-death situation completely on its head. And for the final blow to wipe them out, level 5 element of fire was activated. At the end of the day, strategy is everything. The bees didn't just turn to ash, they exploded into oblivion right inside Jin-hyuk's cube. With the bees burnt to a crisp, the effect of the giant pill kicked in, turning their remains into a massive pile of giant pills. So this was Jin-hyuk's real goal all along. Wiping them out was merely a stepping stone for his master plan. Talk about an absolute genius, this guy's brain is on a whole different level. To face an entire army, Jin-hyuk needed as many giant pills as possible. These monsters with their endless reproduction were basically an infinite farm for experience points. They were the ultimate copy machines. Man, the power and vision of a true capitalist are downright terrifying. Anubis couldn't even close his jaw. What in the world was actually happening here? He actually prepared all those items beforehand just to handle a situation like this? Did he foresee the bee swarm and set up a trap? Just as expected, Jin-hyuk calculated every single detail from the very start just to trigger him. And boy, did it work. Anubis was absolutely livid. Anubis clenched his fists and wiped out the rest of the bees himself, refusing to let Jin-hyuk benefit anymore. Tasting defeat for the first time, his power began to drain as his body slowly started to crack. How dare a mere human humiliate him like this? Stomping so hard he nearly shattered the arena floor, Anubis roared at Jin-hyuk for being so arrogant, warning him that he'd better watch his back. Your reward and climb to the top of the tower. Jin-hyuk thanked him for the well wishes, telling him there was no need to scream and burst his eardrums. I will definitely make it. Anubis hissed, swearing that when the time came, he would punish his insolence. A notification popped up stating that Anubis's vessel was destroyed and the conditions were met. Jin-hyuk turned around with a cool smirk. That was way too easy for me. Everything was totally effortless. It felt more like a sightseeing stroll than an actual battle. Easily breezing through the levels, Jin-hyuk was rewarded with the skill Anubis's Judgment. The condition is met once you ask the target 3 questions, allowing you to reduce 50% of the target's stats and restrict their skills and abilities for 1 minute. This skill can only be used once per target, and violating this rule will unleash the wrath of the ancient Egyptian gods upon you. The ancient Egyptian gods have begun to notice you, and some of them are already showing intense hostility. Jin-hyuk sighed, shaking his head. It's tough being this handsome, and honestly, those gods have such narrow minds. Just then, Alice appeared, her jaw dropping. What on earth just happened? Jin-hyuk smirked triumphantly. See that? I won. If he had a tail, it would definitely be wagging proudly in the air right now. He pulled up his status window to check. This wasn't his first massive haul here, was it? Since he had no idea what he would face next, he needed to distribute his stat points wisely. Jin-hyuk put his points into strength, agility, and vitality. While checking his stats, a video call suddenly came in, forcing him to gesture for Alice to step out of the frame. The caller was Yoo-sung. Jin-hyuk teased playfully. "Missed me already? Did you?" Yoo-sung snapped back. "Who are you with right now?" "Actually, scratch that. Where even are you? Is it someplace I don't know about?" Jin-hyuk immediately shut him down. "None of your business. Spit it out. What do you want?" Yoo-sung's tone turned dead serious. "I have a request. Within the next 24 hours, the Awakened Association is hosting a tournament, and all players ranked level 3 and above are expected to participate." Jin-hyuk was pretty surprised. Given that the raids on the third-floor boss kept failing, why on earth was the association hosting a tournament? Did they seriously have nothing better to do? Yoo-sung's request was for Jin-hyuk to enter the tournament, and then face him in a one-on-one PvP match afterward. Jin-hyuk scoffed. "Why on earth would I do that?" But deep down, he thought, well, if you have a skill worth copying, that might be a different story. But Yoo-sung had already thought ahead, making sure Jin-hyuk couldn't easily back out, because he had black market tickets in hand. According to Yoo-sung, unlike the standard item shop where players traded using coins, the black market was an exclusive, invite-only auction for VIP members where items were bid on using cold, hard cash. With the Tower of Trials becoming reality, it was only a matter of time before these kinds of underground auctions popped up. Perfect timing. Since Jin-hyuk needed more high-tier items to take down the third-floor boss. If this secret auction was packed with filthy rich players, he might just find some incredible gear. Just then, his screen flashed with a notification. Jin-hyuk's video was officially trending. Wow, that went viral fast. A video had been uploaded to the newly created Unknown channel, featuring the Masked Man, Teresa, and rankers from the major guilds. Since the footage of the demonic being's appearance had been edited out, the guilds managed to escape any public backlash. After all, there was no point in picking a fight with the top guilds anyway. The comment section was absolutely blowing up, with people practically tearing the internet apart to dig up the identity of the Masked Man. Jin-hyuk scrolled through the comment section to gauge the reaction. It went exactly as he had anticipated. The mysterious masked player led everyone straight to the channel, unknown, and boldly declaring right in front of the major guilds that he would solo the boss on his own. Naturally, the hype was reaching a boiling point. When it came to views, 50 million was an absolutely staggering number. With a rate of 100 coins for every 10,000 views, 50 million views translated to a massive 500,000 coins. Even after a steep 90% platform fee, he'd still walk away with about 50,000 coins. Talk about a successful side hustle. The fee was a bit high, but this payout wasn't bad at all. Alright, long story short, when on earth is the duel between those guys in front of me going to wrap up? I'm literally starting to doze off here. The tournament contenders consisted of 24 players who were rank AA or higher. Because of the repeated failures to clear the third-floor boss, there were growing concerns that the credibility of the Awakened Association and the major guilds was taking a massive hit, so the association decided to live-stream this tournament raw and unedited, showing the public just how powerful and reliable these players actually were. In short, it was basically a live show, like a modern-day Roman gladiator arena. It made sense, though. Not everyone spent their time browsing YouTube, so this was a perfect opportunity to witness the players' true power firsthand. It was a pretty smart move to ease the mounting tension. Flashing back to earlier, Yoo-sung thought he had this in the bag, but to his surprise, Jin-hyuk remained completely unfazed and flat-out refused, pointing out that he hadn't even been officially certified as an AA rank player yet, so he couldn't participate anyway. So Yoo-sung might as well keep the ticket and use it himself, or just give it to someone else. Yoo-sung had probably anticipated this reaction because he didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he calmly began to dangle another piece of bait. The tournament winner gets to choose between two options. First, they can choose a replica of an artifact from the South Korean National Museum. Second, they can continue fighting by picking an opponent who didn't participate in the tournament. Jin-hyuk could already smell trouble brewing. He angrily poked Yoo-sung's face on the screen, muttering that this time, he'd turn him into minced meat and send him back to the dust. Meanwhile, the players down in the arena were making a huge racket, trading both blows and insults. While two guys were busy trash-talking, a summoned beast appeared out of nowhere and sent them straight to the afterlife. Sitting in the stands watching the match was Hong Deok-pyo, an S-rank representative of the Black Cloud Association. Everyone around him thought they could finally relax, but he only had eyes for one decent fighter. And who else could that be but Jin-hyuk's frenemy, Chun Yu-sung? He was highly impressed, watching his every move. Down in the arena, Yu-sung was casually defending, letting his opponents take each other out so he wouldn't have to lift a finger. He has excellent control over his abilities, great foresight, and highly refined skills. On top of that, he was the first person to ever reject an invitation to join his association. Talk about young and talented. A groan of disgust reached Deok-pyo's ears, complaining about how suffocating it was and how they couldn't stand to watch anymore. Do-hyun, an A-rank, poked his head out of nowhere and said, "If you had just let me compete, I would have wrapped this up in a minute and forced that arrogant Yu-sung, who rejected our offer, to his knees." Deok-pyo gave him a look reserved for hyperactive kids and snapped, "Stop whining about fighting. Just focus on your post-tournament interview." He had spent way too much money on the kid, so he needed to behave. After all, Do-hyun had the potential to reach S-rank within 3 years. If everyone found out that the Black Cloud Association had recruited such a promising prospect, the association's reputation would skyrocket. He just needed to keep his mouth shut. Down in the arena, Yu-sung was probably fed up with how slow the match was going. With a single sword strike, he cleared all the remaining contestants off the field. And just like that, we had our winner. Yep, it was Yu-sung. The viewers watching the live stream were losing their minds, mostly because the guy was just way too handsome. When it came time to claim his reward, he didn't hesitate to choose to keep fighting. Yu-sung coldly pointed his blade up at the stands, aiming it right at where Jin-hyuk was sitting. "Come on down!" Do-hyun, thinking Yu-sung was pointing at him, jumped up and down like an excited gorilla. "But you've got the wrong guy, buddy." Yu-sung was actually challenging our badass main character. Talk about second-hand embarrassment. Luckily, Deok-pyo grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back down, telling him to open his eyes and look closely. Look at his eyes and where his sword is pointing. He's aiming way higher than us. Realizing Yu-sung wasn't pointing at him, Do-hyun stood there completely dumbfounded. If it wasn't him or Deok-pyo, then who else could it be? Without keeping everyone waiting, Jin-hyuk, who was busy yawning, let out a tired sigh. What a total pain in the neck. The crowd in the stands started buzzing, and as soon as they dug up Jin-hyuk's info, they froze in utter shock. A mere F-rank getting challenged? Deok-pyo watched Yu-sung in complete silence, deeply confused. Fighting Do-hyun, an A-rank, would have guaranteed massive public attention. Yet he chose an F-rank? What could he possibly gain from that? Unless he's a masochist, what on earth is he thinking? Jin-hyuk hopped down into the arena and immediately threw a few words at Yu-sung, teaching him a lesson about reality. "You begged for this, so if you lose this time, quit being so stubborn. People need to learn when to give up." Yu-sung glared at Jin-hyuk's relaxed posture. The guy spoke as if he was absolutely sure Yu-sung was going to lose. Did he not see who just won the tournament? Jin-hyuk, ever the nice guy, just grinned as he sized Yu-sung up and teased, "You must have been training hard lately. Looks like you've leveled up a bit." Hearing that made Yu-sung's blood boil. He hadn't stopped training for even a single second just to catch up to him. "If you want this ticket, you better go all out." With that, he activated his level 6 soul-tracking sword skill, striking a cool pose. Jin-hyuk sighed. "Well, if that's what you want, I might as well humor you. All right, let's do this." "You stalker bastard," Yu-sung screamed as Jin-hyuk sent him flying dozens of meters away. Just how many skills did this guy have anyway? Before he could even take a few steps, Yu-sung fell flat on the ground, completely knocked out. Jin-hyuk walked over, squatted down, and poked him to see if he was still alive. He slipped his hand into Yu-sung's pocket, pulled out the black market ticket, and grinned. "I'll put this black market ticket to good use, thanks." Up in the stands, the crowd was absolutely terrified by Jin-hyuk. Was that the great ice-fire arrow? Not only that, he just used solar beam to bring down the entire ceiling. Since he was already up near the stands, Jin-hyuk walked over to say hello to old man Jung-gu and Yu. The old man awkwardly greeted him back. With a highly friendly smile, Jin-hyuk noted that this was their first time seeing each other since their encounter at the museum. Looking back, they did have a pretty explosive fight, but hey, that's all in the past, right? Let's have a great partnership from now on. Jung-gu coughed awkwardly and quickly agreed. Neither he nor Yu actually wanted anything to do with him. Jin-hyuk then took the opportunity to ask Yu for a favor. "Could you give me your contact number? Though, if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to." Jin-hyuk waved his phone right in front of her face, casually adding that she was free to say no, as long as she was ready to face the consequences, that is. You'd think he was trying to flirt, but nope, he was out here straight up threatening the poor girl. Yuri didn't really have a choice, so she obediently handed over her number. Up in the stands, Do-hun couldn't hold back anymore. Itching for some action, he leaped right down to introduce himself to Jin-hyuk. Having heard Jin-hyuk was only an F rank, he thought the guy would get wiped out in the blink of an eye. But as it turned out, the F ranker actually packed a decent punch. Jin-hyuk quietly activated the Eye of Truth to scan this guy's stats. Do-hun was definitely approaching him with some sort of ulterior motive. To copy his skill, Jin-hyuk needed to figure out what that motive was. Once he did, he'd be able to steal the giant's clutch skill. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes, wondering what this guy was planning. But honestly, what was more puzzling was how the system always knew when someone had an agenda. It seemed like this system was way more than just some basic program. Meanwhile, Do-hun waved his hands, acting like he wanted a peaceful chat. He claimed he wasn't there to fight. His pitch was simple. As fellow players, they'd be working side by side in the future. Do-hun smiled and said he looked forward to working together. But did this guy really think such cheap tricks would work on him? The Eye of Truth revealed that Do-hun was lying straight to his face. Behind that fake, polite smile lay a mountain of insecurity and rage. Right on cue, a crowd of reporters swarmed them as if they had been waiting in ambush. The hand Do-hun reached out carried his unique skill, Power of a Giant. The Black Cloud Guild representatives stood before the reporters, practically glowing with anticipation. They wanted to show off their star rookie, shutting down the champion, stealing the spotlight right from under him. With his motives as clear as day, there was no way he was pulling a fast one on Jin-hyuk. Having completely read Do-hun's play, the copy conditions were met. Jin-hyuk successfully snatched the skill Giant's Clutch, giving him the overwhelming power of a giant. This skill exponentially boosts hand strength, allowing the user to easily wield objects 10 times their normal size. Back when the Tower of Trials was just a virtual reality game, the lack of active players made copy opportunities extremely rare. But now that the game had become real, all those powerful skills others practically killed themselves to obtain were just sitting there, waiting for him to pluck them. Smirking, Jin-hyuk looked at Do-hun and asked if this handshake represented the entire Black Cloud Guild. Do-hun put on a fake corporate smile and confirmed, promising that if Jin-hyuk cooperated, they would roll out the red carpet for him. Seriously, was this guy trying to pitch him a pyramid scheme? He sure sounded like a scammer. Shrugging, Jin-hyuk reached out and slowly grasped Do-hun's hand. But before they shook, Jin-hyuk asked one final question. Do you honestly think that pathetic strength of yours is enough to beat me? Do-hun instantly tightened his grip, eagerly activating his giant's clutch. He sneered right back, asking if that was even a real question. Too bad for him, his victory lap was cut very short. Jin-hyuk unleashed the judgment of Anubis, turning the tables instantly and giving the guy a brutal taste of his own medicine. He stared down coldly as Do-hun collapsed, writhing in pain on the floor. Sure, the guy looked built, but for someone with that much muscle, wasn't he crying a bit too hard? Jin-hyuk squeezed his hand so hard that the pain surged through his entire body. Do-hun screamed, desperately begging him to stop. Being the helpful guy he is, Jin-hyuk decided to distract his new colleague from his hand pain by driving a hard punch straight into his stomach. Talk about a thoughtful guy. Truly a gentleman. Watching Do-hun get knocked clean into next week was incredibly satisfying, completely making Jin-hyuk's day. Oh, you wanted to be colleagues so badly? Who the hell even knows you to act this friendly? As he stood there, watching Do-hun foam at the mouth, a sudden burst of flames whipped past, barely missing him. Jin-hyuk had to leap back a few paces to dodge the heat. He quickly activated the Eye of Truth to check out the newcomer. An angry older man stormed in, barking at Jin-hyuk for crossing the line and treating Do-hun like a cheap rag. This time, Jin-hyuk's copy condition was simple. Crush this old man's pride. If he succeeded, he would steal the old man's unique skill, Blood Demon Chi. Piece of cake for a pro like him, he could get this done in a heartbeat. First, he needed to bait him. Jin-hyuk told the old man to chill out, claiming he wasn't scared, just not ready to put him out to pasture yet. Enraged, the old man immediately activated his Blood Demon Chi and charged at Jin-hyuk like a rocket. Jin-hyuk countered by activating Daylight Break, completely blinding everyone in the room. He then used his distance manipulation to close a gap of 33 levels, leaving the old man completely dazed and confused. Did he seriously just block his Blood Demon Chi? Is Jin-hyuk actually on the same level as him? Just then, Commander Han Sang-jin stepped in to neutralize Hongdaeok Pyo's Blood Demon Chi, putting an end to their battle. Out of nowhere, Commander Han Sang-jin appeared right in front of Jin-hyuk, giving him a mini heart attack. Is this really the commander of South Korea's Awakened? That guy with the fluffy white hair, looking like a male Elsa, scrambled over to snitch on him to the commander, trying to act all dangerous. Damn, you got here just in time. Good job, baby. This guy was about to beat our guild's players to a pulp. His face is wrinkled like a monkey's butt, and he's got a seriously short fuse. But the commander said something that made him absolutely boil with rage. Calm down, Representative Hong. This isn't a show, so how the heck are you supposed to avoid getting hurt in a match? Right, guys? Hearing that made Representative Hong even more furious. Oh my god. The handsome heartthrob got completely ignored. The commander slowly walked over to Jin-hyuk and casually introduced himself with a bunch of titles. He said, "Actually, about 20 minutes ago, I knew absolutely nothing about you, Kang Jin-hyuk, but I received an urgent call from Manager Park, the person in charge of organizing this tournament. He told me to come here immediately because something unbelievable was happening. Since there were too many suspicious details, we re-evaluated your test. It turns out the investigation team was putting pressure on you. Congratulations on being recognized as our 16th S-class player." Damn, that was nerve-wracking enough to scare anyone out of their mind. And then he bowed a full 90 degrees, looking incredibly professional. "I take full responsibility and apologize for the association's mistake, which resulted in you receiving a rank you didn't deserve." As soon as he said that, the clout-chasing reporters lost their minds like they'd struck gold, shouting, "Holy crap, an S-class player, this is insane." Talk about breaking news. They swarmed in like starving wolves. Representative Hong looked on, practically coughing up blood from shock. What the hell is going on here? This tournament was supposed to be the stage for our Black Cloud Guild. Why is everyone completely ignoring us now? Holding his average rank certificate with a breaking heart and tears streaming down his face, he gathered his resolve and shouted, "Wait a minute, reporters. Today, I will announce the Black Cloud Guild's special plan to conquer the third-floor boss." Geez, he grabbed the kid's arm so hard he almost yanked it off. You'd think he'd show some mercy, but before he could even blink, the kid bolted at lightning speed, leaving Representative Hong with nothing but an empty jacket and a broken heart. "Sorry, if you have time, hit us up next time." Man, that was painfully embarrassing for him. Total secondhand embarrassment. Watching Jin-hyuk get completely surrounded by reporters, he beat his chest in pure frustration, barely able to breathe. He had no idea that by crushing his pride, Jin-hyuk had instantly acquired the unique skill, Blood Demon Chi. Just a few hours later, news of Jin-hyuk shot straight to the top of the trending charts. Our boy Hyuk was lying back, reading through every single comment with pure satisfaction. It was hilarious. As soon as the commander heard his new star player was heading to Las Vegas, he immediately ordered a flight to be arranged for him as an apology. Jin-hyuk sat in his business class seat, looking absolutely ecstatic. Honestly, who wouldn't want a high rank? When the flight attendant brought out the food, his eyes went wide, and he was practically drooling a river. What kind of logic is this? Is this actually first class? Meanwhile, Alice was screaming in Jin-hyuk's ear, "Hey, see that guy in front of us? He smells really weird." To be precise, his blood gives off an extremely unpleasant and suffocating scent. I would absolutely never drink that foul-smelling garbage. Jin-hyuk glanced at the white-haired, scholarly-looking guy, sizing him up from head to toe, and grumbled, "You're crazy. Why are you suddenly talking about his blood smell?" Alice screamed back in frustration. "Damn it. I'm telling you, that guy is definitely up to no good." Hearing this, Jin-hyuk frowned. His eyes glowed as he activated the Eye of Truth. To Alice, humans are nothing but blood bags. If she said that, there had to be a reason. But as he read through the guy's status profile, it was so incredibly long and dazzling that even Jin-hyuk panicked a little. And to copy his skill, he had to join the Demonic Human Association. Jin-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, totally freaked out. Who would have thought that guy was a demonic human? With a face like that and such natural acting skills, it was hard to believe. He looked so trustworthy. Like they say, you always end up running into exactly what you hate. Just as he glanced over, the guy suddenly walked up and pointed right at Jin-hyuk's face. "Oh my gosh, you're Jin-hyuk, the super famous S-class player, aren't you?" While the guy had a huge grin on his face, Jin-hyuk wore a look of pure annoyance. This was no coincidence. He was definitely targeting him. Jin-hyuk, being the ultimate king of fake friendliness, kept sizing him up while smiling and chatting like they were lifelong best friends. The white-haired guy, Alex Jude Law, handed Jin-hyuk his business card and sat down right across from him, offering to buy his new friend a drink to seal their bond, calling it fate. On a long flight like this, there's no better way to kill time than sharing a drink. Life handed him a role, so why wouldn't Jin-hyuk play along? Over a bottle of premium cognac, the drink started talking, and the guy babbled about every single detail of his life. As this demonic human laughed and braggingly shared everything about himself, he had no idea Jin-hyuk already knew him better than his own spouse. Alex just kept running his mouth, saying his goal this time was to develop a project in the awakened sector, capitalizing on this transition to slowly launch his plans. Hey, Jin-hyuk, do you know a player who's been running around in a mask lately? Jin-hyuk played dumb and cryptically replied, his name is Anon. I saw the video of him claiming he'd conquer the third-floor boss. But what does that have to do with Anon? Alex started whining about his bad luck, saying he wanted to join, but that masked guy stopped him. Because of that, everything was a total mess. He looked like he was trying to protect his colleagues, yet he kept mouthing off about working alone. Talk about annoying, right? Alex even had the nerve to claim he was tight with the guy, which made Jin-hyuk freeze up. Holy crap, the actual guy was sitting right in front of his face, and he was lying through his teeth without even blinking. He was just nodding along, acting fake as hell. Thinking he had a shot, Alex tried to recruit Jin-hyuk onto his team. Jin-hyuk shut him down instantly, saying he thought tackling the boss was a solo gig, but Alex immediately went full-on salesman mode. Since S-rank players can operate independently, absolutely no one will dare mess with you. Plus, you can get your hands on the hidden items in the third-floor boss room. Sensing Jin-hyuk was hesitating and wrestling with the idea, Alex decided to sweeten the deal. Look, I'm a businessman. A big favor always comes with a big payout. Have you ever heard of a potion that can cure any terminal illness or mend a shattered heart? It's called the elixir. Jin-hyuk's jaw dropped. What did the Demon Association even do to get their hands on something this rare? As he held it, he was practically drooling all over it. Man, I'm starting to get greedy here. Alex, trying to look like a big shot, generously offered it up front. I'll give you this bottle as a down payment. You just need to sign this contract. Son of a gun, Alex had activated a dead man's covenant. If Jin-hyuk signed that, he'd go from a free man to a total puppet in a heartbeat. Jin-hyuk knew that if he broke the contract, the hidden death curse would trigger, and he'd end up 6 feet under. Jin-hyuk flat out refused, determined not to sign. And talk about a complete 180, Alex flipped his attitude faster than a light switch, leaving Jin-hyuk amazed at how fast he changed his face. He snatched the potion back, trying to bolt, but Jin-hyuk was a step ahead of him. I might be a cautious guy, but I'm also pretty greedy. When I want something, I make sure I take it. Man, after hearing that, you couldn't even tell who was the predator and who was the prey anymore. Alex was absolutely fuming, but all he could do was stare in total helplessness. Suddenly, a violent shake rattled the cabin, scaring the absolute crap out of Alex. Crap, with him channeling this much terrifying magic power, what the hell was he planning to do? Was this lunatic trying to crash the plane? Just then, the cabin intercom buzzed. We are currently experiencing some unexpected turbulence. Please remain seated and do not move around the cabin. Alex, who had been about to jump up, was forced to sit right back down and behave. Jin-hyuk couldn't resist mocking him again. You heard the lady. I'm heading back to my seat now. He coldly turned his back on him, leaving Alex absolutely livid as he hissed. You knew about this all along, didn't you? Do you have any idea what organization I belong to? A rookie like you better not mess with us. Anon will definitely make you pay for this. Jin-hyuk smirked. Cut the crap. Do you pathetic losers at Olympus really think Anon is on your side? Man, that stung. Alex froze up. How did this kid know everything? Could this bastard actually have some deep, secret connection with Anon? Fear began to creep in, and he couldn't stop overthinking. Maybe he just guessed it? Or maybe the major guilds fed this S-rank kid some insider info. Jin-hyuk decided to rub salt in the wound. You want to know something else, buddy? Behave yourself, and maybe I'll tell you a few more things. He even casually waved the potion around, looking incredibly smug. Finally, the plane landed. While Alex was left fuming with rage, Jin-hyuk gave him a sweet goodbye and took off. Meanwhile, Alice was looking around the new place, her eyes darting everywhere in pure excitement. The city at night was glowing with dazzling lights, and she couldn't stop marveling at everything. Is this really a human city? This is actually pretty impressive. Jin-hyuk was completely speechless. You better keep your mouth shut, or I'm putting you right back inside that ring. To reward her for spotting the demon on the plane, he decided to assimilate and unlock the Eye of the World. I was planning to fuse it with a more stable spirit-type skill later, But since I need it right now, I have no choice. Alice innocently pointed at a massive entertainment venue. Hey, partner, are we going in there? Jin-hyuk shot her a look. No, we're not here to play. A high-end casino like that doesn't let you use any skills. I mean magic. Sure, we could just use brute force to rob them of their money. But taking money away from regular folks who are struggling just to get by and afford the auction seems a bit low. Seeing him beat around the bush, Alice cut to the chase. Then where are we going? Jin-hyuk kept teasing her curiosity. A place that shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as a normal spot like this. That sounded exciting as hell. Alice's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but when she saw the rundown, shady underground casino in front of her, she immediately complained. I liked the other building way better. Jin-hyuk rolled his eyes. I literally told you we're not here to play. The moment they stepped inside, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. A man was kneeling on the floor, begging, I'm telling you, I saw him use a skill, he's cheating. His whining earned him a swift kick to the mouth from a wealthy patron, knocking his teeth out. In this place, anyone who gets tricked is just an idiot. Jin-hyuk couldn't help but nod in agreement. Alice just stood there with a goofy grin, trying to wander off, but Jin-hyuk grabbed her by the collar and forced her into a seat. He casually told the bartender, just give her whatever she likes to drink. Put it all on my tab. Alice threw a fit, completely annoyed. Excuse me? I finally get to go outside, and you're making me sit still? What are you even doing? Jin-hyuk coldly replied, earning some cash. He slammed his drink down and got to work. The dealer stared at the cards in his hands. Give her whatever she wants. Put it all on my tab. Annoyed, Alice threw a tantrum. What? I finally get a day out, and you expect me to just sit here? What are you doing? Jin-hyuk coldly replied, earning some cash. He slammed his drink down and got to work. Petro, the dealer, dealt the cards, staring as they crumbled to pieces in his hands. Then he looks at Jin-hyuk with a terrified grimace. In just a blink of an eye, he has already lost $500,000 to this Asian kid. Another loss, and he is completely finished. This has to end right here, right now. Jin-hyuk goes all in this time to keep things exciting. As the two engage in an intense mind game, Jin-hyuk casually asks about the casino management. Pedro does not even bother hiding that this place is funded and run by the Scavenger Guild. Pedro thinks to himself, what the hell? This guy was dead silent before, so why is he asking so many questions now? Jin-hyuk coldly shoots back. Is it against the rules to ask questions here? Caught completely off guard, Pedro is scared out of his wits and quickly fawns. Oh please, ask as much as you like. But inside, he is screaming, damn it, does this guy have some kind of mind-reading skill? But it is fine. When it is time to show the cards, as long as I swap them out, there is no way this kid can react in time. I will completely turn the tables using my ability. But damn, before he can even celebrate, the flipped cards remain exactly the same. Pedro is frozen in absolute shock. He stands there trembling with anxiety, endlessly tormenting himself, thinking, how the hell is this even possible? He anxiously looks over at Jin-hyuk, who nonchalantly reveals two kings that completely crush Pedro's hand. In a calm voice, he says, wow, what a relief. I barely won. Just like that, Jin-hyuk sweeps the entire mountain of juicy chips. Suddenly, a loud voice barks out, hey, listen up. I do not know what kind of cheap trick you used to win, but you are coming with us. Jin-hyuk looks puzzled and asks, is this really how you treat your customers here? The manager sneers in a cocky tone. People who walk away with this much cash are not considered customers. That stupid remark triggers Jin-hyuk's crazy side. Before anyone can even process what is happening, the loudmouthed manager is sent flying across the room. Jin-hyuk stares down at the manager and says, when I first walked in here, I heard a very interesting saying. In this place, the idiot who gets conned is the one to blame. Enraged by the disrespect, a bodyguard draws his gun and fires a barrage at Jin-hyuk. But Jin-hyuk dodges every single bullet with effortless grace, while the surrounding furniture is blown into a million pieces. Jin-hyuk lunges forward, evading the gunfire, and slams the guard to the floor by his neck. The crowd cheers wildly like they are watching a cockfight, shouting, hell yeah, beat that brat to death. Get him. While a chaotic brawl rages on just a few feet away, Alice casually raises her glass and asks the bartender, what is this called? It is absolutely delicious. The poor bartender is completely speechless, his face a picture of utter helplessness. He replies, that is a cocktail called Kiss of Fire. It is a drink that symbolizes the passionate love between a newlywed couple. Hearing that makes her cringe. Alice makes a disgusted face, ignores the comment completely, and downs the rest of the drink in one gulp. Behind her, Our boy is still roaring and throwing hands, while the guys outside are shaking in their boots, screaming in sheer panic. Oh my God, is the boss still not here yet? The subordinate scratches his head awkwardly and stammers, "Well, it will take at least 30 minutes, sir." The manager is both furious and terrified, thinking to himself, something is seriously wrong here. Even if this is a lawless underground joint, how could a complete lunatic like this even exist? Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is tossing guys around like rag dolls. Whoever tries to rush him gets immediately sent flying. An employee rushes in, pale as a ghost, screaming at the manager while showing him his phone screen. Holy crap, that is Kang Jin-hyuk, the S-rank player who was just evaluated in South Korea. Damn, just hearing that name makes their blood run cold. The manager starts shaking like a leaf. If this monster decides to go wild, this entire casino will vanish in the blink of an eye. He screams at the top of his lungs and drops to his knees. "Everyone, stop right now. We deeply apologize, valued guest. We should have never been so disrespectful to you." He is totally groveling now. Jin-hyuk looks at him, feeling even more annoyed, and snaps, "Why are you apologizing now? Did you finally realize you messed with a high ranker? Unbelievable. Was this place not built on survival of the fittest from the very beginning?" Jin-hyuk demands a compensation fee of $10 million. Hearing that astronomical figure, the manager turns pale as a ghost, desperately grabbing Jin-hyuk by the leg to beg for mercy. Hearing the notification chime on his phone, Jin-hyuk smiles. This is more than enough cash to bid on the items at the auction, and the timing is absolutely perfect. Holding the black card in his hand, he is on cloud 9. An escort car arrives shortly after to pick him up. Inside the vehicle, all the windows are completely blacked out, making Jin-hyuk incredibly hyped for what is next. As soon as they arrive and step out, Alice gives him a sharp nudge. "Hey, you did not forget what you promised me, right?" Jin-hyuk pulls the ring out of his pocket and grumbles, Yeah, stop nagging me, will you?" Alice steps out and immediately boasts, "Ah, such refreshing air. This place is truly fitting for someone of my noble status." As they walk inside, Jin-hyuk warns her, "Keep your guard up. Prying eyes are watching us from every corner." The anticipation this time is on a whole different level, as rumors say they will be auctioning the heart of the dragonfish. It is all thanks to the appearance of the Tower of Trials. So even if they cannot bid, they at least have to get a glimpse of it. Suddenly, Alice pinches her nose and groans. Ugh, what the hell is that awful stench? A man approaches them, introducing himself as Julius Cedric, saying, "I assume you have already figured it out, but I am the master of this foolish disciple here." Standing right beside him is Alex, who had run off to complain to his master after getting absolutely thrashed on the plane. It is incredibly embarrassing, but from the looks of it, Alex probably got another beating from his master for losing that rare medicine. Glancing at Cedric's stats, even Jin-hyuk is impressed. His profile is insanely long and stacked, completely outclassing his pathetic disciples. Feeling the urge to troll, Jin-hyuk smirks and says, "Well, thanks to your disciple, I obtained something extremely valuable. And I had a fantastic flight too." Cutting straight to the chase, Cedric says, "I came here in person to discuss the matter of Anor with you once again. This is a matter of utmost importance." Just as Cedric opens his mouth, Jin-hyuk cuts him off. "Actually, let us leave important matters for next time." Infuriated by the disrespect, the old man growls, "There is not going to be a next time. We are settling this right now." As the old man prepares to swing his cane, Jin-hyuk effortlessly grabs his arm, stops him in his tracks, and simply walks away. Alex is absolutely boiling with rage. As they walk away, Alice boasts loudly, "Those smelly bastards are so annoying. Why don't I just go ahead and take care of them myself?" But Jin-hyuk immediately shuts her down. "There is no point in causing a scene here. I am just gonna buy some valuable stuff and get out." Meanwhile, Alice is pulling a long face, looking bored out of her mind. The auctioneer starts calling bids for a meteorite sample that fell in the American state of Arizona. After crunching the numbers every which way, Jin-hyuk raises his paddle to bid $300,000, thinking it is an easy win. But to his surprise, that bastard Alex and his disciple counter with a whopping $1 million. Jin-hyuk is utterly shocked and completely frozen. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the room, announcing that the next item is a sealed neurology catalog with a starting price of $100,000. Bum bum. Just a single second after the gavel falls, a massive wave of bids pours in, jumping from $150,000 to $250,000, all to get their hands on that sealed neurology catalog. It is honestly impossible to understand how rich people think, probably because we are just broke commoners. However, thanks to some heavy plot armor from the author and the fact that Jin-hyuk actually makes good money from his gaming addiction, he quickly turns heads by throwing down a bid of $300,000 to secure that neurology catalog. Think it is over just like that? Out of nowhere, a mysterious old man immediately raises the bid to $1 million. Now the entire room completely erupts. Everyone gasps in disbelief. Who would casually bid $1 million, nearly tripling the previous offer? Might as well wrap it up right now. The auctioneer makes the final call, saying $1 million, going once, going twice, with no higher bids in sight. The gavel slams down, sold to the elderly gentleman for $1 million. At this moment, Jin-hyuk is both furious that he does not have more cash and struck by a sudden realization that old geezer is intentionally buying up every single item he bids on. Why is he picking a fight for no reason? Fine, you want to play dirty? Let's go all the way. Oh, it is on. If you want to talk money, I have plenty of it. The only thing I am lacking is mercy. Meanwhile, Alice is sitting there looking completely clueless. Back to business. The next item is a Mayan relic discovered in South America. All right, let's do this. Kang Jin-hyuk bids $500,000. Holy crap. Sitting right next to him, Alice jumps in shock. Did you lose a screw or something? You are bidding without even listening to the description? He is out of his mind. He keeps saying he has a plan, but who knows if he can even pay for it later. Just as he predicted, after he bids $500,000, the old man immediately bumps it up to $1 million. Nice try, old man, but that is pocket change to me. $2 million, right off the bat. No hesitation. The two of them keep driving the price up, from $2 million to $3 million. Jin-hyuk schemes to let him have it for $3 million, but the old man, thinking he still holds the upper hand, smirks and taunts him, saying, "Learn your lesson yet, kid? Ha ha ha, just you wait, haha." In the next round, the old man buys the item for $2 million. Damn, where on earth does he get that kind of cash? This happens over and over again. Every single item our main guy bids on, the old man sweeps up without missing a beat, leaving him with absolutely nothing. Now, the next auction item is also incredibly amazing, guys. It is a relic from when Columbus discovered the New World, and so on, and so forth. At this point, the disciple next to him starts sweating bullets over the money and pleads with his master. "Master, please do not bid on this one. Every time I hear you shout a bid, my heart skips a beat. So far, your little shopping spree has cost us over $14 million. Are you trying to bankrupt us?" But the old man is way too prideful to ever back down to some young brat. Seeing his foolish disciple whining, he smacks him on the head to wake him up. Damn it. If we let Kang Jin-hyuk easily get whatever he wants, what are we even supposed to do? Still, they need to budget a little, but why overthink it? It is just a minor loss, and their family finances are more than deep enough. Oh, go right ahead and keep buying, old man. Once our boy drives up the price a bit more, it is going to hurt a lot more than a minor loss. He is absolutely certain the kid is aiming for something specific, and whatever it is, he has to hoard it all. He must secure it to exchange for information about Anubis. Alright, up next is an item strictly for the true high rollers. Presenting to you all, the primordial chessboard. You would think everyone would be hyped, but it is a total snooze fest. Alice has just been sitting back, eating snacks, sipping tea, and enjoying the drama. It seems like absolutely no one is interested in this item. What? Are they supposed to play with their imagination since there are no chess pieces? I guess I should save my money for when the Jade Dragon Ginseng hits the stage. Haha. You probably thought they would just move on to the next item, right? Well, think again. Jin-hyuk, who had been quiet, suddenly throws down the starting bid of $50,000. Right on cue, the old man raises it to $100,000. Here we go again. From $100,000, it quickly skyrockets to $500,000. Refusing to back down, Jin-hyuk bids $1 million. He falls right into the trap and jacks it up to $8 million. The crowd starts whispering and buzzing with gossip. Is there some hidden secret about this board they do not know? It is just an ordinary chessboard with no pieces, yet they are casually bidding $8 million for it. Just when everyone thinks the old man is going to win it, our boy refuses to let up. Even though it is getting incredibly pricey, he presses on. Though his face is probably dark with rage right now. He bids $10 million, but there is no way it is going to be that easy. The old man bursts into laughter, showing off his perfectly straight teeth. He is completely insane. For a single chessboard, he skyrockets the price all the way to $30 million. On top of that, He turns around to laugh mockingly at him. Oh, look at that. Was $10 million your absolute limit? How pathetic. If you want to outsmart an old fox like me, you are going to need a few more lifetimes. This guy actually thinks he's got it all figured out, assuming this is the ultimate treasure Jin-hyuk desperately wants. He even laughs, telling him to crawl at his feet if he wants it. Ugh, hearing him talk is seriously annoying. Ever heard the saying, "He who laughs last, laughs best"? Right now, Jin-hyuk looks completely helpless. He clearly tricked this guy into blowing a fortune, but how on earth is he still so rich? Does he print fake cash or run an illegal gambling ring? This has completely blown past all his calculations. No. This is giving me a major headache. I need a backup plan, and fast. Because this current strategy is a total bust. And so, item number 56, the primordial chessboard, is sold to the gentleman for $30 million. Before the gavel can even drop, a clear, cheerful voice chimes in, $100 million. That's a mind-blowing $100 million. The old guy's eyes go wide, and his jaw completely hits the floor. Blowing $100 million on a chessboard? Is this girl out of her mind? Wait, what's going on here? Oh man, at this rate, there's no way he can compete. Alice looks over at a stressed-out Jin-hyuk with a smug grin, looking incredibly proud of herself. No, he can't back down now. The old man already blew $70 million on complete junk. But if he gives up now, all his hard work and money will go straight down the drain. Fine. He'll just have to grit his teeth and survive on sweet potatoes and barley for a year. The bid goes up to $110 million, but before he can even finish speaking, the vampire girl gives him a vicious glare that shuts him right up. She actually drops $200 million on a single chessboard. Seriously, who can compete with that? Even though he's totally broke, the old man still tries to talk tough, claiming nobody would believe she actually has $200 million to blow on a stupid chessboard. Seriously, if you don't have the cash, just shut up and let her buy it instead of throwing a massive tantrum. Even the MC is sweating, saying he doesn't mean to doubt her, but asking if she can prove she actually has $200 million. Oh please, cash might be tight, but she has plenty of treasures worth way more than $200 million. She was quiet earlier, but she is actually the ultimate boss here, especially since the crown she handed over to them is worth well over $500 million. The old man is shocked to his core. Seeing her act so powerful, he wonders if she's even a normal human. The answer is a big fat no, old man. Calculating his options, he realizes an enemy even tougher than Jin-hyuk has appeared. It's time to initiate Plan B. The primordial chessboard is handed over to Jin-hyuk. Honestly, it's not even that important, making this whole thing feel way too extra. Spending over $500 million on a chessboard, yet she still flexes so hard, saying her vault was getting crowded so she had to clean it out. Her net worth is probably well over $1 billion. Besides, she hates standing by and watching fools mock her partner. Well, it's nice to hear something sweet for once, but before they can even celebrate, a massive explosion goes off. What the hell is it now? People start scattering, running for their lives. But unfortunately, they all get wiped out. Turns out, this is the old man's plan B. His henchman is slicing everyone down, calling them sacrifices. Ataraxia has been activated, turning into a mana furnace as everyone there falls one by one, including children and the elderly. Jin-hyuk is absolutely disgusted by this necromancer, furious that he dared to cross the line. What a repulsive bastard. Everyone falls one by one under that disgusting guy's mana. Right after that, a massive monster appears out of nowhere. Peekaboo, you're dead meat. What a disgusting necromancer, using innocent souls as sacrifices. Come on, baby, why call his cute little pets disgusting? This guy talks big because he thinks he's about to devour Jin-hyuk. But since Jin-hyuk is the main character, the villain still has to show some respect, praising him for standing tall against this level of magic, as expected of an S-rank. Kang Jin-hyuk is truly not to be messed with. But does he remember? The guy still clearly remembers the time Jin-hyuk humiliated him on that flight, and he's held a grudge ever since. Now, the order to eliminate Jin-hyuk has been quickly approved. At this point, there's absolutely no reason for him to hold back. If Jin-hyuk has the guts, he can come and fight. He can take him on alone. Whoa, slow down. If you fall flat on your face in a second, don't ask why the sky is blue, buddy. The bloodthirsty monsters, like wild dogs unleashed, roar to the heavens as they rush to attack Jin-hyuk. He's not even scared. Why should he be? He's a master at dodging, smooth as shampoo, and incredibly quick on his feet. Wait, feels like something is missing. Where did that sassy rich girl, who acts like she owns the world, run off to? Alice probably scoffed, finding these disgusting things a total eyesore, so she took off a long time ago. While speaking, his magical movements look incredibly flashy. But the truth is, Alice had to go release the seal, because it's hard for him to maintain his mana in a situation like this. Everyone has a weakness, right? Jin-hyuk observes sharply. The hellfire is constantly attacking him, and his mana won't last long. This fight can't drag on, or it'll be too disadvantageous for him. He has to end this battle, yes, as soon as possible. With insane explosive power, the King's Tomb skill is activated, wiping out the necromancer's horde of monsters in a single hit. Yet he still looks so cheerful and cute, not looking like a villain at all. Oh my god. He even says something like, he couldn't even see what just happened. Well, obviously, you'd need to train for 10 lifetimes to even compete with Jin-hyuk. But then again, this guy isn't that easy to deal with. At least we know he's highly interested in those petty material things. So, it wasn't just one. Dozens of those beasts kept swarming in all at once, blocking Kang Jin-hyuk's path. And he already had enough on his plate, especially with his mana running dangerously low. That's when it clicked. The bastard was just trying to stall for time and keep him pinned down. As long as he kept draining life force, he could easily summon hundreds of more monsters, draining the opponent's mana until they are completely dry. Yeah, that's the classic textbook playbook for a necromancer. The creep couldn't stop grinning, probably thrilled at the thought of wiping out his opponent. But with another god-tier dodge, Jin-hyuk's sword flashed with a brilliant purple light. With just 2 quick slashes, he obliterated several monsters. Naturally, Jin-hyuk couldn't keep his mouth shut and had to throw in some solid trash talk. Is that really your trump card? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I'll personally burn every single one of these bastards to ashes before they even get a chance to revive. The sunlight skill was activated. The blinding light caught both the monsters and the necromancer totally off guard, sending them into a panic. Oh, so you've chosen death. Well, if you want to play dirty, he is more than happy to oblige. After all, he's a huge fan of yours. This guy knew Jin-hyuk's skills inside out from watching him during that martial arts tournament. All his minions had to do was scatter and attack before those light beams could fully charge up. Pretty smart, right? Only a true fan would rewatch his fights 100 times just to memorize every single detail like that. But wait, what the hell is that? Why is this completely different from what I expected? Why aren't they moving? Unbelievable, he froze all their legs in place. And oh my god, that smug smile of his. Absolutely gorgeous. My heart is literally melting right now. The necromancer was in complete shock. Don't tell me. He used that flashy, blinding light just as a distraction? Just so he could pull off an ice spell? Damn it, I got played. With a cold. Now, get lost. The entire building was instantly buried in frost. A massive beam of light shot straight through the ceiling, piercing into the high heavens. See? I told you, karma comes back fast. He was laughing a second ago, and now he's face down on the floor. Talk about embarrassing. Weren't you talking big earlier? No way. Oh my god, are his precious little babies completely turned to dust? To make matters worse, Kang Jin-hyuk decided to rub salt in the wound, mockingly pointing out the pile of ashes that used to be his beloved minions. Still acting tough, he actually tried to get back up and fight, throwing a cheap shot like a total coward. Please, at this point, you might as well run home crying to your mommy. Seriously, what a loser. How on earth did he lose so miserably? He was so sure he had everything completely under control. Out of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. He needs to regroup with his master, and fast. But wait, did you really think you could escape, kiddo? Boom. One clean throw, and he's pinned right to the spot. Bullseye. Now that's how you throw something. Completely helpless, the guy can only watch as Jin-hyuk slowly approaches him. What? Did you think you could just stir up all this trouble and then run off? The only fitting punishment for him is death. And Jin-hyuk heard that the most painful way to go, second only to being burned alive, is suffocation. Of course, he could always choose to live. If he spills everything he knows about the demonkin, his eyes lit up the moment he saw the healing potion. He tried to push himself up to talk, but his throat was completely choked up with blood. When he tried to write it down instead, Jin-hyuk just casually stepped on his hand. Savage! Turns out, Jin-hyuk never planned on listening to him from the very beginning. Simply put, he has absolutely no use for him anymore. Have fun dying a slow, painful death. Bye-bye. With that, he walked away without even looking back. Halfway out, the system notified him about a rare ore crafted by Michelangelo, the Jade Dragonheart. Oh, Talk about hitting the jackpot. He could actually craft a massive inventory bag by combining these materials together. You have successfully crafted a 5,000-kilogram giant storage bag. Just as he finished, the host and his son arrived, thanking Jin-hyuk over and over again. Feeling a bit guilty for looting, Jin-hyuk immediately started making up excuses. But honestly, since he literally saved the host's son, they were more than happy to let him take whatever he wanted. Watching the father and son share a warm hug, Jin-hyuk couldn't help but feel a bit touched. It really wasn't a bad sight at all. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Tower of Trials, in the Cathedral of Abhorrence, in a dark, silent corridor, heavy, furious breathing echoed through the halls. The one fuming mad was none other than Melina. Frustrated, she violently tossed aside a door shield that was completely riddled with arrows. Even after throwing it, Melina couldn't help but scream in frustration. Why the hell are the traps here so ridiculously complex? Do we seriously have to go this deep every single time? Walking right beside her, Black Glasses calmly said, "Stop whining, Melina. His mood is already terrible because of that idiot, Alex." Melina's face instantly darkened. His mood is bad? So, what? Am I supposed to walk on eggshells around him now? Even with Melina's blade pressed right against his throat, Black Glasses didn't back down. If you want to keep breathing, then yeah, you probably should. Just as Melina and Black Glasses were about to tear each other apart, a voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. A mysterious figure, wearing a long-nosed mask, stepped forward, radiating a dark, ominous aura. He reminded them that they had been partners, risking their lives together for over 10 years. Is it physically impossible for you two to meet without trying to kill each other? Having their cover blown, the 10-year partners reluctantly called a truce, still glaring at each other. The real reason Longnose summoned them was because of a certain blacklisted individual who had recently shown up, specifically, Kang Jin-hyuk. Melina figured Kang Jin-hyuk must have played this game before, but she shrugged it off, assuming his skills were probably just on par with amateur players. Oh boy, she is about to get a major reality check, but Longnose knows better. Remaining completely calm and composed, he warned her not to underestimate him. For all we know, Kang Jin-hyuk might have already cleared floors way higher than we have. Melina scoffed in contempt, muttering that the elite group who cleared the 20th floor of the tower were already in a league of their own. Damn it, how did Kang Jin-hyuk pull it off again? This time, the 10-year friends are actually on the same page. Seeing that they won't even take him seriously and listen, Longnose gets a bit annoyed, but he knows they can't afford to underestimate Kang Jin-hyuk. Before taking off, Longnose tells Melina and Dark Glasses to go help them break their losing streak in this upcoming mission. Over at a villa, Lee Taemin and Yoo Yeon-hwa are kicking off their day with a morning workout. But mid-routine, Yoo Yeon-hwa goes a little too wild, putting all her strength into a massive kick aimed right at her human training target, Taemin. Taemin tries his best to brace himself, but it is no use, and he ends up eating dirt, face planting hard onto the floor. Talk about being completely at her mercy. When Yoo Yeon-hwa asks if he is okay, Taemin, now looking like a squashed pancake, tremblingly gives a thumbs up to show he is totally fine, just barely hanging on. Once they wrap up their workout and shower, Yoo Yeon-hwa steps out of the bathroom only to have Taemin immediately call her over to check out something on his computer screen. He is watching a video of someone clearing the third-floor boss in the Tower of Trials. Taemin can tell right away that Kang Jin-hyuk's masked alt account is anything but ordinary. Yoo Yeon-hwa assumes he is just pulling some cheap stunt to bait views like all the other content creators, but her hand automatically clicks play anyway. The video is set in the Temple of Makin Myon, the room of a third-floor boss that used to be quite famous. If you can correctly answer 3 questions from Makin Myon, you will be rewarded with items that boost your stats. Everyone loves a good quiz with real prizes, but Makin Myon's questions are notoriously brutal, which is why nobody has set foot in there for ages. The second Kang Jin-hyuk walks in, he boldly demands that Makin Myon hit him with some actually interesting questions. Makin Myon raises an eyebrow at his sheer arrogance. He tells Kang Jin-hyuk that if he answers all 3 questions correctly, he can choose one of his maple leaves. But if he gets even a single question wrong, he will face a punishment. He does not specify what the punishment will be, but looking at the 2 tree monsters that just spawned, it is pretty obvious it is going to hurt. Before giving Kang Jin-hyuk a chance to back out, Makin Myon fires off the first question. What is the optimal depth and temperature for the seawater species Kelgorn to inhabit? Watching from their screen, Lee Taemin and Yoo Yeon-hwa break into a cold sweat, worrying for Kang Jin-hyuk. Who on earth would know the answer to a question like that? But they clearly have no idea who Kang Jin-hyuk really is. which is why he can answer this with absolute ease. The answer is a depth of 175 meters and a temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The moment he finishes speaking, Kang Jin-hyuk does not even wait for Mokin-meon to confirm it before demanding the next question. Talk about absolute confidence. He already knows the system inside out. Now, Mokin-meon's competitive pride is stung, and he is starting to get seriously fired up. He warns him that the next one won't be so easy. The second question: how do you use the Feini sponge? But before Mokin-meon can even finish uttering his supposedly difficult question, Kang Jin-hyuk is already rattling off the answer perfectly. You simmer solar desert salt and the holy water of a priest who has completed the Tier 2 quest over low heat for exactly 5 hours. That is way too much information. Yu Yanhua and Taemin's brains completely short-circuit, leaving them with blank stares. Meanwhile, in the video, Kang Jin-hyuk is already on the final question. The giant eagles of the sky plateau only mate once a year. But when does it happen? Kang Jin-hyuk immediately rings the buzzer. The answer is when the first snow of the season falls in the Tower of Trials. The moment the words leave his mouth, Mokin-meon bursts into laughter, as this is the very first time someone has gotten every single question right. The online community watching is ready to drop to their knees and crown him king. Mokin-meon then asks him which color maple leaf he wants from the choices of red, yellow, and green. The red leaf carries the fire attribute, the yellow leaf boosts defense, and the green leaf increases movement speed. Yu Yanhua assumes that clearing the third-floor boss is going to require a massive battle, so she guesses Kang Jin-hyuk will go with the green leaf for that extra speed. But geniuses never play by the rules. Kang Jin-hyuk completely bypasses the obvious and demands the black leaf instead. While onlookers like Yu Yanhua and Taemin are left scratching their heads, Mokin-meon himself is completely stunned. How on earth does Kang Jin-hyuk even know about the black leaf? Panicking, Mokin-meon desperately tries to bargain with a sweet deal, offering a buy-one-get-one combo where choosing a red leaf gets him a yellow one for free. But Kang Jin-hyuk immediately shuts him down, acting deeply disappointed and scoffing at how he expected much better from the supposedly great and prestigious Mokin-meon. After all, he promised that if he got all the questions right, he could choose whichever leaf he wanted, but now he is trying to go back on his word. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk drops his friendly tone and threatens him, telling him to cough up the black leaf, or he will report this backstabbing behavior to the administrator. Terrified, Mokin-meon can only sputter a curse before slowly fading away. Right on cue, Kang Jin-hyuk receives a system notification confirming he has acquired the black maple leaf. Checking his inventory, he sees he did not just get one, but a whopping 1,280 black leaves, proving just how desperately Mokin-meon wanted to get rid of him. Grinning, Kang Jin-hyuk notes that the final puzzle piece is finally in place. Glancing at the two tree monsters charging at him with pure murderous intent, all he has to do now is clean them up and wrap this whole thing up. Meanwhile, outside the tower entrance, the guard with a full head of hair gets so incredibly bored that he taps the shoulder of his balding fellow guard. He asks him if he heard that Unknown has already started tackling the third-floor boss room all by himself. The balding guard knows who Unknown is, but is completely blindsided that he decided to take on the boss this early on. The hairy guard chuckles, saying that for now, all they have to do is stand around here, kill some time, and head home once their shift is over. The balding guard sighs, muttering that keeping an eye on this place was a total waste of time from the very beginning anyway, since nobody in their right mind would ever wander down here. The other guard pats his back, telling him to relax, since the higher-ups have already worked everything out, so they should just do what they are told. After all, overthinking every little detail is only going to drive them crazy. While the two of them were talking, the bodyguards downstairs had completely vanished without a trace. A few sharp-eyed people noticed this, but they failed to realize that a dark, sinister magic circle had suddenly formed right under their feet. In just 1 second, dark energy surged from the circle, tightly binding the two bodyguards. That was when Cedric emerged from the shadows, leading his army of black cloaks. Watching the two bodyguards struggle weakly, he frowned in dissatisfaction. This was pathetic. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. He ordered his men to quickly drain their life force. There was no time to waste, because Kang Jin-hyuk had already made his move. After watching Kang Jin-hyuk slice through the giant tree monster in a single blow, the chat went absolutely wild. Most of the viewers were convinced he could easily conquer the third-floor boss. But of course, a salty hater just had to crawl out of the woodwork, begging to get shut down. He commented, "Just by looking, you can tell Kang Jin-hyuk is going to fail, The second that comment popped up, Kang Jin-hyuk, who had been dead silent, suddenly spoke up. He said, "Believe what you want, but I am in a terrible mood right now, so shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense." Hearing his incredibly hostile tone, the viewers started wondering if he was trash-talking them. I mean, isn't the customer always right? Seeing the chat acting completely clueless, Kang Jin-hyuk decided to spell it out for them. He confirmed that yes, he was indeed talking to them, and added some choice words: watch or get lost. Normally, streamers would kiss their viewers' butts just to get more followers, but since he went with an IDGAF attitude from day one, only those who shared his vibe ended up joining his fandom. And honestly, it seemed like his viewers actually enjoyed getting yelled at. Or maybe they were just blinded by how incredibly powerful he was. Instead of getting mad, the chat got even more hyped up. Even a major Twitch streaming star jumped in to leave a comment, saying that usually, a remark like that would piss him off. But for some reason, he wasn't mad at all. And thanks to that savage shut-up call, Kang Jin-hyuk's view count began to skyrocket. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk detected a strange fluctuation of magical energy nearby. He furrowed his brows, instantly realizing that an intruder had slipped in. With that in mind, Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly announced he was ending the stream, coldly ignoring the flood of complaining comments. Elsewhere, the Black Cloak army was charging forward, casting spells to assault the Golem army. Legions of skeletons and iron gladiators materialized instantly, throwing themselves relentlessly at the stone giants. As the two sides locked in a fierce, chaotic battle, Kang Jin-hyuk casually stood on the sidelines, happily eating popcorn and enjoying the show. Watching the skeletons ruthlessly bash the stone golems, he could tell the dark forces were slowly gaining the upper hand. Realizing the tide of battle was turning in their favor, the Black Cloak leaders ordered everyone to focus their mana and completely wipe out the remaining stone golems. Just when they thought victory was within their grasp, a massive volley of boulders came flying out of nowhere, smashing right into their ranks. The mastermind behind that rocky ambush was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. Seeing him acting like a hero trying to save the stone golems all by himself, the Black Cloaks decided to wipe him out in a heartbeat. Countless skeletons lunged straight at Kang Jin-hyuk, which was exactly what he wanted. He instantly activated his guardian star. Skeletons trying to fight a god? Please. The skeletons and iron warriors couldn't even lay a finger on Kang Jin-hyuk. Instead, they were blasted back a whole 3 meters. Panicking, the Black Cloaks scrambled to report the situation to Cedric. Cedric gritted his teeth in fury. There was no need to tell him, he could see it perfectly clear with his own eyes. Outpost number 3, which he had established to maximize his control over the undead, had already been completely destroyed. If Outpost number 1 fell too, their connection network would be severed, and their entire command system would crumble. Cedric stood there, utterly humiliated by this legendary string of failures. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk was still wreaking absolute havoc. He landed a flurry of fiery punches on a combat mode Moai statue, mocking it. "You are so agonizingly slow. Are you actually trying to catch me, or are you just out for a jog?" Absolutely fuming, the giant stone monster chased after him in a blind rage, meaning his provocation had worked flawlessly. Kang Jin-hyuk sprinted directly toward the masters of these stone puppets. The Black Cloaks could only watch in terror as he closed the distance. They desperately tried to block him, but before they could even cast a spell, Kang Jin-hyuk had already teleported behind them, and with his sudden appearance came a massive friendly fire betrayal, courtesy of their giant stone ally. The Moai statue leaped high into the air, bringing its massive foot down to crush him. But since this is only the beginning of the story, we all know that is not going to happen. Instead, the only ones getting crushed were the Black Cloaks themselves and 500 of their iron warriors. One of the Black Cloaks couldn't help but scream to Cedric, "Outpost number 1 has been breached. If we stay here, we will be completely surrounded." Cedric, who was busy grinding his teeth in frustration, paused for a second to yell back, calling him a complete idiot. He could see it clearly, no need to state the obvious. Losing all composure, Cedric finally screamed at the masked Kang Jin-hyuk. He wanted to know what kind of grudge this guy had against them to ruin their plans every single time. Little did Cedric know, behind that sleek black mask was his ultimate nemesis, Kang Jin-hyuk. After venting his rage, Cedric instantly activated the Pyramid Guardian. Seeing him prep the spell, a Black Cloak tried to stop him, warning him that if he used up all his mana now, he wouldn't have enough left to fight the boss. It was solid advice, but Cedric was way too far gone to listen. Right now, all he could see was red, and he wanted nothing more than to obliterate this masked intruder once and for all. He unleashed his power, yelling, Guardians, awake! Cedric barely chants 2 lines of his spell before collapsing, completely out of breath. Black Cloak asks if he is okay. Touched by his concern, Cedric decides to let the guy repay him with his own body. He beckons Black Cloak closer, then sucks his life force completely dry. Black Cloak only has time to gasp in shock before rapidly shriveling into a dry corpse. Even though he is already a dried-up husk, his survival instinct still makes him struggle. Cedric gently tells him to be a good boy, whispering that resisting will only prolong his suffering. He tightens his grip, continuously absorbing the life force until, in the blink of an eye, Black Cloak's mummified remains crumble into nothing but dust. Kang Jin-hyuk is completely dumbfounded by this scene. This old psycho actually absorbed his own teammate without hesitation. Oblivious to Jin-hyuk's silent judgment, Cedric grins, showing all 10 of his teeth, boasting that he now has more than enough power to summon his guardian army. That was just a warm-up. Now, the real fight begins. Hey there, cool black-masked Kang Jin-hyuk. It is game on with Cedric and his guardian army. Cedric's popping dancing mummy army starts cracking and twisting their bones, their entire bodies releasing a foul stench that you could smell from 5,000 meters away as they charge at Jin-hyuk like the wind. Cedric looks incredibly proud of his smelly little creations. How do you like that? This is my ultimate army. His mummy warriors can whip around bandages as hard as steel with ease, fully equipped with both offensive and defensive skills. They are the ultimate immortal army. Normally, the old man should have saved them for the 3rd floor boss. But if he can take out Jin-hyuk right here, he can easily justify using them, right? Justify his own weakness, that is. This old geezer is overambitious for his age, which is honestly kind of pathetic. Cedric sticks out his tongue and waves the skull staff in his hand, shouting, "Die, you masked bastard." Meanwhile, Melina and Li Chao are hiding on a pine tree branch in the distance, enjoying a free front row seat to the clash between Red Devil Cedric and Man City Jin-hyuk. Melina raises an eyebrow, impressed by Jin-hyuk in his unknown persona. She notes that the masked kid is braver than she thought, since it has been ages since she last saw Cedric this furious. Jin-hyuk clearly does not know the concept of respecting his elders. Li Chao, however, does not think having more guts than brains is a good thing. He admits that Jin-hyuk's plan to destroy the base was clever at first, but sticking around instead of escaping afterward is just plain stupid. It looks like Jin-hyuk completely miscalculated the massive power gap between him and his opponent, thinking he could easily win after only seeing some skeleton soldiers and death knights. He is dead wrong, because Cedric's unique skill is far more troublesome than those low-level mobs. Since things have escalated this far, there is no need for them to throw fuel on the fire. Melina shoots him a disdainful look. Suddenly, a massive explosion piques her curiosity, making her wonder what kind of circus act those two are putting on. Memories of that training period suddenly flood back into Jin-hyuk's mind. In his memory, an old man strokes his beard and praises Jin-hyuk's 18-centimeter sword for being sharp and powerful, but warns that he is putting too much raw force into it, which disperses its true power. He points out that this is his main weakness. Telling Jin-hyuk to watch the rope in his hand closely, he explains that a true master can unleash devastating power from within, using the exact same amount of energy. The old man then whips the rope around with some mind-blowing moves, leaving Jin-hyuk completely dazed. The movement starts as gentle as a soft breeze wrapping around the area, only to erupt with explosive force at the perfect moment. The gust generated by the rope sweeps over Jin-hyuk, triggering a sudden wave of realization. The old man smiles warmly and encourages him to apply this to his soul-chasing sword. A fraction of the soul-chasing sword dance form has been recreated. Up until now, Jin-hyuk was just testing the waters, but now, he is playing for keeps. He barely unleashes the skill, yet those mummy boys are already blasted so hard they lose their wrappings. His proficiency in the soul-chasing sword skill skyrockets, and Jin-hyuk's power is absolutely exploding right now. Cedric grits his teeth, trying to hold his ground with both eyes wide in utter disbelief. He cannot believe the mana vortex is powerful enough to pull in everything around it. This is the first time the old man has ever witnessed such a terrifying sight, and he almost soils his pants in pure terror. The monstrous mana vortex sucks in all 500 of his mummy minions, sending them flying into the air. Nothing in the vicinity can withstand the crushing pressure, and everything is dragged into the maelstrom. Soul-chasing sword dance, 5th form, Heaven Shatterer. Cedric tightly grips his staff, holding it up to activate a protective barrier before he gets sucked in as well. Sweating profusely, the old man struggles to keep his footing and stay upright. He wonders how on earth this kid has obtained such monstrous power. when the Tower of Trials only became a reality less than half a year ago, giving Cedric no more screen time. The skull on his staff begins to crack before completely shattering into pieces. With his skull staff broken, Cedric loses all his defenses. He has absolutely no way of surviving this. The old man lets out a desperate shriek as he is swept into the vortex and slammed hard onto the ground. His hair was already white, but now he feels like he is going completely bald from the sheer stress, losing years off his lifespan. Trembling, the old man forces himself up, reminding himself that of the 36 stratagems, running away is by far the best option. If he does not leave right now, he is a goner for real. He has to escape at all costs, because there is absolutely no way he can win this fight, not even in his wildest dreams. The old man screams at the top of his lungs, ordering his remaining mummy minions to block Jin-hyuk and protect his old life, screaming that this is an absolute order. But you completely forgot that your mummy buddies are already 6 feet under. None of those guys are left to save your sorry skin. Jin-hyuk sneaks up from behind, looking down at the old man, struggling to crawl back up. What's wrong? You're acting just as pathetic as that disciple of yours, acting all smug only to run away like a coward when you're about to lose. I guess he learned that pathetic habit from you, huh? Cedric is still wondering what kind of connection they had in a past life, before suddenly remembering that his disciple really did die at Jin-hyuk's hands. Wait, if this masked punk is saying all this, does that mean he is actually Kang Jin-hyuk? Finding out this massive secret right before kicking the bucket is a pretty good deal for Cedric. Guess he has no choice but to take this secret to his grave. Jin-hyuk is thrilled to be recognized by his fan, telling the old man to make sure to say hello to his disciple for him. Cedric is drenched in sweat, looking like he has absolutely nothing left to live for as he glares at Jin-hyuk. Now that is what you call a loyal fan. Well, Jin-hyuk might as well send this old-timer on his way. Since it has been so cold lately, our kind-hearted Jin-hyuk decides to light a little fire to warm Cedric's heart. But somehow, he accidentally turns up the heat too much, and instead of warming him up, he ends up roasting him alive. I cannot with this main character. Jin-hyuk is truly a thoughtful man. Knowing Alex must be incredibly bored down in hell, he sends his master down so the two of them can catch up on old times. He must be so lonely all by himself down there, so why not send this old man down to keep him company? Cedric goes from a white-haired old man to a completely bald, charred skeleton. The hooded cultists notice the summoned beasts acting highly unstable and immediately raise their guard. Could Lord Cedric have been defeated? Without the summoned beasts to protect them, the cultists are instantly slaughtered by the guards right on the spot. Jin-hyuk stretches his muscles while climbing the temple steps. Suddenly gaining the Heavenly Soul Destroyer skill at this level is a bit taxing. He wonders if it's too much for his body to handle. He immediately buys 4 mid-grade mana recovery potions to buff his strength and make things easier. But if he hadn't come here, the losses would have been much worse, so he just has to push through a little longer. Jin-hyuk stops to pick up a shield lying at his feet. Did this shield seriously fly all the way over here? He used to rely on shields quite a bit in the past, so finders, keepers, right? It really brings back memories. Now, Jin-hyuk clashes with Guardian Garam, and the 4 Heavenly Kings enter the fray for another round. The 4 Heavenly Kings can't wait any longer, and immediately rush in to attack. Jin-hyuk, standing all by himself, has to face the 4 Heavenly Kings, who are as massive as colossal titans. This is an incredibly unfair matchup. Well, that's what anyone else would say. But for our main character, nothing is impossible. Using the shield to block their attacks, Jin-hyuk actually expresses how much he likes the 4 Heavenly Kings. He likes them because they don't talk much, which means he doesn't have to waste any time here. After a few basic slashes, he demands they cough up the key to the crusade, saying he's getting a bit tired. Having never been threatened like this before, the 4 Heavenly Kings are absolutely terrified. Their fragile, delicate, and totally fragile bodies are completely shattered by Jin-hyuk. He's completely thrown off, having no memory of this happening in the game. Meanwhile, Muhan of the Stone Pagoda is holding the Golden Lotus key and stabs it right into his own body. Why is he stabbing the key into himself instead of a door? Is he seriously the door himself? The system screen notifies that the main hall key is responding, and the entity on the other side of the gate has answered the call. A massive, gigantic golden lotus begins to bloom right out of Muhan's body. Must have been grown with some serious supersized fertilizer. Jin-hyuk raises an eyebrow, realizing this guy has a lot more backbone than he thought. From within the giant lotus, a golden figure gradually reveals itself with a calm and gentle demeanor, mumbling some holy chants. He really just called out his big boss to fight. This is one move even Jin-hyuk didn't see coming. The monster, thousand-armed Avalokitesvara, has appeared. Jin-hyuk better start praying while he still can. The thousand-armed Avalokitesvara looks incredibly intrigued by Jin-hyuk. It has been ages since the four heavenly kings last summoned him. He never expected anyone to make it this far, and threatened the key kept inside the stone pagoda. Jin-hyuk cocks his head with a smug, punchable look. It's really no big deal, he's just going to wipe out this floor's boss right now. The thousand-armed Avalokitesvara praises him for his sheer confidence, admitting it's quite impressive. He isn't sure about other things, but he has to admit that in all his long years of existence, this is the first time he has met someone who talks as much trash as Jin-hyuk. Thinking that the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara is taking him for a joke, Jin-hyuk gets a bit fired up and immediately challenges him to get this over with. The thousand-armed Avalokitesvara expresses his regret, saying he still wanted to chat a bit more. But it seems Jin-hyuk isn't in the mood. Jin-hyuk has no time for that, and stone statues are definitely not his type. The thousand-armed Avalokitesvara simply laughs at Jin-hyuk's adorable foolishness. Time is a wonderful gift from creation, you foolish mortal, so make sure to enjoy it, because when your time comes, you'll definitely miss these very moments. Not wanting to keep Jin-hyuk waiting any longer, the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara immediately unleashes an attack straight at him. Jin-hyuk is no pushover either, rushing head-on into the clash to keep things exciting. But under the heavy blow from the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara, Jin-hyuk's shield is already starting to show signs of strain. The shield is cracked, and as expected, the impact is absolutely devastating. Trying to block this is only going to drain every last bit of his strength, but he has to push through. There is only one shot at this, so he has to suck it up and deal with it. The thousand-armed Guanyin has never run into a tough guy like Jin-hyuk before, and he is absolutely loving it. Boy, you have successfully caught my attention. You really are an interesting boy. Oh wait, hold on, that sounds like a cheesy romance script. Let me retry that. The thousand-armed Guanyin has never met anyone who could block his spiritual sound waves before. He is getting more and more excited by the second. Since you blocked my spiritual sound waves, let's see if you can take this /2. If the thousand-armed Guanyin actually hits Jin-hyuk, do you think they will end up as a couple? Just thinking about it gets me all excited. Jin-hyuk unleashes his glacial freeze skill to show the thousand-armed Guanyin what real freezing cold feels like. It is like a brutal Alaskan winter, instantly freezing the gold-plated spears of the thousand-armed Guanyin. The thousand-armed Guanyin is starting to realize this guy is a tough nut to crack. He has thrown dozens of spears to impale him, but not a single one hit. It is driving him absolutely crazy. You brat, so you are using dirty Western tricks. We know the thousand-armed Guanyin is a patriot, but he needs to watch his mouth. That kind of xenophobia will easily get him banned. The thousand-armed Guanyin is incredibly biased. Once he hates someone, he will do everything to drag them down, especially our main character. He just made it a bit chilly, and now he is labeled as some Western invader. It is so exhausting. The six-armed Guanyin makes a hand sign with each hand, and even casually steals our main character's cool shield. Where did he learn such bad habits? He holds the shield in his hand, getting ready to lecture him with 1,000 Buddhist scriptures found on TikTok about how to be a decent human being. You foolish mortal. He is about to make a grand speech, but suddenly, his arm feels a bit itchy. Turning around, he sees his homies in the neighborhood. Oh, wait, wrong script. He sees Jin-hyuk's dagger, which is somehow stabbed right into his middle arm. This time, the thousand-armed Guanyin completely drops his holy image. He is so mad his insides are turning. That damn brat is playing cheap tricks again. But wait, this trick is a bit different. It actually hurts. The dagger glows with a dangerous-looking red energy. The thousand-armed Guanyin raises his arm to check it. What are you trying to pull? Poison is not going to work on me. Since the thousand-armed Guanyin asked, Jin-hyuk is happy to explain. That is called blood demon chi. Once you are wounded by it, the injury will just keep spreading. But the thousand-armed Guanyin is like, who do you think I am? I do not care. Your petty tricks will not affect me. At most, I will lose an arm. What is the big deal? The thousand-armed Guanyin is extremely generous, ripping off his own arm to gift to Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk nods along, agreeing with him. Right. Taking just one arm is not going to kill you. He knew very well this would not work, since he has already tried it once. But let me tell you something, because I have already got what I wanted. Only now does the thousand-armed Guanyin realize. Was Jin-hyuk targeting the arm with the sacred gem from the very beginning? Jin-hyuk combines the magic grimoire of the Fentress Duchy with the thousand-armed Guanyin's sacred gem, obtaining the Lemmajitin book from the Golden Dawn. he uses the gluttonous eye skill. The copy condition is, within 5 minutes, use ice magic to humiliate the 1,000-armed Guanyin and create a massive ice sculpture of him that is absolutely flawless. Additionally, during the process, he must wear a disguise and play a suitable song. Jin-hyuk is dumbfounded as he reads the conditions. But hey, a slave to the system's grind has to do what he has to do. He specially warns the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Look, do me a favor. No matter what you see, do not ask. Because I hate this stupid crap just as much as you do. When even the 1,000-armed Guanyin starts swearing, you know he is extremely salty. What the hell is this brat doing? T to T to T. The trumpet sound echoes throughout the room. Our guy is chilling while brushing his silky blonde hair that looks smoother than a shampoo commercial. Just treat it as a favor. Hush now, baby, do not ask anything. Even I think this cringe fest is absolutely ridiculous. The more Jin-hyuk talks, the angrier the Guanyin monster gets, to the point where veins are popping all over his face, and his expression looks as wrinkled and ugly as a monkey's butt. Hey, even a bodhisattva's patience has limits, yet he still has the audacity to play around right in front of him. This kid has some serious balls. Right then, his body emits a strange light, and his 6 hands start moving like a Buddha statue. The 1,000-armed Guanyin has activated the mandala eye. Guanyin screams in rage, wanting to show him the pain equivalent to 1,000,000 cycles of reincarnation. Light begins to condense into a spear, and of course, it is aimed right at him. What does our silky blonde Jin-hyuk think? Did you think I would just stand here and wait to die? Glacier barrier activated. Sharp blocks of ice begin layering up, forming an incredibly sturdy shield that blocks all the basic strikes of the bodhisattva. See this clean combo, babe? They call this the upgraded version of Icebind, and it is absolutely out of this world amazing. Not sure if he's just too salty and embarrassed, but this guy's face has been stuck in a mix of pure terror and a bitter grimace this entire time. Even the spectators watching the show are completely jaw-dropped in disbelief, watching every single strike from the 1,000-handed Guanyin get completely shut down by Kang Jin-hyuk's ice barrier. Man, that looks fire. He is just way too cool. Melina can't stop blabbing, wondering if this guy has completely lost his mind. Like, why is he suddenly blasting music while fighting the 1,000-handed Guanyin? He is so incredibly handsome. Surely there is nothing wrong with his head, right? And that spine-chilling ice move from earlier. Man, life is just full of unbelievable things. Oh, and that golden hair fit for a shampoo commercial? He probably got it from the item exchange shop. She keeps rambling on, totally annoying Li Chang standing right next to her. He coldly stands up to think. After watching the drama for a bit, he realizes this guy is seriously unpredictable, which makes sense, right? He is the main character after all. That kid unknown is our boy. After dealing with that toad, he immediately turns to face the 1,000-handed Guanyin with an overwhelmingly dominant aura. What his opponent is showing is something you would normally only see after clearing the 10th floor. He really is the boss of the 3rd floor. But as for Jin-hyuk, our boy has clearly gone far beyond normal human limits. Watching him fight like this actually makes you feel a bit bad for him. He is throwing hands without a single second to rest. Melina looks down from above, utterly terrified, wondering if the two of them jumping in to help would even stand a chance against that Guanyin guy. Haha, highly unlikely. Honestly, it's probably best to just give up. If it's just the two of them, they won't win this, even if they fight until the end of time. If they're forced to fight, they'd at least need backup from the executives. Chang is definitely not feeling that. They've been fighting side by side, going through life and death together, and now she wants to beg for backup? Saying that is basically kicking away the high status they sweated so hard to build up to this day. Ugh, I seriously can't stand your stubborn pride. Oh, so this guy is really planning to throw his life away just to protect some status? He is even crazier than Kang Jin-hyuk. But hey, he might be cold. But he's definitely not stupid. Looks like it's finally time to use this, a single coin. Melina looks at it and smirks, knowing things are about to get wild. Over there, Jin-hyuk is still in the middle of a fierce, dramatic battle. Oh wait, he already noticed them? Turns out the demons didn't just send that one toad here after all. Jin-hyuk continuously uses ice to block the Guanyin's strikes, but getting distracted by those two strange creatures above leaves him wide open. The opponent is extremely sharp, and a grazing blow instantly snaps our boy back to reality. Thankfully, it missed. My bad, I was busy organizing my thoughts, so I got a little distracted. But now that I've switched to serious mode, you are absolutely dead meat. Fire element activated. The book flips open. Glacial freeze activated. Sharp ice shards shoot out with massive force. Things are getting intense. Let's go. On the other side, the thousand-handed Guanyin is not holding back either. He swings his spear like crazy, with neither side willing to give an inch. To sum up the fight, it's a relentless back and forth of offense and defense. Except Kang Jin-hyuk is the main character, so there's no way he's losing even if he wanted to. The two clash over and over. Suddenly, the opponent starts trash-talking, calling him foolish and promising to show him real pain. The thousand-handed Guanyin activates Heaven and Earth Net. A barrier surrounds the area, locking Jin-hyuk inside. With this now officially becoming the Guanyin's domain, we'll have to see how our boy handles this. Inside that space, the opponent powers up, now sporting 8 arms. Infinite heaven and earth. Beams of light zip and zap all over the area, and getting hit by one means instant death. This guy starts getting cocky, confidently asking him, "Where did all that confidence of yours go?" Jin-hyuk activates Glacial Freeze once again, completely turning the space into a frozen wasteland. Outside, the Guanyin is both furious and arrogant, claiming that since he created this space for Jin-hyuk, resisting is totally useless. Without skipping a beat, the thousand-handed Guanyin activates 10,000 strike spear, causing lightning to explode from the ground. The giant clutches his staff and chants a holy prayer. "Lord Buddha, guide my strike and smite this fool." The ice shatters into a million pieces, and you can bet anyone caught inside would barely stand a chance of surviving that massive blow. The Guanyin starts wearing a smug grin, laughing as if our boy is nothing more than an annoying little fly in his world. Yet, it only takes a few seconds for Jin-hyuk's voice to ring out. "Didn't you say cheap tricks like this wouldn't work twice?" Wait, what? Where's that voice coming from? From right behind the thick curtain of smoke and dust. "Hello, baby." Jin-hyuk leaps out, pulling off the absolute impossible. Glacial prison. The entire body of the thousand-handed Guanyin is frozen solid, stretching all the way up into the sky. Oh dear, what a shame, because he had heard that this guy really hates ice magic. Unable to move a single muscle, the guy is trapped inside a massive block of ice, left with nothing but his big mouth. On top of that, our boy roasts him for reaching such a high level only to still have a stupid prejudice against ice. But the absolute best part? Since he's so stubbornly delusional, our boy's only option is to mold the ice into a giant middle finger just for him to remember. Talk about a massive screw you, man. That has got to sting. If you can't beat him in a fight, you resort to trash talk, huh? You filthy human. The guy threatened to throw our boy into Avicii hell, just to make him suffer. Too bad for him, he's currently frozen solid in our boy's block of ice. Better luck in your next life, pal. He even threatened to make him reincarnate as a bug tens of thousands of times. Doesn't that sound tragic? But while he was busy screaming his head off, our boy had already completed the copying conditions. S-rank, unique skill, Mandala, successfully copied. Initiating analysis. S-rank Mandala. Any player who has mastered Buddhist teachings can use this skill to reinforce their weapons. Through mental training, you can use this skill to predict your opponent's attacks. Copy to the memory of the world. Alright, my turn to strike. Guanyin's eye. Save your breath. Stop screaming. And with that, he casually flipped his blonde hair. The enemy was utterly shocked. How? How on earth did he get that skill? Right then, Kang Jin-hyuk activated Mandala. Standing next to the massive index finger, he looked incredibly badass, which completely infuriated the giant statue. How could a guy like him use Mandala? Did it take you an eternity to create this? Thanks a bunch. I'll put it to good use. Hey, now, beat it. Kang Jin-hyuk effortlessly lifted the frozen finger and threw it straight at the thousand-armed Guanyin. At first, the boss managed to hold his ground, but after just 2 seconds, he disintegrated into ash. You have leveled up. Kang Jin-hyuk stood triumphantly on the ruins of the shattered crystal Guanyin statue. He looked like a legendary hero, holding the golden lotus key in his hand, while his heart fluttered with excitement. Acquired the stone statue key. You can now summon the boss of this area regardless of your current progress. Only usable on the 3rd floor. Man, I'm exhausted. That boss was actually a real pain to deal with. He left me sore all over. What a drag. This is way harder than playing a video game. Talk about terrible luck. Dealing with all these troubles on top of 1,000 armed Guanyin, I must have lost 2 to 3 kilograms. System update initiated. Name, Kang Jin-hyuk. Gender, male. Age, 27. Level, 21. Strength, 13. Agility, 16. Vitality, 16. Mana, 70. 1. Gap, 100. Luck, 10. Though he doesn't seem lucky at all. Adaptability, 10. unused skill points, 6, and so on. At this rate, I'll have to dump my skill points into boosting my mana. And just like that, my mana went from 71 to 77. Finally, a chance to unwind. Taking a breather makes everything feel so much better. I'll probably need to get my hands on a mana recovery item soon, since I'm always running on empty. Right, there are still so many other annoying things to deal with. I guess there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The environment inside the Tower of Trials is definitely unique. Actually, scratch that, it's brutal. Monsters are constantly lined up, just waiting to welcome you. When night falls, the temperature drops drastically, and the monster's aggression and attack power skyrocket by 10 to 1,000 times. Because of this, players usually leave the tower to sleep safely at home, while the rest stop hunting and search for any place they can call safe. Underneath a gorgeous, starry night sky, we hear the sizzling sound of giant shrimp. These are a rare species caught in the river near the temple on the 3rd floor. They look exactly like lobsters and are incredibly mouth-watering. I definitely need to devour at least 2 of these to satisfy my cravings. Kang Jin-hyuk sat there happily, stuffing his face, without a single care in the world. It's been ages since I tasted anything close to lobster. No other place could ever top this. I'm in absolute heaven. I definitely need to copy some cooking skills in the future. Just as he was happily enjoying his meal, Melina and Li Chao showed up out of nowhere. Talk about a rude interruption during dinner. Are they here to freeload or what? They claimed they couldn't leave before sunset and asked to crash here until sunrise. What a pathetic excuse. Once he gave them permission, the two exchanged a smug look and sat down. One look at their faces and you just knew they were plotting something. They greeted him politely, and luckily, Kang Jin-hyuk isn't the stingy type. After exchanging some small talk, he shared a lobster and a bowl of soup with them. Declining would just be plain stupid, and Melina was already drooling. Just as she was about to dig in, Li Chao stopped her, looking at her like she was a complete idiot. He reminded her they were warned never to touch food from strangers, especially one who hides his face. Now that's just rude. Besides, wearing a mask is a total fashion trend right now. If it makes you too uncomfortable, I can totally take it off. But to break the ice first, why don't we play a little game to reveal my identity? Since both sides seemed pretty curious about each other, they agreed to ask 3 questions in turn. If they could answer all of his questions, taking off the mask would be a piece of cake. Li Chao thought it was a fair deal, figuring they could just lie as long as they gave an answer. With only 3 questions, even if Jin-hyuk was planning something, they didn't have much to lose. The two of them exchanged looks and agreed. All right then, they decided to flip a coin to see who would go first. She called heads, and sure enough, it landed on heads. So she got to ask first. Did she really think a veteran gamer like him wouldn't see through her cheap mana tricks? This must be Caligula's coin. If you target someone and feed mana into the coin for 5 minutes, you can temporarily control their thoughts. Figuring he wouldn't answer if she asked for his name or organization, she decided to ask who he came here with instead. That's a clever question. Going solo is tough enough. Carrying someone else would break my back. She must be trying to figure out if I have any backup. Since you came here alone anyway, just give me an honest answer. Now, it is your turn. It looks like you two are after the boss as well. But why are you just sitting back and watching? You two clearly saw how I cleared it, after all. They are just waiting for the right moment to enter the temple. That place is notoriously dangerous, so of course we have to be careful. So, masked guy, what is your reason for climbing the Tower of Trials anyway? Like money, fame, stuff like that. Jin-hyuk could tell they were ready to compromise if he agreed to their terms. I am not even sure what I want. If I tell you, are you guys actually going to make it happen? Oh please. Like what? We are not short on skills. If you want, we can give you way more than you can possibly imagine. Li Chao smirked along. The conversation went on smoothly and casually, right up until the very last question. If you two can answer this, I will take off my mask. My last question is, does the Demon Association really think 2 small-time weaklings like you can actually take me on? Seeing him hold that torch made things look seriously dangerous. Melina smirked. As expected, he already knew their identities. Even a blind man could see just how insanely strong he was. He took down the 1,000-hand Guanyin all by himself. After all, since that boss was top tier, you must be exhausted and weak by now. We do not even need both of us to handle you. My coin alone is more than enough. Oh man, these two are incredibly naive. Did they really think our main character was some easy target? She throws it with high expectations, but absolutely nothing happens. Li Chao standing next to her was completely speechless. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk just smirked. Actually, the coin of Caligula is perfectly fine. It is just that she is too pathetic to even channel her magic power into it. The system activates the judgment of Anubis, reducing stats by 50% and restricting skill usage for 1 minute. Li Chao starts panicking, and panic leads to losing. He cannot even execute Plan B. The deities of the shrine are highly pleased with your devotion. The target to face Anubis's judgment has been selected. You have been designated to face the great general of heaven. You have been designated to face the great general of earth. Massive temple pillars begin to rise one after another. The two of them begin to shake in fear, clearly having never faced anything like this before. Li Chao suddenly remembers that dish. Holy crap, it was not just for eating, but it was actually an offering to the guardian shrine to awaken him. The great general has activated the skill, no entry, no exit. Li Chao remains stubborn, thinking that as long as he kills him, it is over. But he completely forgot the initial warning. He was told not to move. The great general of heaven has activated the skill, one punishment for all worlds. It is not even a fair fight, because you can tell right away who is the predator and who is the prey. Our buddy Li Chao gets absolutely wrecked by the great general of earth, taking every single hit without missing a beat. Li Chao desperately reaches out, crying for help as a rage-filled heavy blow is about to land right on him. I told you not to move. The power is activated, and Li Chao is pretty much history. The fist comes crashing down, crushing Li Chao like a cockroach, blood splattering everywhere. His cool glasses are history too, shattered into dust. The direct hit makes the ground shake and shatter to pieces. Seeing her teammate completely beyond saving, Melina starts absolutely panicking. Her eyes well up with tears, sweat pouring down her face uncontrollably as she whimpers in terror. Damn it, I told you we should have run from the start. She is shaking like a leaf. Right behind her, the great general of earth is preparing to finish her off. But then Jin-hyuk steps out looking like a cool CEO in his black mask. Stop. A quick, sharp command, and the great general of earth obeys instantly, gentle as a puppy. He coolly speaks up. Since we already know each other a bit, why do we not have a little chat? Jin-hyuk's eyes glow with a red light, looking absolutely terrifying. The inspection eye is activated. Melina feels a cold shiver down her spine, but the skill fails due to the level difference. Jin-hyuk is furious, cursing to himself. Damn it, the luck stat did not work this time. Unbelievable. He turns to Melina and says, I hope you will answer honestly to everything I am about to ask. I already know you guys are demons, but I do not know your motive yet. Humanity is going to perish if they do not climb this tower, so why are you trying to stop them? Melina, obedient as a puppy, is about to spill all the details when Chao, who had just been beaten to a pulp, screams out, Damn it, shut your mouth. Do not tell him anything, never. Right after those words leave his mouth, a lightning-fast, heavy punch lands right on Li Chao, sending him to meet his maker before he can even blink. Witnessing this, Melina collapses in terror, practically about to wet herself. And just like that, the disobedient child is put to sleep forever. Seizing the moment, Jin-hyuk drops a psychological bomb, saying that trying to remain loyal is commendable, but it has to be at the right place and time. My rule is never to spare anyone who tried to kill me, but if they provide useful info, I might spare their life. Oh man, hearing that, Melina feels a massive wave of relief. Being saved from a dead-end situation is a total blessing. In an innocent voice, she asks, Will you spare my life? Jin-hyuk begins his manipulation game, saying, Valuable insider information is worth a lot, is it not? But surely not as much as your life, right? Hearing that threat, she panics and immediately confesses everything. I do not know the exact name of the person who sent us to kill you, but we call him Lancelot. There are 11 others besides them, but I don't know much about them since I was in the assassination unit. The handler said that if we gather all 12 cursed holy relics, even if humanity gets completely wiped out, we'll still survive and get a massive reward on top of it. And besides, after realizing that what she said was actually true, Jin-hyuk was blown away by this, but he was also pretty satisfied. Looks like this is all the info I can squeeze out of her for now. Alright, Loki and the 12 cursed holy relics. Got it. Damn, they're even crazier than I thought. So the Demonkin's actual goal is to summon the Demon King. His eyes gleamed with intense ambition as he gave a soft smirk and removed his mask. Also, what's up with them being able to survive even if humanity goes extinct? From now on, I'll have to factor this into my plans as well. Jin-hyuk turned to Melina, who was still kneeling there as obediently as a puppy, saying, "Thank you for providing such useful information. You've been incredibly helpful." Melina thought she was finally off the hook and tried to stand up, but Jin-hyuk scared the absolute daylights out of her. She asked, "Can I go now, mister?" Jin-hyuk replied, "You're not going anywhere." Holy crap. She completely froze, immediately panicking and screaming. "But you said you'd let me live. You promised that if I told you everything I knew, you'd let me go." Jin-hyuk walked up to Melina with a blank expression, speaking in an incredibly smug tone. "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. You little worm, but only after you sign this contract." Jin-hyuk casually summoned the Covenant of Suffering with an incredibly wicked grin. "From now on, you must obey every single thing I say." Damn. Hearing this, Melina couldn't hide her terror, sweat completely drenching her body. She gritted her teeth in fear. "Oh my god, a covenant? Wait, actually, this is still 100 times better than dying, as long as I get to live." Then, enveloped in the blinding light of the covenant, she passed out. By the next day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining bright. Standing among the towering green bamboo, Jin-hyuk was hyped, excitedly posting a status update with a headline hotter than any drama, announcing that he wouldn't be live streaming the third floor boss raid, but would just release a highlight video, so watch it tomorrow if they want. Man, the comment section was blowing up like crazy. "Oh my god, look! He just announced that he's taking on the challenge. What if he dies or fails? How will they announce that?" This is getting interesting. Jin-hyuk looked at the flood of comments and grinned with amusement. They must be absolutely fuming because I promised to live stream earlier. He casually strolled along. At that moment, a peaceful little village appeared right before his eyes. He casually brought out the stone glyph key and unlocked the invisible barrier, instantly changing everything. Damn, the village scenery completely vanished. A tower loomed right in front of him. The third floor boss was responding to Jin-hyuk's summon, and a pathway slowly opened up. Stepping out from the transparent barrier were massive soldiers, each carrying a shield and wearing armor that made them look tough as hell. Inside, a long-haired man was sipping on a cup of wine. Who dares disturb my rest?" The third floor boss, Muhan, appeared right in front of Jin-hyuk, completely neutralizing his eyes of gluttony. Muhan sat there, casually sipping his wine on the stone helmet of a giant soldier. "Though countless humans have challenged my army, you're the first one to use a key to summon me. Where is your army?" With a massive force of around 100,000 stone warrior statues, asking this question was like rubbing salt in Jin-hyuk's wounds. He just gave a soft smile and immediately summoned a chessboard, along with a modest 2,851 magic-infused chess pieces. Muhan looked at them and sneered. "Quite a creative idea. I'll give you that. With these, you could easily be considered a one-man army. But what are you planning to do with these mini-toys, kid?" The best part of the show is always saved for last. Jin-hyuk cast 2,851 blazing elixirs onto the 2,851 chess pieces, and they instantly transformed into soldiers and horses, forming a spectacular and incredibly badass army. Even Muhan had to praise him. "I must admit, you are indeed different from the other humans who came before you." Now, 2,851 giant warriors stood ready to absolutely smash Muhan's stone army. Despite his old age and frail body, Uncle Jungu was still as obedient as a puppy, diligently carving the chess pieces with dark circles under his eyes like a panda, looking helplessly at Yuri. "Yuri, how many more of these do we have to make? My knuckles are about to fall off." Hannah, her face twisted in annoyance, gritted her teeth but tried to speak with a forced, sweet tone, resignedly. "At least give us a number so we know how much longer we have to keep doing this. Why on earth did he suddenly force us to do this? Damn, this is straight-up elderly labor exploitation." One middle-aged man looked completely drained, while the other looked like she'd been punched in the face. But Yuri remained completely stone-faced, her hands working tirelessly as she indifferently replied, "Sis, uncle, we don't have time to complain. It's only about over 2,000 pieces. If we get on that devil Jin-hyuk's bad side, we might end up in a cardboard box. Our best bet is to make sure he sees us, as always, being on his side." Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was facing off against Muhan in the most adorable way possible. Getting praised by Muhan made him absolutely thrilled as he put on a sickeningly fake smile. "Are you acknowledging me? Hell no. Acting like he's on cloud 9 just from getting recognized by a third-floor boss is totally worthless." He drew his weapon, mounted his chess knight, and rode forward with his chin held high. Damn, Muhan was absolutely fuming, thinking he had a fan only to find out he was a hater. Excuse me, what did you just say? As Jin-hyuk added fuel to the fire, dropping an absolute burn. You just itching for a beating, kid? You've only been playing for a few months and already think you're hot stuff? This is exactly why you're stuck on the 4th floor. You're simply not strong enough to climb any higher. Each floor boss acts as a guardian while trying to exert their influence there. They can even climb the tower to gain more power, just like any other challenger. But against all expectations, Muhan doesn't get mad at all. Instead, he laughs hysterically, mocking Jin-hyuk to push his buttons. Talk about having a face as thick as a brick wall. Do you really think I'm not strong enough to get past the 4th floor? You arrogant little punk. Honestly, even a ghost would lose their cool here. But Jin-hyuk forces himself to stay calm, taking a deep breath. You're nothing but a newbie ghost who's permanently stuck on the 3rd floor anyway. Muhan calmly throws back a painful insult. Keep babbling if it makes you feel better. You really think that makes you look cool? Provoking me like this must have been part of your plan. Fine. Let me show you the absolute, night and day difference in our power. Muhan immediately orders his first squad to advance. Their heavy footsteps shake the very ground as they charge forward in massive waves. Every single one of them is massive and muscular. Watching this colossal, overwhelming army rumble toward him, Jin-hyuk can only swear under his breath. Holy crap. 1,000 vanguard troops. He must be trying to test my counterattacking capabilities. Not to be outdone, Jin-hyuk immediately launches a counteroffensive. Pawns on both ends. Advance 3 steps. Front row, form a defensive line. Muhan's stone soldiers unleash a hail of throwing daggers, flying straight toward Jin-hyuk's pawns. Jin-hyuk shouts, "Hold the line, now!" The shields immediately lock together, forming an impenetrable wall. The pawns charge forward to strike back, while the back row pushes up to support the front, keeping their shields raised as a barrier. Jin-hyuk quickly commands his forces to fire. The chess pieces in his hands aim their heavy crossbows and unleash a devastating volley at the enemy. The rooks keep up a relentless bombardment. Arrows fly straight into Muhan's ranks, shattering their shields in a split second. But the stone soldiers won't back down easily. They immediately retaliate, unleashing a fire attack that dyes the entire sky a blazing red. Muhan watches the chaotic battlefield with sheer delight. He's already wiped out 1,000 vanguard troops. Nice job, sweetheart. Seeing his entire first squad bite the dust, Muhan doesn't waste a second and orders his second and third squads to march forward. The bishop troops rumble forward at high speed. Jin-hyuk feels a massive headache coming on. 100 knights, strike their flank. Let's boost our damage to 200% and crush them. Without a moment of hesitation, Jin-hyuk shouts and charges ahead, looking incredibly badass. We're going to tear their army to shreds in an instant. Holy crap, the stone soldiers barely even have time to register what's happening before Jin-hyuk's knights run them over, beating them to an absolute pulp. He charges straight through the arrow fire, sending quite a few bishops straight to the graveyard. Watching his forces drop like flies, Muhan is finally starting to lose his cool. He's actually a pretty decent commander. His offense and defense are airtight, and his timing is impeccable. But wait, why is there a gaping hole right on his flank? This looks a little too good to be true. Is this a poisoned apple? Getting a bit cautious, Muhan decides to trigger his weakness detection skill. Instantly, all of Jin-hyuk's critical vulnerabilities are laid bare. Muhan grins with excitement. Seriously? So all I have to do is take down the king, and the rest of them will crumble like a house of cards. His eyes light up as he lets out a wicked laugh. How incredibly bold. I was wondering why he'd make such a rookie mistake that even an idiot would avoid. But it turns out, it's not a mistake at all. He's practically daring me to come get him if I have the guts. He's so ecstatic that he completely throws caution to the wind. He happily orders his scouts to advance immediately, aiming straight for Alice in the center of the board with her shining crown. Seeing Muhan deploy yet another wave of soldiers, Jin-hyuk is startled out of his wits. Their forces number around 3,000, covering a 15-square-meter area. He's going to strike our headquarters the second he sees an opening. Bypassing the weaker defensive lines, the 3,000 troops move forward. Muhan knows full well this is a trap to bait him into attacking the king piece by deliberately leaving a gaping hole in the defenses. And that's when Jin-hyuk's forces spring into action. Muhan sends his massive, hulking shock troops to the front. They loom over every other soldier on the battlefield, wielding giant stone hammers that pack an absolute punch. Below them, Jin-hyuk's forces continue to unleash a barrage of fire attacks directly at Muhan's giant units. Talk about a dirty move. Muhan deploys even larger gargantuan statues, which easily scoop up his own giant units with a single hand. Compared to these massive stone behemoths, Jin-hyuk's pieces look like tiny specks of dust. They grip the giant units tightly and hurl them like missiles straight onto Jin-hyuk's side of the board, causing devastating impacts. Yet, they quickly recover and begin to surround the king piece. Brandishing massive, lightning-infused warhammers, they direct all their terrifying power at the tiny, defenseless king piece right before them. Watching this unfold, Muhan's face lights up with absolute satisfaction. He smirks, staring at the king piece that's about to be obliterated, overflowing with dark joy. This is it. It's finally over. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk spurs his horse and charges straight into the enemy ranks. Muhan immediately deploys his generals and elite soldiers to intercept him. As Jin-hyuk draws near, Muhan can't help but mock him. Wow, you actually managed to claw your way over here with such a pathetic handful of troops. He sneers, tossing out a backhanded compliment. Jin-hyuk just chuckles and snaps back, telling Muhan to shut his trap. After all, he knew from the very beginning that Muhan was deliberately leaving that path wide open for him. Muhan's smile completely vanishes. Even he is starting to doubt himself now. Did Jin-hyuk actually know this was a trap all along? But Muhan just stands up, deciding it doesn't matter either way. He points, mocking Jin-hyuk for foolishly trusting the crown to Alice, who looks as weak as a wet noodle, before rushing straight toward him. With such a pathetic, tiny force, Muhan expects absolutely nothing from Jin-hyuk. He simply reaches out his hand, his eyes glowing with crackling electric sparks. A yin-yang circle manifests beneath his palm, and instantly, two massive stone demons named David and Vaha summon onto the battlefield. The three-headed Vaha laughs and scoffs at David, asking if this mortal realm has anyone decent at all. David strokes his chin and agrees, saying he hasn't seen a single person with decent body proportions. Meanwhile, Muhan suddenly frowns, his face twisting in annoyance. He glares at Jin-hyuk, wondering if the guy has completely lost his mind. Seeing Jin-hyuk charging forward with a smile, Muhan can't comprehend how he could possibly be smiling in a situation like this. Flashing back to before the battle, Alice asks Jin-hyuk with a hint of worry in her voice. She asks if he will really be okay on his own. Jin-hyuk playfully asks if she is worried about him, earning a sharp glare before she immediately admits it. She is only worried because Muhan is the third-floor boss. Jin-hyuk continues to tease her, saying it's the first time he's ever heard her praise someone so much, jokingly asking if this Muhan guy is actually stronger than her. Instantly, Jin-hyuk is met with Alice's explosive fury. She puts her hands on her hips and points a finger straight at his face, asking how he dares compare a noble creature of the night like her to those brainless rockheads. She grumbles that things would be totally different if she hadn't been trapped in that cramped, tiny space. But then Alice stops herself, wondering why she is even wasting her breath comparing herself to them in the first place. She decides she should just stop complaining and move on. Seizing the opportunity, Jin-hyuk asks if that means he can leave everything here to her. Alice immediately turns on her maximum confidence, replying that of course he can. Even with her current body's limitations, taking down 10,000 of those brainless stoneheads is nothing more than a walk in the park. Back in the present, a massive horde of stone demons swarm from all directions, rushing straight at Alice. Jin-hyuk grins with amusement, absolutely certain that her arrogant words are about to make someone lose their mind with rage. Right then, Alice activates Blood Spear, summoning a small orb of blood that floats gently in her palm. Suddenly, countless tiny, glowing red spears of blood materialize all around her. With a flick of her hand, she curses the stone soldiers, demanding how such pathetic, annoying bugs dare to try and lay their hands on her. Following her outburst, she unleashes the crimson blood spears, sending them flying toward the enemy and piercing straight through their bodies. The impact stops them dead in their tracks, shattering some of them into pieces. Alice then leaps high into the air, merging the spears together to summon a massive crimson sphere of blood. Activating Bloodburst, she looks down coldly at the stone army below and commands them to drop dead. Instantly, she dives down as the giant sphere unleashes a colossal explosion, completely obliterating the stone soldiers into tiny fragments. With the job done, Alice lands proudly on top of the rubble. Witnessing this unbelievable display of power, Muhan practically jumps in sheer frustration. He can't believe his eyes, wondering how on earth a frail-looking girl could possess such devastating power. Carrying his weapon, Jin-hyuk approaches him and speaks up. He points out that Muhan's biggest mistake was letting him get this close, and foolishly believing his vanguard could easily defeat Jin-hyuk's queen. Jin-hyuk then activates Demonic Blood Aura, causing a dark red and black mist to swirl aggressively around his weapon. Right after that, the Black Leaf attribute begins to react to the Demonic Blood Aura. A purple energy wraps around the tip of his weapon. This triggers a new attribute called mental collapse, which continuously inflicts damage and makes the targets completely lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe. With a swift motion, Jin-hyuk hurls his weapon flying straight toward the enemy army. The stone army is instantly affected by the pulsing energy radiating from the weapon, their eyes turning a glowing purple. Even the three-headed stone demon Vajja is affected, his entire body trembling violently. He clasps his hands together, muttering that he never liked those guys from the very beginning anyway. David stands nearby, completely confused by what Vajja is mumbling about. Suddenly, Vajja glares at David with pure hostility, saying he can't stand that pretty face and those bulky muscles. And without warning, he throws a heavy punch right into David's face. It isn't just Vajja. The entire stone army is now suffering from the mental collapse effect, turning on one another as they dive into a chaotic, violent brawl. Muhan watches in sheer disbelief and bitterness as his own army tears itself apart in absolute chaos. With so many stone soldiers falling left and right, his master plan is completely ruined. Traumatized and defeated, Muhan clutches his head, sinking into despair. He can't accept that his army and his brilliant strategies have been utterly destroyed by a mere human. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk yells out to him, calling him a pathetic demon, which makes Muhan flinch in shock. Jin-hyuk mockingly tells him not to panic so much, or he will look incredibly weak. He then activates his Ice Blast attribute. Instantly, massive, razor-sharp pillars of ice erupt from the ground. Although Muhan's commander manages to dodge just in time, seeing the ice shredding through his ranks leaves Muhan grimacing in pure panic. Realizing Muhan is trying to run away, Jin-hyuk quickly raises his ice bow, aiming directly at him. Shattering the ice to clear an escape route, Muhan screams at his soldiers to stop Jin-hyuk at all costs. Jin-hyuk releases an arrow straight into the stomach of Muhan's giant commander, sending him stumbling to the ground, barely holding himself up. The heavy impact sends the mounted soldiers flying, but Jin-hyuk leaps into the air and activates Mandala. Gripping his ice bow, he notches a glowing golden arrow of pure power. He calls out mockingly, "Leaving your lackeys to clean up your mess the second you are cornered. Muhan, your habits never change, do they?" The system notifies Jin-hyuk that his ice bracelet and mandala are now resonating. Jin-hyuk aims his bow and fires straight at Muhan, shouting, "Checkmate." The arrow flies forward as Muhan's general raises his arms to block it, but the arrow pierces right through the general and flies straight toward Muhan, tearing through his throat and making him scream in agony. Intense beams of light erupt from Muhan's eyes and mouth, transforming him into a giant key that rises toward the massive snowflake-patterned door high above. The system announces that the floor 3 boss, Muhan, has been defeated. Alice watches, smiling in satisfaction. The system alerts them again, announcing that the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials is now open. The remaining time to conquer the next floor is 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Looking at the countdown, everyone is filled with a mix of excitement and utter disbelief. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the 3rd floor has been successfully cleared. But glancing up at the trial's countdown timer, even Jin-hyuk is left slightly dazed. Jin-hyuk steps forward to check the system, and a flood of level-up notifications fills his screen. Jin-hyuk dumps all his stat points into mana and happily goes to claim his rewards, but he suddenly freezes when he sees the loot dropped by the boss. Items are usually color-coded. Anything from below floor 10 is red, which is the lowest tier. But wait, why is there an orange chest here? He rubs his hands together with a mischievous grin, realizing this must be the effect of his Monopoly buff, which maximizes his rewards when clearing solo. The chest pops open, showering him with a ton of rewards. System notifications pop up one after another. You have received a pink diamond. You have received a top priority ticket. You have received soft rice. You have received natural water. You have received a seed chest. You have received a fire-spitting nail. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk spots a highly unusual reward called the Eclipse Stone. He thinks to himself, the Monopoly effect is seriously insane. Grabbing the Eclipse Stone, Jin-hyuk is practically bursting with excitement and his usual self-absorption. With this in hand, he is sure he will make an absolute killing once he clears the 4th floor as well. Seeing this, Alice looks at him with pure judgment on her face. She honestly can't stand that smug look of his. Still, Alice lets out a small smile, jokingly thinking that Jin-hyuk is just utterly hopeless. Cutting to the meeting room, Patrick rubs his forehead and sighs in amazement. I can't believe Jin-hyuk actually pulled it off. And he did it completely solo. Unbelievable. Patrick laughs out loud, declaring that they are witnessing the birth of a true hero. Maria lets out a sigh of relief, glad they have bought themselves 90 whole days to prepare for the next floor. We have to plan our next move very carefully. But Tenwei completely disagrees, scowling as he asks, "Why should we be grateful to him?" He jumps to his feet and calls the two of them idiots, arguing that raids like this do absolutely nothing for them. If anything, he complains that Jin-hyuk is just going to steal all their views. Teresa snaps right back, demanding to know what Tenwei is trying to say. Now it is her turn to speak up defensively for Jin-hyuk. She aggressively reminds Tenwei that because of their constant failed raids, they were on the verge of having to make a deal with the demons. Thanks to Jin-hyuk, humanity has 90 more days to prepare, without needing to beg those monsters for help. Teresa is furious that Tenwei could be so ungrateful and selfish toward the very person who saved them when they were backed into a corner. She turns to Patrick and Maria, urging them to speak up. But seeing them both look down in silence leaves Teresa completely stunned. Disappointed, she asks, "Do you guys honestly feel the same way as Tenwei?" Staring at the dead silent room, Teresa is completely fed up. She immediately makes her decision, saying, "As of today, I'm resigning from this committee." Maria stands up to protest, urging Teresa to reconsider after all the effort it took to get her a seat at this table. Patrick quickly warns Teresa, "This committee isn't a revolving door where you can just come and go as you please." He proudly reminds her that this is an elite syndicate, where only the most talented are chosen to save humanity. He reminds her that if she walks out now, she will never be allowed back in. He then asks her, "Do you really put that much faith in Jin-hyuk?" Teresa walks straight to the door. Grabbing the handle, she opens it and fires back. "I trust him with my life." With that, she steps out, determined, without a single backward glance. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is wandering along the beach. Exhausted from his recent battles, he mutters to himself, "Now that I'm rolling in cash, maybe I should check into a luxury hotel?" Out of nowhere, Iona calls him. He answers, asking if she tried calling him earlier since he couldn't pick up while inside the tower. Sniffling, Iona tells him that her grandfather would never wake up again. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk immediately asked where she was and rushed over without wasting a single second. In Jin-hyuk's mind, Yu Yeonhwa, nicknamed the Atomic Fist, was the granddaughter of Yu Chon-young, a legendary martial arts master at the absolute peak of South Korea's martial arts world. This was the first time he had ever seen someone as tough, cheerful, and optimistic as Yeonhwa look so completely devastated. When he arrived, Jin-hyuk saw Yeonhwa with a red face drenched in tears. He quickly comforted her, saying, "Hey, don't cry. Tell me what happened." Yeonhwa started explaining that this all began not long after the Tower of Trials first appeared. She asked him if he remembered the Incheon riot. Jin-hyuk recalled that this was around the time he and Hana had entered the labyrinth. Jin-hyuk replied, "Yeah, I saw it on the news." Yeonhwa then told him that her grandfather was also there that day, even though he was the one who awakened during that riot and successfully took down the monsters. He was so badly injured that day that he never fully recovered. She added that his condition had taken a turn for the worse recently. Looking at the old man lying on the hospital bed, Jin-hyuk thought to himself, so this is Yu Chon-young, the man who was once called the strongest in all of Korea. Jin-hyuk used his status reading skill on Yu Chon-young and saw that he was 75 years old, level 5, with 25 strength, 50 agility, 38 stamina, 7 mana, and 103 undying energy. His unique skill was Formless Taiji, with True Heavenly Flower Sword Art at level 13 and Refusal to Retreat at level 12. Jin-hyuk scrolled further down, and the system showed his copying conditions. The first was that the target must die, but if he could save his life instead, he would be allowed to copy one of his skills. This made Jin-hyuk highly suspicious. Had this old man really never entered the tower before? Just then, a group of doctors walked in and asked Yeonhwa, "What is going on here?" They criticized her for suddenly running off just to bring back some famous guy who only knows how to fight. The moss green-haired doctor, Heo Jin-soo, condescendingly asked Jin-hyuk what he was doing there, sneering, "Even if you are an S-class awakened, you can't do anything here." Jin-hyuk fired right back, saying he had known Yeonhwa for a long time and just wanted to see if he could help. Heo Jin-soo turned back to Yu Chon-young, claiming he had almost misunderstood, mocking how nervous he was, thinking that the famous Jin-hyuk was actually going to try his hand at healing. Frustrated, Yeonhwa snapped at Heo Jin-soo, explaining how desperate she had to be to bring Jin-hyuk all the way here. She pointed out that the doctors treating her grandfather were supposedly top experts, yet he wasn't showing any signs of improvement. Heo Jin-soo took off his glasses, wiping them while sighing that they were doing everything they could. He claimed they were desperately short on time to research every single disease caused by the Tower of Trials, especially given current medical limitations, and asked for her understanding. Yeonhwa fell silent, then quietly apologized, admitting she had let her emotions get the best of her. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk activated his gluttonous eye. Yeonhwa tried to lead him out of the room so the doctors could focus on their work, but since he stood frozen, she called his name again. At that moment, Jin-hyuk's blood was absolutely boiling after seeing right through the doctor's dark, greedy intentions. Heo Jin-soo was completely faking the treatments. Watching these parasites milk the family for money made Jin-hyuk sick to his stomach. Heo Jin-soo pointed at Yu Chan-young's arm and confidently claimed, his sword art interacted with the tower's mana, which triggered this coma. He then started coaxing Yeonhwa into paying for an experimental magic stone treatment they were supposedly researching, warning her that the materials were incredibly expensive. Without hesitation, Yeonhwa declared, "I don't care if I have to sell the entire dojo, I'll get the money. Just please, save my grandfather." Having got exactly what he wanted, a sly smirk crept onto Heo Jin-soo's face. Furious, Jin-hyuk spoke up, "Hey, what kind of absolute garbage are you feeding her?" Caught red-handed, the defensive doctors rushed forward, aggressively accusing Jin-hyuk of insulting their profession. Heo Jin-soo smirked to himself, thinking that even if they were onto something, there was no way Jin-hyuk could ever find out about their 7 offshore accounts and that secret Bitcoin wallet. But Jin-hyuk immediately read off the exact details of those 7 dummy accounts and the Bitcoin wallet, causing Heo Jin-soo to jump out of his skin. Yeonhwa's eyes filled with anger as she listened to Jin-hyuk's claims. Panicking, Heo Jin-soo stammered that Jin-hyuk was just making things up and had absolutely no proof. But through his gluttonous eye, Jin-hyuk could see the doctors panicking, wondering just how much he knew. They were terrified he might find out about their shady dealings with the Black Cloud Guild and a resident of the tower. This revelation took Jin-hyuk by surprise. What was going on here? Since when did a resident of the tower start colluding with humans? He never would have guessed this four-eyed doctor was actually in contact with a resident. To the residents, humans are nothing but parasites threatening the tower. What on earth was this guy thinking? As Jin-hyuk was lost in thought, Yu Chon-young suddenly convulsed on the bed and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his heart rate spiking wildly like a teenager seeing a crush. Terrified to see her grandfather coughing up blood, Yeonhwa shrieked in horror, "Grandpa!" Realizing things were going south fast, Heo Jin-soo immediately spun on his heels to make a run for it. "But hold your horses, pal. You think you can just walk away that easily? Not a chance." Cheon-hwa threw a vicious kick straight at the door in front of Jin-soo. Where did he think he was going? Running away like that proved he was definitely hiding something. Something was definitely up. Cheon-hwa gritted her teeth and warned him that if her grandfather didn't make it, Jin-soo had better buy himself a coffin right then and there. Jin-hyuk tried to calm Cheon-hwa down, telling her to take it easy, baby. Right now, the most important thing was treating Cheon Daeun, who was writhing in pain on the hospital bed. Seeing Jin-hyuk try to clear the air, Jin-soo thought the guy was on his side and immediately chimed in. Taking the cue, Jin-soo quickly agreed, saying, "Exactly. I was just trying to get some anti-seizure medication. Why are you suddenly going completely psycho on me?" Supposedly, it was thanks to them that Cheon Daeun's condition wasn't any worse. Seriously, who knows how high this guy was to spout such absolute nonsense? Maybe his family sells shamelessness pills, because he clearly didn't have a single ounce of shame. In his 27 years of life, this was the first time Jin-hyuk had ever met such a delusional punk. He was already caught red-handed, and yet he was still barking nonsense? He told Cheon-hwa to give him a good kick to teach him a lesson. Jin-soo tried to argue, but immediately caught a heavy boot straight to the face. His teeth shattered, and he knocked out cold on the spot. Jin-hyuk assessed Cheon Daeun's condition, realizing it was a severe case of mana blockage, and it had reached a critical stage. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been dead 10 times over by now. Luckily, the old man was anything but ordinary, so he managed to hang on quite a while. He couldn't let him die. Jin-soo stared in utter shock as Jin-hyuk pulled out an elixir, completely snapping out of his daze. Jin-hyuk didn't expect the guy to recognize it. Looks like this punk wasn't completely a quack doctor. He had originally planned to save it for a real emergency, but this was Cheon-hwa's grandfather, someone he had known for a long time. Plus, let's be honest, his inner capitalist instincts were just too strong. There was no way in hell he was going to miss a golden opportunity to copy the skills of a powerhouse like Cheon Daeun. Jin-hyuk was no fool to pass up a once-in-a-lifetime chance like this. As soon as the elixir was poured, Cheon Daeun's body absorbed it instantly. The horrifying dark veins on his body vanished in an instant, and his pale skin turned healthy and flushed. Seeing this, Cheon-hwa was overcome with joy, sobbing tears of pure happiness. The system announced that the requirements for copying had been met, and Jin-hyuk had successfully copied the true Taecheong flower wolf cultivation method. This was a cultivation method created by Cheon Daeun himself, which allowed the user to absorb mana directly from the air. Once activated, it increased mana recovery speed by 30% and even rejuvenated the body. Jinsu's jaw dropped in disbelief as he watched Cheon Daeun pass the critical state. Had Jin-hyuk really just saved Cheon Daeun? Shaking like a leaf, Jinsu held onto the door and signaled his two lackeys to make a run for it. They had to get out of there immediately, but not so fast. Jin-hyuk wasn't done with him yet. He planted a hard kick right on his rear, sending him tumbling onto the floor. "Damn it, you little pest. Let's have a little chat, just the two of us." Jin-hyuk grabbed Jinsu by the collar and hurled him face first into the wall like a sack of garbage. Jinsu was still acting tough, trying to sound brave even though he was completely terrified. Honestly, Jin-hyuk had no intention of killing him. He wasn't the type to take a life just because someone scammed some money. He would let him go, provided he returned every single penny he had stolen. Jinsu had fully expected to kick the bucket right there. Getting off this easily felt too good to be true, so he had to double-check just to be absolutely sure. Jin-hyuk raised an eyebrow and said, "Yep, not a bad deal, right? I'll even put in a good word for you with Cheon-hwa, so you don't have to worry about her." Jinsu still couldn't believe he was getting off so light. Did he really want to settle this so easily? It was highly suspicious. Seeing the guy take too long to decide, Jin-hyuk decided to speed things up, asking if he preferred to die instead. Back in the hospital room, Cheon-hwa received a notification of the money transfer. Meanwhile, Jinsu bolted out of the hospital faster than a stray dog. Alice was incredibly curious, asking if Jin-hyuk was really just going to let him go like that, since it was so unlike him. Well, of course not. He told Alice to tail him and see who he was going to meet. He had let him go on purpose. After all, they wouldn't get any useful information out of a low-level lackey like him anyway. Using him to locate their actual base of operations was the smart move. Delighted, Alice flew off to scout. Returning to the room, Jin-hyuk asked Cheon-hwa for a few minutes, claiming he needed to verify if the elixir had been fully absorbed. But that was just an excuse. The truth was, he had already noticed Cheon Daeun was awake. "All right, everyone's gone. Wake up, old man." Cheon Daeun cracked an eye open and said, "I thought I hid it well enough that only a mountain deity could sense it. Was my breathing really that clumsy?" Jin-hyuk shook his head. "Not at all. It was absolutely perfect. It's just that nothing gets past me." Cheon Daeun apologized, saying he didn't mean to deceive anyone, but Jin-hyuk smiled and told him it was all good. Jin-hyuk completely understood that the old man was wary of him after all. Some guy had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and cured an untreatable disease. If he were in the old man's shoes, he would have done the exact same thing. Cheon Daeun paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, asking how Jin-hyuk was so good at reading people's minds. "You guessed exactly what I was thinking, to the point where I don't even know what to say anymore." Sitting beside him, Jin-hyuk humbly replied that he was just glad to see him doing well. He added that Cheon-hwa had been genuinely worried, sick about him, to the point where she actually called him for help, something she would never normally do. In a teasing mood, Cheon Daeun joked with Jin-hyuk, "Ah, I see. So you are a friend of my granddaughter, huh?" After chatting for a bit, it was time to get down to business. There was something Jin-hyuk wanted to ask the old man now that he was awake. Yu Cheon-young was more than willing to answer any question he could, since Jin-hyuk was the one who had just saved his life. "So, what exactly happened during that explosion?" Yu Cheon-young asked as he gently touched the massive, terrifying scar running across his torso. It all started when he was on his way to the conference. Out of nowhere, a massive purple rift, looking like a giant black hole, blocked his path. It kept cracking open wider and wider. Yu Cheon-young had absolutely no idea why something like this would appear there. Suddenly, swarms of monstrous spiders began crawling out of the rift, viciously attacking the nearby citizens. Yu Cheon-young quickly blocked an incoming strike to save a patrolling police officer. He told the cop to evacuate everyone immediately while he held the beasts off. Just then, a guy with spiky hair who looked like their commander stepped out arrogantly, thrilled to challenge Yu Cheon-young. With no backup, Yu Cheon-young had to fight the horde all by himself. He was still holding his own against those giant monsters, but his real opponent wasn't these low-level beasts. It was that spiky-haired guy, and none of his punches could even graze him. In the end, the spiky-haired bastard slashed a massive scar across his chest, almost slicing him in half like Gojo Satoru. Yu Cheon-young passed out from massive blood loss. That was his last memory, and he admitted he had never seen anyone wield a sword that fast before. Jin-hyuk racked his brain, trying to think of anyone he knew who fit that description. Long hair and traditional Eastern clothes. If the old man was telling the truth, it meant the Murim faction ruling Floor 21 had already started making some highly unpredictable moves. They were ruthless scumbags who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. Even back when it was just a game, they had given him a real run for his money. Jin-hyuk couldn't fathom what kind of crazy scheme they were pulling to actually interfere like this. But first, he needed to wrap up this late-night storytelling session. The one who attacked Yu Cheon-young was a resident of the tower. This was the first time the old man had ever heard that term, a resident of the tower. Jin-hyuk had never expected them to leave the tower. Things were getting way more complicated than he had anticipated, but it seemed Yu Cheon-young didn't really care about all that complicated stuff. He suddenly pivoted, asking, "So, you said you've known Yeonhwa for a while now, right?" Jin-hyuk was caught completely off guard by this sudden topic change, nodding instinctively before he could even process it. Yu Cheon-young burst into a satisfied laugh. "Then go ahead and tap that, marry my granddaughter right away." Jin-hyuk sighed in exasperation. "Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I'm easy. Yeonhwa and I are not like that." Yu Cheon-young could only sigh in disappointment. But there was one thing the old man was absolutely sure of. As he aged, one of his traits had grown sharper against his will, his ability to read people. There's a saying that you need to put at least 10,000 hours into a field to truly master it. He believed that was absolutely true. Jin-hyuk silently recalled his own 50,000 plus hours of gaming. By that logic, shouldn't this old man be calling him master? Just a few months after the tower appeared, the most highly rated people were the awakened or those who claimed to be experts. But Jin-hyuk was different. The old man didn't quite know how to put it, but it was as if Jin-hyuk had been forged in battle countless times. He could sense that Jin-hyuk knew the bitter taste of victory and defeat through endless hardships, and how seasoned he had become after overcoming them all. Hearing such high praise fed Jin-hyuk's ego a bit, but he still had to play the humble guy and act like it was nothing. This only made the old man respect him more for being so modest, though he noted that Jin-hyuk couldn't hide the natural aura of calm radiating from him. Well, long story short, the old man really wanted to repay his savior. He wondered if Jin-hyuk wanted anything. Like his granddaughter, perhaps? In reality, Jin-hyuk wanted something else entirely. The backing of the strongest martial arts clan in South Korea. Jin-hyuk cautiously asked him, "Can I really have whatever I want?" Yu Cheon-young chuckled, giving him a confident nod. A moment later, Jin-hyuk stepped out of the hospital room only to find Yeonhwa standing right outside the door. She immediately rushed over to ask how her grandfather was doing. Jin-hyuk reassured her, saying the elixir had been fully absorbed and he'd make a complete recovery in a few days. Yeonhwa let out a sigh of relief. "I don't even know how I can ever repay you." Jin-hyuk smirked with a grin that was 30% devious and 70% shameless. "No need to repay me. Your old man has already shown more than enough gratitude." Back in the hospital room, Yu Cheon-young was looking out the window with a cheerful smile on his face, though there was definitely something a bit off about that grin. Who would have thought Jin-hyuk would ask for that specific thing? Fast forward a bit, Jin-hyuk was back in his penthouse, in a fantastic mood as he stood admiring the city skyline at night. Man, having money is amazing, especially when you're living in such a high-end place. Jin-hyuk picked up his phone and called room service, ordering a massive feast fit for a king to kick off his private party. Jin-hyuk elegantly cut a piece of steak and popped it into his mouth. The flavor was out of this world, literally melting on his tongue. He happily basked in the sweet aroma of the wealthy life. This is the life. Just a few months ago, he had nothing to eat but instant cup noodles. Sitting nearby with her legs crossed, Alice glared at him with pure annoyance, watching him stuff his face. Meanwhile, the evening news was playing on the television. On tonight's episode, we have invited an expert in tower raiding. Today's special guest is a high-ranking member of a top-tier guild, South Korea's strongest, the Dangun, Jang Yoon-sok. Let's give a massive round of applause to welcome today's guest. Yoon-sok is about to share his secrets on how to climb the tower. First, you gotta be handsome. Oh wait, scratch that. You gotta be strong enough to go 7 rounds a night. There are 2 main ways to get stronger inside the tower. The first way is what everyone already knows, leveling up your skills and your own level. And the second way is using coins. The host gasps, asking if he means the currency that can only be used inside the tower. You hit the nail on the head. Being able to trade for better items is one of the best ways to become a ranker. While Yoon-seok is rambling on TV, Jin-hyuk is about to finish off all the delicious food on his table. Even Alice is amazed by this speed. Once Jin-hyuk finishes devouring his meal, he stretches and heads off to rest, leaving Alice to sneak some wine. Yoon-seok is still talking on the TV, saying that whoever conquers the 3rd floor will be granted the privilege of being the first to enter the 4th floor. The 4th floor is a special dungeon, featuring over 100 massive waves of monsters. The key to clearing this floor is to occupy a base and defend it to the end. The catch is, if all the players who enter fail to defend their bases, the entire 4th floor will be sealed for 20 days. Since there is a high risk of casualties if each floor is not cleared within 90 days, even someone like Unknown would not dare to enter recklessly. He believes the tower system possesses absolute authority to enforce its rules. In other words, it does not care about karma, so there is a high chance humanity could face extinction. After the show wraps up, Yoon-seok flirts with the female host and gets in his car, getting ready to leave. Right at that moment, a notification pops up, stating that the player Unknown has announced the start of clearing the 4th floor. All players challenging the 4th floor must get ready, as the first wave of monsters will begin in 8 hours. After some struggles that were barely worth mentioning, Jin-hyuk has finally arrived at the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a quick intro, this place has about 100 waves of monsters, including normal and special zombies of all kinds, whatever you want. Players only have 2 ways to stop these waves. Experts recommend building thousands of defense towers or choosing a base that they can defend efficiently. But for average players, this is just too much to handle. Jin-hyuk is the first to enter the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Other players can arrive 20 minutes later. Jin-hyuk feels like this place is always so gloomy. Time flies, and 20 minutes is not much, so Jin-hyuk needs to move fast. At the Sangam World Cup Stadium, the place is in worse ruins than the Roman Colosseum. Jin-hyuk already has his eyes on this place. He starts using a high-priority base card, and just like that, this spot is chosen as his base. He is playing the role of a hard-working farmer, sowing seeds and planting 5 seeds of the sun, using natural water, boosting the plant's growth rate by 20%. A huge crowd of tough-looking fighters has already gathered at the starting point of the 4th floor. Watching from a distance, Jin-hyuk assesses the situation. He sees nothing but famous big guilds. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Oppa!" Yeonhwa and Taemin have arrived and greet Jin-hyuk. Along with them is the sweet and lovely Teresa. Both Yeonhwa and Taemin are surprised to see her, with very genuine expressions on their faces. Jin-hyuk tells the two of them not to be surprised, as he was the one who called Teresa here. It is just a friendly reunion of their crew, after all. All the cameras are running at full capacity, amazed to see Yeonhwa and Taemin, plus another new top idol in South Korea. Jin-hyuk's squad might not be large, but everyone is top tier. He smiles and asks if everyone is ready. Yeonhwa and Taemin are already getting cold feet before the fight even starts, terrified of the massive zombie horde on this floor. Jin-hyuk does not care at all, saying, "The harder it is, the more fun it gets." Besides, they already have a stadium as their base. They ask in panic, "Is that Sangam?" Then they start crying like babies, deeply regretting teaming up with this guy. For a base that size, Taemin would need about 100 defense towers just to cover that massive place. Yeonhwa says angrily, "This is not a game. If we die here, we are going to end up 6 feet under." Yet Jin-hyuk just chuckles. Teresa looks at them like, "Oh my, why are they making such an embarrassing scene?" While Taemin is already too used to Jin-hyuk's ridiculous antics. Even though she is introverted, Teresa drops a surprisingly bold line. Jin-hyuk is like an addictive drug. Jin-hyuk tells everyone to chill, saying a place like a stadium is perfect for hunting. But that is only true for him, definitely not for the others. Teresa wonders, we need at least 5 people to defend a base. But right now, their team only has 4 members. Looking around, Taemin and Yeonhwa realize they are indeed short-handed. This is too easy for Jin-hyuk, as he has already calculated everything, and the last person will be here shortly. And talk about perfect timing, he barely finished speaking when one more person shows up. But this guy does not seem very friendly, holding a sword and looking ready to send Jin-hyuk straight to the afterlife. In the middle of the desolate mountains, there is a physique that looks absolutely drool-worthy. While Yu Seong is training passionately, a highly demanding notification pops up, "Run to the starting point of the 4th floor within 1 hour." But Yu Seong was incredibly salty and felt like he hadn't trained nearly enough. Besides, Why should he listen to anything Jin-hyuk said? So Yu-sung kept training, fully intending to ghost him. Or so he told himself, until Jin-hyuk messaged again, promising that if Yu-sung showed up, he'd fight with only his left hand and right leg. But Yu-sung was smarter this time. Those words were obviously just a blatant mockery. That punk. Jin-hyuk was such an annoying, immature brat. If he fell for it this time, he'd just get played like a total fool. Jin-hyuk acted exactly like he was coddling a drama queen wife, offering one final condition that he would even close his eyes. Yu-sung tried to keep a cool head, channeling his rage as fuel for his future revenge. Knowing his wife like the back of his hand, Jin-hyuk shot back another text. Chicken. That one word pierced the deep pride of a real man. Yu-sung swore he would stuff this guy in a body bag. Now that they had their full squad of 5, Jin-hyuk called Yu-sung over to join the party. He had it all planned out. An elemental sword would compensate for a warrior's weakness in long-range combat by imbuing elemental magic into the weapon. Jin-hyuk already knew Yu-sung had obtained it. Still, Yu-sung wanted to use actual action to prove he was no chicken. Jin-hyuk teased. Flexing is fine and all, but I have to wonder, do you really plan to spar with me using that incomplete sword? Yu-sung was completely clueless, his face a giant question mark. Long story short, the elemental sword is great, but it has to be complete to unleash its full potential. Coincidentally, a random box spawned on this floor, and the item to complete the elemental sword is inside it. Yu-sung was skeptical, thinking, this guy is full of it. It is literally called a random box for a reason, dude. How can anyone know what is going to drop? Jin-hyuk explained that he preferred unconventional shortcuts. If Yu-sung joined the defense, he could get the item to complete his sword, and they could have their match. That sounded pretty good to Yu-sung, so he said, that item better actually show up in the random box. Jin-hyuk just looked at him like, I can read you like an open book. The minimum number of members for a base had finally been met. Teresa was still questioning her life choices about having Yu-sung on their team, but Jin-hyuk was confident the guy wouldn't backstab him as long as he did not have what he wanted. She might look intimidating on the outside, but her personality was actually super adorable. Yuha handed 2 swords to her appa Jin-hyuk. Those were the twin dragon swords. Although Jin-hyuk already knew that ancient artifacts possessed enough mana to stand against the sacred relics of the Tower of Trials, holding them in his own hands made him realize just how insanely top tier they really were. Yuha had brought them here on her grandfather's orders. He treasured these deeply, so she couldn't understand why he would just hand them over to Jin-hyuk. He proudly replied, he probably just admires my great character. But then he noticed a tiny note attached that read, dowry. Jin-hyuk was left speechless by this eccentric old man. Just like that, they arrived at their beloved base. Yuha was skeptical, asking, we have to defend this base with only 5 people? Yu-sung also had to admit that when it came to being utterly carefree, Jin-hyuk was in a league of his own. Before they could even get settled inside, some sketchy gangsters showed up at their doorstep. Jin-hyuk noticed a few familiar symbols on the young man's sword. The guy stood smugly in front of him and said, so, you are Kang Jin-hyuk. He looked a bit underwhelming, but he was flanked by a whole entourage of thugs escorting him. The symbol on that sword left no room for doubt. He was a former member of the 21st floor, Muram's Black Cloud Guild, which had now rebranded as the Triad. It turned out those residents were expanding their influence outside the tower. Beside him, a big, imposing guy in sunglasses brandished a knife to threaten Jin-hyuk, demanding, he's asking if you're Kang Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk looked at the group and replied politely, that's right, that's me. The leader started to introduce himself as Nam Gong-hyun, but before he could say another word, Jin-hyuk cut him off. I don't have time for this. So save it. If you're about to read me your bio, don't even bother. I've already heard plenty about weak, boastful loudmouths from the Nam Gong family. Hearing this, he froze in disbelief and asked, what did you just say? Teresa, who had been completely bewildered this whole time, asked in confusion, what is the Nam Gong family? Do you two know each other? Jin-hyuk replied, of course. The Nam Gong family is one of the noble clans in the Tower of Trials from the 21st floor's Muram world. Even though they are well-trained elites, they're notoriously hot-headed. This insult pierced the pride of the family-oriented Nam Gong-hyun, making him shake with rage like he had a violent fever. Jin-hyuk put on a hilarious face and went into full theater mode, mimicking, do you know who I am? I will annihilate your entire clan and all your relatives for insulting the Nam Gong family. He told the guy to stop barking that crap, as Jin-hyuk was sick of chatting with third-rate villains. But does the Namgong family even have any pride left to defend? Aside from their name, the Namgongs are absolutely nothing. That critical blow sent Nam Gong-hyun's blood boiling. Instantly consumed by a burning rage, he screamed at Jin-hyuk for daring to insult his beloved family. Here is the profile of this hot-headed guy. Name, Nam Gong-hyun. Gender, male. Age, 22. Level, 68. Strength, 36. Defense, 48. Stamina, 37. Magic, 35. Inner power, 85. Unallocated points, 0. Class, swordsman. The unique skill, swordman unity, along with several other skills. The copying condition is to find all the residents who came with the Murim faction, currently hiding within the Triad Association. Jin-hyuk is completely caught off guard. Who would have thought there were other residents besides Nam Gong-hyun? If they just came here to pick a fight, it feels like a waste of time. Unsure of what to do, Teresa asks Jin-hyuk, but in this awkward situation, he doesn't say a single word, only offering a confident smile. Jin-hyuk doesn't care what their motives are. His only priority right now is copying Nam Gong-hyun's skills. He orders his syndicate thugs to charge in and tear them to pieces. These gangsters charge in with absolute bloodlust, but our team isn't backing down from anyone. Taemin assigns the muscular woman on the left to someone, while Yoo-sung gets hyped up, glad to finally stretch his bones. Taemin activates the Machine King Scepter to summon his mechs, riding in on an incredibly badass combat vehicle that makes him look cooler than ever. Flanking him are some of the most bizarre and unique machines you've ever laid eyes on. Iona activates no retreat. As long as she stands her ground, all incoming damage is reduced by 15%. Teresa also shows off a brand new outfit as she joins the fray, promising to handle the rear guard. Even in this absolute life-or-death situation, Yoo-sung still finds time to chat, saying that every time he sees Jin-hyuk's annoying face, he can't help but think of this. But it is true that the guy lives, without caring about the consequences at all. Jin-hyuk says he needs 3 minutes, and asks Yoo-sung if he can buy him that much time. Yoo-sung looks at the gangsters and tells him not to worry, because he is going to handle this entire crowd by himself. Now that is a guy who knows how to take charge. Teresa activates Sanctuary and Warsong, boosting everyone's stats by 5 points for 10 minutes. Talk about a top-tier teammate. Absolutely amazing. Great job. Iona and Taemin cheer with excitement as they rain down dozens of mini-missiles on the gangsters. Boom. A massive explosion erupts, sending the enemies flying through the air. Seizing the moment, Iona channels 100% of her leg power to deliver devastating kicks to each of them. Don't let her delicate appearance fool you. Once Teresa picks up her sword, she easily handles nearly a dozen opponents on her own. Even the onlookers are terrified by the absolute savagery of this powerhouse team of 5. Yoo-sung moves at lightning-fast speed, treating every gangster to a swift, painful slash of his sword, and walking forward like an absolute badass as his opponents drop dead behind him. Seriously, he looks incredibly cool, a voice that sounds both familiar and foreign echoes, remarking that this place might actually have some real fighters instead of just insects. It's Nam Gong-hyun, who launches a lightning-fast strike, only to be blocked by Yoo-sung. Nam Gong-hyun lands a slash on his opponent's shoulder, but when he goes in for a second strike, he misses entirely. He praises Yoo-sung's reflexes, calling it a job well done, and notes that he clearly has some sword experience. But Nam Gong-hyun doesn't care, dismissing it as amateur struggling. Confident in his superiority, he decides to show off what a true noble swordsman can do, invoking the Sword King form. Nam Gong-hyun instantly lunges at his opponent with wild intensity. Yoo-sung, already in a defensive stance, goads him to bring it on. However, Nam Gong-hyun's strike carries a surprising amount of weight, leaving the handsome Yoo-sung dripping with sweat. Compared to the rest of the Triad Association, this guy is on an entirely different level. But Yoo-sung is no pushover either. He parries Nam Gong-hyun's sword, focusing intensely with his sharp eyes to anticipate his opponent's next strike. Just as a beautiful lady rushes in to save the handsome warrior, our hero Jin-hyuk arrives to back them up, praising Teresa for her perfect timing. Time flies in the blink of an eye, and with the 3 minutes already up, Jin-hyuk tells everyone to swap out. Activating his fire element, he directs a stream of flames toward Nam Gong-hyun, leaving him completely baffled about what this guy is up to. Dismissing the attack as child's play, Nam Gong-hyun looks up to see Jin-hyuk leaping high into the sky. Nam Gong-hyun confidently calls him a fool for putting himself in an inescapable position. He raises his blade, intending to impale Jin-hyuk in mid-air, but he is absolutely no match for him. Before he can even make a move, Nam Gong-hyun finds both of his feet completely frozen, keeping him from jumping or running. People rarely look back at where they just walked. Jin-hyuk advises him to check his feet as he activates Solar Burst. 1, 2, 3, and boom. Jin-hyuk flashes a triumphant grin, while Nam Gung-hyun breaks into a cold sweat at the sight, practically screaming for backup. Suddenly, an intruder appears, using a cross slash to block Jin-hyuk's attack and protect the noble Nam Gung-hyun. Just when Jin-hyuk is about to finish the match, someone has to crash the party. Talk about frustrating. The newcomer is surprised to find such a powerful opponent here, realizing that Nam Gung-hyun is clearly outmatched by Jin-hyuk. 3 more figures arrive, and it turns out the warrior who just intervened is Nam Gung-hyun's older brother. Under the gloomy sky, the entire city is plunged into absolute chaos. Hwangbo Gunak rubs his chin as he sizes up the kid, surprised to see someone outside the tower possess so much internal energy. The green-haired girl agrees, saying she's never seen a young dragon this powerful. Things are getting intense. Jin-hyuk is like a super powerful young dragon making his grand debut. The two share a knowing smile. Finally, all of them have shown up. The system announces that Jin-hyuk has detected all the residents of the Triad Association, satisfying the condition to copy the skill, Endless Steps. Fusing Endless Steps with Swordgrave, Jin-hyuk finally obtains the skill, Ghost Sword King's Steps. When using Ghost Sword King's Steps, movement speed is increased by 70%. Not only that, but it can also be used as an attack if he concentrates mana into his feet. Jin-hyuk has finally finished mastering his new skill. Meanwhile, over at the Three Emperors Association, they are still busy putting on a show of sisterly and brotherly love. Seeing Nam Gung-hyun standing there completely frozen, Hwangbo Gunak asks if he is doing okay. Nam Gung-hyun grunts grumpily and says he is fine. Seeing his reaction, Green Hair excitedly whispers to Middlepart standing next to her. It is the first time she has ever seen Nam Gung-hyun lose his cool like that. Middlepart completely agrees, joking that Nam Gung-hyun is totally washed up. Although they are pretending to whisper, their voices are definitely not quiet. Hearing them, Nam Gung-hyun gets so ticked off his brain completely short-circuits. At this point, to save his fragile ego, Nam Gung-hyun whips his head around and snaps that he could have easily handled it on his own, so who asked them to butt in anyway? Seeing Green Hair still giggling, Hwangbo Gunak has to step in to keep the peace. They do not doubt Nam Gung-hyun's skills, but he should not forget that the king's order was not to kill, but to negotiate a truce. Even Green Hair drops her playful attitude and tells Nam Gung-hyun to tone down his attitude. Nam Gung-hyun gnashes his teeth and mutters that he gets it, but Jin-hyuk already knows they came from the tower. Now, that is a real shocker. The trio from the Three Emperors Association can only gape, their eyes popping out of their heads. Realizing that the others might finally be on his side, Nam Gung-hyun quickly unsheathes his sword, ready to send Jin-hyuk straight to the afterlife. Too bad his sword does not even make it halfway before it is blocked by Hwangbo Gonak's blade. Nam Gung-hyun tried his best, but Hwangbo Gonak is not having any of it. It is time for them to leave. In just 3 minutes, a massive wave of zombies will be heading their way from the right. Seeing that the Three Emperors Association is still wasting time debating, Jin-hyuk warns them that the stadium belongs to his team, so they had better find somewhere else to hang out. Hwangbo Gunak is left completely speechless. Even if Jin-hyuk begged them, they would not want to stay in such a trashy spot. They already have their own base, and it is way more majestic than this dump. He wishes Jin-hyuk luck in staying alive so they can meet again once the first wave of monsters is over. With that, Hwangbo Gunak turns to his subordinate. As your leader, I order you back to the base. Before leaving, Nam Gung-hyun is still determined to save some face. He coldly tells Jin-hyuk that he just got lucky this time, and next time, he will not be caught off guard again. Watching the Three Emperors Association depart, Yeonhwa can't help but sigh. The battle has not even started yet, and she is already completely drained. They need to save their energy because they are running out of time. Taemin quickly snaps Jin-hyuk out of his daze and tells him to get ready for battle. A supermarket is an ideal spot for a long-term siege, thanks to its high walls and abundant food supply. But it has one fatal flaw. Jin-hyuk uses a drone flying high above to live-stream the massive zombie wave rushing into the city. Staring at the endless horde of zombies, Taemin anxiously asks Jin-hyuk if they can really hold off this massive crowd on their own. Honestly, after her past traumatic experiences, Yeonhwa is also highly skeptical of Jin-hyuk's choice of battlefield. She eyes him suspiciously and asks if he is absolutely sure he did not pick this place just for the thrill of it, like he usually does. Jin-hyuk grins and tells them to trust him, explaining that he planted a bunch of sun seeds right in front of the supermarket. The sunflowers, though, do not exactly look like the brightest bulbs in the box. Worried they won't believe him, Jin-hyuk adds that these things are way more useful than they look. Teresa stares at the sunflowers in awe. She has never seen such massive tower defense plants before. Once everything is set up, Jin-hyuk gathers everyone to explain the game plan. The goal of this base defense is to stop the zombies from stealing the flag, positioned right in the center of the stadium. This stadium has 4 major gates pointing in 4 directions. Jin-hyuk has placed those plants around every single entrance. As long as those plants remain intact, they won't just protect their base, they will also easily secure the MVP reward for the highest kill count. Utilizing this massive battlefield is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The plants will take down most of the zombies in each wave. However, they need about 1 minute to recharge, so the team must hold off the zombies during that cooldown. Chun Yu-sung takes charge of the west gate. Noticing Yu-sung's arrogant face practically radiating negative energy as if he is on a suicide mission, Jin-hyuk gives him a warning. Don't push yourself to an early grave. Yu-sung, the server's undisputed king of show-offs, instantly turns pale with rage. A handful of puny zombies trying to take him down? No way. Jin-hyuk sighs in exasperation. Just a while ago, Yu-sung said the exact same thing right before getting absolutely thrashed by the wooden golems. Talk is cheap. Jin-hyuk hit the nail right on the head, and with no comeback left, Yu-sung is forced to walk away in utter embarrassment. Jin-hyuk assigns Taemin to hold down the center, monitor the situation, and provide backup whenever needed. Manhwa is in charge of the north gate. Teresa will handle the south gate. Once everyone is in position, Jin-hyuk can finally test out his newly acquired dual swords. As the zombies approach, everything is locked and loaded. The sunflowers activate their solar flare, their buds swelling up before bursting wide open. Alakazam! A massive fireball shoots out, blasting straight toward the zombies. Right off the bat, the zombies are absolutely obliterated. After firing a few shots, the sunflowers wilt slightly to recharge. Taking advantage of the break, the zombies quickly recover and begin crawling into the base's perimeter. Jin-hyuk draws his dual swords and shouts, "This is where the real fight begins. Everyone, hold the line for just 1 minute." Hearing Jin-hyuk's confident voice, Teresa can't help but steal a quick glance at him. Realizing Teresa is staring at him and worrying she might be anxious, Jin-hyuk flashes her a bright, comforting smile. Instantly, all of Teresa's worries melt away, turning her face bright red in shyness. Jin-hyuk was always there in every dangerous moment, and each time, they overcame those trials together by putting their absolute faith in one another. Teresa was just doing what she had to do for someone she considered a precious ally. Teresa closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her body surged with a fiery fighting spirit. This time, she would also trust Jin-hyuk with all her heart. Once the last zombie was gutted, the system finally announced that the first wave was over. At the same time, the second wave was scheduled to begin in 3 hours. Looking at the timer ticking down on the holographic screen, a weary, travel-worn young man wiped his brow and groaned. That first wave was insanely hard. Hearing this, Daeho from the Dangun Guild chimed in with some advice. You don't need to push yourself too hard. Just focus on the items and EXP, and you'll be fine. If things go south, just run. It was hard to tell if his advice was actually useful, but looking at Daeho's shiny, perfectly bald head, he definitely looked like a veteran you could trust. The young man thanked him profusely. Right now, highlights from each base were being broadcasted online to boost viewership. Daeho's screen showed a clip of the 3 Emperors Guild. Judging by the setting, Daeho guessed they had taken over a supermarket. They were using defensive towers as support to guard the narrow entrance. Just as the black-haired guy was marveling at the 3 Emperors Guild's tactics, another video caught his attention. He quickly told Daeho to look at his screen. The video showed a team that had captured a massive stadium, but there were only 5 of them. Daeho pushed him aside in disbelief. Only 5 people in that massive stadium? Once he snatched the screen from the black-haired guy, his forehead practically started glowing. It was like the sun of truth was reflecting off his bald head. Staring at the sun tree repeatedly spitting out fire, Daeho began to question reality itself. No way! How can a single tree be this powerful? Seeing Daeho still daydreaming about someone else's item, the black-haired guy quickly snapped him back to reality. He told Daeho to pay attention to those 5 Power Rangers. Looking at Jin-hyuk's group, every single one of them was radiating pure, terrifying bloodlust. Jang Mina gasped. These guys are like monsters. Even with so few of them, they aren't backing down at all. Lee Taemin, Manhwa, and even the S-rank Kang Jin-hyuk That squad was packed with legendary super rookies. Suddenly, Daeho raised his voice, telling everyone to hold on. He spotted a familiar face, lingering behind Jin-hyuk and Yeonhwa. Aha, well, look who it is. I can't believe Lady Teresa is there too. Daeho still remembered how she had saved his life. His shiny, egg-like bald head turned bright red, as if he was desperate to let everyone know he was ready to offer himself in marriage to repay the favor. Daeho yelled at the top of his lungs, mobilizing all 500 of his boys to vote for Jin-hyuk's video. The terrified Dangun Guild members quickly scrambled to hold back a totally whipped Daeho who was losing his mind over Teresa. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk's system was measuring the gathered solar energy. 1,800 solar energy had been collected. Staring at the strange object in Jin-hyuk's hand, Yeonhwa asked what it was. Jin-hyuk replied, "This is what you get from killing zombies. We need it to upgrade the tree towers." Fresh off fighting the zombies, Teresa was completely out of breath and just wanted to know if it would make them any stronger. Jin-hyuk replied, "Oh, absolutely. 2 shooter trees will cost 600 energy, and an ice tree costs 350. A stone tree is 250 energy, and a frenzy tree is 600. That brings the total to exactly 1,800 energy." This was enough to run a fully unlocked, uncensored guide version of Plants vs. Zombies. Jin-hyuk then handed Teresa and Yeonhwa 2 seeds. Plant these at the east and south gates. Chun Do-sung will plant the ice tree in the center, and Taemin, you'll handle the stone tree to the west. While Jin-hyuk was busy swooning over the frenzy tree, Yeonhwa suddenly cut him off. She asked, "So, we just plant them in the ground, right?" Jin-hyuk let out a heavy sigh, thinking he was really wasting his breath lately. In the end, he resigned to his fate and spoke. "No, because if you use the normal method, they won't grow in time. Hold on, let me explain." After letting his mouth rest for 3 seconds, Jin-hyuk continued his masterclass. These trees need a very special kind of fertilizer. To make them grow instantly, the recipe includes barren plateau dung, the last fallen leaf, pantis bug dung, and gray worms. The tiny sprouts were practically shivering. But as Jin-hyuk showed off his fertilizer mixing skills, the plants couldn't help but drool. They were salivating, craving a sweet taste they had never experienced in their lives. Jin-hyuk then demonstrated by feeding the first spoonful of fertilizer to the frenzy tree. Watching the pink, romantic atmosphere blossom between him and the tree, everyone else shivered in disgust. Taemin figured Jin-hyuk had finally lost his mind. Yeonhwa wondered, "Just how long do you have to be trapped in this tower to turn out like this?" Chun Do-sung blamed himself, thinking, "To think I was rivaling a weirdo like this all this time." Finally, Jin-hyuk snapped back to normal. He told everyone to use the fertilizer to help the plants grow quickly, and to take good care of them while they waited for the next wave. Seeing Jin-hyuk turn to leave the moment he finished speaking, Teresa called out, "Where are you going?" Jin-hyuk replied, "Just going to clean up and take a look around." He walked away, leaving behind a completely dumbfounded and dazed Teresa. Jin-hyuk then made his way out of the stadium. He watched everyone frantically gathering supplies on the battlefield, guessing they were preparing for a long, drawn-out war. After observing for a moment, he couldn't help but sigh, "Fools, they're just wasting their time. Only the weak need to prepare for a long war." With that, Jin-hyuk headed back to his old home. It has been a long time since he last came here, but these cobwebs haven't changed a bit, and the mirror behind the cloth is still right there. Now, let's have Jin-hyuk check the inventory. He touches the mirror. In another spot on top of the supplies, a mirror suddenly appears. A hand slowly reaches out, followed by Jin-hyuk's entire body. Meanwhile, Nam Gung-hoon is still obsessing over Jin-hyuk. He swears he will kill him. Although Nam Gung-hoon looks a bit unreliable, this time both Tang So-ha and Hwang Bo-gun actually agree with him. While the three of them are plotting, the entire building suddenly shakes violently. A blood-red tree with razor-sharp teeth crawls out of the storage room. Speak of the devil. The one who arrived is none other than Jin-hyuk, the very man they were just thinking about, along with his precious psychotic tree. Jin-hyuk is pleased to present his housewarming gift, the psychotic tree. However, this cute little tree has quite an appetite, so it accidentally devoured all the food they stored in the pantry. Hwang Bo-gun warns Jin-hyuk to stop for the first time. Jin-hyuk shoots back, "Why should I?" Hwang Bo-gun warns Jin-hyuk a second time. Jin-hyuk cleans his ear, pretending he can't hear very well, or maybe he actually didn't, since his response misses the point completely. Jin-hyuk didn't even bother setting up the mood before bringing up the queen, but Hwang Bo-gun's group is already frozen in sheer terror. Not wanting to leave the other members panicked, Jin-hyuk decides to just reveal it. She is the one who will appear when a base protected by more than 200 people is destroyed before the third monster wave. the ruler of the fourth floor, the corpse mother, also known as the queen. Jin-hyuk was still wondering how to find enough people, but fortunately, the Triad Association set up their base right here. Tang Soha doesn't get it. Even if everyone here joined forces, they still couldn't defeat the queen. So why is Jin-hyuk trying so hard to summon her? Jin-hyuk replies, because dealing with 100 monster waves is just too annoying. Seeing him act so arrogant, Nam Gung-hoon flies into a rage and lunges forward to attack. And just 2 seconds later, the system announces that the supermarket base has been destroyed. Yeonhwa has a gut feeling that Jin-hyuk is behind this. At this moment, the gears of fate have quietly begun to turn. The zombies become more frenzied than ever, welcoming the birth of the zombie queen, Pendariel. The system announces, the master of the fourth floor, Pendariel, is beginning to punish the weak players. When everyone reads the announcement, they can't help but panic, because their original mission was just to block the zombie waves. Yoo Jung is the same. He has no idea what kind of scheme Jin-hyuk is cooking up. As for Jin-hyuk, he has found a pretty good spot. After that, he pulls out the item he received from killing the third floor boss. That item is a sacred artifact, which can blot out the sun and bring darkness, weakening all light attribute skills by 50% and boosting dark attribute skills by 100%. Realizing it is finally time to use this, Jin-hyuk crushes the eclipse stone to activate it. Instantly, a solar eclipse occurs, blocking out all the light. The zombies' skills are boosted by 100%, making them more powerful than ever, and their roars echo everywhere. On the flip side, Teresa grows weaker because she possesses light attribute skills. Seeing her suddenly clutch her chest and double over, Taemin approaches to check on her. Teresa tells him she is extremely confused because her holy power has suddenly dropped by half. And of course, the master of the fourth floor, Pendariel, is also buffed by 100%. With her power boosted, for some reason, this lady furiously launches an all-out attack on the stadium base. Hearing this news, Jin-hyuk is highly satisfied. This was his true goal all along. When other players hear that the fourth floor has a boss, they all run away. A rather worried player asks his older brother what happens if they can't conquer it, saying this floor will close in 20 days. However, the bald guy couldn't care less. Survival is the only thing that matters right now. He tells him to shut up and just keeps running. Later, a new video is uploaded, showing the destroyed supermarket base and the appearance of the hidden boss. Everyone who watches it is completely dumbfounded. Shortly after, another video is uploaded, showing Jin-hyuk taking care of the Triad Association trash. Everyone immediately cheers and praises him. There are also those who doubt their abilities, fearing his group won't be able to defeat the boss. The uploaded videos leave Jin-hyuk's teammates questioning their very existence. Like, how does Jin-hyuk even have time to record videos while hunting monsters? Taemin, on the other hand, exclaims, "The views are insane." Ignoring all of that, Yona turns to scold Jin-hyuk for taking things a bit too far. Taemin does the same, crying out, "Why did you let the zombies come to this base?" Jin-hyuk decides to play dumb, acting like he didn't hear a single thing. Teresa also demands to know if Jin-hyuk was the one who destroyed the supermarket. Jin-hyuk continues to play dumb, turning around as if he has absolutely no clue. Yoo Jung doesn't care about those minor details, so he cuts straight to the main question. Is there any way to defeat the queen or the fourth floor boss? Of course, our main character can handle anything. He confidently claims he already has a way to win. Hearing that, Yoo Jung breathes a small sigh of relief and asks for the details of the plan. To his surprise, the great Jin-hyuk points right at Yoo Jung's face and says, "You are going to be the most important part of this plan." It would have been better if he kept his mouth shut, because now, Yoo Jung is terrified, wondering what kind of mess he is about to get dragged into. Over on Pendariel's side, she's rushing toward the base with her zombie horde, mocking humans for being weak as she goes. "Hey, don't speak too soon, lady. He who laughs last, laughs best." Pendariel orders all her minions to swarm in and attack. Meanwhile, Teresa senses the presence of the undead and quickly yells for everyone to fall back. Right after, a massive wave of energy erupts from the flower, blowing the entire building to pieces. Pendariel just scoffs and calls them fools, while her zombie minions keep charging ahead. Ignoring the raging flames around her, she smashes her fist into the flower, spitting out a warning that this is her territory, and nobody is allowed inside. Mess with her, and you get the fist. But to her absolute shock, Pendariel stares at the scene in front of her. The group of 4 are actually frozen solid inside a massive block of ice. A small gemstone slips out from the ice block. What on earth actually happened here? To understand what's going on, we have to rewind to a few minutes ago, when the team was still planning their boss raid. Yoosung is absolutely furious about having to transfer 100,000 gold to Jin-hyuk just because he happens to be the richest guy on the team. And that's exactly why Jin-hyuk said Yoosung plays a vital role. Yeah, a vital role as the generous prime investor for this boss raid. Once Jin-hyuk gets the gold, he flashes a mischievous grin. He obviously didn't want to spend his own money, so he happily ripped off Yoosung. He then selects an item, presses the button, and confirms the transaction with the system. Next, Jin-hyuk casually announces that the team will act as bait. Hearing this, Yoosung loses his mind. He just lost his hard-earned cash, and now he has to be bait? Is this guy looking for a fight? But Jin-hyuk just pulls out a purple gemstone and cryptically tells Yoosung that he is going to be the trap itself. Back in the present, Pandariel picks up the gem and examines it closely. Hey, even if she's a zombie, she's still a woman. Who doesn't love shiny things? That's why she picked it up to take a look. But she has no idea that, at this exact moment, Jin-hyuk instantly activates his glacial array, heavenly icebound domain, freezing the entire zombie horde solid, including Pandariel. She shivers, complaining about how freezing cold it is. But let's be real, she's the 4th floor boss. Getting taken down by a cheap trick like this would be pathetic. Pandariel immediately unleashes Black Death, shattering the ice to pieces. Next, she stomps right over to the ice block holding the 4 of them. More specifically, she targets Teresa. Since her holy power is the exact opposite of Pandariel's dark magic. Just as Pandariel raises her hand to shatter the ice and crush Teresa, she senses a sudden presence and whips her head around. Who else could it be but our incredibly handsome, ultra-cool protagonist? Using his light breath skill, he glides through the air, leaping effortlessly from one building to the next. He also activates Demon King's sword walk. Pandariel is shocked to realize he's heading straight for her base. The frozen bodies in front of her were nothing but a decoy. Pandariel just got completely played by the very humans she looked down on as weak. But what terrifies Pandariel even more is the fact that her zombie stronghold is now completely defenseless. In a total panic, she sprints back as fast as she can to stop him. Pandariel the Broodmother, also known as the Zombie Queen, possesses devastating skills and toxic attacks that dominate on every level. Well, except for her brain power. Basically, she's gorgeous and incredibly powerful, but lacks some serious common sense. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk knows that the key to winning the 4th floor is base defense. This rule applies to players and zombies alike. If the queen is busy at Sangam Stadium, her base is wide open. Capitalizing on this golden opportunity, Jin-hyuk storms toward the zombie camp. Seeing Jin-hyuk charge toward their territory, the zombies panic. Queen Pandariel is also desperately hot on his heels. Jin-hyuk sprints at full speed toward the vacant zombie base, with Pandariel trailing close behind. Glancing back, Jin-hyuk sees Pandariel charging like a maniac, smashing through buildings left and right to intercept him. Jin-hyuk is slightly annoyed she caught on faster than expected. Still, she's way too late. With this kind of gap between them, he's got more than enough time. As he heads down, a few low-level zombies block his path. He quickly steps up, drawing his weapons to activate Grave of Swords and Blessing of the Stars. Now dual-wielding, one of Jin-hyuk's blades is cloaked in dark energy, while the other radiates holy power. With just a few quick slashes, he effortlessly slices right through them, leaving them in a heap. Having zombie blood splatter all over his face from the slash makes Jin-hyuk grimace in sheer disgust. Shaking it off, he keeps running. Finally, Jin-hyuk reaches the flag marking the zombie base. He thinks victory is within grasp, but suddenly, something swooshes right past his head. Fortunately, Jin-hyuk easily dodges the attack, instantly recognizing what just tried to stop him. It's none other than the guardian of the Queen's flag, the Butcher. The Butcher is a massive, two-headed bloated zombie wielding a giant pair of scissors. But to Jin-hyuk, this monster is nothing but an insect. As Jin-hyuk smirks, trying to decide how to handle this creature, the Butcher raises his giant scissors with a maniacal laugh, preparing to snip Jin-hyuk right in half. But let's be honest, there's no way this trash has what it takes to defeat Jin-hyuk. He easily blocks both sides with his dual swords. Not even in your wildest dreams are you cutting him in half. The clueless Butcher actually asks, "It didn't cut?" No, duh, pal. His swords aren't some cheap toys. You can just slice through like butter. While the Butcher is standing there completely dumbfounded, Jin-hyuk quickly leaps into the air to gain momentum and activates his fire element. His blades instantly erupt in flames. He slashes straight at the Butcher, setting both of his heads ablaze. The monster has to cover his face with his hands to let the wounds slowly heal. While the Butcher's regeneration rate is legendary, to Jin-hyuk, This temporary injury is more than enough to blind the beast. Seizing this window of opportunity, he unleashes a flurry of slashes on this brainless, oversized brute. Absolutely furious, the butcher snarls, "I refuse to die like this." But unfortunately for him, whether he lives or dies is no longer up to him. Jin-hyuk leaps right behind him and drives both swords deep into the butcher's shoulder blades. The monster's eyes widen with sudden, sheer panic. Right after, Jin-hyuk activates the mandala. He effortlessly sends this guy packing with an explosion that echoes for miles. With the big guy dead, the system immediately announces that Jin-hyuk has leveled up and acquired the scissors filled with a vengeful grudge. Jin-hyuk is highly satisfied with his 31st consecutive victory. He grabs the scissors and tucks them away. With that taken care of, he looks over at the flag. He figures it's finally time to put an end to this. But just as he walks toward the flag, a system notification pops up. The alert reveals that the Black Hound is making its presence known and proposing an offer to him as the representative of Egyptian mythology. Reading through it, Jin-hyuk immediately recognizes that the Black Hound is actually Anubis. He thought the guy would stay in hiding for a while after getting chewed out back on the first floor. The more he thinks about it, the more amused he gets. He immediately accepts the call with Anubis. Anubis materializes, and the system prompts that the Black Hound is letting out a low growl. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk coldly asks, "Are you mad?" Then, he playfully shakes the flagpole and asks if he wants him to pull it out. Basically, this Anubis guy doesn't say a single word, letting the system do all the talking for him. The system reports that the Black Hound is extremely flustered, begging him to calm down. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk gets even more fired up and grips the flagpole tighter. The system pings again, stating that the Egyptian gods insist on seeing a proper and satisfying conclusion to this battle. They make a ton of demands, yet they can't even give a straight answer on how to resolve the issue. Still, Jin-hyuk takes a moment to think it over. From the perspective of the rulers on the upper floors of the tower, having the fourth floor cleared without a proper boss fight is probably a bitter pill to swallow. But he also considers the very real possibility that those high and mighty gods just can't stand a cocky human like him. The more he thinks about it, the more ticked off he gets. He questions why he should even agree to such an offer, pointing out how ridiculous it is to force unnecessary bloodbaths and grudges when he could easily take a peaceful win. Bottom line, everything needs a solid reason. Anubis gives a sinister smirk, flashing teeth so white they look like a toothpaste commercial while radiating a powerful aura. The system then announces that the Black Hound is offering a formal contract. Scanning the terms, Jin-hyuk can't help but be amazed by how generous this oversized mutt is being. Just then, the undead Queen Pendariel makes her return. She leaps down from the height of a building, causing a massive tremor as she hits the ground. Like, seriously sis, could you act a little more elegant instead of crashing down like a wrecking ball? Who does that? Pendariel looks up at the flag. She is completely shocked to find it untouched. Surprised, Grandma? Jin-hyuk chimes in right then. He asks Pendariel if she's shocked that he didn't just pull the flag and take an instant victory. Hearing his voice, Pendariel quickly looks to her side, only to see Jin-hyuk casually sharpening the scissors he just took from the butcher. He explains to the undead queen that someone practically begged him to fight her, and since he already accepted the down payment, he can't pull the flag until he takes her down. To sum it up, Jin-hyuk is just a greedy guy who saw a highly lucrative deal and couldn't resist pocketing the extra cash. After all, he knows he's going to win anyway. Hearing this, Pendariel is thoroughly confused, having absolutely no clue what a down payment even means. It's probably better off that way. Discovering you're only allowed to fight because someone bribed your opponent with cold, hard cash isn't exactly a huge ego booster. Jin-hyuk calmly takes off his protective helmet, then picks up the freshly sharpened scissors. From the look on his face, he is more than ready to throw down with the undead lady standing before him. He even brags about getting paid up front, saying it motivates him to give Pendariel a fair, square, and honorable fight. You really are a sellout, Jin-hyuk. Painfully forcing her battered body to stand tall, Pendariel hisses with pure malice. You will regret this. She activates the star's blessing, which weakens his light element skills by 50%, thanks to the effects of the Eclipse Stone. Well, like it or not, we have to face the facts. Even if Jin-hyuk's stats were operating at their peak, they would still fall way short of what is needed to kill her. Fuming with rage, Pendariel swings her giant blade and charges straight into Jin-hyuk's close-range strike zone, but that was just an illusion. In reality, she took a detour and blindsided Jin-hyuk from behind. Jin-hyuk was actually a bit startled. Who would have thought this girl liked to play like this? Pandariel unleashed an attack that sent Jin-hyuk flying dozens of meters away. But what shocked her was that despite being blown back, Jin-hyuk was completely unharmed. Did he block that? Activating Mandala, Jin-hyuk flashed a mocking smile at a completely flabbergasted Pandariel. This chick was absolutely losing her mind now. If looks could kill, Jin-hyuk would have been minced meat by now. Pandariel clutched her head and shrieked in hatred, "Why won't you just die? Just get lost, get lost." Seriously, it is a first seeing someone get so mad that their clothes literally explode off them. Quite a fresh sight. Pandariel's red dress tore apart, transforming into ribbons of red silk that lunged straight at Jin-hyuk. They are called silk, but they are more like razor-sharp blades. They look soft, but are incredibly lethal. But don't underestimate Jin-hyuk, he is the main character, after all. He agilely deflected the attacks, activated the Sword Demon King's footwork, and boosted his movement speed by 70%. Cheap tricks like this are not going to do squat to our boy. Jin-hyuk unleashed a barrage of heavy fire skills, making the atmosphere hotter than ever. Maybe he felt the heat himself, because he immediately activated Glacial Barrier to cool things down a bit. Pandariel actually thought he would be an easy target, believing her little silk ribbons were enough to put him in a grave. Who would have guessed Jin-hyuk would be this tough? He just would not die. While she was getting absolutely battered, he looked like he was just taking a casual stroll in the park. Talk about frustrating. Trapped in a thick layer of ice, Pandariel could not even budge. Giving her no time to breathe, Jin-hyuk stabbed his blade straight into her head, making her scream in agonizing pain. He landed gracefully, turning back to look at the suffering Pandariel. But this woman was incredibly stubborn. She was not dead just yet. Pandariel snarled at Jin-hyuk, claiming she had some serious plot armor and a legendary life force, so she would not die from just that. Oh, Jin-hyuk knew. That was just his warm-up. It was nothing. Having never met anyone cockier than him, Pandariel completely lost it and charged at him like a rabid beast. This time, her arm morphed into a colossal blade. One swing, and she would turn Jin-hyuk's head into a soccer ball. No joke. Jin-hyuk just activated Glacial Barrier again. Talk about a cold-hearted guy. This time, he went even bigger, completely freezing her glowing red eyes. With her vision blocked, Pandariel had no choice but to blindly swing her blade arm in a wild frenzy. Jin-hyuk is honestly the king of dirty tricks and underhanded tactics. Smirking triumphantly, he pulled out his weapon and slashed her, sending her flying. She was absolutely seething, but all she could do was stand there and scream insults at him. An annoying human is a system error. But wait, Jin-hyuk's slash shattered the ice covering Pandariel's eyes, allowing her to easily land a clean strike on him. Getting hit actually stung a bit, so Jin-hyuk quickly leaped backward to create some distance. Pandariel twirled her blade like a circus monkey and activated Requiem of the Corpse. From the ground, countless sharp, writhing black vines shot straight toward Jin-hyuk. Surrounded on all sides, it looked like Pandariel was determined to turn Jin-hyuk into Swiss cheese. Seeing him in a pinch, the Black Hound, Anubis, gloated and laughed at his misery. He offered a jackal's tooth as collateral. This material item boosts movement speed by 10% and attack power by 30%. Jin-hyuk chuckled and said, "Well, aren't you generous? But it still feels a little lacking, don't you think?" He would agree to this wager if it met one condition. Since the Black Hound could not speak, only bark, the system had to relay its thoughts. The Black Hound was curious about what the condition was. Jin-hyuk winked at it. Nothing special. Just an advance payment, you know? There is a B-rank item called the White Branch. Hand it over. The White Branch was a basic item mainly used for medical purposes. It was a completely ordinary item that could easily be found from the 10th floor up. In the eyes of Anubis on the 42nd floor, it was nothing but useless trash. Naturally, there was no need to hesitate over a piece of garbage, so the Black Hound accepted his term. Upon receiving the Jackal's Tooth and the White Branch, Jin-hyuk was barred from retreating until his battle with the Queen concluded. Jin-hyuk pulled out the White Branch and the Jackal's Tooth. "Now, watch me turn this place upside down, you old hag Pandariel." Seeing him so fired up, the Black Hound stared blankly, having no clue what he was planning to do. Jin-hyuk fused the White Branch, the Jackal's Tooth, and the scissors filled with a vengeful will. With his life on the line and about to be turned into a human pincushion, Jin-hyuk was still smiling and fusing items. It was mind-boggling, but he seemed incredibly confident in this combination. Will this be a total jackpot or a complete dead end? A barrage of notifications popped up, confirming the fusion was a success. His combination had created the Scythe of Severing. Carrots? Oh, wait, the Scythe of Severing Causality. With an immeasurable acquisition difficulty, this divine relic possessed the effect of absolute judgment. It could kill the unkillable and cut through the uncuttable. While the description sounds complicated, basically, absolutely no one can stand in the way of our pro gamer Jin-hyuk now that he has got this scythe. My Grim Reaper's scythe is locked and loaded. Now, if any of you bastards are looking for an early grave, I'll gladly make it happen. Penreal never expected Jin-hyuk to pull off a last-minute clutch like this, leaving her utterly speechless. Right then, the system suddenly goes into a red alert. The system is intervening because a sacred relic that isn't allowed on the 4th floor has just been summoned. Because its effects have been severely nerfed, this item can only be used once. Jin-hyuk smirks and figures it out. Looks like game-breaking artifacts can only be used once, but honestly, one time is more than enough. Jin-hyuk raises his scythe high and charges straight at Penreal. Now, I'm going to show her who's getting split open like a watermelon. Penreal senses the extreme danger, but she can't dodge at all. She's completely frozen in place, just waiting to get sliced. Penreal trembles as she draws her blade to block, but to Jin-hyuk, that weapon might as well be a plastic toy. His scythe slams down, shattering her blade into absolute dust. The Blackhound watches this absolute horror in jaw-drop shock. With that single strike, Jin-hyuk officially deletes 50% of Penreal's health bar. A rush of memories suddenly flashes through her mind of a young Penreal finding the door to her own salvation. Jin-hyuk leaves her with a few parting words. Those cowards can't do anything but hide in the back, but you're way stronger than them. Goodbye, 4th floor boss. Penreal has been defeated, and a flurry of level-up notifications pops up for Jin-hyuk 3 times in a row. Having successfully defended the base, every party member is rewarded with 5 A-rank random boxes. Teresa pushes herself up from the rubble and says, Jin-hyuk, you actually did it again. And of course, the nightly news broadcast is completely flooded with nothing but talk about Jin-hyuk. Only 24 hours have passed since the 4th floor opened, which is absolutely mind-blowing, since everyone assumed it would take at least 20 days just to hold off the monster horde. So, nobody could have ever imagined that Kang Jin-hyuk and his squad would completely clear the 4th floor in just one single day. They truly feel like they've witnessed the peak of S-rank power. Absolutely legendary, incredible job. With the raid cleared, Jin-hyuk immediately heads out to party with his crew. The second Manhwa and Taemin spot him, they enthusiastically wave and call out, Hey, you're finally here. Jin-hyuk apologizes for running late, explaining that he had to bring someone else along. Yeonhwa asks curiously, Wait, who? Alice steps in from behind, scanning the place with a highly judgmental, disgusted look, and mutters, What is this? What kind of cheap, run-down joint is this for a party? Yeonhwa is already familiar with Alice since they've crossed paths before. Jin-hyuk brought her along because she's officially a member of their veteran corporation now. Taemin almost falls out of his chair when he hears that. Wait, veteran corporation? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Jin-hyuk looks around but still doesn't see Teresa, so he asks Yeonhwa. She tells him Teresa will be arriving in about an hour, so she told everyone to go ahead and start eating. While scanning the room, his eyes lock onto the glare of the resident devil himself, freezing him in place for 5 seconds. Jin-hyuk flashes a ridiculously welcoming grin and teases Yoo-sung, Wow, and here I thought you wouldn't show up, but look who decided to join us anyway. Yoo-sung is totally tsundere, he wants it, but acts all aloof, trying to play hard to get. He claims he only came to get the secret exploit for the random rewards that Jin-hyuk promised him. Jin-hyuk chuckles and pats him on the shoulder. All right, I'll tell you, so stop pouting, and grab a drink first. A little while later, Yuri arrives with her 500 gang members. The moment they walk in, they make a massive scene, shouting, We're here to celebrate the glorious triumph of capitalism. All 500 of them line up in perfect formation and chant, Boss, congratulations on conquering the 4th floor. Jin-hyuk is absolutely thrilled to his bones, but he has to maintain his cool, dominant CEO persona, so he casually replies, Thanks, keep it down, will you? Eat as much as you want tonight, guys. Alice is picking up the tab to celebrate our clearance of the 4th floor. Alice rumbles through her purse and pulls out 2 extremely legitimate gold coins, making the crew go absolutely wild. With the fried chicken and beer finally served, the party officially kicks off. Jin-hyuk raises his mug and takes a cold, refreshing gulp of beer absolute heaven. Meanwhile, Alice is staring so intensely at the pile of fried chicken, she's practically going cross-eyed. It's honestly hard to believe. She never imagined she could get this much delicious food for just 2 gold coins. Alice gazes at the golden, crispy piece of chicken in her hand, completely mesmerized. She's eaten plenty of meat in her life, but the flavor of this stuff is on a whole different level. Watching her devour it so happily makes Jin-hyuk a bit hungry too, so he sneakily reaches over to grab a piece for himself, but absolutely nothing slips past Alice. She glares at him with a look of pure death, which instantly ruins Jin-hyuk's appetite. He sighs, "All right, fine, you win. Go ahead and eat it all." Alice immediately brightens right back up and says sweetly, "Thank you, I will never forget this." Jin-hyuk can only watch in utter helplessness as she happily stuffs her face. Looking at her right now, who on earth would ever suspect that she's actually one of the absolute strongest entities in the entire tower? Taemin cautiously asks Yoo-sung, who's sitting right next to him with a sour look, are you feeling okay? Wait, my bad, what did you do for a living before the world went to crap anyway?" Secretly pleased that someone is actually talking to him, Yoo-sung casually replies that he used to be a medical student. Taemin is completely blown away, never expecting someone like him to have been a med student. Just as the party is reaching its absolute peak, a graceful figure walks into the tavern and calls out, "Sorry I'm late, everyone." The moment Teresa steps inside, Yuri jumps up in pure excitement, shouting, "Oh my god, it's the real Teresa. Like, for real. No way you're some fake, right?" Jin-hyuk watches Yuri cling tightly to Teresa and can't help but smile helplessly. In the past, every single time he conquered the floors of the Tower of Trials, he was always completely on his own. But looking at this crowd now, it's clear Jin-hyuk isn't alone anymore. Even Alice, who was busy stuffing her face with fried chicken all by herself, stopped to ask Jin-hyuk, "What's with that laugh? Did your brain freeze from killing too many monsters?" After the party wrapped up and everyone went their separate ways, Jin-hyuk took a moment to check his stats. He couldn't believe it, he had leveled up 3 times. He had always thought his previous growth rate was already at its peak efficiency, but now he was getting stronger way faster than before. Could it be because of the unexpected variables popping up now that the game has become reality? Not that it mattered, since the pros far outweighed the cons anyway, but for now, let's take a look at the reward for the 4th floor. The 4th floor reward was an advanced skill enhancement scroll, and he was going to use it on Glacial Formation, his most frequently used skill. As Glacial Formation reached level 8, the employees downstairs suddenly felt a chill in the air, thinking some ghost had come to visit them. Next up, he clicked on the random A-rank gacha box. This was a luck-based item that let him draw an A-rank reward by spinning a wheel. The screen prompted him to press the red button in the center before time ran out. Jin-hyuk just sneered at the threatening system. "No way in hell I'm pressing that. If you let the wheel keep spinning, it tries to make you anxious with countdowns, pressure-inducing sound effects, and subtle threats of impending doom." The system announced that time was up, and the wheel reset. Most people would have pressed the button by now. But this was a trick discovered by someone like him, who had researched every single hidden bug the developers tried to sweep under the rug. Over and over again, Jin-hyuk stubbornly refused to press the button, letting the wheel reset itself repeatedly. If you keep letting it spin without pressing the button, on the 37th try, the wheel's speed will drop by 99%. This was the very secret he had shared with Yoo-sung. He had used this method to let him choose whatever reward he wanted. But there was a catch: rewards obtained this way would self-destruct after 1 week. Talk about a devious, scheming, underhanded bastard. Jin-hyuk pressed the stop button and received the 3-color pill. Since he only needed to use it for 1 week, this was the absolute best item he could get to conquer the next floor. And now, for the final and most crucial step to conquer the 5th floor, he used his Grand Library of Magic admission ticket to meet Rick Hennessy, the library's manager. Rick Hennessy was a big shot, a middle manager who ran the largest magic library in the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk was highly satisfied. He had finally crossed paths with an actual tower administrator. Plastering on his friendliest smile, he greeted Rick. Rick, in turn, praised Jin-hyuk and expressed his genuine surprise. He never imagined anyone would set foot in this place so early on. On top of that, he was deeply intrigued by how Jin-hyuk had managed to navigate the massive library labyrinth to find him. Jin-hyuk humbly claimed it was nothing but pure luck. He then pulled a book off the shelf, but Rick immediately scoffed, saying there wasn't a single book here that a low-level climber like him could read. He looked down on Jin-hyuk, assuming he lacked even basic knowledge, like reading runes. But hey, never judge a book by its cover. Jin-hyuk effortlessly read a passage aloud, then turned to Rick with a smug grin. Hearing this, Rick was quite shocked that Jin-hyuk knew the rune language, and he immediately raised his guard. Playing the friendly guy once again, Jin-hyuk just chuckled and said he simply knew a lot of people and picked up bits of knowledge from all over the place. Rick realized Jin-hyuk was no ordinary guy. After all, he was a player who had barely reached the 5th floor, yet he already possessed a deep understanding of runes. Deciding to probe further, Rick cut straight to the chase, suggesting that Jin-hyuk's ability to enter this place meant he had some powerful backing. Rick even warned him that whoever was backing him was far beyond just special. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk smirked. He then activated the judgment of Anubis and casually admitted that the Egyptian gods were backing him, which was how he managed to get here and obtain secret information about the tower. Rick was absolutely flabbergasted. His eyes widened as he felt the overwhelming energy of Anubis right before him. He never expected the ancient gods to take such an interest in a mere player. To top it off, Jin-hyuk kept bragging about how much those gods adored him, which was why they bestowed such power upon him. It was only then that Rick realized his guest was truly extraordinary. He immediately bowed to greet Jin-hyuk, profusely apologizing for failing to properly welcome such an esteemed guest. Jin-hyuk flashed a sly grin, thinking that if Anubis actually saw this, the god would probably have a stress-induced breakdown. To make amends, Rick offered to let Jin-hyuk keep any book from his library as a gift. Jin-hyuk immediately asked if he could choose absolutely anything he wanted, and Rick readily agreed. With that, Jin-hyuk marched straight over to shelf 12, F127, and pulled out his chosen book. Rick looked on with concern. While it was indeed an incredible magic tome, it was written in ancient runes. Unless Jin-hyuk was an expert in ancient languages, he wouldn't be able to read a single word. Clearly, he was severely underestimating our main character. To show him how a true pro does it, Jin-hyuk casually read a few lines out loud, completely shutting old man Rick up. He even added that the book was nothing more than the ramblings of a delusional lizard, so he thought it was just about raw power. Long story short, he firmly declared that he was taking it anyway. Rick smirked, his laughter echoing throughout the entire library. Rick realized he had completely underestimated someone blessed by the gods. He chuckled and apologized right then and there. With the deal done, Rick snapped his fingers, and both he and the library began to fade away. Before completely vanishing, he promised to keep a close eye on Jin-hyuk, eagerly awaiting their next meeting. Meanwhile, back on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, a player was running for his life, shouting that the 5th floor felt like a graveyard of a fallen civilization. Suddenly, he glanced back, absolutely terrified, and for good reason. Far behind him, a mob armed to the teeth with weapons and torches was screaming, searching for their next sacrificial offering. He described them as a bunch of bloodthirsty fanatics, making the whole place feel like a massive, chaotic asylum. Even after escaping the tower and doing an interview, he was still trembling as he recounted the horror, sending chills down the reporter's spine. When the reporter asked why he chose to run instead of fighting, the player confessed that he actually did try to take them down using his skills at first. But there was a massive catch. He quickly hit a wall because, on this floor, all skills were completely disabled. Hearing this bombshell, the reporter was completely stunned. The player explained that he could not even access his inventory, forcing him to escape using a return stone he luckily had in his pocket. As he covered his face, everyone assumed he was weeping from the sheer humiliation of running away. But literally a second later, the guy flashed a sly grin and started shamelessly plugging his guild's return stones. Talk about a complete buzzkill. It is like being fully immersed in a dramatic movie, only for a YouTube ad to abruptly ruin the vibe. Teresa happened to be watching the same video. She showed it to Jin-hyuk and practically begged him to let her tag along. But Jin-hyuk stood his ground and flat out refused. Teresa was furious, unable to wrap her head around why he was shutting her out. She knew for a fact he was planning to conquer the 5th floor, and she simply refused to let him face that danger alone. Jin-hyuk sighed in annoyance, wondering why on earth she was being so stubborn and unreasonable today. But he was not about to go back on his word. True to his stubborn nature, he gave her a firm, non-negotiable no. As he turned to leave, Teresa suddenly grabbed his wrist, making him promise that he would not push himself too hard. A little later, while sitting in his car, Teresa's words still echoed in his mind, and he could not help but smile at her genuine concern. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. A sponsorship package had arrived from the Caladium Kingdom. This caught Jin-hyuk off guard, since the Caladium Kingdom was a sworn enemy of the Muram faction. The gift turned out to be the faint scent, an item capable of completely masking his breath and erasing his very presence. Since it was a direct gift from a high-ranking sponsor, it bypassed the harsh restrictions of the 5th floor entirely. This left Jin-hyuk even more stunned. He never expected them to bend the rules of the tower just to send him an exploit like this. He figured that just like the Murum, they were starting to make moves on players with high potential. Well, since he got such a sweet deal, he might as well make the most of it. He drove straight to the Tower of Trials and officially stepped onto the 5th floor. The moment he spawned in, a system alert popped up, stating that his skills were sealed and he was only allowed one random F-rank item. To make matters worse, the objective of the 5th floor was simple, yet brutal. Just survive and make it out alive. But a measly skill ban was not going to stop Jin-hyuk. He calmly pulled out the special book he had taken from Rick's library earlier. Right on cue, the system notified him that one of his skills had been exempted from the restriction. It was none other than his Eyes of Greed. This was precisely why he had picked that book in the first place, knowing it would be a total lifesaver. Meanwhile, a group of other players had also spawned nearby. He decided to leave the rookies to their own devices and head straight toward his destination. But out of nowhere, a system alert flashed, announcing that a tracking scroll had been activated. Suddenly, a glowing mark appeared on Jin-hyuk's wrist, and he immediately realized what was going on. He spun around, only to see Teresa standing there, having used a tracking skill to follow him. It turns out her grabbing his wrist earlier was not some sweet, caring gesture. She had sneaky marked him to tag along. Clever girl. Teresa casually walked up, claiming she only followed because she was worried he would break his promise. How sweet, right? Jin-hyuk could only facepalm in sheer disbelief, giving her a thorough scolding. But Teresa immediately pouted, arguing that since she came out of pure concern, he should be thanking her instead. Jin-hyuk, on the other hand, just felt a massive headache coming on. Now, his perfect, foolproof plan was completely ruined, all thanks to a certain stubborn blonde. Suddenly, the other players started murmuring, noticing that random items had spawned in their pockets. Teresa reached into hers and pulled out a flashlight. Curious, she turned to ask Jin-hyuk what he got. As it turned out, Jin-hyuk's item was somehow even more useless than her cheap flashlight. He had been given a simple pen, yet leave it to Jin-hyuk to find a deadly use for it. He casually noted that the sharp tip could make for a pretty decent stabbing weapon. Nearby, one of the rookies who had received a lighter flicked it on to illuminate the darkness. Seeing this, Teresa was about to turn on her flashlight too, but Jin-hyuk quickly grabbed her hand, stopping her. He silently gestured toward the clueless rookies. Sure enough, the tiny flicker of light from the lighter had already attracted the horrific, warped inhabitants of the 5th floor. The moment those creatures spotted the light, they lunged forward like rabid beasts. The rookies let out blood-curdling screams, scattering in absolute terror as a chaotic, frantic chase began. During the chase, Teresa and Jin-hyuk quickly hide to the side. They wait until the coast is clear before popping their heads out. Teresa then asks Jin-hyuk if they should save those newbies they just saw. Jin-hyuk simply tells her that since she is here now, she must follow his lead. Hearing this, Teresa just looks at him blankly, not really getting it. Jin-hyuk explains that they should not blow their cover right now. He believes Teresa is nowhere near ready to face those creepy freaks. Hearing that, Teresa feels her pride take a hit. Determined not to be looked down on, she reveals that she came prepared. She then pulls 2 return stones out of her pocket, the very items everyone claims are crucial on the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk can only facepalm in sheer disbelief, while Teresa just stands there with a clueless smile. She has no idea she just fell victim to a massive scam. For now, things remain peaceful on their end. But over on the newbies' side, they are desperately trying to block those freaks from breaking into the room. Sensing the danger, they call out to the others in the back for backup. Leading the group in the back is a dark-skinned girl with curly hair. Holding up a return stone, she smugly declares that they are getting out of here, because only idiots would stay behind and die. But not even a second after those words leave her mouth, that holy return stone instantly shatters into pieces. Everyone panics at the sight. They all have one of those stones on them, but now none of them are working. Yep, they are all victims of those scammy online ads. In the end, only the greedy capitalists selling those fake return stones win. But just as despair hits them over the knockoff items, they get another massive shock. The door is smashed open, and those freaks flood into the room. Everyone begins screaming in absolute terror. Back with Teresa and Jin-hyuk, as soon as Teresa sees her return stone crumble, she finally realizes she got scammed big time. Just as she starts sulking, a sudden wave of screams echoes through the area. No prizes for guessing who those blood-curdling screams belong to. Teresa wants to run back and help them, but right now, she has become the prey herself. A creep wearing a yellow hat and holding a rope sneaks up right behind her. He is clearly planning to strangle her to death. But the moment he loops the rope over her head, She reacts instantly. She slams the scumbag onto the floor, sending him crashing down in pain. Unfortunately, predators always hunt in packs. Before they know it, Teresa and Jin-hyuk are completely surrounded by these freaks. They barely got a moment of peace before getting busted. The two have no choice but to face this horde of yellow-hatted weirdos. One of them steps forward and begins to preach. He starts babbling about how their god demands sacrifices, holy blood, and all that nonsense. Annoyed by the utter nonsense, Jin-hyuk drives a pen straight into the speaker's neck, making him cough up blood. Terrified out of his mind, the guy scrambles away. Jin-hyuk immediately asks if anyone else wants a taste of that pain. Unsurprisingly, nobody steps up. Even those freaks are getting cold feet. They slowly back away, but as one of them retreats, he bumps right into a man referred to as Lord Frey. Disgusted by his subordinate's cowardice, Lord Frey instantly crushes the neck of the minion standing in front of him. Teresa watches in sheer horror. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk calmly turns to her and asks if she has ever played tag. In a life-or-death situation like this, why can't he just speak plainly, instead of talking in riddles? Teresa is completely left in the dark. Jin-hyuk points at the hammer-wielding giant in front of them and says that guy is it, warning her not to let him catch her. The moment Lord Frey swings his hammer down at them, Jin-hyuk screams the start signal. And just like that, the two make a run for it, escaping the creepy mob. Meanwhile, in another part of the tower, a man in a purple robe stands with his back turned, enjoying the view. Why he thinks this gloomy, fog-covered view is beautiful is beyond me, but hey, to each his own. Kneeling on the floor, a minion in a yellow robe reports the current situation. The man in purple asks about the status of the sacrifices, and his subordinate replies that they are already on their way to capture them. The robed man lets out a creepy grin, muttering that their god demands even more sacrifices. Now that the tower is open and foolish humans have entered, he bursts into a maniacal, joyous laugh. He believes this is the perfect time for their great god to descend once again. Well, the god is nowhere to be seen, but we definitely have a lunatic talking to himself right here. Suddenly, his subordinate tells him to look at the monitor. On the screen, they see Prosy wielding a hammer and chasing down Teresa and Jin-hyuk. The subordinate explains that these two are the latest sacrifices they have discovered. Watching the video, the leader is quite surprised. This is the first time he has seen Prosy struggle so much, especially since the giant is usually incredibly fast. Standing behind the leader is another figure, dressed in priest garments and wearing a crucifix necklace. He recognizes Jin-hyuk on the screen, prompting the leader to ask if he knows the guy in the video. He confirms with a nod, warning that Jin-hyuk is the most dangerous obstacle to their plans. It is unclear who this man is, but he is holding a half-face mask with a very long nose and a mark engraved on his forehead. Talk about a mysterious guy. Teresa barely jumps in time to dodge the giant's deadly hammer. The ground takes the full force of the blow, shattering into a deep crater, leaving Teresa completely pale. She never expected a guy this massive could move so fast. To pull off a move like that, he was on a completely different level compared to those other crazy cultists. Giving Jin-hyuk and Teresa zero time to catch their breath, the giant quickly swung his massive hammer again. Realizing things were going south, Jin-hyuk told Teresa that they couldn't go head-to-head with this muscle-bound freak right now, so they needed to focus on losing him first. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He quickly asked Teresa to lend him that specific item. As they veered around a sharp corner, the giant lumbered close behind. As soon as the monster poked his head around the corner, a blinding light flashed, dazing him. Wincing through the stinging pain in his eyes, he forced himself to approach the source. The giant raised his hammer and brought it down with a massive crash, extinguishing the light. But when he lifted his weapon, he realized the light was just a cheap decoy that didn't do any actual damage. Watching from her hiding spot right above the giant's head, Teresa realized that the decoy had bought them just enough time to draw up a solid plan. Jin-hyuk told her to listen closely to the plan, explaining that he was going to go out there and distract the giant himself. Teresa was shocked. They had barely managed to escape the monster, and now he wanted to head straight back to him? But Jin-hyuk brushed it off like it was no big deal. If they wanted to clear this floor, they were going to have to face that big guy sooner or later anyway. While Jin-hyuk kept him busy, Teresa's job was to go and evacuate the other players. At this point, they really had no other way to escape, especially since their precious return stones had turned out to be a total scam. Jin-hyuk was going to try to clear the 5th floor as fast as possible, even though things had gotten a whole lot more complicated now. Hearing this, Teresa hung her head in shame, feeling like she was just a useless burden who had dragged him down. Seeing her looking so down, Jin-hyuk gave her a reassuring smile and told her there was one thing he wanted her to keep in mind. Meanwhile, our big-headed, pea-brained giant was still wandering around, desperately searching for a sacrifice. Suddenly, a rock flew out of nowhere and smacked him right on the head. And the mastermind behind this hilarious baiting was none other than our favorite professional troll, Jin-hyuk. With another rock tossed casually in his hand, Jin-hyuk grinned and mocked the giant, telling him he absolutely sucked at playing tag. And just like that, less than 2 seconds later, the giant was absolutely losing his mind, chasing Jin-hyuk at full speed. Watching from her hiding spot, Teresa carefully monitored the situation. As Jin-hyuk and the giant faded into the distance, she anxiously swallowed hard. Before he left, Jin-hyuk had handed her a mysterious item and told her to use it when the time was right. He didn't specify exactly when that would be, but he trusted that Teresa would know it when she felt it. Back in the moment, Teresa was picking out the most comfortable wooden club she could find. She resolved that she too would know exactly when the right moment had arrived. With that thought, she bolted in the opposite direction of Jin-hyuk and the giant. First things first, she had to rescue the trapped players. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk and the giant were still fully immersed in their high-stakes game of Catch Me If You Can. After running a solid distance, Jin-hyuk figured Teresa had gotten far enough. He stopped, turned around to face the giant, and activated his Eye of Truth. It turned out the monster's actual name was the Smasher, which wasn't really much of an upgrade from just being called a giant. The Smasher was only 1 year old, but he boasted a strength of 100, agility of 15, and stamina of 30. Talk about a young prodigy. Suddenly, his holographic screen flashed a warning red. The system blared that an action violating the rules of the 5th floor had been detected. The godhead, Rotting Heart, had taken a keen interest in Jin-hyuk and decided to implement a new sub-rule. Rotting Heart proposed that Jin-hyuk become his sword, promising that if he accepted, he could immediately class change into a Black Apostle. The Rotting Heart mentioned by the system is actually one of the absolute strongest entities in this entire tower, on par with Alice. Residing on the highest floors, he is commonly known as a Demon King. In a place like this, where the Demon King's power is borrowed to seal away all skills, if someone actively tries to break that seal, they will instantly draw his attention. Next up is a quick explanation of what a Black Apostle actually is. Becoming a Black Apostle grants an astronomical boost in power, but in exchange, you'll have to spend the rest of your life as the Demon King's loyal pawn. Any of those demon worshippers would jump at the chance and accept in a heartbeat. But why on earth would a majestic tiger ever serve a mere dog? So, our tiger Jin-hyuk flat out refused. Seeing that Jin-hyuk not only rejected his offer, but also basically slapped him in the face, Rotting Heart flew into an absolute rage. As if sensing his master's anger, the Smasher suddenly froze, his massive body trembling violently. Suddenly, the giant clutched his head in agonizing pain. For daring to reject a Demon King's offer, Jin-hyuk was struck by the Demon King's curse. Countless wisps of pitch-black dark energy rushed toward Jin-hyuk, boring straight into his chest and carving a curse mark right over his heart. Jin-hyuk was now marked as the ultimate target for all demonic creatures. This curse would hunt him down until the day he died. The agonizing pain in his chest was so intense that Jin-hyuk collapsed to his knees. He suddenly coughed up blood, making it look like he was done for, but wait, it was all just a dramatic act. Jin-hyuk's expression instantly flipped. Even though he was spitting blood, his casual attitude made it look like he was just clearing his throat. Jin-hyuk wiped the blood from his lips and muttered, "Well, that actually hurt. But are you guys seriously just gonna stand there and watch?" Out of nowhere, 2 guys dressed in ridiculous banana-like outfits were standing right in front of him, putting on a show of mock panic. Seeing them so lost in their little act instead of actually attacking, Jin-hyuk smirked and beckoned them over with a finger, telling them to bring it on. The 2 banana-looking cultists eagerly obliged, lunging straight at Jin-hyuk with everything they had. Meanwhile, the other yellow banana guys were completely losing their minds. Ignoring everyone's desperate pleas, they dragged them off one by one to be sacrificed. Luckily, Teresa arrived just in time. She swung her long iron rod, landing a direct blow right on the head of the yellow banana guy holding Curly. Seeing the yellow banana knocked out cold, Teresa quickly told Curly to help her rescue the others. But Curly couldn't even stand up. She just sobbed, convinced that they were all going to die here and would never make it out alive. Just as Teresa got distracted by Curly, one of the yellow bananas seized the opportunity to attack her from behind. Sensing the danger just in time, Teresa whipped around and blocked his sickle. Teresa channeled her strength, throwing off the yellow banana's sickle, and used the momentum to drive her iron rod straight under his chin. And just like that, Another yellow banana bit the dust. After giving a textbook demonstration on how to deal with those yellow bananas, Teresa turned back to comfort Curly. She assured her that everyone would definitely get out of there safely, so Curly needed to pick up her weapon and stand up. Teresa's teammates were already clearing out the 5th floor, but she had no idea that her partner, Jin-hyuk, was currently lying completely motionless on his opponent's shoulder. Inside a gloomy prison cell, a young guy wearing a baseball cap was so terrified he couldn't hold it in any longer, bursting into tears. He should have never come to this godforsaken place. He had only planned to snatch some loot and run straight back home, but who would have thought he'd end up running straight into a prison cell instead? Suddenly, a sickle shoved through the bars, clanging loudly and cutting Cap off. The owner of the sickle, a yellow banana guy, screamed at Cap to shut his mouth. If he kept making noise, they were going to torture him. 1 second he was acting all angry and high and mighty. But the very next, the yellow banana guy flipped the switch to total kiss-ass mode. He bowed respectfully, inviting Purple Cloak and Hosenbelt to continue their conversation. Purple Cloak squinted into the cell and asked Hosenbelt beside him, "Is that him?" To which Hosenbelt replied, "Yes, sir, that is him." Hosenbelt's voice suddenly grew deep as he spoke. "This is our first time meeting face to face, isn't it, Kang Jin-hyuk?" He said it was their first meeting, yet he seemed to know an awful lot about Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk didn't have a clue who this guy was. Right now, he could only tell Hosenbelt was human by the mana radiating off him. Judging by Hosenbelt's attitude, he was likely allied with the 5th floor boss, which meant he could be a demonic human. Adhering to the classic rule of knowing your enemy to win every battle, Jin-hyuk pulled out his old trick, the Eyes of Gluttony. Unfortunately, the system notified him that his attempt to inspect the status window had failed. Hosenbelt was currently using a high-level mental barrier, forcing Jin-hyuk to resort to extreme measures. He pulled a white capsule out of his pants pocket. Jin-hyuk had planned to save this baby for his fight against the cult leader, but it looked like he had no choice. The white capsule's effect was to double a single stat for 10 minutes. Jin-hyuk chose to boost his adaptability, and just like that, his Eyes of Gluttony were able to see right through Hosenbelt. The status board instantly popped up right before his eyes. Seeing Knight of the Round Table in the class column, Jin-hyuk figured Hosenbelt must be the powerhouse from the demonic human organization Melina had mentioned before. A powerhouse far stronger than Jin-hyuk had anticipated had just shown up. He was totally drooling over Hosenbelt's mental barrier skill, as it could be his main weapon against divine power. But looking at the copy conditions, even the usually confident and thick-skinned Jin-hyuk had never felt this hopeless in his entire life. There were 2 ways to copy one of Hosenbelt's skills. 1 was to make him say his knightly title. 2 was to act like a total chunabu until he figured out his title. Jin-hyuk got a massive headache and rubbed his temples, figuring he'd need at least 6 bottles of hard liquor to get over this shock. Seeing that Jin-hyuk was still zoning out, even though he had finished speaking 10 minutes ago, bored out of his mind, he bit his fingernails, and then his toenails. Unable to stand the silence any longer, Hosenbelt spoke up to prompt Jin-hyuk. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Jin-hyuk let out a sigh and replied, "My bad." Suddenly, the atmosphere around Jin-hyuk completely changed. The background turned into a total edgy, cringe vibe. Jin-hyuk struck a pose, covering his eye with his hand, and dropped his voice to a low whisper. Channeling his inner character, he spoke his first line, "I am busy suppressing the dark abyss within me. The fastest way to pull off a chunabu act? Pretend to be cool." Silence fell over the room as Jin-hyuk slowly slid his hand from his right eye to the left, completely covering his face. Looking suspicious, the purple robe asked Hosenbelt, "Are you sure this Jin-hyuk guy is the one he mentioned? It feels like there is something wrong with his head." Hosenvelt's face darkened. He claimed to be absolutely sure, but his voice lacked any real confidence. Seeing how intensely cringe Jin-hyuk was, the purple robe was terrified of catching it. He waved his hand, saying he was getting the hell out of there, and wished Jin-hyuk and Hosenvelt a nice chat. The third wheel in all of this, Alice inside the Bram ring, listened and judged him hard. Hearing her burst into laughter, Jin-hyuk's face stiffened even more. Honestly, he was grossing himself out too, so he pleaded, "Alice, please just pretend you did not hear a single thing." Pulling himself together, Hosenvelt continued, "It seems you do not quite grasp the current situation, Jin-hyuk. Are you even aware that you have been captured and are about to be sacrificed?" Jin-hyuk kept playing his role, saying in a menacing tone, "You think mere mortals can contain my destructive madness? How foolish! Ha ha ha." Silence enveloped the room once again. Hosenvelt started to panic. What was wrong with Jin-hyuk? Or was he hiding some sort of trump card? Considering the skills he had shown so far, That actually made a lot of sense. Hosenvelt tried his best to get on the same page as Jin-hyuk, continuing to fill him in on the situation. He knew exactly how strong Jin-hyuk was, but now that all his skills were sealed, there was no way he could survive in this place. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. It was the cry of the sacrifices. Looking at the terrified hostages, Hosenvelt threw out a bait, promising to hand over the key if they told him everything they knew about the Nameless One. Jin-hyuk took the lead, suggesting that if Hosenvelt revealed his true name, Jin-hyuk would tell him the true name of the Nameless One. Before finishing his sentence, Jin-hyuk stayed fully committed to his role and let out another dry laugh. Sure enough, Hosenvelt let his guard down and answered immediately. Since he was already spilling the beans, he even went ahead and revealed his title was Lancelot. This was exactly what Jin-hyuk wanted, as he had successfully copied Hosenvelt's mental barrier skill. Having obtained what he came for, Jin-hyuk also revealed the Nameless One's true name to Hosenvelt. Hosenvelt kept his word and tossed the key into the cell. Seeing Jin-hyuk just sitting there without opening the door, Blondie ran over and picked up the key to help. But reality hit hard. There was not even a keyhole on the metal bars. While one was locked up, someone else was imprisoned in a completely different place. Teresa was shoved into a cell by a guard in yellow robes. The quiet room was suddenly shattered by the sound of a beating. It turned out a frizzy-haired woman was mercilessly hitting and cursing at a little girl. Seeing this, Teresa rushed over to shield the child with her own body. She demanded to know what the woman was doing and yelled at her to stop. But the frizzy-haired woman remained hysterical, asking Teresa if she even knew who she was protecting. That girl is a resident of this tower. Teresa was shocked. She turned to look at the little girl with suspicion, while the child trembled and shrank back in fear. At that moment, the other girls in the cell joined in, piling their anger and blame on the poor child. They had suffered far too much, so how could they possibly show sympathy to a total stranger? Just as their hands were about to grab the child, Teresa reached out and blocked them. She declared, "It does not matter if she is a resident of the tower or not. Hasn't she been captured by the cultists, just like the rest of us?" The little girl looked up in disbelief. Ever since the tower opened, this was the very first time someone had stood up to protect her. Still unable to accept this, the frizzy-haired woman tried to violently wrench her hand free from Teresa's grip. Teresa tightened her grip with all her might, her eyes filled with a fierce determination to never back down. Teresa gently and warmly knelt down beside her. Looking at her with tender eyes, she asked, "What is your name, sweetie?" The little girl stayed quiet as a mouse, curling up in a dark corner, as if locking away all her confidence. But Teresa kept comforting her softly. "It is okay. As long as I am here, no one will ever hurt you again." Those warm words broke through the girl's defenses, and she whispered, "My name is Andrea." Far from judging her, Teresa complimented her beautiful name and introduced herself to Andrea. In a quiet voice, the girl shared her story. While she was working like everyone else, carrying a basket on her back, a group of strange, masked people in yellow robes, the cultists suddenly invaded her village. They promised to spare the entire village if they handed over just one person as a sacrifice. The moment they heard that, the villagers immediately turned their eyes to her. They told an orphan girl like her that she should step up for the greater good of the village, relentlessly convincing her that it was a highly sacred duty. They grabbed her hands and dragged her away, and from there, the inevitable happened. Oh my God, hearing that was absolutely heartbreaking. Tears welling up, Teresa could not help but pull Andrea into a tight embrace. "I see. You must have been so lonely, Andrea." She gently stroked the girl's head with her warm hand, offering some comfort. Teresa thought to herself, she might be a resident of the tower, but she is really no different from an ordinary human. The two of them held each other close. While she huddled in a corner of the cell, two cultists dressed like ridiculous yellow ducks began whispering outside the iron bars. "Hey, we need to prep the next batch of sacrifices. Pick one from each cell." Ugh. Those yellow ducks pressed their disgusting faces against the bars. In a creepy, twisted voice, they threatened, "If you don't pick someone, you'll all get to join the ritual together. As a group sacrifice, that is. Go ahead and struggle all you want." Hearing those lovely, heartwarming words, the captive victims started panicking and shaking violently. They wailed in absolute terror, crying, "Not again. Please, no. This can't be happening. I refuse." But while everyone else was crying, Andrea remained disturbingly calm. It was like she had just realized something. "Oh, wait. Is that it?" But before she could even speak, the other women in her cell pointed right at her face, screaming, "Take that brat first. She's not even human, is she?" Even with Teresa backing her up, she was still scared out of her mind as the vicious women closed in. Teresa jumped in front of her, shouting, "Hold on, stop this, don't do anything reckless, everyone, just calm down." The hateful cellmates glared daggers at Teresa, looking ready to tear her limb from limb. Outside, the creepy cultists watched with twisted grins, mocking them. "Yes, keep struggling, it only pleases our Lord more." Suddenly, a hand shot up. The cultists froze, completely stunned, and their grins instantly vanished. Jin-hyuk stood up, raised his hand high, and confidently declared, "I volunteer. Any objections? Hell yeah, why would they object?" The guys sitting next to him let out a massive sigh of relief. Practically crying tears of joy for surviving, they begged, "Please, go right ahead." With that, those yellow ducks tied up the hands of the sacrifices in a long line. Jin-hyuk had a capsule hidden in his mouth, which he secretly spat into a nearby gutter, letting out a sly grin. His smirk was just as wicked as those yellow ducks. He even cocked his head and whistled playfully to draw attention. He had calculated everything, and the groundwork was set. By now, Teresa had probably been caught and thrown into the dungeon too. Knowing her, she'd definitely volunteer. This is the first time I've tried a plan like this, but it's actually going pretty smoothly. Just as expected, the hidden quest has been triggered. Usually, the reward is a stat boost, but this time they gave me an adaptation stat. Hell yes, this is amazing. Just as he was calculating his next move, Jin-hyuk was startled by a loud, synchronized roar, not from just one, but a whole flock of yellow ducks. The fanatic cultists were chanting wildly, "O glorious Lord, your divine glory has descended upon us." Seeing them, even Jin-hyuk was a bit taken aback, muttering, "Damn, there's a ton of them." Meanwhile, the guy next to him panicked at the sight of the swarming cultists and began throwing up his guts. Looking at him, Jin-hyuk thought, "Wow, what a rookie. It's not even bad enough to make you puke." The high priest roared, "Bring up the next batch of sacrifices." And just like that, another group of lab rats was headed to the chopping block. The wooden doors burst open, revealing massive, hulking executioners with biceps the size of paint buckets. They wore masks glowing with an ominous red light, carrying all kinds of weapons ready to slice up the sacrifices. The yellow ducks began chanting once more, "Glorious Lord, divine ecstasy. The Lord hungers for blood." Despite trembling with nervous energy, the host grabbed the mic and hyped up the crowd. "What kind of sacrifice does our Lord love the most?" Everyone. The cultists went wild, like they were on drugs, screaming, "A noble sacrifice! A noble sacrifice!" They cheered like they'd struck gold, while the host jumped around like an absolute maniac. Behold, this woman volunteered to die in place of a complete stranger's child. What a truly noble act. Her blood will complete this living sacrifice. The ultimate tribute. Watching those bastards cheer made Jin-hyuk's blood boil. He lunged forward like a superhero, slowly pulling the ancient magic tome, Make Drain, from his pocket. I wanted to max out my stats first before clearing this floor, but damn it! He released all of his sealed restrictions. With time running out, his fire source skill shot straight toward the capsule he had spat out earlier, instantly transforming it into a blazing flame pill. In a flash, he transformed into a towering giant covered in roaring flames, engulfing the entire arena. The yellow ducks watched in absolute horror, shrieking, "Oh my God, is that a skill? What the hell? By our Lord's decree, all skills are supposed to be disabled here." Jin-hyuk pulled out a dagger and lunged, slicing right through the chains binding Teresa, catching her as she fell into his arms. It was like a scene straight out of a romance novel. But seeing Teresa beautiful yet unconscious, bleeding heavily, he snapped, "Screw the stat farming, I don't care anymore. I'm going to kill every single one of you." His eyes glowed blood red, holding the pill in his hand with pure, unadulterated rage. Without hesitating, he tossed the black pill into his mouth. The dark energy activated, instantly forming a massive dark barrier. Sparks erupted around Jin-hyuk, and a shockwave of dark wind blew the cultists away. They cried out, "What the hell is this smoke? I can't see anything." Jin-hyuk summoned his sword, which began to glow with a terrifying, overwhelming power. His eyes turned cold-blooded, completely determined to tear these yellow ducks to shreds. The cultists scrambled to grab their weapons to attack Jin-hyuk, only to freeze in sheer horror. What in the world? Holy crap. Where did he disappear to? While they were standing around completely clueless like sitting ducks, one of them suddenly threw down his weapon, his cowardice taking over. He dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in desperate prayer. "O God of darkness, please answer our prayers. Noble Demon King, please lead us." Seeing this, the other guys eagerly followed suit. Suddenly, bright beams of light burst through, forcing them to look up in awe. Holy crap! The black smoke mixed with a mysterious blue light illuminated a figure. The clueless idiots gasped in shock. Oh my god, is that the Demon King's energy? He has answered our prayers. Overjoyed, their eyes popped out of their heads, thinking they had just hit the jackpot. Little did they know, they were dead wrong. Jin-hyuk lunged out of the smoke, using his blade to send these punks straight to the afterlife. With one swift, decisive slash, blood splattered everywhere. They were completely enveloped in the black smoke. Losing all control, they were wiped out one by one, put to sleep permanently before they could even utter their final words. The blinding flash of power and the thick black smoke knocked Teresa completely unconscious. Stirring slightly, she twitched unconsciously. Earlier, when the cultists were screaming and trying to drag Andrea away, Teresa had fought with everything she had to stop them. Send that girl up first. No. Where's the fairness in that? She is just a child. She practically screamed in their faces. To make matters worse, some women in the cell threw fuel on the fire, screaming, "What do you mean, child? She is just an NPC. Hand her over." Teresa had heard enough and gave those girls a quick, hard beatdown. They were sent flying. You probably thought you could easily take me down since we can't use skills here, right? Don't get it twisted, sweetheart. I can wipe all of you out in one single go. The women instantly got scared and changed their tune. So, does that mean you are volunteering to be the chosen one? Without hesitation, Teresa admitted it, saying, "That is right, darling. It is me." With a bloody mouth, one of the women still couldn't resist mocking her. "Go ahead and play the noble hero all you want. But in the end, you will do just like everyone else." Teresa and Andrea shared an incredibly warm and tender look. She leaned down, gently stroked the girl's hair, and whispered, "I will be right back, okay?" Watching this, the cultist grinned, drool dripping from his mouth as he sneered. "Oh wow. What a noble sacrifice." Suddenly, she woke up, dragging her exhausted body forward. Bodies of the cultists were scattered all over the place. Black smoke still lingered in the air, making the scene look absolutely horrific. Seeing Teresa looking completely wrecked, Jin-hyuk still teased her. "Look at you, pushing yourself to the brink of death again." Seeing Jin-hyuk, Teresa smiled weakly despite the blood on her face. "I knew you would come." The two shared such an intense, loving gaze that it would make any onlooker squeal. She used her power to break her chains. Looking at his status window, Jin-hyuk hardened his resolve. "Now, I just need to take down the high priest and get out of here. That will be perfect." While he was busy planning his next move, Teresa suddenly rushed off somewhere else, forcing a worried Jin-hyuk to run after her. She dashed away like lightning. Meanwhile, in the prison cells, the captives had been released. Once those iron doors opened, everyone felt like they had been given a second chance at life. The guys cheered in excitement, but Teresa just kept sprinting forward. Reaching the door of a cell, she cried out, "Andrea!" Seeing the little girl with teary eyes shouting her name, Teresa sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you are okay." The two shared a tight hug. Jin-hyuk stood there frozen in awkward silence, feeling like a total third wheel. With a giant question mark on his face, Teresa quickly explained, "She is a resident of the tower. The cultists dragged her here and gave her a choice, either become a sacrifice or join them." Looking at the countdown timer, Jin-hyuk felt his chest tighten with frustration. With a sour face, he cursed inwardly, "I can't believe she made me waste 10 precious minutes for this. Wait, hold on. If she is a resident of the tower," just thinking about it brought an ambitious smirk to Jin-hyuk's face. Switching to his fake-friendly mode, he leaned in closer and asked, "Your name is Andrea, right? Why didn't you join the cultists? Aren't all the tower residents here fanatically worshipping that god?" Hearing him speak, Teresa wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face. She glared at him, begging him with her eyes to shut up before he scared the kid. Andrea lowered her head and mumbled softly, "I don't want to believe that gods exist in this world. Even my own villagers threw me away just because I don't have a mother. If gods really do exist, then they must be the ones who created this living hell. If this place was truly made by a god, then he is definitely not a good person." As she spoke, she clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She wept as she spoke, crying out of pure, deep-seated hatred. But even as she cried, Jin-hyuk kept a completely poker face. Waiting for her to dry her tears, he decided to share some of his own story to comfort her. "I don't know if saying this will make you feel any better, but you and I are very much alike. Right after I was born, I was abandoned at an orphanage. I grew up all alone, and life without parents was incredibly hard, but we still have to live on. No matter how sad or miserable you are, it won't change a single thing. Hearing this, Teresa's eyes widened in sheer shock. Holy crap, is he actually opening up about himself today? As for Andrea, she couldn't stop trembling, anxiously squeezing her hands together. But, as long as the high priest is still here. Jin-hyuk, waiting for exactly this moment, quickly lured her in. Exactly. The high priest is still here. How about this? I will take down the high priest for you, so you can keep living your life. If you want to survive in a world free of that bastard, you'll have to join my team. So, do we have a deal? As always, Jin-hyuk looks incredibly cool and trustworthy. He even flexes by smoothly summoning the flame of exile on his fingertip, leaving Andrea completely starstruck. She nods without a single second of hesitation, and Jin-hyuk gently directs the flame toward her. And just like that, Andrea is officially part of the team. Giving her a gentle head pat, a total 180 from his usual cold attitude, he tells her, "I'm counting on you from now on, Andrea." Watching them, Teresa is genuinely happy for her, but she can't help feeling like a total third wheel. And when she realizes her own position, she completely freezes up. Like, seriously? What about her? Why has he never patted her head or treated her like that before? While poor Teresa is left standing there completely heartbroken and in denial, Jin-hyuk is already pumped up and cheering, "All right, let's go kick the high priest's butt." But right at that moment, the duration of the magic grimoire, the Malleus Maleficarum, runs out, instantly locking all his active skills. This high priest is nothing like the typical cultists. Even without using active skills, he's built like an absolute tank. Honestly, he could probably wrestle a sumo champion and win. Jin-hyuk explains the situation as they walk, while Teresa keeps the child close behind her. She asks why he doesn't just use his skills like before to easily wipe the guy out and save them some time and effort. He sighs and admits that was his original plan. But since the time limit has expired, he can't activate any more skills, even if he wanted to. Hey, even a pro player has limits. But still, if it comes down to a one-on-one fistfight, he can definitely hold his own. Even so, the holy artifacts the high priest holds are still a massive wild card. Teresa leans in, not quite catching his words. Wait, did you say holy artifacts? Yep, exactly. And this one has a totally bizarre name. The Filth-Eating Urn. It's an artifact imbued with a deadly curse that boasts a 100% success rate. Basically, whoever gets targeted dies on the spot. Wait, if it's a guaranteed one-hit kill, does that mean they have zero chance of winning? Well, not necessarily. Where there's a will, there's a way, even if they haven't figured out that way just yet. But hey, no big deal. Since he's still incredibly strong, Jin-hyuk promises to block the curse at least once. He then turns around, giving them a dead serious look. Since that item has a long cooldown before it can be used a second time, Teresa's role as a holy knight is absolutely crucial here. Like, super important. She absolutely, positively has to take this guy down before he can reactivate that deadly curse. The pressure is real now, and Teresa knows exactly how much weight is resting on her shoulders. We're here, ready, beautiful? Even little Andrea is sweating bullets from the tension. As Jin-hyuk cracks open the safe lock, he reminds Teresa to keep his words closely in mind. As long as she focuses and remembers his plan, she'll know exactly what the right move is when the time comes. They step inside, only to find a man in a purple cloak wearing an incredibly creepy mask waiting for them. Jin-hyuk steps forward, shielding Teresa and Andrea. The mysterious figure turns around and slowly speaks. Well, look who it is. The culprit who ruined my ritual actually delivered himself to me. Our MC couldn't care less about this guy's monologue. He quickly scans the room and notices that the priest's partner is nowhere to be seen. Looks like that guy already got what he wanted and bailed, leaving this priest to deal with the mess. Jin-hyuk is seriously annoyed to hear that. Tsk, that guy sure runs fast. He had his sights set on that runner from the very beginning and wanted to finish him off first. What a total bummer. Seeing Jin-hyuk's irritated face, the high priest decides to rub salt in the wound. He doesn't know how Jin-hyuk bypassed the divine restriction to use that skill, but he flexes his massive, muscular frame, looking like an absolute unit. He bellows at the top of his lungs, "I will personally offer you as a living sacrifice and make you pay dearly for all the chaos you've caused." Holding the legendary filth-eating urn in his hand, Teresa immediately realizes that must be the holy artifact Jin-hyuk warned her about. In a flash, Jin-hyuk leaps into the air, hopping across the shelves to distract the priest. "Teresa, let's go. Let's hit him together." She charges forward with a clenched fist. She has no idea if her punch will even scratch this giant beast of a man. But hey, you never know until you try. With eyes flashing like lightning, Jin-hyuk drops down from above and lands a heavy blow right on the enemy's arm, forcing the giant to painfully grit his teeth. At the exact same time, Teresa sweeps the guy's legs from below. Talk about perfect teamwork. Great job. This is their chance. Teresa quickly covers his mouth, and she is absolutely crushing it. While she holds him down, Jin-hyuk rushes in to snatch the filth-eating urn right out of his hand. But is it really going to be that easy? Watching this high-stakes action thriller from the sidelines, little Andrea is breaking out in a cold sweat. Since his arms are pinned, the high priest decides to use his teeth. And since his teeth are practically made of steel, he easily bites through her grip like a beast. Did they really think they could take him down that easily? The impact sends Teresa flying back, crashing hard against the wall. She's lucky she didn't crack her skull open. Realizing things are going south, Jin-hyuk immediately pivots and changes his plan on the fly. With his momentum carrying him forward, Jin-hyuk flies in like Superman. The monster of a priest tries to throw a heavy punch, completely unaware that our MC can dodge smoothly, like Sans from Undertale. Jin-hyuk slips past the strike and delivers a solid punch straight to the priest's jaw. An uppercut right to the chin will knock out all your teeth. Oh my god, that pain goes straight to the brain. If I start flexing, you'll be left with absolutely nothing. Before this, he even defeated a guy 10 times his size. What were you thinking, trying to win a one-on-one fight against him? Yet, he still loses to his lady. While she is heartbroken out there, even the editor has to admit Jin-hyuk really is built different. So cool. But whatever, since he said that, he can't afford to be careless. He cackles for a moment, and then his nose starts bleeding. Not bad, not bad. I actually like you. After testing you, you really are the one and only, ultimate sacrifice. Let me offer you up first. It's time to bring out my trump card, the earth-eating urn. He chants a bizarre spell, something like Paria Tioba, and the skull engraved on the urn begins to glow with a strange light, releasing thick, swirling smoke. For the great deity, all of that light converges onto a single spot. Yes, right where Kang Jin-hyuk is standing completely frozen. Oh, the beauty is totally stunned seeing such a bizarre sight. Is that the thing Jin-hyuk was warning them about? While busy dodging them, he has to explain it to Teresa to make her understand. Remember this. This spell has an incredibly long cooldown. Watch the eyes of that skull closely. Your sixth sense will automatically predict when it's going to trigger. And the rest is up to you. Just as he says that, those beams of light pierce straight through Jin-hyuk's body. He coughs up blood and collapses right before the wide eyes of Teresa and Andrea. What is happening? She panics. He actually collapsed right in front of her. He survived so many powerful monsters, only to die to this thing? She screams in sheer agony, rushing toward his motionless body. The system announces that Kang Jin-hyuk has died. The Demon King's curse is lifting because of his death. The guy bursts into a gleeful laugh. What a magnificent sacrifice. The Demon King is going to be so pleased. He watches her cry her eyes out with pure sadistic joy. Does it break your heart, beautiful, having to watch the one you love, or rather, your teammate, bite the dust right in front of you? But is she just going to give up like this? Never. She still has Andrea to protect. Teresa stands up, and although her face is covered in tears, her gaze is incredibly determined. You've got a death wish, you son of a bitch. But just as she gets up, he blasts her with a gust of wind, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. A sacrifice is nothing without pain. Ha ha ha. As she gets thrown, the little girl screams in terror. This is extremely dangerous. She had protected the girl so well, but in the end, their deep bond exposed them anyway. Found you, sweetie. He locates Andrea's hiding spot, but just as he reaches out to grab the little girl, our gorgeous saintess recovers and stands up to fight back. Don't ever mess with a woman. She leaps right onto his neck, locking him in a chokehold and flipping him backward. Don't mess with her, she's a holy knight. Even with tears in her eyes, she will no longer be weak, and she will never let him take Andrea away. At least, she has to make sure of that much. Turns out, this guy is as tough as he looks. He is incredibly strong. Since she refuses to back down, he's going to teach Teresa a harsh lesson. Jin-hyuk died in the blink of an eye, his entire body covered in blood. Will some miracle bring him back? Meanwhile, Teresa is enduring absolute torment. She is thrown around repeatedly, suffering immense pain. The guy is completely relaxed, knowing this woman stands absolutely no chance against him. Think you've won, buddy? No way. You've got to use your brain. Fighting a massive brute without active skills is practically impossible. But this guy is incredibly relentless, letting his fists do all the talking. Chanting about his great deity, he keeps pressing forward, forcing her to fall back and defend. I can't keep this up forever, I'm going to get killed. Reaching a shelf of rare items, she smashes all the precious vases onto the floor, even though it breaks her heart to ruin such valuables. Teresa grabs the shards and hurls them right at the lamps, instantly knocking out the lights. He scoffs confidently. You think the dark is going to save you? As the place is plunged into pitch-black darkness, Teresa runs off. Hiding behind a large water jar, she gasps for air. Okay, his vision should be limited now. She needs to come up with a plan to survive and eliminate this threat. First, I have to steal that urn from him. If he activates that spell even one more time, she won't stand a chance in this lifetime or the next. The sound of footsteps draws closer, and she only realizes how near he is when he's literally inches away. Smash! The jar is shattered into pieces, but luckily, Teresa's quick reflexes save her. How did he find her so fast? Our long-legged beauty is incredibly agile, but now that he's cornered her, she won't get away so easily. It's all because her silky blonde hair stands out way too much, even in the dark. Honestly, girl, you should just shave it bald to be safe. He holds up the urn again and openly boasts about his plan to knock her out cold, then hunt down the cute little kid hiding nearby. By the time you wake up, I'll make you watch as the child is sacrificed to the earth-eating urn. He charges like a lightning bolt to ram her down, but to his surprise, she pulls off a stunning dodge she learned from Jin-hyuk. Seeing her dodge so smoothly, he grunts, You're quite resilient, which makes you an even better fit for the great deity. Go ahead and hide well. Let's play hide and seek. It's only a matter of time before I find you. No, she can't afford to waste the precious time Jin-hyuk bought for her. If she gets taken down right now, first, Jin-hyuk, and second, Andrea, are going to end up meeting their makers. Staring at that sharp shard, an idea suddenly pops into her head. Meanwhile, that bug-eyed creep is still looking for her, muttering under his breath. Great gods, endless joy, singing it over and over without getting tired. But the moment he steps out, he freezes, completely mesmerized by her shimmering golden hair. Enchanted by her stunning beauty, his mind does a complete 180-degree turn. If she agrees to become a follower, he will spare her life. Oh, that is right. He will make her his wife. Wait. Crap. Wrong again. She will become the saintess of the Demon King. Hearing all this from her hiding spot, little Andrea can only tremble and cry tears of absolute terror. But that creep is still totally dazed by Teresa. He tries to lure her out, saying, If you don't come out, I'm coming in, tee-hee. Wait, a wig? Huh? Where did she go? Just as she is about to spring her trap, he spots her. Teresa's hair is now incredibly short because of Jin-hyuk's sacrifice, but a little hair is nothing. As she charges forward, the creep's fist is about to smash into her. Luckily, Andrea distracts him by smashing a precious vase right over his head. It worked. She managed to snatch the clay jar. The creep growls, You clever little brat. But now that you have that, what are you going to do next? It is completely useless right now. What? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself, beautiful? Teresa grips it tightly, recalling the words Jin-hyuk told her before he passed away. He told her to memorize the Patera spell, and it turns out, this is exactly what he meant. This is an ancient runic incantation, and when the time comes, she has to use it. Got it? Even though she did not really get it back then, she understands now. He must have predicted everything. And this is the moment. She raises her voice. Peter Diamarius! Instantly, the eyes of the skull glow brightly once again. He knew this would happen, and he knew she could do it. Now, sheer panic washes over the creep's face. How does she know ancient runic? Oh please, what a stupid question. To take over your job, obviously. She screams that her senior taught her, and everyone knows exactly who that is. Top of Verico, beams of light erupt, piercing straight through the unfortunate enemy's body. He was way too overconfident in his own abilities. You need to use your brain too, which is something he clearly lacks. Scream all you want to your demon gods, because no one is saving you. Die. His entire body is impaled by the light, killing him on the spot. The fifth-floor boss has been defeated. Holding back her grief, Teresa carries Andrea down. Seeing Jin-hyuk lying motionless, her heart breaks. She begs, Please, wake up. She is so sorry for stubbornly insisting on following him. She promises she will never do it again. Please, just wake up. Her tears fall onto Jin-hyuk's body. The Demon King's authority has been neutralized because the boss monster is gone, and the skill restrictions are now being lifted. Blessing of the Stars has been activated. As long as it is not sudden death, you can be resurrected. Cooldown is 240 hours. And just like that, Jin-hyuk is back. Man, dying hurts like hell. But wait, why is she crying again? She cried back in the labyrinth too. Teresa panics. I'm sorry, I can't help it. The tears just keep coming. Overwhelmed with joy, she accidentally overdoes it, punching him right on his wound and making Jin-hyuk cough up blood. Ouch! Hey, beautiful, that still hurts. Oh, sorry about that. But what he really wonders is, why did she cut her hair? Seeing the notification that the 5th floor boss has been defeated, Teresa asks Jin-hyuk why there is no announcement about unlocking the next floor. Jin-hyuk points toward the exit door and explains that the clear condition for the 5th floor is to escape, meaning they just need to walk through that door and they are done. Then, he adds, but there is something far more interesting here. Andrea looks up at him, totally confused. Jin-hyuk walks over to the jar and continues, because the position of the 5th floor boss can actually be inherited. Both Teresa and Andrea are shocked to hear about this inheritance thing. Jin-hyuk goes on, the clear condition for the 5th floor is not actually defeating the boss monster. Whoever holds this jar in their hands will become the new boss monster. Holding the jar, he squats down in front of Andrea and tells her he thinks he should entrust the boss position to her. Teresa gasps in disbelief. What? Give it to Andrea? Even Andrea is just as shocked. Jin-hyuk gently tells Andrea, I promise to let you live in a world where the cult leader doesn't exist. He hands the jar over to Andrea and whispers, now, live the life you want to live. No one can ever torment you again. Instantly, the system announces that the boss position has been successfully inherited. Andrea is leveling up at an explosive rate as she absorbs the power of the boss monster. Her entire body begins to undergo a rapid transformation. When the process finally stops, Teresa is amazed to see that Andrea has fully grown up, transforming into a beautiful young lady with long, flowing hair. Andrea smiles with satisfaction at this new change. She immediately drops to one knee before Jin-hyuk, declaring in a clear, confident voice, I am Andrea, the ruler of this desolate wasteland. Every living creature here will submit to Jin-hyuk through me. The system logs this momentous event. Andrea, the master of the 5th floor, has sworn her loyalty to Jin-hyuk. He is the very first person to receive the total submission of a boss monster. This achievement is recorded in the Hall of Fame. Jin-hyuk smiles and pats Andrea's head, telling her to live a happy life from now on. Overwhelmed with gratitude, happy tears begin to stream down Andrea's face. She then turns to Teresa with a smile and throws her arms around her, begging Teresa to make sure she visits her often. Teresa gently pats her shoulder and strokes the hair of her sweet little sister, replying, of course I will. System announcement. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials has opened. The time limit is 89 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Teresa waved goodbye to Andrea, then left along with Jin-hyuk. Online, the news was completely flooded with talk about Jin-hyuk clearing the 5th floor and unlocking the 6th. Everyone was glued to their screens, from commuters on the bus to high school students, and even a local bar owner who went so big that he offered free beer to celebrate the clearing of the 5th floor. A man with his right arm in a cast named Choi Woo-jin happily posted online, saying, I am one of the players who survived and made it back from the 5th floor. Honestly, I thought there was absolutely no way out of that living hell other than dying. But thanks to player Jin-hyuk, I survived and made it back. Sitting in his room, a young man named Yu Sung zoomed in on Choi Woo-jin's post, reading it over and over while absolutely fuming. He was convinced Jin-hyuk was doing this on purpose, just to make sure he could never catch up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. While Yu Sung was still wondering who on earth it could be, a voice called out, sorry for the intrusion. The moment those words left his mouth, the door exploded, and a blonde guy with a weapon pointed it straight into the room, wearing a massive grin. Yu Sung immediately drew his sword to defend himself, shouting at the intruder, demanding to know who he was. The blonde guy bowed and introduced himself as Gawain. He then mocked Yu Sung, saying he was quite surprised, as this place seemed a bit too small to be the residence of someone like Nameless. He thought it would be somewhere way more luxurious. Yu Sung's face contorted the moment he heard Gawain call him Nameless. Suddenly, it clicked that Jin-hyuk must be behind this, and he exploded in rage, cursing Jin-hyuk out. Right after that, the entire room exploded, sending furniture flying out into the street below, forcing terrified pedestrians to scramble out of the way. Meanwhile, over with Jin-hyuk, his ears suddenly started itching, probably because Yu Sung was cursing him so much. Confused, he could only scratch his ear. As for Alice, she was on a wild shopping spree, not even bothering to look at the price tags. From handbags to cosmetics, she just took one glance and told the staff to wrap them up. The staff was utterly awestruck, their jaws dropping at the shopping power of this wealthy lady. Standing to the side, Jin-hyuk could only complain, "Oh my god, you're going to send inflation straight through the roof at this rate." Alice was riding too high to care about any inflation. Sure, she was the one doing the shopping, but Jin-hyuk was the one footing the bill. As a reward for her constantly training Andrea, he allowed Alice to enjoy the local lifestyle, even though most of these antics were probably just her way of getting revenge on him. Alice taught Andrea the lifestyle of a monster boss, the posture of a monster boss, and what the daily routine of a boss actually looked like. Andrea was focused, taking diligent notes, and learning seriously. Alice taught her all the basic qualities a leader needed, basically, boss training. Surely, she would come in handy at some point. Jin-hyuk checked his status window once again. His current level was 32, strength 20, agility 20, stamina 20, mana 9 trendif, etrende, luck 100, and coins owned. 1,283,288. His unique abilities included Sword Fusion, Blessing of the Stars, Judgment, and level 5 Fire Element skill. Jin-hyuk smiled. He was getting stronger even faster than he expected. His adaptability had also shot up to 78 after clearing the 5th floor. The players leveling up through the guilds were probably around level 30 by now, but thanks to his gap stat, absolutely no one would have higher overall stats than him. And then, there were the items he received for clearing the 5th floor. Among them, a standout item caught his eye and deeply surprised him: the Boundary, Bending Mirror. A growth-type item with an immeasurable acquisition difficulty. The description read, allows the user to travel to any desired location from the 10th floor down. The cooldown was 90 days, and it would remain active for 30 minutes. Teleporting to locations above the 10th floor was also possible, depending on the player's level, though the duration might vary. Plus, he could bring one other person along. Jin-hyuk thought to himself, looks like I've got a lot of prep work to do. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed Heo Kang-yoon. Upon receiving Jin-hyuk's call, Heo Kang-yoon picked up immediately, warmly asking how he could help. Jin-hyuk asked if anything major was going on, and Heo Kang-yoon replied, honestly, everything is going suspiciously well. Heo Kang-yoon reported that Jin-hyuk was so incredibly famous right now, not a single broadcasting station or online channel was silent about him. The number of new applicants trying to join had spiked so hard that they were actually thinking of shutting down registrations and putting a hold on requests. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk felt a massive headache coming on when he saw Alice happily sitting on a chair, being carried out by 4 tall, buff guys. Over the phone, Heo Kang-yoon asked Jin-hyuk if there was something specific he needed help with. Jin-hyuk replied that he was going to send him a list and wanted him to purchase every single item on it. On top of that, Jin-hyuk asked Heo Kang-hyun to schedule a meeting for him with the Salabai Guild at Cafe Eden. Watching Jin-hyuk happily sipping a delicious smoothie, Kim Ki-tae spoke up, asking if he had fully recovered and rested up, adding that he had been waiting forever for his call. Jin-hyuk cheerfully remarked that this was their very first time meeting again since that test. Looking at Kim Ki-tae's current behavior, Jin-hyuk smiled to himself, thinking how sweet it was to hold all the power. Kim Ki-tae used to be so hot-tempered, but now he was incredibly polite and careful with his words. Jin-hyuk then apologized to Kim Ki-tae about the ginseng incident, explaining that he had been too caught up in clearing the floor. Kim Ki-tae claimed he was fine, but his grimace and gritted teeth told a completely different story. Being the sharp guy he is, Jin-hyuk immediately tried to pacify him, saying, "Hey, what's there to be mad about? I'm already here, aren't I?" Then, he cut straight to the chase. He wanted to renegotiate the terms of their contract. Jin-hyuk casually added, "I heard Kim Ki-tae's guild only owns about 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor." Once Kim Ki-tae nodded in agreement, Jin-hyuk seized the moment and asked Kim Ki-tae to just hand one of them over to him. Grimacing, Kim Ki-tae snapped, pointing out that Jin-hyuk hadn't even given him the antidote formula they initially agreed on. Yet here he was, demanding a bigger cut. Jin-hyuk just flashed a bright smile and confidently replied, "Yep, that is exactly what I'm doing." Feeling insulted, Kim Ki-tae asked him what on earth gave him the right to make such a ridiculous demand. Jin-hyuk smirked and threw back excuses about rising inflation, the cost of raw materials, and labor rates. Furious, Kim Ki-tae barked that they weren't a charity and hadn't come here to listen to absurd demands. He slammed his hand on the table, declared the meeting a complete waste of time, and turned to storm off. But Jin-hyuk just smiled and brought up another reason: the labyrinth on the third floor. It was the Temple of Grey, a dungeon owned by Kim Ki-tae's guild that they had repeatedly tried and failed to conquer. Caught off guard, Kim Ki-tae spun around and demanded to know how Jin-hyuk found out. Jin-hyuk simply chuckled, saying that since he was a guild leader himself, even if it wasn't official yet, getting his hands on this kind of info was a breeze. He mentioned how Kim Ki-tae's guild had been constantly throwing themselves at the Temple of Grey, which they held exclusive rights to, but because of his repeated failures, his reputation within the guild was currently in the gutter. If this kept up, his position as the guild leader would be in serious jeopardy. Seeing that he had hit a nerve, leaving Kim Ki-tae looking both anxious and frustrated, Jin-hyuk cheerfully offered a solution. He would conquer that labyrinth for him. Kim Ki-tae was left completely speechless. Meanwhile, at a concert hall in Vienna, Austria, right after the stage performance ended, Alice stood up from the audience, clapping and cheering with pure admiration. Jin-hyuk looked at the system screen as notifications kept popping up, informing him that he had appreciated a masterpiece that influenced an era. The quest to attend a concert 7 times was now complete, meeting all the requirements. He had successfully copied the skill Perfect Pitch, along with the skill Instrumental Understanding. Right then, Alice leaned over and whispered, asking him to buy the entire orchestra. But Jin-hyuk kept his cool and immediately shut the idea down. Next, they headed to a restaurant, where Alice loudly ordered the waiter to bring out 2 of their most expensive bottles of wine. While Jin-hyuk enjoyed his meal at a relaxed pace, Alice happily gulped down her drinks, holding a glass in each hand with absolute bliss. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that he should be able to wrap everything up today and finally head back to South Korea. His progress for eating at 3-star Michelin restaurants was now at 7 out of 10. Watching a chef prepare food was at 3 out of 5, and preparing different types of dishes was at 25 out of 30. Getting a bit curious, Alice turned and asked him why they were spending so much time relaxing and having fun. Taking a bite of his food, Jin-hyuk replied, "There's only one reason. You should enjoy this as much as you can while you still have the chance." Alice casually shrugged and said she could do this whenever she wanted. The real reason was that the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials was the Elven Forest, and the elves who guarded that breathtaking place were notoriously cold and hostile to outsiders. Unlocking the next floor was actually quite simple. All you had to do was survive for 90 days on the 6th floor. Most players simply checked in on the 6th floor and then immediately headed to other floors to level up. However, every single floor had its own purpose and unique opportunities. Knowing this, Jin-hyuk resolved to prepare himself thoroughly before heading up. Just then, Kim Ki-tae video called to let Jin-hyuk know that everything was set. Jin-hyuk used teleportation magic to warp to the location, looking completely relaxed. The Hall of Ascension was located on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, known as the most popular place for players to undergo their first-class advancement. Most people came here to meet the priestesses and change their class, completely unaware that a horrific labyrinth lay hidden deep beneath their feet. Kim Ki-tae walked up from behind Jin-hyuk, and the two greeted each other. Both had arrived exactly on time. Kim Ki-tae gestured behind him, introducing the members who would be joining today's raid. First was the captain of raid team number 2, Lee Young-gwon. He eagerly rushed over to Jin-hyuk, excitedly boasting that he had watched every single one of his YouTube videos. Jin-hyuk recognized him as a famous captain from the Saulabi Guild. Next was the sub-damage dealer, Ha Yeon-soo, who happily declared herself a massive fan of his. Even the main healer of the raid team was a fan, and immediately asked for an autograph. Kim Ki-tae watched this unfold, completely dumbfounded. Was this a dungeon raid or a fan meet? But he quickly shook it off with a wry smile. Even their guild's elite members turned into starstruck fans in front of Jin-hyuk, so there was no point in complaining. Once the hectic greetings were out of the way, Kim Ki-tae announced that while Lee Young-gwon was the captain on paper, Jin-hyuk would have absolute command over the raid. He could also keep all the loot found in the labyrinth. Kim Ki-tae only cared about one thing: clearing the dungeon successfully. Jin-hyuk had actually planned to stab Kim Ki-tae in the back if he tried anything funny, but it looked like that wouldn't be necessary. He gladly accepted the terms and told Kim Ki-tae they would meet up at the entrance. The entrance will open in 30 minutes. Having finished his preparations, Jin-hyuk takes the opportunity to meet the priestess for his first-class advancement. She tells him he must choose a class to become strong and asks which path he wants to pursue. She shows him the available classes to observe and think over. He's already tried all the popular classes on his alt accounts anyway. So, what path does he actually want to walk now? After weighing his options, he chooses the most unpopular and hardest class to play the barrier master. Jin-hyuk recalls his experience back in the museum and inside the labyrinth. Yoo-jung was incredibly proud of his barrier skills. Well, now Jin-hyuk is going to have to completely crush him in his own game. Stepping outside, Jin-hyuk notices a noisy crowd gathered ahead. What's going on? It turns out members of the Samurai Guild have come to confront Kim Ki-tae. Seeing them, Kim Ki-tae is furious and flat-out refuses to let them join the Grey Temple raid. The samurai captain uses everyone's disappointment in the Salabi Guild to attack Kim Ki-tae. He claims that Kim Ki-tae's group is simply incompetent. Why not team up with them to conquer the Grey Temple for the sake of humanity? Kim Ki-tae gnashes his teeth in anger, completely speechless. Nearby, onlookers recognize the Samurai Guild and crowd around, whispering among themselves. They're a guild that has grown rapidly lately, and everyone believes they can conquer the Grey Temple. Kim Ki-tae knows the Samurai Guild has public support on their side, making this a really bad spot for him. Right then, Jin-hyuk pops up and teases Kim Ki-tae about how famous he is. The crowd's attention instantly shifts to Jin-hyuk, who's currently trending all over the forums. The samurai captain frowns when he sees Jin-hyuk, South Korea's S-rank player. Curious about his connection to the Salabi Guild, Jin-hyuk starts mocking the Samurai Guild. That guy claimed the Salabi Guild lacks strength, but Jin-hyuk points out that the samurai group doesn't look any better. The bald guy behind the captain loses his temper and yells, asking how Jin-hyuk dares to talk to them like that, but the captain tells him to calm down, reminding him that Jin-hyuk is an S-rank. Jin-hyuk throws fuel on the fire by highlighting once again that it's not that they're lacking, they simply don't meet the standard. His words accidentally make the two youngsters, Yeon and Yu, feel a bit self-conscious. One second he says the Samurai Guild is no different from them, and the next he says they don't meet the standard. Does that mean they're below standard too? Though the samurai captain is ticked off, he ignores Jin-hyuk's jab and keeps his composure. He proudly boasts that they possess a strength Jin-hyuk's side could never match a true veteran player who has climbed all the way to the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. Hearing about a player reaching the 30th floor slightly shocks Jin-hyuk, causing him to glance back at the captain. Right after that, a cocky, spiky-haired samurai claims that they indeed have a true veteran who has climbed to the 30th floor. The surrounding crowd instantly goes wild, whispering, "Did you hear that? They actually have someone who reached the 30th floor. No wonder they're growing so fast." Seeing the crowd's reaction, the spiky-haired samurai hypes them up even more, bragging that they have information on uncharted lands that absolutely nobody else knows about. No matter what kind of traps lie ahead or what strategy is needed, they're fully prepared for it all. They'll use this knowledge to become the first heroes to save humanity from the Tower of Trials. And hey, if they happen to get filthy rich along the way, that's not a bad bonus either. Jin-hyuk, who can't stand anyone being cockier than him, activates his Eye of Greed to see if this guy is bluffing. And what do you know? The spiky-haired guy is actually telling the truth. Or at least, it means he truly believes it's the truth. Well, time to find out who fabricated this crazy story. Jin-hyuk scans all of their personal profiles and finally stops at a guy named Yamamoto. Bingo, found him. He has the semi-clairvoyance skill, an incomplete prophecy ability that lets him preview upper floors depending on his proficiency level. This is getting interesting. Yamamoto is the real mastermind here, pulling the strings behind the scenes. Nobody else knows that the skill he stumbled upon is actually incomplete. He thinks that if he keeps it hidden, he'll get better treatment. No, scratch that. He's absolutely sure he will. After all, is it really a lie if nobody ever finds out? But nothing gets past Jin-hyuk. Under his gaze, Yamamoto feels a chill run down his spine. Is Jin-hyuk gay or something? Why is he staring so intensely? Why is his gaze locked onto him like that? While keeping his eyes glued to Yamamoto, Jin-hyuk addresses the spiky-haired samurai. He has no idea who this mysterious person is, but climbing to the 30th floor is impressive. Information above the 10th floor hasn't even been leaked yet, right? Flattered by Jin-hyuk's praise, the spiky-haired samurai grins proudly and tells him he's surprisingly sensible. In this day and age, information is the ultimate power. So why doesn't he just behave and tag along with them? Standing nearby, Kim is about to lose his mind listening to the spiky-haired guy trying to sway Jin-hyuk, ready to teach him a lesson. Did that punk really think he'd buy that crap? But Jin-hyuk raises his hand to stop him, playing along with the spiky-haired guy. He tells him that they should have shared that valuable info sooner. If they had, would they even need to waste time arguing like this? He tells them to all go inside together. Kim Ki-tae is taken aback by being held back, unable to understand what Jin-hyuk is up to. Meanwhile, the spiky-haired samurai bursts into loud laughter. Finally, there's someone you just can't talk sense into. He casually strolled past Gite, whose face was already darker than a burnt pot, and said, "Stop scowling. If they actually manage to clear this place, it'll at least boost your reputation." The spiky-haired samurai guy led the samurai guild inside, making Gite snap and demand why Jin-hyuk was letting them tag along. Unlike the frustrated Gite, Jin-hyuk calmly turned the question back on him. "If I hadn't let them in, you wouldn't have either, right?" Well, obviously, Gite would do whatever it takes to block the mage guild. Jin-hyuk shook his head in disagreement. "Now, that's just mean. We should at least give them a chance to play hero, just so they can see if putting their hands on other people's stuff is really that easy." Looking at Jin-hyuk's expression, even Gite felt a little creeped out by him. What is he planning this time? Youngkwon said goodbye to Gite, telling him they were heading out too, and everyone entered the Grey Temple Labyrinth together. As soon as the group stepped inside, they came across stone statues. They were the very first players to challenge this labyrinth, a truly tragic sight. Is there really no way to turn them back? Of course not. If you make eye contact with that thing, you might as well consider yourself dead, the spiky-haired samurai guy confidently called out. "No need to worry, babies." He had already come up with a countermeasure. He whipped out the shield of Perseus. The dazzling shield actually surprised Jin-hyuk a bit. Those guys must have spent a serious amount of cash on it. But then again, he was not even sure if they knew how to use it properly. Right then, a notification popped up saying the conditions had been met, and the second reward for the first person to conquer the tower had arrived. Jin-hyuk didn't expect to get a reward at a time like this. Well, might as well claim it. Was it because of his first-class promotion quest and entering the labyrinth? Jin-hyuk's reward was the Moon Seal. This ability would prove its effectiveness once his first-class promotion was complete. The Moon Seal reduces the activation time of all seals by 25% and increases the effectiveness of all seals by 30%. If he could find all the lost languages buried in the tower from long ago, he would be able to learn the Nameless Seal. The locations of these lost languages would be revealed once his first-class promotion was complete. Jin-hyuk had seen these lost languages while climbing the tower, but he had never been able to find any clues about them before. So all of this was actually a reward gifted to the first person to conquer the tower. Jin-hyuk grinned with absolute excitement. This tower still had so many secrets he didn't know about. Yamamoto used his semi-prophetic skill to rush over and whisper into the spiky-haired samurai guy's ear. He immediately yelled at everyone to get ready to fight, warning them of a giant cobra. No sooner had he spoken than a ferocious cobra lunged out, charging straight at the group. The spiky-haired samurai guy ordered his men to hold their formation, shouting that they were going to tear its soul to pieces. Main damage dealers, attack. The group concentrated all their power on the cobra, giving it absolutely no room to fight back. The spiky-haired samurai guy lunged forward, shouting, "Get ready!" Then he leaped up alone, slamming his shield right onto the head of the cobra as it opened its bloody maw. Standing in the distance, Youngkwon watched in utter disbelief as they took down the monster in the blink of an eye. They were so incredibly strong that Youngkwon and Yuyeon had absolutely nothing to do. He grimaced, beating himself up. This is so pathetic. Standing to the side, Jin-hyuk let out a sigh as he watched Youngkwon spiral into useless anxiety all by himself. Those Samurai Guild guys still had a long way to go, and getting discouraged so easily was just sad. As far as he could tell, they wouldn't even last a single minute against Alice. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Alice was teaching her disciple how to show off and assert dominance over subordinates. The cute girl, who was actually taller than Alice, enthusiastically clapped her hands in admiration. "Just by your vibe alone, you look completely different, master." Alice proudly tilted her chin up. "Of course, you and I are on completely different levels. Since you get it now, try it again." The group eventually stopped at a fork in the road, and the samurai subordinates asked the spiky-haired samurai guy which way they should go. Of course, the guy didn't have a clue. He was just putting on a show. Takeshi began scanning the area, trying to figure out which path to take. Should they go left, which looked calm and safe, or right, which felt like an ambush waiting to happen? His prophetic ability wasn't showing him a thing. What now? Just as he was hesitating and about to suggest going left, a voice cut in and beat him to the punch. "It's the left path." Jin-hyuk gave Takeshi 2 thumbs up, shouting out loud as he showered him with praise, as expected of a veteran player. Most people would probably choose the dangerous-looking right path, thinking it's some sort of reverse psychology, right? But I know for a fact that everyone who falls for reverse psychology in this labyrinth ends up straight in hell. Jin-hyuk pretended not to know who he was, but expressed complete faith that he would get the job done. Being buttered up like this made Takeshi feel incredibly smug. He gave the spiky-haired samurai guy a nod, signaling him to lead the group down the left path. Walking right behind Takeshi, Jin-hyuk stared at the back of his neck with pure disdain, thinking his prophetic abilities were even worse than he had expected. Who would have thought he'd choose the left side? Honestly, it doesn't even matter, because whichever path they take, it's going to be absolute hell anyway. Just like that, the group found themselves standing right at the gates of hell. Right in front of them, a strange object mounted on the wall is projecting some kind of light beam. What on earth is that? Is that a laser? And it's heading straight for them. The spiky-haired samurai guy immediately turns to Takeshi, asking what their next move should be. Takeshi is sweating bullets, but he still talks big, trying to act all cool while directing his gang. He tells them it's just a simple trap and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. It's as if those lasers can actually understand human speech. The moment Takeshi finishes his sentence, they put on a massive, chaotic light show, leaving everyone completely frozen in shock. What the hell? The defensive line immediately activates their mana-infused barrier skill, creating a protective shield to block the oncoming lasers. But seriously, how could a single shield protect this entire crowd? The beams slice right through the shield, absolutely wrecking the samurai crew. The spiky-haired samurai frantically shouts, "Tell the defense team to channel more mana, now." He pulls out his own shield, joining the defense completely cluelessly. But hey, at least he has some loyalty. He even remembers Takeshi and tells him to get behind him. Now, Takeshi can only hide behind the spiky-haired samurai, praying for his life while silently cursing our main character. Damn it, this is all because of that bastard Kang Jin-hyuk. Oh, thanks a lot. It is literally all the main character's fault. Oh, and even though he's blaming Jin-hyuk, he doesn't forget to curse him, wishing that he won't make it out of this in one piece either. But too bad, he's in for a major disappointment. Our boy Jin-hyuk is a legendary, hard-to-kill survival veteran, so there's no way a minor thing like this is going to take him down. Jin-hyuk raises his hand and draws a sequence of ancient-looking runes, starting his class advancement quest for Barrier Master. While the samurai crew is struggling for their lives up ahead, Jin-hyuk's group is having a much easier time. He pinches his fingertips together, activating inadequate physical barrier, which basically translates to a physical shield. A notification pops up, showing that he has completed the first condition of his class advancement quest. The sphere in Jin-hyuk's hand expands, turning into a solid barrier that completely blocks the lasers sweeping over them. Seeing such a bizarre shield for the first time, Yoonwoo is incredibly curious, looking all around in amazement. Yoonwoo has never seen a skill like this before either. Still, Jin-hyuk isn't fully satisfied with this barrier just yet. Perhaps this is just the limit of the skill before it gets upgraded. But that's fine, because he's already met the first condition just by activating the barrier. Jin-hyuk tells Jongwoo and Yoonwoo to stay inside his barrier, while he goes to take care of some business. Seeing Jin-hyuk step out of the barrier, Yoonwoo gasps. He is completely shocked to see him head straight into the chaotic crossfire of lasers, frantically calling out to stop him before he bites the dust. Jin-hyuk tells his buddies to relax, saying he's just going for a little stroll to grab some items. You apparently get a special item if you can dodge those lasers 300 consecutive times. Hearing this, Jongwoo and Yoonwoo can only stare with their mouths wide open. Like, is he seriously that desperate for items? Jin-hyuk casually tells the two of them they're welcome to try the challenge themselves, but hey, if they die, that's on them. It looks tough, but it's really not that hard. Well, unless you count it being absolutely, brutally difficult. Jin-hyuk snaps his fingers to keep time, explaining that all you need to do is follow the rhythm. He springs into the air to dodge a laser, then gracefully twists his body to avoid another sweeping beam. He does a clean, stunning handspring, showing off some basic moves to the crowd. Not hard at all, right? Jongwoo's jaw completely drops in absolute shock. It's truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, the guys from the Samurai Guild are screaming in utter chaos. But look at Jin-hyuk. He's acting like he's on a massive sugar rush, completely hyperactive, stretching his arms and legs to dodge the lasers with pure joy. Nobody would ever believe this guy is normal. While everyone else is crying and screaming for their lives, he's actually laughing. Jongwoo remembers back when they were outside, he had asked Keith if they were taking a massive loss by leaving everything to Jin-hyuk. Keith had given him a knowing look, saying he was still too green to truly understand. There are times when you just have to learn to accept a loss, even if it hurts. Stepping aside to stay out of the way is actually a highly effective strategy when you can't guarantee you can crush them. Seeing Jin-hyuk happily bouncing around in that laser storm right now, Jongwoo has probably finally had his epiphany. That's probably exactly why Keith said what he did. Jin-hyuk lightly leaps through the door ahead, successfully completing the hidden quest. After working this hard, getting a reward is easily the best feeling ever. Jin-hyuk acquires the blazing fire skill. In stark contrast to his effortless movement, the samurai crew members are dropping dead one by one. The spiky-haired samurai quickly tries to rally his men, shouting at everyone to pull themselves together. Jin-hyuk gasps, mockingly covering his mouth. "Oh my gosh, you guys have so many casualties. Because of that, there's no way I can let any of you in." The spiky-haired samurai is already injured, and now he's getting salt rubbed right into his wounds. Talk about absolutely infuriated. Jin-hyuk casually acts like he planned this all along. He only put up with their attitude and let them tag along because that guy kept bragging about having a veteran player from the 30th floor. He doesn't have any right to be angry. After all, he never asked them to tag along in the first place, those pieces of trash. But honestly, now is not the time to be arguing with Jin-hyuk, because the guardian of the Grey Temple is about to make an appearance. It's finally awake. The fire serpent just popped its head up to say, "Hey besties, how y'all doing?" And that alone is enough to scare everyone spitless. Here's a quick rundown of this little guy. Level 55, name's Fire Serpent, and it's Medusa's precious little pet. Its entire body is made of fire, so physical attacks won't do a thing. But hey, humans propose, and snakes dispose. Their formation isn't even ready, but the fire serpent is already out. Seizing the moment, Jin-hyuk takes this opportunity to demand they hand it over. He demands it, but the samurai captain doesn't get it and asks, "Hand over what?" Jin-hyuk just points at the shield. He tells the guy to stop playing dumb. If he's not going to use it properly, he should just let Jin-hyuk take over. The samurai captain immediately snaps back. "Don't mess with me. What kind of lunatic would just hand over a holy relic?" "Oh, really? Well, the little serpent is throwing a tantrum now, so good luck with that." Activating the frost magic circle, Jin-hyuk has no choice but to step in and clean up their mess. The samurai captain hesitates for a second and shouts, "Wait," but there's no time to wait. The fire serpent is already unleashing its ultimate move. Everyone can only run around, screaming in absolute chaos. Only the captain keeps a cool head, realizing this is a one-way tunnel with absolutely nowhere to hide. He ignores everyone else to protect his precious darling. The captain tells Takeshi to get behind him, saying he'll handle everything. Takeshi does as he's told, hiding behind him and covering his ears. The captain is ready to sacrifice his own life to protect his beloved. He tells Takeshi that no matter what, he must survive. But after one breath of fire from the little serpent, that entire plump, healthy army is instantly roasted to a crisp. The shield slips from the captain's hand, completely untouched. Meanwhile, the heroic captain in Takeshi's heart has been burned to a crisp. 100% third-degree burns. After sitting back and watching the serpent wipe out the entire army, Jin-hyuk finally steps up and asks Takeshi, "What's the point of a holy relic if the one holding it is absolute garbage? Don't you agree?" The Shield of Perseus, S-rank acquisition difficulty. Description: a holy relic used by the legendary Greek hero Perseus to face Medusa. The shield's power scales with the user's latent potential. Takeshi is completely baffled, having no idea who this guy is. How can he act like he knows everything? Takeshi can't even use his foresight skill, which he usually brags about, to get any answers. Left utterly speechless, Takeshi wonders, can Jin-hyuk actually see through skills? He desperately wants to know what Jin-hyuk's connection to this tower is, but Takeshi can't see even a single glimpse of his future. Looking at this mysterious stranger, Takeshi breaks out in a cold sweat. Jin-hyuk is already cool enough on his own, but with a giant fire serpent framing him in the background, that's what you call pure style. With a deadly serious face, Jin-hyuk activates the frost magic circle. The circle successfully blocks the serpent's attacks. Switching to his strict dad mode, Jin-hyuk snaps at the serpent. "I'm talking here. How dare you roar at me?" Seeing how ticked off Jin-hyuk is, you just know that little snake is about to get wrecked. As punishment for being a loud distraction, the fire serpent gets frozen solid into hibernation. Takeshi is left completely jaw-dropped, staring at the frozen snake in utter disbelief. Since you asked, Jin-hyuk might as well answer, "I am a handsome, exiled god of this tower." It's like a light bulb goes off in Takeshi's head as he gasps, "A god!" He thinks to himself, gods are the supreme rulers of the upper floors, which explains why Jin-hyuk is on a completely different level than mere mortals. The more he thinks about it, the more Jin-hyuk's words sound like absolute truth. Takeshi immediately bows down, begging for forgiveness for not recognizing a divinity. Seeing this level of devotion, Jin-hyuk is loving every second of it. He can't believe his little bluff actually worked on Takeshi. I mean, if he really were a god, why on earth would he bother climbing the tower floor by floor? But since he's already committed, Jin-hyuk puts on his best poker face and keeps the act going. He spins another lie, claiming he looks like this because his spirit was exiled into a human body, and having Takeshi around will definitely come in handy when he conquers the higher floors later on. With his reality completely shattered, Takeshi officially adds Jin-hyuk to his idol list, bowing repeatedly and pouring out his gratitude. Seeing how compliant the guy is, Jin-hyuk coaxes Takeshi into joining his conquest. Takeshi has to think fast. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be chosen by a god. He makes up his mind. Teaming up with his idol is the ultimate win. Now, Jin-hyuk moves to step 2, the brand that seals their contract. But before they sign, Jin-hyuk plays the bad guy to intimidate him, warning that if Takeshi ever betrays him, this brand will light up like a Christmas tree, and he'll drop dead on the spot. Activating the soul brand, Jin-hyuk warns him never to speak a word of this to anyone. And just like that, another naive rookie joins Jin-hyuk's crew. Canceling the inadequate physical barrier, everyone watches intently as the protective barrier fades away. They realize that Jin-hyuk effortlessly defeated, all by himself, the very monster that wiped out the entire samurai guild. They thank him repeatedly, knowing they'd be pushing up daisies if it weren't for him. Meanwhile, one of them looks incredibly downcast, feeling totally useless. Jin-hyuk is like, "Save it, buddy. There's a much bigger problem heading our way. Medusa isn't just going to sit back and let someone mess with her favorite pet. Speak of the devil." Just as the words leave Jin-hyuk's mouth, Medusa makes her grand entrance. He quickly warns everyone to brace themselves and absolutely do not look into her eyes. But one guy is too busy gossiping and misses the memo, asking, "Wait, don't look at what?" And just like that, their eyes lock. Talk about a killer gaze. Just saying, Medusa's name turned that guy to stone. 1 second he was staring at her lovingly, and the next, she smashed his statue to pieces. Medusa is starting to lose her mind. Not only did those intruders trespass into her home, but they also laid their filthy hands on Medusa's precious treasure. She is the boss of the Grey Temple, after all. Squeezing his eyes shut, Young Kwon shouts to everyone, "Get ready. They are here for this exact moment." Young Kwon is activating his team leadership skill, boosting the team's fear, resistance, and morale by 20%. Everyone gets into battle positions, sparking lightning. Medusa is like, "Seriously, why are you guys making such a pathetic scene? Missing your attacks but still so enthusiastic? Do you honestly think my only trick is turning people to stone? I have got a massive tail to whip you guys for fun." Young Kwon takes a beating, spitting out blood. He might say he is fine, but he is definitely not. The soldier is completely bewildered, wondering what that sound was. Did he get hit? But no one is left breathing to answer him. He curses in anger and shouts, "Close your eyes, I cannot see a thing." Meanwhile, Minji, standing right behind him, asks, "Is everyone okay?" Medusa wants to get up close and personal with him using her sharp claws. Luckily, Jin-hyuk quickly grabs his newly stolen shield and smacks her right in the face, sending Medusa spinning out of shape. "From now on, you guys just stand behind me. I will protect you. This beautiful lady is mine. Nobody else gets to touch her." Since they stand no chance right now, once Jin-hyuk says that, the other two decide that running away is the best option. Medusa is left completely confused, wondering why Jin-hyuk did not turn to stone after making eye contact. Activating Eye of Greed. "You are now immune to petrification." Jin-hyuk sneers, mocking Medusa for being weak. Furious and with her pride hurt, she curses him as a disrespectful jerk. Activating Gorgon's domain, increasing magic attack speed by 30% and reducing movement speed by 15%. Medusa promises she won't send Jin-hyuk to the afterlife too quickly, adding an extra threat, "I will make you rot." Activating Acid Splash. Activating Demon King's Eye, increasing movement speed by 70%. Jin-hyuk continues to tease her, saying, "Your attack speed is as slow as a turtle, and you think you can hit me? Loser." Medusa activates Snake Strike, unleashing the full power of her thousands of years old claws. After dodging back and forth, the holy artifact finally responds to its master's summon, increasing physical and magic defense by 300%. Now, Jin-hyuk is not afraid of anyone anymore. Medusa is fuming, Even after using Gorgon's domain, every single one of her attacks is still deflected. Jin-hyuk moves at lightning speed to strike Medusa right on the forehead. Grinning, he activates the coffin barrier, the final condition to class change into a barrier master. With his incredible agility, taking down Medusa is a walk in the park. Successfully trapped a boss monster inside the barrier. Locked in her cage, Medusa still tries to tear it apart, shouting, "Do you really think you can trap me with this sheet of glass?" A woman's strength is truly terrifying, as the barrier shatters completely. Jin-hyuk wonders to himself, "Are you going to look at that?" Once a woman loses her temper, there is no stopping her. But Jin-hyuk still makes the most of his long legs, dodging at lightning speed. He activates Giant's Hand, a skill he copied from Dae-hyun. Jin-hyuk's hands grip firmly onto a massive boulder. Just using a fraction of his boulder-lifting power, Medusa smashes the stones with her hands, screaming, "Oh my gosh, that is so brutal." Despite being pelted with rocks, Medusa still talks tough, saying, "This rubbish won't do a thing to me, so stop throwing these damn things at me." Jin-hyuk must be stubborn as a mule. After being hit by so many rocks, Medusa is slightly dazed, but she quickly regains her wits. On the surface, it seems like Jin-hyuk is just throwing rocks to hit her. Medusa can't feel any killing intent from these attacks. Looking down, she notices a glowing light radiating beneath her tail. Enlightenment hits her, but it is a little too late. Jin-hyuk has already used the ashes from the corpses to draw runes, activating the 3-star coffin barrier. Well, that is it. Medusa won't be thrashing around anymore. A powerful binding force is wrapping around the target. Medusa won't be able to escape this barrier. Jin-hyuk poured his heart and soul into making this. Even though she is bound, she is still full of energy, thrashing wildly inside. Jin-hyuk shows his true colors, saying, "Shut up, don't get on my nerves." The class change quest for Barrier Master, trap a boss monster inside a barrier, is complete. This is the third condition to class change into a Barrier Master. Since capturing a live boss monster is incredibly difficult, most people would go capture a goblin boss on the first floor. But what if you successfully capture a high-ranking one? You have successfully captured the highest grade boss monster for the class change requirement. You have advanced to the high-tier class of Barrier Master, Rune Interpreter. Rune Interpreter description. You can perceive the true nature of ancient runes, interpret them, and create unprecedented barriers. Barriers created by a rune interpreter are twice as effective as those of a normal barrier master. After reading it, Jin-hyuk can't help but shout, "Awesome!" He knew an hidden class would appear. The harder the conditions met, the better the rewards. Meaning Jin-hyuk can get even more incredible bonuses. Engrave Moon Crest, reducing the activation time of all barriers by 25% and increasing their effectiveness by 30%. That is not all. There is an extra reward too. If Jin-hyuk uses this, others will be foaming at the mouth with envy. Seeing his massive ego, Medusa gets bored and asks, "What do you plan to do with me? Are you going to mukbang me?" Jin-hyuk thinks he might skin Medusa to make some armor. Hearing that, she broke out in a cold sweat, staring at Jin-hyuk while crying her eyes out. Normally, anyone would kill a boss monster to get experience points, rewards, and gear. But killing Medusa gets you absolutely nothing. Her head loses its power to petrify once you leave the dungeon, and armor made from her snakeskin inflicts continuous poison damage on whoever wears it. So, what if Jin-hyuk successfully captures Medusa alive instead? Well, he immediately goes shopping. Welcome to the coin exchange. A bronze bowl of blood, a 3-horned goat, the hind leg of a swamp locust, and 16 lotuses. You spent 3,350 coins to get this incredibly bizarre concoction. Jin-hyuk shows off his crazy skills, stirring it until it dissolves, and then starts drawing something. A notification pops up, showing a mysterious link has been connected through the magic circle. A gentleman appears looking utterly bewildered, questioning Jin-hyuk. Player Kang Jin-hyuk, how on earth do you know this contact information? I am truly surprised. Showing off his expert bullshitting skills, Jin-hyuk casually claims he just bought some random items and mixed and matched them. Who knew it would actually work? What a bizarre coincidence. Oh, please, cut the crap. Don't lie to me. No one has ever known about this contact information, not even the gods themselves. He is curious about how this guy found out, especially since he has been talking absolute nonsense. Jin-hyuk quickly deflects, claiming he has a top-tier monster, a weeping beauty locked away. Jin-hyuk knows right away that the old man will be interested, since he is an avid collector of anything related to Greek mythology and would never pass this up. Hey, jackpot. Time to activate his Oscar-level acting skills. 1, 2, 3, action. Oh dear. I was actually just about to get rid of it. Since you are here, why don't you watch? Activate Gravesword. Jin-hyuk flashes a borderline villainous smile. The old man screams, "Stop right there, boy. You cannot kill such a precious creature." He immediately welcomes Jin-hyuk with open arms to negotiate. Things are about to get very interesting after this meeting. Jin-hyuk gets a sudden shiver. All right. The portal is ready. Step right up, baby. Let's see what you've got. Stepping inside for the first time, Jin-hyuk is absolutely blown away by the beauty of this place. Welcome to the 42nd floor of the Tower of Trials, the city of ancient Egyptian gods affectionately nicknamed the White Oasis. Rick Hennessy has been waiting for Jin-hyuk for what feels like forever. Player Kang Jin-hyuk, welcome to the 42nd floor of the Tower of Trials, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods, the White Oasis. Jin-hyuk takes in the magnificent palaces around him, hardly believing he has already set foot on the 42nd floor. This is his first time facing a god without even reaching level 100, right? Jin-hyuk shoves his hands into his pockets like he owns the place, casually chatting with Rick. He thought he would be teleported to a library, never imagining he would be brought to a place like this. Are you on vacation here? Rick grins and replies that he would love a vacation, but he is actually here on business. This is the home of the Egyptian gods you know all too well. They have been dying to meet you, so you can just think of this as killing two birds with one stone. Jin-hyuk silently analyzes Rick, realizing from his tone that the old man definitely knows about his lie regarding the protection of an Egyptian god. Seeing Rick leading Jin-hyuk into the palace, the residents of the oasis begin whispering excitedly, "Look at that, a human. I heard humans entered the tower, but I never expected one to actually make it this far." Rick stops, pointing to a massive crater in front of them, and asks Jin-hyuk if he knows what it is. This is where the Sphinx used to stand, though now it is nothing but a giant crater. It was destroyed right after your little scam using Anubis's name was exposed. Jin-hyuk drops to one knee, picking up some fragments to inspect them, and sighs, "What a shame. I heard it was a statue of immense artistic value." Seeing how completely unbothered Jin-hyuk is, Rick asks out of pure curiosity, "Aren't you afraid of the supreme beings with absolute power ruling over the upper floors?" Jin-hyuk smiles faintly, tossing the fragment aside. "Do I really need to be afraid?" Jin-hyuk brushes the dust off his hands, fully committing to flexing his confidence. It is not like this is the 50th floor anyway. Rick is genuinely impressed by his sheer arrogance and bursts into a satisfied laugh. "How fascinating. You truly never disappoint, Jin-hyuk." The two head inside the palace, and the very first thing they see is Anubis's furious dog face. Anubis is not thrilled to see them at all, throwing a total tantrum, stomping his feet, and demanding to know how Jin-hyuk dares to show up here after defiling his name. Right beside him, Osiris, the god of resurrection, is grinning ear to ear, mocking Anubis for being so pathetic. Rick politely bows to the two of them, or more accurately, the two half-human, half-beast gods. Standing in the back, Jin-hyuk scoffs at Anubis's overinflated ego, acting as if Jin-hyuk came all this way just to see him when he was actually just dragged here by this old man. True to his canine nature, Anubis snaps after just a couple of words. He smashes the floor beneath him, roaring, "Kang Jin-hyuk, you insolent bastard!" With one foot already crushing the floor, his other foot is aimed straight at Jin-hyuk's head. Whoa, way too aggressive. Fortunately, Rick must have anticipated this mad dog's temper, raising a barrier to protect them. "Jin-hyuk is here as my guest. Surely you did not forget that. Who do you think you are, trying to challenge the tower's laws right in front of me?" Hearing Rick's threat like that makes even Anubis pull back a little. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he slinks back to his seat. Osiris has been watching Anubis put on this little circus act and is absolutely cracking up. "Man, you are such a clown today." Rick glances back at Jin-hyuk, who is still standing behind him, cool as a cucumber. Player Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't even blink, almost as if he already knew all about the tower's laws. But with a hyperactive personality like Anubis, there's no way he can sit still for more than 2 seconds. The moment he sits down, he's already demanding a challenge against Jin-hyuk. If he can't kill Jin-hyuk directly, he'll find a way to end him without breaking any of the tower's rules. You might want to take a look in the mirror and check your own dirty laundry first. Anubis is summoning a Guide of the Dead, the strongest warrior that can be summoned to fight a player on the 6th floor. Even Rick didn't expect Anubis to go this far, actually summoning a Guide of the Dead. With Jin-hyuk's current power, there's absolutely no way he can defeat it. "What are you going to do now, Kang Jin-hyuk?" Anubis sets a condition. If Jin-hyuk can survive for just 5 seconds against his warrior, he can choose any one item from the temple's treasury. Jin-hyuk flashes a smile that is 100% pure scheming. All he needs to do is survive for 5 seconds, right? Jin-hyuk quickly opens the coin shop and purchases the royal bloodline, spending a whopping 2 million coins. He activates the blessing of the stars, completing the holy royal bloodline. The moment his preparations are complete, he accepts the challenge right then and there. Activating the Demon King's sword, he charges like a bullet straight at the guide of the dead. The extreme attribute clash triggers a lethal effect, boosting his damage by 500%. In the blink of an eye, Anubis's warrior is completely obliterated. Jin-hyuk looks a bit embarrassed, thinking, man, did I take too long to wrap that up? This time, even Osiris's jaw drops to the floor. There is absolutely no way a human from only the 6th floor could defeat Anubis's elite warrior. Jin-hyuk squints his eyes, looking at Anubis, who is still utterly speechless. Alright, what should he pick from the treasury? Absolutely seething with rage, Anubis snaps. Enough of this utter nonsense. Attacking immediately after accepting a challenge is completely unfair, but before he can whine any further, a booming shout echoes through the room, shutting everyone up instantly. Horus, the sun god, warns Anubis to know his limits. After all, he was the one who made the deal in the first place. He isn't planning to challenge the comedy show. Wait, my bad. Challenge the rules of the tower, is he? Completely defeated and unable to talk back, Anubis can only vent his rage by stomping on the floor tiles. He storms off in a huff, muttering for them to do whatever they want. Anubis is crying on the inside, but he'd never admit it. Horus offers his apologies to Jin-hyuk and offers to personally guide him to the treasury. Horus leads Jin-hyuk into the treasury, where a massive pile of gold, silver, and blinding jewels fills the entire room. Horus gestures for him to dig in like it's a buffet, keeping his word. But before Jin-hyuk starts raiding the place, Horus has a few words for him. He's absolutely certain that Jin-hyuk will climb his way up to this floor eventually. So, how about this? Would you like to become one of the rulers of this floor by choosing one of them? If you do, you'll gain a power far more valuable than any treasure in this room. And this time, they would actually support him. Rick is completely stunned by Horus's offer. What he's proposing is a selection of power, something that can only be granted once, and to a human who has only climbed to the 6th floor, no less. So, he's finally about to receive the protection of a god. Now this is getting interesting, but what absolutely no one expected was Jin-hyuk's rejection. I don't need that. I'm going way higher than this place anyway, so there's no point in accepting help from here. Instead, I'll take this as my reward. Horus grits his teeth at Jin-hyuk's sheer audacity, thinking, you really are a human who dares to do anything. Later, Horus walks out onto the balcony to find Anubis playing the role of a brooding, depressed boy. Anubis asks what Jin-hyuk ended up choosing, and if he took that ancient black egg. He then asks in utter confusion, that black egg? Does he even know what that thing actually is to choose it? Horus isn't sure either, but he's certain of one thing. Depending on what Jin-hyuk does with that egg, he could trigger a massive catastrophe for humanity. Jin-hyuk flashes a sinister, unpredictable smile. It looks like it's finally time to focus. The only piece of information he has about the ancient era is a quote from the tower's eccentric explorer, Forus. The solution is delicious manna. Jin-hyuk activates fire element, then glacier formation, followed by the blessing of the stars, true heavenly flower refining technique. The ancient egg begins absorbing the manna from the air. In that case, I'll feed it right to its mouth and let this egg drink up every last drop. How about this? Is it tasty? The egg suddenly glows brightly and cracks open, revealing a tiny baby dragon that looks incredibly sweet. Wait, absolutely adorable. Jin-hyuk shouts, it hatched! The baby dragon immediately looks around, searching for the manna it just smelled. He concentrates all his remaining manna, shaping it into a sphere on his hand. Jin-hyuk spins and condenses it into a tiny marble. The little dragon sniffs the manna marble in Jin-hyuk's hand. This is his very first treat for it. Even though it was just born, the dragon can already speak. Mimicking his tone, it asks Jin-hyuk, a treat? Well, don't mind if I do. It swallows the manna marble in a single gulp. The system announces that an imprint is being carved onto the ancient dragon, and the legendary achievement of being the first person to ever tame an ancient creature will be immortalized in the Hall of Fame. Every single being in the tower is currently fascinated by your achievements. Once Jin-hyuk names his pet, its loyalty to him will skyrocket even more. Okay, let me think for a second. Jin-hyuk picked up the baby dragon to take a closer look. Alright. You're black with yellow eyes, so I'll call you Goguma, which means sweet potato. It's super adorable, but if I keep feeding it, I'll run completely out of mana. While playing with Goguma, he received a notification that the intermediate administrator, Rick, had subscribed to his channel, dropping his commission fee from 90% to 80%. Jin-hyuk never expected Rick to subscribe. The next morning, Jin-hyuk went to the SBS broadcasting station to meet the station manager, Park Byung-chan. With a flattering look on his face, he rubbed his hands together and tried to sweet-talk him, saying he just needed to make an appearance and do a simple interview. You know their show is the hottest in the industry, and they're even guaranteeing a 40% rating. Jin-hyuk didn't seem very thrilled, waving the script right in front of the manager's face. Do I always have to handle stuff like this myself? Park Byung-chan quickly denied it. Of course, when it comes to you, it has to be this way. If you appear and share some of your conquest secrets, everyone is going to absolutely lose their minds. The Tower of Trials is probably the only broadcast TV show that has managed to keep its popularity. Jin-hyuk looked over at Park Byung-chan, who had been flashing a fake corporate smile this whole time. But seriously, is this guy blind? Or does he just have memory issues? He didn't even recognize him. Seeing Jin-hyuk staring at him so intensely, Park Byung-chan had to ask if there was something on his face. Jin-hyuk shook his head and said it was nothing. Anyway, let's get to the point. As for my payment, I want to be paid in magic stones. Park Byung-chan had probably anticipated this and nodded in immediate agreement. Of course, there are plenty of players these days who want to be paid in magic stones. Cutting straight to the chase, Jin-hyuk asked, "How many can you give me? I want as many as possible." Park Byung-chan smirked, explaining that while they had fixed rates, for a superstar like him, he could offer an unlimited option. It really is true that you don't get something for nothing. My unlimited option depends on someone who wants to appear right beside you. If you show up on screen with him, I'll give you the chance to get an unlimited amount of magic stones from our station. Well, that sounds like an incredibly sweet deal. So, who is this person? Right outside the SBS building entrance, that old geezer Daok Pyo, dressed in a slick suit that made him look like a total pyramid scheme salesman, was receiving a passionate welcome from reporters and fans. Questions came flying at him. Is it true that you'll be making a surprise appearance on today's show? Is it also true that the relationship between the Black Cloud Association and player Kang Jin-hyuk has been restored? But wait, there was someone else inside the car. It was S-rank Taeho from the Yunga Guild, along with the S-rank player Sehwa. The reporters stood there with their jaws on the floor from all the excitement. Today's show is definitely going to blow up. With a star-studded lineup like this, the ratings are going to skyrocket. The next car pulled up, and this time, it was Kang Jin-hyuk. As soon as they crossed paths, Jin-hyuk immediately greeted Daok Pyo. The old man politely replied, "I'm doing great, thanks to you. I've been incredibly busy trying to restore my ruined image after that massive humiliation." Jin-hyuk burst out laughing, looking at Taeho and Sehwa behind him. "Did you invite your two buddies just to show off your connections?" Daok Pyo immediately fired back. "Since you said you'd be making an appearance, I had to at least bring this much to the table." Taeho quietly sized Jin-hyuk up, thinking, so this is Kang Jin-hyuk. Sehwa was also staring at him intensely, but they didn't have to wait long for their main target, as the next superstar to show up was none other than Teresa. And to top it off, she even got a short haircut, completely stealing the hearts of the viewers. On top of that, Chun Yu-sung also arrived to join the party. Daok Pyo never expected to run into such a tough crowd. The other two were one thing, but why on earth was Chun Yu-sung here too? "Are you kidding me?" a curious reporter asked. "We heard you rejected recruitment offers from all the guilds, so why did you accept Jin-hyuk's invitation? Are you guys teammates?" Yu-sung turned and snapped at the reporters. "He's the one I'm going to defeat. You should have kicked the bucket a long time ago." Both Saintess Teresa and Chun Yu-sung stood firmly by Jin-hyuk's side. Sehwa gave a meaningful smirk and walked away with Taeho. Daok Pyo asked in a panic, "Where are you two going?" Sehwa coldly replied, "We've already achieved our goal, so we have no obligation to stay any longer." Jin-hyuk mocked Daok Pyo. "If you're going to show off your connections, you should at least commit to it." A panicked Daok Pyo tried to hold the reporters back, pleading, "Interview me," but he was left completely empty-handed as the reporters rushed after Jin-hyuk. Inside the broadcasting station, seeing Jin-hyuk look so cheerful, Yu-sung couldn't help but throw a few jabs at him. Jin-hyuk smirked and smoothly redirected the conversation to Yu-sung's fight with the guy sent by the Demon Human Association, which was definitely not a fond memory for him. That guy Juan was pretty strong, but compared to their own fight, it was still a piece of cake. Elder Chun and Teresa stood on the side chatting. He asked her what her relationship with him was, and upon hearing her answer, he immediately knew his granddaughter had some serious competition. The recording began, and Jin-hyuk was asked by the reporter if he had a special way to conquer the tower. Well, I do have a method, and that is to just keep doing it until you succeed. That's the special secret of this challenge program. Breaking records left and right, she smiles and looks toward him. First up is player Kang Jin-hyuk, who is currently the center of attention thanks to his insanely fast tower clearing speed. I wonder if our star player has any special tricks for completely clearing out the entire tower. The reporters in the studio are waiting with bated breath, ready to hang on his every word. Even the host, whose heart is absolutely racing because of how handsome our main lead is, has to fight to keep her composure. Ahem, talk about hiding your inner fangirl, Jin-hyuk replies. Well, actually, there is one trick. The second he opens his mouth, everyone leans in closer to their screens. Too bad his next words instantly kill the vibe. He says the secret is just doing it over and over again until you get it right. Wow, how shocking, right? Absolutely nothing special about that. So, what about when you were on the third floor? Before she can even finish her sentence, our guy drops a tip that completely shocks everyone. He says it is not that hard, you just have to dodge everything. His ultimate, divine secret is dodging so smoothly, it is like a shampoo commercial. The host is starting to feel incredibly awkward, while the people sitting next to him can only look at him in sheer helplessness. As for Teresa, she is so embarrassed, she has to cover her face to hide her shame. He adds that on the fourth floor, you just dodge everything too. Blunt, but hey, it is the truth. Thankfully, this is just a pre-recorded segment. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. The director watching this is completely frozen in shock. He points at the screen and yells, "Do you have any idea how much money we lose when a recording session goes down the drain like this? Huh?" Meanwhile, our guy is just acting completely clueless, looking so innocent after ruining the entire shoot. Now that you have made a complete mess of everything, you still have the audacity to come here and demand an appearance fee? Kang Jin-hyuk, do you even have a conscience? Well, sorry old man, but having thick skin is how you survive. Our guy casually sips his coffee and waves his hand like he is some big-shot celebrity. Well, to be fair, he actually is famous. He reminds the director of his promise from the other day, to answer every single question asked. He followed the agreement to a T, so what else does this guy want? Do you want to get punched? The more the director listens to him, the angrier he gets. Damn it, you mess up our shoot and then have the nerve to make excuses? Hearing the words make excuses successfully triggers Jin-hyuk. It seems this old man has forgotten who he is dealing with. Like the Flash, Jin-hyuk instantly appears right in front of this pathetic director, grabbing him by the collar. Let me ask you again. Do you remember a guy named Lee Dong-soo? Don't tell me you forgot your former golden boy. Suddenly, a memory flashes in the director's mind of him and Lee Dong-soo shaking hands, looking incredibly close and happy. Yet, when it comes to the man standing right in front of you, you treat him like absolute garbage. That guy is the CEO of a streamer management agency, and back then, he pampered Lee Dong-soo like a delicate flower. Jin-hyuk sneers, his face full of pure contempt. Both he and Lee Dong-soo colluded to milk all the other streamers dry, locking them into what were basically slave contracts. In fact, there was a time all those streamers marched right into this very office to protest, wasn't there? And of course, I was one of them. You better start remembering, old man, because otherwise it is going to be a real shame for you. Thanks to that little incident, I learned a lot about how rotten this society really is, and I finally figured out what it takes to stop being some weakling, led by the nose like cattle. Seeing the director sweating bullets like this is honestly just pathetic to Jin-hyuk. What is with that face? You are the one who taught that lesson to the people you bled dry with your predatory contracts. You and Lee Dong-soo spat those exact bitter words right back in my face. Everything is strictly according to the contract. There is absolutely nothing wrong here. Now, I have done exactly what you did years ago. I answered your questions, just like you wanted. Jin-hyuk looks absolutely terrifying right now, with veins practically bulging out of his neck. Well, go on, speak up. Do you still think I am the one making excuses? You are a disgusting excuse for a human being. Do you really love playing the high and mighty moral teacher that much? After cooling down a bit, the director leads him to his private vault of magic stones. Once the system grants access, they step into a room packed with his entire collection of incredibly rare magic stones. Talk about pure greed and corruption. Right now, the look on the director's face is extremely sly. According to the contract, their company is giving him full authority to use any of the magic stones in this room. Just remember, you only have the next 2 hours. What? Say that again. 2 hours? Do you really love putting tight limits on everything? Oh. So it is written in the contract? In that tiny print near the margin? What a dirty scumbag. Shaking in his boots, the director has no choice but to say he will let Jin-hyuk use the magic stones as much as he wants and do whatever he pleases with them. Yeah, now that is more like it. Besides, they have placed anti-theft spells on all these stones, so there is no way he can just shove them into any dimensional storage bags. That is where the catch is. The director has this all planned out, meaning the only thing Jin-hyuk can actually do is absorb the magic stones right here on the spot. But here is the catch. The average time required to absorb even a single low-grade magic stone is 5 minutes. So no matter how hard Kang Jin-hyuk tries, the amount of stones he can absorb in just 2 hours is going to be laughably small. Naturally, the director won't lose a dime. Just thinking about it makes the old man want to dance with joy. He really thinks he is a genius. Mwaha. He even pushes up his glasses with his index finger like a total cartoon villain. Lucky for us, our guy is completely unbothered by the world. He could not care less about what the director is plotting. Cracking a slightly sinister smile, the director tells him that if he needs anything, he can just ask the staff. After all, access here is highly restricted. Haha. With just one quick glance, Jin-hyuk immediately recognized that female employee. She was even openly recording him on her phone. He knew exactly what that scheming director was up to, trying to make his reputation crash and burn. Like, for instance, if he tried to use force to snatch these magic stones, did he think I was some kind of kid? Nothing gets the best of him. Fine. He would just use as many of these magic stones as possible in 2 hours. Well, that is a very wise decision from our big star. Good luck, handsome. See you in 2 hours. You two, take good care of our superstar, Jin-hyuk. Once that jerk left, Jin-hyuk turned around with an ultra-cool look on his face. Hey ladies, I'm going to show you a little magic trick. Want to see the show? While the two girls stood there completely clueless, the scene cuts to the office of the SBC director. Don't look at me, I know nothing. At this moment, the director was staring at an old photo of himself and Lee Dong-soo. They looked so close and friendly in that photo, which makes him look even more like a total snake now. Yet, he still put on a sympathetic voice and muttered, "It really is tragic that you had to die such a miserable death. But the living have to move on, right?" His face turned cold, basically thinking that since the guy was already dead, he should just go to the afterlife and stay there. Why did that dead bastard have to keep haunting him anyway? No matter how hard he tried to ignore it, he was still shaking in his boots. He had managed to minimize the amount of magic stones he had to give up. But now, how was he going to finish off Kang Jin-hyuk? Should he send a few reporters to cook up a massive scandal? Actually, no. Let's wait until this magic stone business is over first. Bursting with confidence and wearing a smug, cold look, the director walked back in, absolutely sure the kid couldn't have finished all those stones. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze dead in his tracks. Player Kang Jin-hyuk, I hope those 2 hours were enough for. But before he could even finish his sentence, he realized all the magic stones had vanished. The shelves were completely empty, except for a few tiny crumbs. Wait, what on earth just happened? Before the director could even process what was happening, his two female employees were busy petting a little creature that looked like a fat cat, lying flat on its back with a stuffed belly. Oh, so cute. Hey, what happened to your professional attitude, ladies? Seeing the shocked director, Jin-hyuk smugly held up one finger. He wondered if the guy had any more magic stones left, because his little baby here had quite the appetite. That massive feast still wasn't enough for him. Little Goguma just had to look up once to completely melt the hearts of the girls in the room. The tiny creature looked smugly at the man who had collapsed onto the floor in utter despair. How does karma taste, old man? This is what you get for playing dirty tricks instead of knowing your place. From now on, don't even dream of escaping me. According to the system, the Black Ancient Dragon, Goguma, is only age 1 but already at level 98. That is absolutely insane. Its special trait is that when summoned to battle, it easily absorbs the owner's mana. Plus, both the pet and the master get their own separate experience points. It is incredibly powerful, but because its master's mana is still too weak, summoning it is no easy task. In a real fight, if both of us went all out, I probably would not even last 5 minutes against him. At this rate, I need to get stronger, much faster than planned. The scene cuts to a mysterious man doing one-handed push-ups. Just watching him do them is enough to make any girl drool. There is also another handsome guy right there with a serious wolf cut. The man calls someone and says, he looks like a hostile threat, but seeing how he submissively accepted his demands, it is obvious he chose to side with that Kang Jin-hyuk guy. I am 80% sure this guy is a villain. The person on the other end says, since he is acting like this, we should probably put him on the blacklist. If he does not join us, he will be an enemy of Junghwa. They are clearly talking about Yu-sung. Meanwhile, our boy has no idea he is in danger. He is too busy watching Jin-hyuk goof off. Right now, they are on the 6th floor of the Goblin Forest. Our guy said he would teach him magic to get stronger, so why is he acting like a clown right now? Setting that aside, why did he even call him up to this floor? It is obvious Jin-hyuk can handle things on his own. Jin-hyuk starts making excuses, saying he wants to help Yu-sung get stronger, but that does not seem to be the real reason. Which floor are they heading to now? The barrier-shattering mirror is being activated, with a duration of 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Jin-hyuk calmly says, Floor 10, the warrior's headquarters. There are about 21 guards protecting the boss. Do you think you can handle them all, Yu-sung? Yu-sung confidently says he can, as long as that giant guy does not wake up. The floor, 10 boss monster, the undying golem. Jin-hyuk makes a very tempting offer. As long as you wipe out all those monsters and hold out for 1 minute against the boss, I will seriously fight you once. Hooked by the offer, he immediately agrees to charge in. He better keep his word. The monsters have already awakened. This is the warrior's headquarters. Before Jin-hyuk can even finish speaking, Yu-sung draws his sword and swears, damn it, get out of my way. Don't stop me from getting my wish. A specialty shop for hair products. Teresa, with her short hair, still looks as beautiful as a young girl. When she walks in, she turns everyone's head even with a hat on. Suddenly, she runs into Song Jong, the strike team leader from the ancient ruins. After getting touched up, she immediately gets a hair restoration spell. From short hair, she returns to being the long-haired holy knight. Even Song Jong is back to his original state. Wow, you really get what you pay for. Everyone missed their hair so much. But before they can celebrate, the system chimes in. The curse is still in effect. All hair on your body will be completely removed. Absolutely devastated, he is luckily comforted by the goddess Teresa. A person's value is not just judged by their hair. Those words hit deep. This is probably karma for his past sins as the strike team leader at the ruins, where he got so many people hurt. Losing his hair is honestly a slap on the wrist, except his head is just way too shiny now. She feels he made a mistake due to greed, but finding something you want so badly that you are willing to risk your life for, it is a beautiful thing. Then she gives him a gentle smile. Oh my gosh, she completely stole his little heart. And just like that, he became the president of Saintess Teresa's fan club, with the nickname the only one on earth who bows down to the Saintess. Back on floor 10, Yu-sung activates Sword Song, going absolutely wild and wiping out all the floor 10 guards, even bleeding from his own head. Now there is only one thing left to do. Hold out against this boss for 1 minute, and then he can have a serious duel with Jin-hyuk. That is his lifelong dream. Riding the momentum, even if he has to bleed, he wants to defeat Kang Jin-hyuk. That is something he will definitely risk his life for. Yeah, he talked a big game, but when he opens his eyes, he is already lying in a hospital bed. Wait, what happened? His body is covered in wounds, and Baekhan is sitting next to him, peeling fruit. Despite her good intentions, he mistakes her for an enemy's lackey. She scoffs. Do you think I want to be a lackey? I feel more like a slave. The president called her to take him to the hospital. At that moment, Yu-sung was practically on his deathbed. He even told her to give him this when he woke up. A stone. Oh, right. At that time, Yu-sung was in the middle of fighting the floor 10 boss. In a flashback, the boss had activated invincibility, meaning it took 0 damage. However, he could not lay a scratch on it. From physical attacks to magic, nothing worked at all. As for Yu-sung, he was completely wrecked, and Jin-hyuk even mocked him, saying, You only lasted 21 seconds. You are light years away from catching up to me. The boss activated demonic sword walk. It unleashed rapid-fire attacks, but Jin-hyuk dodged every single one with terrifying precision. Gravity Sanctuary has been activated, increasing the gravity in his range by 500%. Yu-sung cannot take it anymore. The pressure is too overwhelming. He might not even be able to dodge it this time. Let's see how you handle this, Kang Jin-hyuk. You would think he would be struggling, but instead, he calls the boss sluggish. Activating the 1-star barrier and the amplified barrier, he completely demolishes the clueless floor 10 boss. The consecutive attacks have been neutralized. The damage has been negated thanks to invincibility. Surprisingly, the boss is taken down by him in the blink of an eye. Honestly, it is not even as tough as the bosses from the 3rd and 5th floors. Crazy weak. These two guys are seriously insane. In the end, the floor 10 boss is petrified. The time limit to conquer the next floor is 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. He successfully copied invincibility, but its duration is heavily reduced. And now, Yoo-sung is lying in the hospital, tightly clutching that stone. As usual, Jin-hyuk completely roasts him from head to toe. What a tragic bromance. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is wandering around the 6th floor, pocketing tons of treasure. Many of his shocking achievements had been engraved in the Hall of Fame. The name Nameless had an incredible ring to it, which was exactly why he had been unable to leave the Tower of Trials for all this time. Since he had not uploaded any videos in a while, he would probably claw back some of the coins he lost in the Anubis fight, thanks to Cheon Yoo-sung taking care of those small fry. Even though he knew the guy did it on purpose, it was still exhausting. Out of nowhere, Alice contacted him to warn him that he was being followed, but he did not care in the slightest. That was so unlike him. The place he was heading to was extremely hostile to outsiders anyway, and fighting them right now would gain him nothing, so he figured he would just ignore them to save his energy. Meanwhile, in Beijing, at the S-rank Chinese guild, Li Guang was getting chewed out big time. Not only did they let him clear the 5th floor first, but they also let him reach the 10th floor ahead of them. By now, everyone probably knew who that guy was. In an instant, one of the man's ears was sliced clean off, blood pouring down, yet he did not even dare to scream in pain. The mysterious figure scolded him for being completely useless, complaining that nothing ever got done unless he stepped in himself. Talk about a stunner. The S-rank Chinese guildmaster, Namgong Cheon, had Li Guang kneeling before him like an obedient puppy. Despite harboring intense resentment, he had no choice but to take the abuse, even after Namgong had just sliced his ear off. Namgong scowled heavily and roared, "You useless piece of trash, you never get anything done unless I personally step in." Seeing this, the female assistant stepped up to Li Guang and used her powers to heal the wound Namgong had just inflicted, but she ended up caught in the crossfire. He snapped in annoyance, "Leave him be. Next time, it will not just be an ear. Every time you look at that wound, remember this exact moment." Man, he talks about that wound like it is some kind of twisted love mark. Swallowing his immense rage, Li Guang could only bow his head and say, "Yes, sir." Although we do not know why Kang Jin-hyuk is still lingering on the 6th floor, this situation actually plays right into our hands. Once the report was finished, Li Guang was completely ignored. Namgong turned and walked away without hesitation, looking just like a cool webtoon CEO, clutching his sword as he ordered, "Head to the 6th floor and rendezvous with Shuihua and Tensha." Then he turned back, glaring daggers at his assistants, and gritted his teeth. "Burn down that entire forest, and turn that Kang Jin-hyuk guy to ash. And if there are any witnesses, eliminate them too." Meanwhile, on the 6th floor in the Elven Forest, a ninja perched high up in a tree received orders from his commander to keep tailing the target. His eyes darted around, tracking Jin-hyuk's every move, completely unaware that a blade was already pressed against his own throat, backed by a cold, murderous glare. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Elven Forest. This was actually one of the most premium resorts in the tower, since the 7th floor would automatically unlock after 90 days anyway. People looking to travel, relax, and unwind usually gathered right here. While a group of friends was visiting, one guy spotted a super cute rabbit that surprisingly had a horn. Intrigued, he was about to touch it when his friend, who was busy grilling food, instantly chewed him out. "Don't you dare go over there. That is elf territory, and it is extremely dangerous, my friend." Holding a carrot, the guy tried to argue back. "But look, there is a super cute one-horned rabbit right here, Lily. Seriously, you have a giant head but a tiny brain." Furious, she snapped, "Quit arguing with me." She grabbed his ear and dragged him back, pinching him as she scolded. "You know perfectly well how much elves despise outsiders. If you do not want to be turned into a human pincushion, get your butt over here right now." The guy screamed in pain. Seeing the commotion, the rabbit quickly darted into the bushes and vanished, probably terrified of being turned into a 7-course meal. Right at that moment, Sylvia came into view. Her face was twisted in a deep scowl as her eyes locked onto something with intense focus. In a flash, she leaped up onto a tree branch, tracking Jin-hyuk's back as he walked below. She wondered to herself, "Oh my, why is he being tailed? He does not look like he possesses any particularly rare or valuable items, or is he just lost? But without some serious skills, no one can navigate through this forest like that. They would be trapped here forever." Though he looked pretty cool from above, the reality was that Jin-hyuk was literally flaring his nostrils, sniffing the air like crazy to guess which way to go. Hilariously, he pointed directly to the left and marched straight ahead without a single second thought. Watching this, Sylvia was completely dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, even we can only navigate that path by scent after living in this forest for ages. How on earth does a human know about this method? This is absolutely unbelievable, but it does not matter, because luckily for me, he is heading straight into the illusion barrier. Once he gets trapped in that barrier, he will just walk in circles until he exhausts himself. I will just knock him unconscious and drag him out once he faints. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's voice boomed out as he yelled, "Oh man, this is all wrong. You are supposed to use passive skills for this. Keeping it on active mode cuts the barrier's effectiveness by half." He frowned and complained loudly, letting out a heavy sigh before using his own power to adjust it. Kids these days are honestly hopeless. I do not even know who wrote these runes, but they definitely should not have fallen asleep during literature class. If you fall asleep, you deserve to get your ears pinched. Wow, Sylvia had just been trying to think of a way to save him, but his sarcastic comments made her blood boil. Her face flushed with rage because she was the exact person who had written those runes. She clenched her fists so hard they shook, barely holding back from beating him to a pulp. Who on earth was this jerk? Little did she know, Jin-hyuk knew someone was tailing him all along and said that on purpose, just to mess with her. Smirking to himself, he cast a subtle glance over his shoulder. He smirked to himself, thinking, "Looks like the one tailing me this time is just an inexperienced young elf." All right, it is finally time. He dramatically sighed and shouted, "Man, I am so starving. I guess it is time to whip something up to eat." Stretching his arms, he put on his apron, setting up his stove and utensils until everything was ready. The sizzling sound of his cooking echoed through the forest, making Sylvia drool so much from her tree branch that she practically needed a bucket to catch it. Wow, it looks like this human actually knows how to cook. Drooling over the food, she suddenly remembered she was on duty and leaped down from the tree. With her bow drawn, she called out a warning. "How dare you slaughter animals inside this sacred elf forest? How dare you desecrate this forest like this?" she yelled, pointing her arrow straight at Jin-hyuk's face. Even with a pan of sizzling meat in his hand, he just stood there with a playful smirk, driving her absolutely crazy. "Whoa, what are you talking about? This is not even real meat. It is vegan meat made from soybeans. If you do not believe me, come over and see for yourself." Hearing this, Sylvia froze in utter disbelief. Looking at the plate he was holding out, it looked incredibly delicious, so she yelled again, "Do not try to fool me. That clearly looks exactly like real meat." Jin-hyuk used his ultimate bait, waving the plate right under Sylvia's nose. Taking a deep sniff, her stomach started growling loudly, and she could not believe her own nose. Wait, what? No way. It really did smell like soybeans. The elves in the Tower of Trials are absolutely obsessed with cooking and music. However, cooking animal meat is considered a massive blasphemy to their kind. So, what if he fed them something that tasted exactly like meat, but actually was not? Jin-hyuk looked incredibly confident. He flashed a mysterious smile and offered her, "Would you like a taste? It is my specialty." Just waiting for that invitation. Sylvia's face lit up with absolute craving. She eagerly opened her mouth wide, though she still double-checked. "Are you absolutely sure this is not real meat?" Jin-hyuk put on a serious face and warned her, "Do not insult my love and dedication to cooking. How could I ever use food to deceive or trick anyone?" Reassured by his words, Sylvia took a bite, and her mind was instantly blown. Oh my god, it was absolutely mouth-watering. How could something taste this good? She kept her head down and quickly devoured 2 whole plates before starting to flatter him, saying, "I did not realize you were an honored guest here to introduce us to such an exquisite dish. I am Sylvia, a guard of the elf forest. I am truly sorry. What can I do to make up for my mistake?" When Jin-hyuk expressed his desire to visit the elf village, Sylvia gladly guided him there. At the main square of the elf forest, standing before the chief, Jin-hyuk froze with a totally constipated look on his face as he awkwardly introduced himself. The village chief, on the other hand, was incredibly welcoming. "I am Penhim." Looking around at all the arrows pointed directly at him, Jin-hyuk began to question his entire existence. "Am I really being welcomed here?" The guy holding the bow muttered, Why would an outsider from some unknown place expect a welcome? You humans have no right to set foot in this sacred forest. Jin-hyuk knew it. Just like always, this guy, Teslan, was extremely wary of humans, no matter where they met. Well, since he was the one who caused a scene, Jin-hyuk calmly explained, I was actually invited here by Sylvia. Without hesitation, an arrow flew straight at him. He caught it in a split second and warned them, your hospitality skills seriously need some work. He pointed his blade directly at Teslan. The elf did not back down either. For a lowly human, your reaction speed is decent, but the next arrow will go straight through your head. The two glared at each other with intense hostility. Seeing that things were about to spiral out of control, Sylvia rushed to block the path between them, loudly shouting to stop Teslan. This person is a guest I invited to make amends. But Teslan shouted back even louder. Shut up, Sylvia. How could you bring an outsider into our village? Once I deal with this bastard, it is your turn to answer for this. Sylvia kept shielding Jin-hyuk, even if it did not help much. I did not bring him here for no reason. He is an incredible cook, and besides, he can cook dishes we have never tasted before. Just saying those words made her mouth water instantly. The village chief and Teslan froze in shock, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Never tasted before? Even though he was getting hungry, Teslan still talked tough. Do you think saying that will make me let you off the hook? Meanwhile, the chief was practically drooling a river, quickly stopping the furious Teslan. There is no need to chase him away just yet. At least we should taste it and see for ourselves first. If you are hungry, just say so. Stop acting so dramatic. Teslan could only throw his hands up in defeat at the chief. He was truly a lost cause this time. The fruits grown in the elf village were extremely special. The amount of mana in them was equivalent to a mana stone, so just eating them could boost one's mana. On the harvest day of these special fruits, the elves would gather to offer their gratitude to the forest, an event known as the Moonlight Festival. Jin-hyuk cooked so skillfully it looked like he was putting on a live concert. The elves watched in awe, their mouths watering as they stared at his cooking. He proudly announced, "Help yourselves. This is not real meat. It is vegan meat, made from soybeans." All the elves gathered around, and as they took their first bites, they were completely blown away. It was incredibly delicious. Teslan, who had been yelling so loudly earlier, felt a bit embarrassed to reach for a bite, but his cravings got the best of him. Just as he reached for the plate, Jin-hyuk caught him red-handed and pulled the dish away, throwing a painful roast his way. Does this guy have any pride at all? You were just pointing an arrow at me, like I'd ever want to eat that. No way. Teslan was completely speechless. He stood in the corner, shaking with rage, keeping his head down and not daring to look anyone in the eye. Even the village chief couldn't stop praising it after finishing his meal. The flavor of the dish was truly outstanding. Who would have thought an outsider could bring us such immense joy? I have a really good feeling about this year's Moonlight Festival. We thank you, Mother Forest. And with that, the Moonlight Festival officially kicked off. Everyone cheered with excitement. The music was so loud and lively that even the humans camping outside couldn't help but wonder. It seems like the elves are throwing some kind of party. It's incredibly noisy. If they weren't so hostile towards us, we could have totally gone over to check it out. Hearing his friends say that, the guy sitting next to her scoffed. Yeah, you should probably drop that thought right now. You already know how nasty their attitude is. If we get anywhere near them, they'll start firing arrows, and we'll end up as human kebabs. But man, we're not even in elf territory yet, and this place is already amazing. But when he turned to look at his friend, he froze in utter shock. She had already been wiped out by a group of ninja-like figures dressed in black. Panic-stricken and speechless, he could only raise his knife in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The cold-blooded killers stepped closer, whispering, "Listen carefully. Do not leave a single witness alive." Meanwhile, Sylvia was having a blast shooting her bow, hitting the bullseye with every single shot. Watching her, the village chief practically beamed with pride, prompting Jin-hyuk to heap on the praise. Their reputation is well-deserved. Elves truly are born with a natural talent for archery. The chief puffed out his chest, saying, "Of course, it's so second nature to us that we don't even think about it anymore." So, how are you enjoying your first Moonlight Festival? After all, it is incredibly rare for a human to be allowed into our festival. The more our forest's fruits become known to the outside world, the more trespassers try to invade our territory. It only forces us to hide ourselves even deeper. But I still take pride in the fact that we elves are second to none when it comes to good food and music, and I know for certain that our kind loves peace more than any other species on Earth. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk found their culture truly impressive. But right in the middle of the fun, that jerk Teslan walked up with a face like thunder and sneered. "Who gave you the right to judge us?" Jin-hyuk, never one to back down, teased him right back. "What's wrong? Are you throwing a tantrum because we didn't share our food with you?" Driven absolutely mad by the teasing, Teslan roared. "Even if you can cook like a god, in the end, you're still nothing but a filthy human. Your very existence in this forest is an absolute abomination." Jin-hyuk finally lost his patience too, and the two went head to head. "Your face is way more disgusting, you bastard. Are you tired of living, human?" Jin-hyuk put on his most punchable face, clearly up to no good, and said, Now, let's not ruin the joyful atmosphere of the festival. How about we settle this with an archery contest? The loser has to pack up and get lost immediately." This ridiculous challenge caught Teslan completely off guard, leaving him speechless. "Someone like you dares to challenge me to an archery duel? Fine, name the target." The festival grew even wilder as everyone cheered and started rushing over to watch the archery duel. "Come on guys, leave everything and let's go watch." The entire elf village stood behind Teslan, shouting, "Crush him!" Jin-hyuk smirked, looking at Teslan, and teased, "Well, this is awkward, big guy. Seems like absolutely nobody is cheering for me." Furious, Teslan snapped. "You're just a filthy human outsider. Why would anyone cheer for a creature like you?" Trying to save face, Jin-hyuk replied, "Well then, I guess I'll just have to bring my own cheerleader." He cast a spell to summon an adorable puppy, then dropped to his knees and cuddled it tightly right in front of Teslan. Teslan was utterly speechless. What a bizarre summon. But even before the match started, Jin-hyuk couldn't resist a quick jab. "You have to admit, my cheerleader is pretty cute. Anyway, if you're done playing around, take your shot. All you have to do is hit that target on the tree over there." Teslan was still talking big as he drew his bow, but right as he released the arrow, the cheerleader puppy leaped up and bit him. The arrow flew completely off course, leaving everyone absolutely flabbergasted. Jin-hyuk laughed triumphantly. "You're so naive. Don't you know people will do whatever it takes to win?" Teslan froze in absolute shock, thinking, "This human is completely out of his mind." Goguma put on an incredibly cute, apologetic face. Jin-hyuk leaned down to lecture him. "Goguma, you have to be careful. This is a very serious matter." Then, he picked Goguma up and declared in a booming, dramatic voice, "From now on, you must never do that again. Being cute isn't going to solve everything, got it?" Clutching his forehead, Teslan stood up and cursed Jin-hyuk, calling him a wretched human for using Goguma to play dirty. He went on to call Jin-hyuk shameless, but instead of denying it, Jin-hyuk just casually owned it, admitting he had no shame at all. After all, he was just a dirty human like Teslan said. He topped off his mockery with a mischievous, smug grin. Just then, the system alerted. "You have acquired absolute swordsmanship, difficulty level A. Description: increases understanding of bows and arrows and similar weapons by up to 90%. After 5 seconds of concentration, accuracy will increase to 100%. On the other side, a bitter Teslan insisted that he didn't care how dirty Jin-hyuk was. He would never accept a victory won like this. Jin-hyuk casually waved him off and told Teslan he could retake his shot if he wanted. Picking up his bow, Teslan warned Jin-hyuk that if he tried to cheat again, he wouldn't let it slide. Jin-hyuk agreed. Teslan then drew his bow and raised his arrow to aim. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was already activating absolute swordsmanship. The arrow Teslan just shot flew straight and hit the exact center of the bullseye. Almost all the elves cheered wildly, chanting Teslan's name. Worried that Jin-hyuk would lose, Sylvia urged him to beg Teslan for forgiveness. They still had time. Since Teslan was the best ranger in the elf village, everyone thought a human stood no chance against him in archery. Jin-hyuk just smirked, saying there were actually people far better than him. Then, he reached out his hand and activated freezing, sending a trail of ice that lifted the target board high into the air. While everyone thought the target had been blown away, a panicked Teslan demanded, "What trick is this?" Jin-hyuk confidently replied, "I am just adjusting the difficulty to match your skill level." Jin-hyuk picked up his bow and aimed. By combining his blood demon chi and perfect marksmanship, a system notification popped up, showing he had acquired the red magic bullet skill. Perfect marksmanship was upgraded too, boosting his accuracy to 145%. Teslan stared in shock, sensing that something about Jin-hyuk had completely shifted. Jin-hyuk activated red magic bullet, drew his bow, and shot, unleashing a blast of black flames straight at the target spinning in midair. Amazingly, the arrow Jin-hyuk fired split Teslan's bullseye shot right down the middle, completely shattering the target board. That incredible display left Teslan and the crowd completely jaw-dropped, staring in absolute disbelief. Everyone buzzed with excitement over Jin-hyuk's shot, while Jin-hyuk teased Teslan, asking how it felt to lose to a small, dirty human like him. Teslan was totally speechless, and he suddenly dropped his bow to the ground. With a serious face, he admitted he couldn't salvage even a shred of his honor. Accepting his defeat, Teslan turned around and prepared to leave the village as agreed. He declared that from now on, he was no longer a ranger here. Hearing this, the surrounding elves fell into a heavy, sorrowful silence. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk called him back. Teslan turned and asked, "Is there a problem?" "I said I would leave, and I keep my promises." Teslan wondered if Jin-hyuk just wanted to mock him some more. But Jin-hyuk didn't actually want him to leave. Scratching his head, he showed some sympathy for Teslan. He understood Teslan's pride. But since it was festival season, leaving like this would completely ruin the celebratory mood. So, Jin-hyuk suggested they change the terms instead. Though suspicious, Teslan agreed, but he quickly regretted it. Gritting his teeth, he thought he would have been better off just leaving. Everyone around them desperately tried to hold in their laughter, nearly dying of amusement. Jin-hyuk stood there with his arms crossed, slyly claiming that back where he came from, only the absolute strongest could wear such an outfit. Looking at Teslan in his revealing, bizarre costume, complete with a pair of matching butterfly wings, Jin-hyuk jokingly called it the look of a true professional. A red-haired elf then yelled, "Who dares laugh at Lord Teslan?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was the first one to burst out laughing, prompting a furious Teslan to lunge and bite his arm to vent his anger. Chief Penhei stood in a corner next to Jin-hyuk, laughing heartily. He asked, "What kind of bizarre taste do you have? This is almost cruel." Though, I never expected Teslan to accept those terms so calmly. Jin-hyuk replied, "Don't you think you are taking this joke a bit too far, Chief?" Jin-hyuk thought to himself that making the town's strongest ranger such a laughingstock might be too much, so he figured he should let him change back soon. But Chief Penhei assured him, "It is fine." Watching Teslan, he smiled and said they should let him taste the bitterness of defeat, believing that Teslan's obsession with protecting the elven forest was actually holding him back. That was why he was glad they had run into Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that this elder was actually a lot nicer than he had initially seemed. With a mischievous grin, Jin-hyuk whispered to Chief Penhei, "You know, I can be way more wicked than this." Chief Penhei smirked back and urged Jin-hyuk, "Go ahead and teach him a good lesson. We do not get an opportunity like this very often." Suddenly, frantic footsteps rushed in. The chief and the other elves gasped in horror as Luan, a guard from the outer town, stumbled in, missing his left arm. Luan panted in agony, "Intruders. There are intruders." He explained that a group of masked figures had suddenly appeared, swinging their swords at everything in sight. The rangers stationed at the outer town were completely helpless against them. They were incredibly strong, brutally slaughtering many elves, and even the high-ranking rangers could not defeat them. Seeing Luan coughing up blood, Sylvia quickly rushed over to support him, urging him to stop talking, as his condition was critical. Hearing Luan's report, Chief Penhei trembled with pure rage. Furious, he roared at everyone to prepare for battle. He ordered the armory to be opened and called upon all elves to fight with their lives to protect their forest. Teslan also wasted no time, quickly stripping off the ridiculous, skimpy pink outfit and threw on his regular battle gear. He immediately ordered an emergency assembly of the defense force and high-ranking rangers to follow him into battle. Watching everyone scramble to prepare for war against the mysterious, brutal invaders, Jin-hyuk felt his blood boil with righteous fury after hearing about the atrocities committed by those ruthless scoundrels. Meanwhile, a group of 3 players was running for their lives. The one at the back whimpered that they couldn't run anymore, completely clueless as to who those bastards hunting them down were. As an assassin drew near, the terrified players begged for mercy, crying out that they were just ordinary players. But their pleas fell on deaf ears, and all 3 were mercilessly slaughtered. The leader coldly ordered, "Leave no survivors. Everything in this elven forest must be wiped out." In another part of the forest, another group of killers was carrying out a brutal massacre, leaving innocent victims scattered across the ground. Just as a helpless victim weakly raised a hand for mercy, the approaching assassin was suddenly struck by 2 arrows. An arrow plunged straight into his chest. Another assassin nearby tried to scream that they were under attack, but before he could even finish his sentence, another arrow pierced right through his skull, taking him out instantly. Chief Penhei had a completely cold expression as he slowly walked over to look at the slaughtered victims still lying on the ground. His heart ached, How could this happen? How could these innocent mothers be murdered so ruthlessly? He cradled them in deep sorrow, apologizing over and over as he blamed himself for failing to protect his people. Standing right behind him, Tess watched the scene unfold. It broke his heart for the victims and fueled a raging fire of hatred toward those ruthless assassins. Tess stepped aside and coldly barked out orders to everyone. If you find any survivors, get them to the center of the village immediately. Our main forces are stationed there, so it should be safe. And if you run into the enemy, slaughter them on the spot. Tess then screamed in pure rage. We will avenge our fallen brothers and sisters in the name of the Great Mother Forest. The soldiers roared in unison. Understood. Just then, Jin-hyuk appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Tess and said, "It's good that you want revenge, because I've got a plan." Tess couldn't help but want to hear what he had to say. Meanwhile, on the assassin's side, one of them checked the system and saw that the sweep team in Sector B16 had lost 2 connections. He leaped through the treetops and told Seol-hwa that he thought the elves had started to fight back. Seol-hwa agreed, noting that they were reacting much faster than anticipated. She immediately patched into the comms channel to remind everyone, "Our ultimate goal is to wipe out Jin-hyuk, no matter what." The elven forest was covered by a barrier that jammed communications, meaning Jin-hyuk wouldn't be able to call for backup. As she leaped forward alongside her squad, she issued instructions through the communicator, "Keep the perimeter tight, and close in on the center of the village until we find the target." Both Team A and Team C acknowledged the order. According to the strike force's master plan, including their S-class members, they had a total force of 150 men, split into 3 teams to surround Jin-hyuk at the center from the outskirts of the forest. They would completely lock down the area and close in. Whichever team found Jin-hyuk first would buy time until the other teams arrived to launch a coordinated assault. They believed that no matter how strong the target was, he couldn't possibly take down 3 of them at once. Seol-hwa smiled, thinking Jin-hyuk would quietly vanish from this world, exactly as the Donghua Guild wanted. But just as she was gloating over his impending doom, a hand suddenly reached out from the shadows and ripped her face mask right off. The sudden pull threw her off balance, sending her falling from the treetops. But she managed to twist mid-air and land safely on her feet. The one who snatched Seol-hwa's mask was none other than Jin-hyuk. Perched on a massive branch nearby, he smirked and said, "I was wondering what trash decided to crawl out of the woodwork today, and of course, it's you guys." Seol-hwa scrambled back, quickly touching her exposed face, only to hear Jin-hyuk insult them further, calling them the same annoying Donghua bastards who were crawling all over the broadcasting station earlier. Jin-hyuk casually tossed the mask aside and growled, "Get ready to pay the price for getting on my nerves." Instead of being afraid, Seol-hwa was thrilled. She couldn't believe she was the lucky one to hit the jackpot and find Jin-hyuk first. She immediately broadcasted an alert that Team B had found the target. Upon hearing this, Teams A and C instantly redirected to Team B's location. But the moment Team C turned around, they were ambushed, forcing them to desperately dodge a sudden rain of arrows. Tess stood at the head of his elite warriors, bow in hand. With eyes filled with murderous intent, he glared at Team C and sneered. "And where do you outsiders think you're going?" Tess declared that he would be their opponent, but the leader of Team C wasn't about to back down. He spat back, calling Tess and his men nothing but filthy natives. On Jin-hyuk's side, he finished off one enemy in the blink of an eye. Next, he activated Grave of Swords, followed by Sword Demon King Steps. In just a few moves, he swept through and wiped out several enemies. This was when Seol-hwa finally started to panic. She shrieked, telling her people not to cluster together and to spread out. Hearing Seol-hwa's command, they immediately scattered, but unfortunately for them, Jin-hyuk quickly activated Ice Bracelet, unleashing shards of ice that impaled them one by one, while freezing the rest solid to get it over with. Watching from behind a tree, Seol-hwa gritted her teeth in frustration. She had no idea Jin-hyuk was this much stronger than the footage she had seen. At this rate, her entire squad would be wiped out before reinforcements arrived. She had to find a way to buy some time. Emerging from her hiding spot, Seol-hwa called out Jin-hyuk's name. Seeing him pause, she continued, "I don't know why you're here, but I'm guessing there's something you want to get your hands on, right?" Jin-hyuk coldly retorted, "And what does that have to do with you?" He then taunted her to show herself, saying, "Stop wasting my time." But Seol-hwa wasn't foolish enough to face him head-on. Staying where she was, she shouted back that her forces were destroying everything in their path to get to him, and while he was busy here, other teams would march straight through the center of the village. She claimed that once the village was destroyed, Whatever he was after would go up in smoke with it. Jin-hyuk repeated her words. Destroy the village? From her hiding spot, Seol-hwa smugly assumed she was right. If there really was something Jin-hyuk wanted in that village, he would have to rush back right now to protect it. Shueihwa smugly thought that if Jin-hyuk walked away, she'd buy enough time for her backups to arrive. Seeing Jin-hyuk still standing there made Shueihwa's heart skip a beat. Confused and a bit rattled, she just couldn't keep her mouth shut. She snapped at Jin-hyuk, yelling, "Don't you even care if this whole village gets wiped out?" But Jin-hyuk just stood there, completely unfazed, and chuckled. Oh, our boy was way ahead of her. Sure, he didn't want the village to get destroyed, but he knew exactly what cheap trick she was trying to pull. To him, her little plan was honestly hilarious, because there was a total beast over there who would obliterate anyone in their path. Meanwhile, back at the elf village, a masked assassin stared in absolute horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. How on earth did this girl get here? Floating high up in the air, the girl spoke with pure annoyance. To be honest, I couldn't care less about what happens to those elves. It was none other than Lady Alice. With a face full of murderous intent, she muttered, "But how dare they get in the way of my contractor's business?" With that, Alice activated her blood spear. She raised her hand high into the sky, summoning razor-sharp blood arrows that hovered in the air before passing final judgment on her targets. And that is more than enough reason for you all to die. Down below, the soldiers trembled as they looked up at Alice, whispering in sheer panic that they stood absolutely no chance against a monster boss like her. Looking incredibly badass, Alice coldly flicked her wrist, sending her blood spears raining down to wipe out the entire crowd in a split second. With his last breath, one soldier desperately crawled forward, trying to call for reinforcements to save them. "We need backup in the center area." But before he could even finish the sentence, he croaked. Alice sighed in disappointment. They died so easily. How boring. This isn't fun at all. Landing gracefully on the ground, she glanced over at a few elves who were peeking from behind the trees. I wonder if elves brew any good wine. Meanwhile, we cut back to Shueihwa, who suddenly realized that the person she was messaging was no longer online. She was in absolute disbelief. How could their strongest squad be wiped out in the blink of an eye? What on earth did that bastard do? Back on the ground, Jin-hyuk gripped his sword and marched straight toward the tree where Shueihwa was hiding. Panicking, she screamed at her lackeys to quickly cast the blood magic circle. Hearing the commotion, Jin-hyuk looked up to see what was going on. Out of nowhere, a swarm of 500 enemies appeared and surrounded Jin-hyuk from all sides in a split second. From the ground to the treetops, they were literally everywhere. Shueihwa injected her men with a psychosis-inducing toxin, and thanks to its mind-altering effects, they all gained complete immunity to fear. Once the toxin kicked in, her lackeys' eyes turned blood red, making them look absolutely feral and high out of their minds. The drug turned them into bloodthirsty beasts, their bodies twitching as their strength got buffed to the absolute max. Hyperactive and howling like wild chimpanzees, they raised their swords and charged straight at Jin-hyuk. But did she really think a bunch of crazed, brainless goons could actually threaten him? Once our boy made his move, they were totally countered. No matter how many of them came at him, Jin-hyuk was ready to take them all on. Are you guys done throwing your little tantrum? Jin-hyuk swung to the right, blocked to the left, seamlessly switching between offense and defense. He was single-handedly tearing through the hyperactive mob, but while they were incredibly stupid, their sheer numbers meant that as soon as one went down, another took his place, which was honestly just wasting his precious time. Watching Jin-hyuk easily slice and dice his way through her army from above, Shueihwa broke into a cold sweat, shaking with absolute terror as her men were sent straight to the grave. Hiding in the branches, she practically started praying, "Teng Chao, where are you? Please get here already." Little did she know, Teng Chao wasn't having a great time either, because those elves were definitely not to be messed with. The moment he showed a slight opening and tried to sneak away during the chaos, Teos instantly locked onto him, activating his sure-shot skill. It barely missed taking his head right off. Immediately after, Sylvia activated Mother Forest's binding, summoning countless vines that surged up and wrapped tightly around Teng Chao. He never expected them to have such flawless teamwork, leaving him absolutely no time to dodge before getting completely pinned down. Teos drew his bow, aiming straight at Teng Chao as the man struggled to break free. "There's no escape for you. It's time to pay for your sins." With those words, he released the string, sending 3 massive, heavy-duty arrows flying straight toward his target. In a panic, Teng Chao activated his body-protecting chi, wrapping himself in an incredibly dense shield that completely blocked the 3 arrows from piercing through. If he hadn't reacted in the nick of time, he'd be pushing up daisies by now. Thanks to his skill, his defense stats skyrocketed by 50%. Right then, his inbox started blowing up with desperate distress messages from Shuihua, begging him to hurry up because Jin-hyuk had already found her. Reading her messages, Teng Chao's anxiety peaked, and he started to sweat. It finally clicked. These elves were keeping him busy just to buy time for Jin-hyuk, but he warned them not to get cocky because his crew were all absolute mad dogs. Seething with rage, Teng Chao literally went red-eyed with fury, his hair and eyes transforming into a deep, blood-red color. Flexing his raw physical power, he completely shattered the vines binding him. Now that he was fully pumped with adrenaline, their attacks felt like nothing more than minor tickles to him. The sheer shockwave of his release was so powerful that it even rattled Sylvia and Teos standing quite a distance away. This guy was definitely the real deal. In a flash, Teng Chao activated his sword chi and lunged straight at Sylvia. Opening her eyes, Sylvia gasped as she saw this absolute psycho swinging a massive, giant blade directly at her, leaving her completely frozen in terror. Teng Chao's sword slammed down with devastating force, completely obliterating the ground and shredding the surrounding trees to pieces. Blown back in a straight line, Sylvia was lucky. Teslin managed to yank her aside just in time to dodge that deadly slash. Otherwise, she would have been crippled for life, if not outright killed on the spot. Teslon sternly warns her not to let her guard down again, as meeting her ancestors this early is not a good look. Even Teslon has to be on high alert now, because this guy is seriously powerful. Back to our badass main character, Jin-hyuk, who just sliced the very last soldier clean in half. Kicking a few of the bleeding corpses on the ground, he calls out, "Now that you are the only one left, why don't you just show yourself?" Even after reciting 10 Buddhist prayers, Shuihua still cannot escape her doom under the hands of Jin-hyuk. Everyone was wiped out before backup could even arrive. And let's be real, even if backup did show up, they would have ended up dead anyway. Taking a deep breath, Shuihua steps out of hiding. That is right. At this point, hiding is completely useless. Jin-hyuk pulls up Shuihua's profile, and it looks like she actually has some decent stats. The condition to copy her skill states that Shuihua is a player who specializes in using lethal poisons. If Jin-hyuk can completely overwhelm her, even while exposed to her poison, he can copy one of her skills. Seeing this requirement gives Jin-hyuk a massive headache. Who in their right mind would willingly get poisoned by this woman? This is going to be a tough one. The copy conditions for poison skills are always incredibly annoying. One wrong move, and his run as the main character might come to an abrupt end. Shuihua swallows her pride and admits she knows Jin-hyuk is incredibly powerful, but warns him that not even he can survive her deadly poison. With that, Shuihua lunges forward to attack him immediately, activating her heavenly poison. Jin-hyuk lightly steps aside, striking a cool pose with a completely deadpan expression. Dodging the attack so effortlessly is honestly frustrating to watch. If he were not the main character, he would have been cornered and killed a long time ago. Shuihua's poison misses him and splashes onto the tree trunk behind. The moment it makes contact, the bark corrodes instantly and starts rotting away, looking absolutely disgusting. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk is about to lose his mind. He thinks, damn it, that is going to hurt. Dodging her strikes, he quickly formulates a plan. He really wants to acquire at least one poison skill. Well, no pain, no gain. Jin-hyuk reaches out and grabs Shuihua by the neck. There is no avoiding it now. Realizing she is in deep trouble, Shuihua quickly activates her self-defense chi, a skill capable of blocking almost any physical attack. But that only works against normal physical attacks. Against Jin-hyuk's raw power, it is completely useless. He drives his knee straight into Shuihua's stomach, sending her into a world of pain. No way. How can I take this much damage even with my defense skill active? Jin-hyuk tells her to shut up because he is trying to think. Sent crashing to the ground, Shuihua realizes she has to find a way to hold out until Teng Chao arrives. She absolutely needs to deal some damage to him. Refusing to back down, Shuihua lunges from behind for a sneak attack. But has she seriously forgotten who she is dealing with? Jin-hyuk lands a devastating punch that sends her flying, snapping. Do you not understand human language? But right after delivering the blow, he notices a tiny poison needle lodged in his finger. Shuihua mocks him, asking if he really thought she would just blindly charge in to take a beating without a backup plan. Jin-hyuk has indeed been poisoned by her heavenly poison, and his mana circuit is now being corrupted. Shuihua looks triumphantly at Jin-hyuk's hand, which is turning completely purple from the venom. The lethal poison will now flow directly through his mana circuit, destroying his internal organs one by one. Since this poison feeds on the body's own mana to spread, there is absolutely no antidote. He is doomed to face a slow, excruciatingly painful death. Before she can even finish gloating, Jin-hyuk immediately activates True Heavenly Flower Chi, boosting his mana recovery rate by 30%. Who needs an antidote? I can just use my sheer mana to force the poison out. Shueihua is utterly horrified by his ridiculous method. So, it looks like today is going to be the day you die. After talking all that trash, she finally said something accurate, because today is indeed going to be her final day. Meanwhile, Ten Chao is sprinting at full speed to reinforce Shueihua and save her life. Back to Shua, who is getting absolutely wrecked. Jin-hyuk freezes her legs, stomps her to the ground, and then kicks her 10 meters away. Just as Jin-hyuk raises his sword to slice her open like a watermelon, a figure charges in from the distance. Ten Chao has arrived to save Shueihua, activating his sword chi to swing a powerful slash down at Jin-hyuk. Landing in front of her, Ten Chao shields the heavily wounded Shueihua and calls out, "Shueihua, can you stand up?" Wow, what a dramatic knight in shining armor moment. Jin-hyuk takes a moment to scan Ten Chao's profile, to see what he is working with. If this guy is here, does that mean Teslon lost? Interestingly, Ten Chao's copy condition sounds surprisingly romantic. It turns out Ten Chao harbors secret, deep feelings for Shueihua. To save her, he is willing to throw his life on the line for the woman he loves. If Jin-hyuk can defeat Ten Chao without taking a single scratch, he can copy any skill he desires. Although his sword chi is powerful, its compatibility with Jin-hyuk's soul-chasing swordplay is extremely low. So that option is pretty much useless. So, should I go with something else? But wait a minute, what is up with the system? How does it know exactly what he is thinking at all times? Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's body seems to glitch out, twitching and lagging uncontrollably. Noticing Jin-hyuk is apparently buffering, Ten Chao seizes the opportunity. Taking advantage of Jin-hyuk's distraction, he urgently tells Shueihua to get up quickly. Having been brutally beaten, Shueihua struggles to even stand. She weakly asks where the rest of their squad is, and the answer is exactly what you would expect. These two are the last ones standing. Shueihua gave a bitter smile. Since it's come to this, listen up. She realized one thing. After fighting Jin-hyuk all this time, even if Ricard Chang were here, they wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance at beating him. Tang Chao was stunned by her words. Is he really that strong? Shueihua admitted it with deep bitterness. Besides, if this mission fails so miserably, there's absolutely no hope of returning to the Middle Kingdom Guild anyway. The only thing they can do now is push forward with the mission until their very last breath. Shueihua pulled down Tang Chao's face mask and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Jin-hyuk just shook his head to clear it. He literally just finished a fight, and now he has to witness this single-dog torturing romance? Talk about brutal. Jin-hyuk gave them a look of pure disgust. Who do you think you're putting on this little show for? Seriously, gag me. But when Shueihua kissed Tang Chao just now, she actually transferred a toxin to him, activating a mental disruption poison. She had already gained fear resistance as a side effect of that mental disruption toxin. As for Tang Chao, he's always been a notorious simp. Getting kissed by a girl and injected with a power-boosting toxin at the same time? He could die happy now. He literally had zero regrets. Tang Chao lunged straight at Jin-hyuk, ready to rumble. Looks like he's made up his mind. Since it's like that, he should seriously return the favor. Jin-hyuk activated Swordgrave, boosting his proficiency with bladed weapons by 500%. Tang Chao and Shueihua teaming up 2-on-1 is starting to look like a Manchester United versus Manchester City match. Will Manchester City pull off a comeback this time? Tang Chao unleashed the second form of the giant sword technique, Giant Severing Chop. On her side, Shueihua struck with her snake attack. Even if she dies, she's determined to drag him down with her, so they can at least die with their heads held high. Jin-hyuk might be all alone, but he's packing 3 swords, 2 in his hands and 1 in his pants, so he's not afraid of anyone. Jin-hyuk took his stance to unleash the 8th form of the soul-chasing swordplay, Human Shadow Unification. Well, I think we all know how this ends. The communication interference barrier has been lifted. On the ground, a certain red-haired guy who just lost both his legs and an arm is desperately trying to crawl away using his one remaining hand. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is busy copying 10,000 poisons and eradication of evil. 10,000 poisons allows him to manipulate countless toxins, grants him comprehensive knowledge of poisons, and gives him a decent detoxification ability. Eradication of evil lets him target anyone within a 10-kilometer radius and shows their location on the map. The target's pathing will also be displayed. These copied skills will be stored in his world memory. Jin-hyuk stretched his stiff muscles and walked away. Since he hasn't fully mastered the 8th form yet, he'll probably be bedridden all day tomorrow. What should he do with the Middle Kingdom Guild now? Behind Jin-hyuk, the bodies of a man and a woman lie still, their hands tightly clasped until the very end. And that's how the Middle Kingdom Guild's assault on Jin-hyuk came to a close. A quarter of the elven forest was burned to ashes. Many lost their lives. Telson was gravely injured after losing his duel with Teng Chao. But thanks to Sylvia constantly staying by his side, he managed to cling to life. Telson mumbled, thanks to Jin-hyuk for stopping their pursuit. Jin-hyuk chuckled and told Telson, stop acting tough and get yourself healed up already. Elder Penheim still hasn't recovered from the massive shock, locking himself in his room and only issuing orders indirectly. Alice has become an idol to the young elves, and for some bizarre reason, drinking wine has suddenly become a massive trend. As for Jin-hyuk, the guy behind everything, he's currently rebuilding the barrier. There, that should do it. At least those bastards from the Middle Kingdom Guild won't be able to waltz in here so easily anymore. At the Middle Kingdom Guild's headquarters, Vice Guild leader Lu Gui has a massive headache after receiving the report. Is this Kang Jin-hyuk guy really that strong? The mana pools of Teng Chao, Ricard Chang, and Shui Hua were only slightly over 10,000, and while they were definitely strong, they only ranked in the upper middle tier of our guild. Since the association's ranking system hasn't been finalized yet, anyone with over 10,000 mana gets slapped with an S-rank label. The rookies started bickering back and forth after only a few words. Suddenly, Murong Xiu, the head of the Murong clan, walked in out of nowhere, scaring the absolute crap out of everyone. He told them all to shut their mouths, warning that Jin-hyuk is not someone they can afford to mess with. The final scene in that video, without a doubt, that was the 8th form of the soul-chasing swordplay. Even in Murim, the soul-chasing swordplay is extremely rare. To think an outsider could master it up to the 8th form, but he still believes they have a shot. The villagers were working when they suddenly saw something that made them freeze in their tracks, moving them to tears. It was Elder Penheim, their beloved leader. He stood before his people and delivered a loud, clear speech. We have suffered immense losses in this enemy ambush. Many of our archers have fallen, and many innocent souls have departed from us. Even so, we must move forward to rebuild our sacred Mother Forest, so that one day, the children of the Mother Forest can spread their wings and soar. It was such a beautiful, moving speech that it left everyone with tears in their eyes. The village chief then declared that the Moonlight Festival would proceed, urging everyone to honor the fallen and overcome this tragedy together. This pain is too real. 1, 2, 3, cheers. 1, 2, 3, down it. 1 shot and you're hooked. 2 shots and you're in love. 3 shots and you're soaring. 4 shots and you're completely wasted. For the children who have returned to their mother's arms, and for our best friends who have successfully opened up a restaurant in another world, Jin-hyuk is showing off his master chef skills. Watching him move so quickly to whip up some food, the village chief never imagined they would one day owe their lives to an outsider they just happened to stumble upon in this forest. Jin-hyuk finishes preparing a portion and hands it over to a little kid with panda-like eyes. Suddenly, he goes full devil mode, glaring and threatening the kid not to leave any leftovers. But seeing the little guy look completely miserable and reluctant to take a single bite, Jin-hyuk is just like, what? They're a race famous for being absolute foodies, yet here they are, barely even looking at this feast. It seems the trauma they endured is still way too fresh. And just as things are settling down, who knows what kind of character is about to show up next, because the villagers are suddenly sweating bullets. With 2 eyes round as peppercorns, it's none other than the little bunny Teslan, rocking an incredibly flashy pink outfit, showing off his rock-hard six-pack, with a pair of golden fairy wings as a bonus. Seeing Teslan's incredibly whimsical outfit, Jin-hyuk teases, man, you must really love that outfit, Teslan. It actually looks great on you, no joke. The little bunny instantly snaps and denies it. Hey bro, I'm a grown-up, okay? Finally, Teslan gets over his embarrassment and starts talking seriously. He used to believe that outsiders were always a threat to the forest, thinking they would try to invade and seize this mana-rich region. But this time, they were massacred in a surprise enemy raid, and Teslan couldn't do a thing to stop it. It was actually Jin-hyuk who became the hero, saving the entire village from their 81st catastrophe. And that is exactly how we ended up with a pink bunny wearing fairy wings and holding a wand with angel wings. This was also his way of showing respect for the promise made between the two of them. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk acts disappointed and pouts. Well, if you're wearing it willingly, where's the fun in that? Suddenly, a loud, clear burst of laughter echoes through the air. Hearing that, Teslan's embarrassment nerves instantly kick back into high gear. Spotting the little bunny in that pink outfit, Alice bursts out laughing so hard she can barely close her mouth, her face totally contorted from giggling. This is the first time she has ever seen such a ridiculous outfit. From now on, Teslan has a new nickname, the Clown of the Elves, the King of Fashion. He is absolutely furious and wants to strangle this little bat. But laughter is contagious, and now the panda kid is giggling exactly like Alice. Soon, the entire village is laughing hysterically, tears streaming down their faces. Seeing everyone gang up to laugh at him, Teslan is on the verge of tears, his embarrassment system completely overloaded. Smiling warmly, the village chief asks for a private chat with Jin-hyuk and leads him to a highly unusual place. It's a storehouse completely covered in tree roots, with a system message confirming the user has bypassed the 2-star protective barrier. He gives a brief introduction, explaining that this is the relic vault where the village's most sacred treasures are kept. No one can enter without the chief's permission. Jin-hyuk looks around, feeling pretty lucky to feast his eyes on such masterpieces. The chief pulls something out and explains, "This is an instrument we call Decartrin. Simply playing it can amplify any active buffs, and this is a token of my gratitude to the savior of our forest." He promises to always remember this noble deed. Jin-hyuk immediately starts playing mind games, claiming he has absolutely no interest in this instrument, but if the chief is really determined to show his gratitude with a gift, why not give me that one instead? What Jin-hyuk is pointing at is none other than the canine bow and dagger. Those weapons have been passed down from generation to generation among their ancestral bloodlines. They received them as a reward for once healing a god. The chief is thinking, this guy is way too greedy. Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Fortunately, he firmly rejects the request and just hands Jin-hyuk the instrument. However, according to prophecy, when the time comes, it will seek out its true master. Realizing there is no room for negotiation this time, Jin-hyuk feels a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, Alice is completely wasted, partying like crazy and demanding more drinks. She drunkenly promises that if she takes over this place, she'll let them live. The villagers cheer along, raising their glasses to the savior of their village, to Alice. In stark contrast to the wild party, Jin-hyuk is quietly mixing a deep purple potion. Sitting there with the calm, serious demeanor of a man on a mission, his gaze locks onto the village chief. From across the room, the chief raises his glass to toast Jin-hyuk and downs it in one go. Jin-hyuk is left utterly speechless, thinking, what on earth is this old man doing? He quickly decides he needs to swipe it and make a quick getaway. No sooner said than done, Jin-hyuk slips away and stands right in front of the storehouse. He noticed earlier that the barrier here was only 2-star, but when he actually touches the door, there isn't even a shield active. Everyone is dead drunk, passed out on the ground and sleeping like babies. Since Bram's ring has already absorbed her servant's soul, Jin-hyuk is easily able to take the sleeping Alice along with him. Holding his lute, he whispers his thanks. Appreciate the gift, my dear village chief, who is now fast asleep. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Hatred on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, they won't be able to enter the 10th floor without Anon. They definitely cannot afford to miss out on all the relics that will appear during the brief 10 days the 10th floor is open. Dealing with Kang Jin-hyuk is already a massive headache, and now they have to keep a constant eye on that troublemaker Anon, too. They never imagined just 2 people could mess things up so badly. Just listening to it is utterly exhausting. Melina suddenly stands up. When Lancelot asks where she's going, she gives a blunt, one-word reply, bathroom, and walks out, leaving Lancelot absolutely fuming. The truth was, they didn't even know Anubis and Jin-hyuk were one and the same. Just thinking about that mark of suffering made her blood boil. If Melina leaked that, she would get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Talk about jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Poor Melina's bad luck was next level. Out of nowhere, 2 guys dressed in all black walked up. On high alert, Melina pulled out her dagger and demanded to know who they were. The 2 didn't even bother answering. They just grinned, exposing their sharp fangs. Before anyone could process what was happening, a piercing, blood-curdling shriek rang out. Melina was left writhing on the ground, with cherry juice splattering everywhere. One of those guys in black was literally mukbanging the fresh cherry juice. Ophelia took a sip and gagged, thinking, like master, Like blood, I guess. The guy next to him told him to drop that habit of trying to eat everything in sight. After all, finding a human with such mouth-watering blood is no easy task. Wounded and completely bewildered, Melina couldn't even track their movements. Who on earth were these guys? Honestly, who the hell knows? Having finished her mindless chatter, Ophelia turned her attention back to Melina, wanting to test how tasty her cherry juice was. Suddenly, a burst of dark energy flared up, catching Ophelia's attention. Just in time, Lancelot arrived to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Lancelot apologized to Melina for his delay before turning to the others and politely asking, "Noble lords and honorable knights, how may this humble servant assist you two?" The other guy was just like, "Oh, brother, finally, someone who knows how to behave." 90 days after the 6th floor of the Elven Forest was conquered, the 7th floor unlocked automatically. Little details started falling into place, almost as if preparing everyone for the next step. Amidst the crowd, one lonely girl sat watching her friends show off their relationships. In just 1 year, she either had to graduate or the world might just end before she could even get her diploma. An announcement rang out. The highly anticipated shareholder meeting of the veteran company was about to begin. All staff members must gather on the 1st floor of the Moonfox Tower of Trials before 2 p.m. We will come find you. If you're late or absent, well, suddenly that lollipop in your mouth will lose its flavor. The poor girl shrieked in despair, begging him to stop spinning her like a toy. "You absolute piece of trash, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Down on the 1st floor of the Moonfox Tower of Trials, Jin-hyuk had been sitting there since afternoon, wearing a bright smile to welcome his beloved employees. Meanwhile, the employees all wore thrilled expressions as they greeted him. In her head, the beauty screamed, "We stayed up for nights carving those knight chess pieces for you. Are you seriously not letting us go?" An old man chimed in with equal frustration. "Jin-hyuk, boss, stop exploiting senior citizens." That was an easy fix for Kang Jin-hyuk. He told them if they wanted to quit, they were free to go. Hearing that, they didn't hesitate for a second. "All right, we're out." But it wasn't going to be that simple. Jin-hyuk demanded they pay a death compensation fee first, so they'd need to hand over their bank accounts right now. Instantly flipping the script, the old man quickly backpedaled, saying that in this tough economy with skyrocketing unemployment, he was only able to feed himself thanks to Jin-hyuk giving him a job. The young lady showered Jin-hyuk with finger hearts, and just like that, nobody wanted to quit anymore. The meeting was officially in session. First, we'll start with a quick round of self-introductions, followed by a report on all the drama that's been going down. 1, 2, 3, action. Let the cross-continental expedition begin. Hello everyone, my name is Kim Hee-woong, the acting leader of the Black Crow Guild, and next to me is Park Hana, the #1 errand girl for the insanely handsome Kang Jin-hyuk. Hee-woong shared that Jang Eun-sok from the 2nd raid team of the Dangun Guild had already entered the 7th floor. Rumor has it, Eun-sok is searching for some kind of feather on the 7th floor of the Tundra Tower of Trials. Normally, if you go from start to finish, the next floor opens up, but the 7th floor is notorious for requiring a ton of time and preparation due to its brutal environment. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk instantly knew what the guy was looking for. A single feather? That has to be a phoenix feather. The blessing of fire would be incredibly useful when trying to conquer the 7th floor. Next up was his trash-talking #1 lackey, Chun Yu-sung, who had fully recovered, discharged from the hospital with a lovely message for Jin-hyuk. "I will end you. Period." Seeing that foul mouth running as usual, he was definitely back to 100%. Amazing, good job. Next, the incredibly passionate Takeshi from the Samurai Guild introduced himself. And Nakamitsu, honestly, this guy was surprisingly useful too. Following Jin-hyuk's orders, he managed to swipe an item from the Medusa Temple. They are absolutely panicking now that their national treasure, the Heavenly Water Torrent Sword, is gone. Now that Jin-hyuk has Khan's bow and dagger, he doesn't really need this sword, but he's keeping it anyway, to trade for something decent down the line. Up next was a gorgeous lady with a beautiful name, Andrea. As the administrator of the 5th floor, she had already established all the powerful factions there, even though very few players actually visit the 5th floor. Still, Andrea was reinforcing her forces, just in case the 3 calamities struck. Everyone else was still stuck on buffering, staring at Andrea like she was some otherworldly being. Calling herself an administrator just didn't sit right with them. Deciding to step in and save the beauty from the awkward silence, Jin-hyuk introduced Andrea as the boss of the 5th floor. Hearing that, everyone instantly freaked out, their faces pale with sheer terror. wondering why on earth a boss monster was sitting right here. Seeing Andrea tease those cowards, Jin-hyuk was almost moved to tears. She'd really grown up, probably from hanging out with Alice so much. He reassured everyone that they had absolutely nothing to fear. Next, Melina from the Demon Association. Everyone looked bewildered, asking themselves, what the heck is the Demon Association? Finding her attitude annoying, Jin-hyuk tells Melina to cut the act. She reports that a high-floor organization has approached her group. They introduce themselves as direct descendants of the Dekus family, who worship Amon. They offered a deal. If her group helps them, they will guarantee Melina's people get whatever they want. They have apparently heard rumors that Melina's group is looking for an artifact on the 11th floor. Finding the offer pretty intriguing, Jin-hyuk asks what they want in return. With a shady smirk, they brought up a prisoner who escaped from the first floor, saying they want Melina's group to hunt them down. Jin-hyuk asks for clarification. Are they really going to give you the apostate's bracelet from the 11th floor? Melina nods in confirmation, but suddenly, Alice reacts strongly to this piece of gossip. A poor rock becomes the unfortunate victim in Alice's hand as she fumes with rage. The Dekus family had betrayed her, and she swears she will find them and slice them up like ham. In the middle of her rage, Alice suddenly remembers something Jin-hyuk's promise to help her get revenge. He tells Alice he will help her no matter what, but they have to be careful. Right now, Jin-hyuk doesn't have enough mana to restore her to full power. Revealing her identity now is too dangerous, so Alice needs to stay inside the necklace for a while. She tries to complain, but Jin-hyuk says, "Trust me." Flashing a highly reassuring smile, Alice obediently complies, but makes sure to claim the drumstick, and Jin-hyuk is totally cool with it. Over on the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Tundra, Yoon-sok's group has arrived, but the Eastern Sea is completely blocked. To make matters worse, the glaciers, freezing temperatures, and damp climate make it nearly impossible to build a fire, making travel extremely difficult. At the Dangun Guild, the captain of the second raid team, Yoon-sok, is absolutely fuming. His men keep complaining about how impossible it is, but he is determined to clear the 7th floor, no matter what. Just then, someone calls out, "Hey, come look at this, you have got to see this." It turns out to be Jin-hyuk, rocking a fall-winter outfit. Jang Yoon-sok demands, "What is Kang Jin-hyuk doing here?" Kang Jin-hyuk replies, "I'm here to clear this floor, and honestly, I really feel for you guys from the Dangun Guild. It is freezing out here." Even though Jang Yoon-sok is shivering from the cold, he still tries to act tough. He claims the Dangun Guild doesn't need any help, and that they are more than capable of handling this on their own. Kang Jin-hyuk gives him a deadpan look, thinking, is this guy seriously that delusional? When did he ever say he was going to help the Dangun Guild anyway? The path is wide open, and even if Jang Yoon-sok blocks one way, Kang Jin-hyuk has a dozen other paths to take. Walking past him, Jin-hyuk explains that he is only interested in the phoenix feather, and it just so happens that Jang Yoon-sok's group is standing in his way. Furious, Jang Yoon-sok quickly stakes his claim, declaring that the path Jin-hyuk is on belongs exclusively to the Dangun Guild. He asks if Jin-hyuk is intentionally trying to trespass on their territory. Of course, Kang Jin-hyuk scoffs at this ridiculous accusation of trespassing. The 7th floor isn't the Dangun Guild's private property, after all. If anything, it's just fair competition. He adds that if Jang Yoon-sok really wants to protect his guild, he is more than welcome to try and stop him. Jang Yoon-sok's face darkens, looking like he is about to throw hands with Kang Jin-hyuk right then and there. But to everyone's surprise, less than a second later, he just zips up his tent and retreats inside. Well, attempt number 1 to stop him is a total bust. Deep in the forest, 2 young guys are huddling around a campfire when Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly appears out of nowhere. Short Hair quickly calls out, "Stop right there! This is a restricted area." But after taking a closer look, Short Hair realizes it's actually Kang Jin-hyuk, the guy he has been fanboying over for ages. Excited, he asks, "What brings you here, sir?" Kang Jin-hyuk replies, "Just taking care of some business in this forest." Short Hair immediately warns him, "Wait, that's not allowed. This forest is super dangerous. There's a reason the Dangun Guild posted us on guard duty here." But Jin-hyuk just pulls off a classic slip-by. By the time Short Hair snaps out of it, Jin-hyuk is already a good distance behind him. And that's attempt number 2 down the drain. Stunned, Short Hair has no idea how Jin-hyuk bypassed him, especially since he was walking on snow. S-rank players really are on a whole different level, even when it comes to walking. Still, Short Hair has no choice but to report this. A split second later, we are back with Jang Yoon-sok. Dropping his pride, he appears on Short Hair's holographic screen and orders him to gather a squad and pursue Jin-hyuk immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk is here for the Phoenix Feather, which means if they tail him, they can seize the opportunity to grab it for their guild. He tells them to follow Jin-hyuk and see how he gets his hands on it. Judging by how hard Jang Yoon-sok is grinding his teeth, he's definitely not salty at all. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk has already made his way deep into the forest. He picks up a broken sword blade, clearly left behind by someone from the Dangun Guild, but there are no bodies in sight. Jin-hyuk closely examines deep claw marks on a stone monument. While lost in thought, he suddenly hears a rustling sound behind him. Turns out Short Hair managed to round up 3 others to tail him. Jin-hyuk asks why on earth they're following him. Didn't they just say this place is incredibly dangerous? Short Hair already had his excuse lined up, so he just lets it rip. Short Hair explains, "We couldn't just leave you out here by yourself. At the very least, you are going to need a guide." Looking at the 3 of them about to get buried in the snow, Jin-hyuk can't help but wonder, who is guiding who here? Seeing that the Dangun Guild members are about to freeze to death, Jin-hyuk is forced to activate Ice Bracelet and Fire Source. An igloo and a warm campfire instantly materialize. Short Hair is absolutely thrilled, as this is his very first time experiencing the sheer luxury of traveling with an S-rank player. He introduces himself as Guak Daeho, but Jin-hyuk has already scanned his details using the Eye of Greed. The guy with light brown hair is Cha Hyun-woo, and the one wearing the hat is Oh Yoon-young. The status windows of these 3 are shorter than short, honestly. It's so pitiful, it's not even worth reading. Jin-hyuk gets straight to the point, asking if Jang Yoon-sok ordered the 3 of them to follow him. Even though it's a question, Jin-hyuk says it like a statement. He already knows the answer. Seeing Daeho trying to play dumb, Jin-hyuk warns him that if he can't lie, he shouldn't even try. He even knows Jang Yoon-sok sent them to spy on how he gets the Phoenix Feathers. Just looking at how dangerous this place is, yet the 3 of them still barged in, makes it painfully obvious. Seeing them freeze in silence, Jin-hyuk sighs and says, "Look, I'm not trying to scold you guys or anything, but right now, besides those Phoenix Feathers, we've got a much bigger, more annoying problem to worry about. Those strange patterns on the giant stone monument outside are the markings of a Frost Star Yeti." Hyun-woo speaks up, admitting they already know about them. They're the strongest mid-tier monsters on the 7th floor. In his mind, Jin-hyuk adds that the mark actually belongs to the Frostblade tribe, the strongest Frost Star Yeti clan. Jang Yoon-sok asks Kang Jin-hyuk if this forest is their territory. Jin-hyuk replies, "No, the Frost Star Yeti territory is actually on the west side of this floor, not here." That's why he says this is so troubling. The mere fact that they've shown up here is extremely unusual. And to make things worse, this is the only path that leads to the island with the Phoenix Feathers. Frost Star Yetis are already naturally resistant to the cold, so why would they be looking for Phoenix Feathers? Something is definitely off. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk senses danger approaching from outside as arrows slice through the wind, aiming straight for their igloo. Kang Jin-hyuk instantly activates his Ice Bangle skill, and even though the arrows pierce through the igloo, they are thankfully blocked by the solid wall of ice he just conjured up. The 4 of them seize the moment to rush out of the igloo. Ducking behind some massive ancient trees, Daeho looks around in a panic, wondering where the enemy is even attacking from. The snow is falling so heavily that they can't see a single thing. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk standing completely exposed out in the open, Daeho urgently yells at him to get behind cover. Instead of listening, Kang Jin-hyuk steps into an even more visible spot. Suddenly, 2 fireballs rain down from out of nowhere, aiming directly for none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. Unfortunately, just how powerful those fireballs are is something only the heavens and the snow will ever know, because no matter how strong they are, only the snow takes the hit. Thanks to his god-level dodging skills, Kang Jin-hyuk flawlessly dodges the 2 fireballs, letting them hit nothing but snow. Up on a high cliff, 2 people and 1 beast have appeared out of nowhere. The man looks down at Kang Jin-hyuk and says in awe, "So, you're the rumored Kang Jin-hyuk." The woman chimes in, teasing that Kang Jin-hyuk is actually quite cute. Hearing their voices, Bram's ring begins to vibrate violently. Kang Jin-hyuk touches the ring to calm down an agitated Alice. He then activates his Eye of Gluttony, locking his gaze directly onto the 2 newcomers. The man's name is Lior Bershin, and the level gap between him and Kang Jin-hyuk is so massive that just inspecting his status window with the Eye of Gluttony drains a ton of mana. On top of that, the copy conditions are insanely brutal. Seeing Kang Jin-hyuk standing frozen for so long, Daeho runs over in a panic, asking if he's okay. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly switches into a melodramatic, emotional mode and says in a low, solemn voice, "Daeho, you and your teammates need to get out of here right now. Run out of this forest and get some help." Daeho screams in worry. "But what about you? Are you seriously planning to fight that entire crowd all by yourself?" Kang Jin-hyuk forces a bright smile to reassure the three of them, saying, "I'll be fine. Just make sure to buy me a drink once we're done here and get back. Promise me, okay?" Never before has Kang Jin-hyuk radiated such a pure, unmistakable main character aura like he is right now. Daeho is instantly touched by this heroic act, refusing to leave even when Jang Eun-suk orders him to go. Kang Jin-hyuk scratches his nose in embarrassment. As it turns out, the condition to copy Lior Bershin's skill is to survive after saying 4 classic death flag lines commonly uttered by characters right before they die. Each of those lines will temporarily lock one of the skills Kang Jin-hyuk currently possesses, and since he has just triggered the first death flag, his 100 poison resistance skill has been locked. Kang Jin-hyuk tilts his head just in time to dodge a lightning-fast punch from a Frost Star Yeti. He counters immediately, hitting it back with a punch of his own. Even though the Frost Star Yeti is massive, the blow sends it stumbling backward. The two of them, Bershin and his companion, stand on the cliff, happily enjoying the show below. The vampire girl stares at him with intense infatuation, wondering what kind of blood type Kang Jin-hyuk has that makes him smell so mouth-wateringly sweet. Damn, this Kang Jin-hyuk guy is really interesting. He has successfully caught her attention. By this point, Kang Jin-hyuk is completely surrounded by a horde of Frost Star Yetis. Suddenly, Bershin speaks up, telling the Frost Star Yetis to hold back. He calls out to Kang Jin-hyuk, saying he's heard a lot about him, and admits that for a mere human, he's actually pretty strong. After finishing his assessment, he finally introduces himself as Lior Bershin of the Dakarkas family. The young woman beside him introduces herself as Ophelia, hailing from the same family as Bershin. Jin-hyuk asks them point blank, "So, the Frost Star Yetis and those kidnappings, that was all you two, right?" Ophelia is quite taken aback by his bluntness. He doesn't seem even the slightest bit surprised to see the two of them. And honestly, those events, or more accurately, those traps were indeed their doing. It was a trap designed to lure in anyone veteran enough to notice the unusual occurrences happening in the tundra. The demons gave the two of them a few names of the survivors who managed to escape the desert on floor 1. Teresa de Laurentia, an unidentified nameless man, Cheon Yusung, and a powerhouse posing as a mere errand boy with a dramatic history. That errand boy was none other than Kang Jin-hyuk. On top of that, Kang Jin-hyuk might have been the one who helped Alice von Ataraxia escape. Berthe smirked and said to Jin-hyuk, "Don't count on the humans outside the forest coming to save you. By now, our forces have probably already wiped them out." After giving Jin-hyuk a mountain of unnecessary info in response to his question, Ophelia decided to get down to business. She asked him where Alice was, but Jin-hyuk claimed he didn't know anyone by that name. By now, Jin-hyuk had already drawn his sword, ready to strike at any moment. Berthe's grin widened, thinking that if the guy wanted to play dumb, they had no other choice. Berth threw off his bulky coat. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he said he'd just have to beat him until his memory returned. A wild blizzard began to whip around them once again. Bertha leapt high into the air and activated Dark Battle Spirit. Dark energy surged from his blade as he lunged down at Jin-hyuk. The attack cut off all of Jin-hyuk's escape routes, leaving him no room to counter. Seeing Berthe about to overwhelm Jin-hyuk in a heartbeat, Ophelia watched the action unfold and excitedly reminded him not to finish Jin-hyuk off. Berthe scowled. He knew that, and besides, Jin-hyuk was turning out to be a lot stronger than he thought. Seeing that Jin-hyuk could still smirk while trading blows with him, Bertha decided to sacrifice a bit of his own blood to trigger Blood Palm. The crimson blood shot forward, wrapping tightly around Jin-hyuk's eyes to blind him for 30 seconds. Jin-hyuk felt like countless droplets of blood were binding him, which was incredibly annoying. Seizing the moment before Jin-hyuk could react, Berthe quickly activated Blood Core. The blood droplets reshaped into virus-like constructs and swarmed toward Jin-hyuk. But there was no way Jin-hyuk was going to let that touch him. He smirked, and all signs of vulnerability vanished. Jin-hyuk activated Fire Element. In less than a second, all of Berthe's precious demonic blood was completely incinerated. "Tricks like this won't work on me." Ophelia was stunned. The playful, smug look completely wiped from her face. It was true she'd heard he was pretty strong for a human, but to go toe-to-toe with Bertha like this without yielding an inch. Was he really the one who helped Alice escape? Now, Ophelia was starting to get a little worried. On the other side, Bertha continued to put on a tough front. He scoffed. "For a rat caught in a trap, you're not half bad, Jin-hyuk." Even with his face stiff from the freezing cold, Jin-hyuk couldn't help but laugh at that. To return the favor for Berthe's winter jokes, Jin-hyuk offered to pay him back with a different spin on things. Truth is, Jin-hyuk knew all along they'd come looking for him. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Guild's camp, a horde of demons was swarming and surrounding the base. Jang Yoon-sok saw this and barked orders for everyone to get into defensive positions. Move it. We don't have much time left. Just then, 3 figures wrapped in heavy fur cloaks stepped forward. The leader pulled back her hood, revealing beautiful golden hair. It was none other than Teresa, and she raised her sword high into the sky. The thick, dark clouds were slowly pierced by a divine light. Teresa activated Holy Blessing, immediately boosting her divine power by 20%. She called out that she would cover the rear, urging everyone to get into position. Jang Yoon-sok was stunned. His cheeks, which hadn't even flushed in the freezing cold, suddenly felt incredibly warm. He yelled, "The Cheonjeram Guild, Teresa, Lin, and Yoon-hwa. You guys came too?" The demons had caught up. But before they could even land a blow, they were blasted away, crashing down hard into the snow. Cheon Yu-sung spat in disgust, grumbling that wasting his blade on trash like this was a total joke. Back where Jin-hyuk was, the 2 vampires realized their demon forces had completely failed. Seeing their panicked faces, Jin-hyuk smirked and told them he'd prepared a little welcome gift. "So, how is it? Enjoying the show?" Jin-hyuk smiled coldly, pointing his sword right at Bertha and Ophelia. Radiating absolute killer intent, he immediately activated Machine Master. Bullets rained down from the machines, blowing a bunch of them to pieces. Then, she activated Mana Reinforcement, leaping dynamically from one side to the other. Finally, she delivered a devastating kick that whipped up a blizzard, burying the entire crowd. Meanwhile, Teresa kept buffing them with her divine power. Seeing how bad things were looking, the underlings realized they were at a huge disadvantage and urged Elot to pull back and regroup. Furious at the suggestion, Elot gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue in frustration. In the distance, Ophelia spotted a light shining in the forest, immediately recognizing it as divine power from the disgusting feeling it gave off. She turned to call out to Bertha, who was still locked in combat with Jin-hyuk but managed to shout a reply back to her. He then activated Blood Lake, causing streams of blood to shoot up from the ground and bind Jin-hyuk tightly. They completely enclosed him in a sphere with no way out, trapping Jin-hyuk inside. Realizing that this divine power was an unexpected wildcard, the 2 decided to make a quick retreat and change their plans. But, like things in life are ever that easy, before the blood orb could even trap Jin-hyuk for more than a few seconds, he had already activated his fire element to shatter it completely. He even had the decency to remind them that garbage like this doesn't work on him at all. But in reality, Berthier only used his blood lake to buy just enough time for himself and Ophelia to escape. As they fled, Berthier barked a warning, swearing he'd end Jin-hyuk with his own 2 hands. Honestly, if you can't walk the walk, don't talk the talk. Otherwise, instant karma is going to bite you right back. Jin-hyuk activated Daylight, aiming his hand directly at Berthier and Ophelia, mockingly telling Berthier to repeat exactly what he just barked. Instantly, the light gathering in Jin-hyuk's hand erupted, forming a massive beam of energy that tore straight through the entire forest. With the dust settling, Jin-hyuk was left wondering if they were actually dead. Right then, the system alerted him that his second death flag condition had been met, and his fire element was now locked. Jin-hyuk felt like saying those lines was incredibly cringy, even if they actually worked. At the same time, he figured they had managed to slip away from his attack. Just then, the ring hanging around his neck suddenly began to tremble. He quickly told it to calm down, since now wasn't the right time. Meanwhile, at the Dangun Guild's camp, everyone was endlessly thanking Teresa and her team. Without them, no one would have made it out alive. Over on Yu-song's side, he just stood there, staring blankly at a strange symbol right in front of him. Teresa walked over, telling him that the casualties here were too severe, and those demonic humans would definitely come back for another raid. She suggested they withdraw from the tower for now, promising that she and Jin-hyuk would ensure everyone got out safely. Teresa went on, but for some reason, the only word this guy actually registered was Jin-hyuk's name. Hearing his name made Yu-seong's face darken instantly. Teresa, completely clueless, couldn't understand why he looked so annoyed. Just then, she spotted Jin-hyuk walking back. She waved him over, while Taemin and Yeonhwa both rushed toward him. Jin-hyuk apologized for calling them out of the blue like this, thanking them for putting up with his sudden, selfish request. But Taemin and Yeonhwa were already used to Jin-hyuk dragging them into things without warning. Yeonhwa even added that she was looking to farm some new items anyway, so she didn't mind tag teaming at all. Jin-hyuk then glanced behind them and noticed Yoo Seong standing there too. This caught him off guard. He definitely didn't expect to see him here. Yoo Seong, trying to play it cool as always, just stood there with his arms crossed, completely silent. Teresa reported that they had successfully repelled the demonic humans, but they still had no lead on who was pulling the strings. Taemin chimed in, saying he never imagined the demonic humans would dare attack such a massive guild. Yeonhwa completely agreed, utterly curious about what was actually going on behind the scenes. Jin-hyuk explained that those demons were collaborating with high-ranking vampires from the upper floors of the Tower of Trials. He suspected they were plotting something big right here in the tundra. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Jin-hyuk went on to reveal that, based on his investigation, their ultimate goal was to trigger a massive jailbreak. This left them even more shocked, as it seemed to be the very first time they had ever heard about a prison break. Jin-hyuk explained that the ice trolls guarding the phoenix feather were creatures completely immune to the extreme cold, while the phoenix feather itself was a famous item renowned for its frost-resistant properties. However, if they combined the phoenix feather with another specific item, it could actually function as a teleportation portal. Listening to this, Yoo Seong failed to see how any of it related to the prison break Jin-hyuk was talking about, dismissing it as way too far-fetched. Jin-hyuk then explained that with so many members of the Dangun Guild being kidnapped, he suspected the enemy was planning to fuse humans with the phoenix feather to break out of the tower. Hearing this, Teresa began to tremble with fear, deeply worried that this would mirror the disaster of the Amsterdam outbreak. Yoo Seong stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder to reassure her not to worry, promising that such a thing wouldn't happen. He then turned his gaze toward Jin-hyuk, knowing full well that Jin-hyuk must already have a solid plan up his sleeve. So Yoo Seong told Jin-hyuk to stop beating around the bush and just spill the operational strategy already. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, only Yoo Seong understood him this well, so well that Jin-hyuk was starting to suspect the guy had been stalking him all this time. Meanwhile, Ophelia and Berthier were kneeling in front of their master. The master spoke while raising a glass of wine, though this wine looked a bit off, looking more like fresh blood. He asked them, "Is Kang Jin-hyuk really that powerful? How could they fail to catch a rat that was already caught in their trap?" He made sure to express just how deeply disappointed he was in both of them. "Why don't you try going head-to-head with our boy Jin-hyuk yourself and see if you can still talk all that disappointment garbage?" But since Berthier was just a loyal underling, he felt incredibly guilty and quickly bowed his head to apologize. He claimed he never anticipated such a wild card. Standing beside him, Ophelia spoke up to back him, explaining that Jin-hyuk wasn't surprised by their ambush at all, and calmly countered every single one of Berthier's skills. But there was one thing Ophelia was absolutely certain of. Even if it was just for a fleeting second during the fight, she distinctly felt the presence of Alice von Ataraxia's energy. Hearing that, their master fell silent for a moment. He probably didn't expect to locate Alice much sooner than planned. Up above, the blood of those who had been slaughtered slowly dripped down into his wineglass. And yes, that blood was dripping straight from the mouths of the corpses into his drink, yet he actually took a sip to taste it. Damn, if someone has bad breath, wouldn't it be gross to drink their blood? Anyway, back to the story. Upon hearing the news about Alice, the master smirked with intense interest. He was really looking forward to this reunion. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk's plan was for Taemin and Yuna to keep watch at the edge of the forest. They would use drones to draw the attention of the demonic humans. Meanwhile, Teresa and Doosung would split from the group to handle a separate mission. Doosung found this plan absolutely ridiculous and was ready to charge over and beat the crap out of the mastermind behind it. But Teresa managed to hold him back. Jin-hyuk didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he actually found a lot of joy in teasing Doosung. After that, Doosung and Teresa departed. Before leaving, he swore that one day he would make Jin-hyuk die by his blade. Jin-hyuk brushed it off. He knew that even though the guy always grumbled, he would ultimately do exactly what he was told. Next in the plan, the Dangun Guild would abandon their camp and evacuate their members out of the tower. However, there was exactly one person who absolutely refused to leave, and that was none other than Jung Eun-suk. Even though he was repeatedly told to scram, he kept clinging to Jin-hyuk and refused to budge. Jin-hyuk couldn't understand why he was being so stubborn, so Eun-suk explained, "This is Dangun Guild's property, and I'm the one in charge here." Eun-suk following him around was quite a hilarious sight. While others looked elegant and high-class walking through the snow, he looked incredibly pathetic, dragging himself through the deep snowdrifts. Seeing Jin-hyuk keep walking without stopping, he asked where they were headed. Hearing the word we made Jin-hyuk cringe, but he honestly replied that they were going to a freshwater lake. That lake was no ordinary body of water. It was the place where the densest concentration of mana on the 7th floor could be found. Whenever something threatened the tribe, the chief of the Frostblade tribe would come here to gather mana. Now, in order to turn the tables, Jin-hyuk chose to head to that very lake. On top of that, he even demanded that Yoon-sok hold up a white flag in front of the frost trolls. Being stared down by a pack of giant frost trolls while holding a surrender flag made him look beyond pathetic, and he couldn't help but feel indignant. Jin-hyuk just told him, "It's the duty of the person in charge, so you have to hold it." But just as Jin-hyuk said, the flag actually stopped the trolls from attacking them. Jin-hyuk explained that the ice trolls weren't blindly aggressive. In fact, they valued honor above all else. Besides, the trolls prioritized family over everything else, so as long as Yoon-sok kept holding that white flag, they wouldn't attack. Yoon-sok, however, had a different take. Looking at the massive green-skinned creatures, he muttered, "They're just crude monsters. Talk about someone who loves to look down on others." No wonder he was only fit to be the white flag bearer. A short while later, the two stood before the troll, chieftain, Karakal. The chieftain had heard plenty of rumors about Jin-hyuk defeating his tribe members with his bare hands. He was quite curious about why someone so powerful would surrender so easily. Yoon-sok was completely overwhelmed by the chieftain's sheer size. Standing before him, they felt like nothing more than tiny toy dolls. The moment the question was asked, Jin-hyuk tossed the white flag aside and gave a sly grin, saying, "I never had any intention of surrendering. I only played along so I could get here without fighting anyone." "Genius move, kid." Hearing this, Karakal erupted in fury. He couldn't believe everything they did was a flat-out lie, and roared, "Do you have no pride as a warrior?" Not only Karakal, but the surrounding trolls also began hurling insults and cursing the two of them out. Yoon-sok was trembling in sheer terror, but Jin-hyuk couldn't have cared less. He just acted completely deaf to their shouting. Karakal immediately raised his warhammer, declaring that he would wash away that dishonor with an honorable death. And so, following his tribe's age-old tradition, he demanded a duel. He immediately stood up to fight, while the other trolls cheered and roared. Jin-hyuk casually asked Yoon-sok if he still wanted to be in charge, to which Yoon-sok frantically shook his head, no. Jin-hyuk let the guy off the hook, telling him to just stand back and watch while he handled the rest. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Zhonghua Guild, Namgung Cheon had just received news that all their members, including 3 S-rank players, had perished in the Elven Forest. This sent him into a massive fit of rage, and he even smashed several teacups. He recalled his visit to Patriarch Morong, who had stood with his back turned, warning him that Kang Jin-hyuk was not someone he could afford to mess with. Furious at being looked down upon, Namgung Cheon had begged Patriarch Morong to give him one more chance. But in reality, nobody gets that many second chances. Patriarch Morong didn't want him to embarrass himself any further, and advised him to stay out of Jin-hyuk's way. The memory only fueled Namgung Cheon's anger. He gnashed his teeth, screaming Jin-hyuk's name in pure hatred, and swore a blood oath to kill him. At the exact same time, there was another swordsman searching for Jin-hyuk with the exact same goal, to take his life. Our boy Jin-hyuk sure has it good, with people constantly thinking about him everywhere he goes. Back to Karakal and Jin-hyuk, the troll chieftain swung his hammer down with massive force, but Jin-hyuk blocked it effortlessly. He then activated the chieftain's roar, blasting Jin-hyuk with a deafening war cry. The roar carried an incredibly high volume. Anyone else would probably go deaf, or get blown away completely. Too bad for him, though, because his opponent was the main character. Our handsome Jin-hyuk smoothly activates his 2-star shield of distortion to warp the trajectory of the attack, effortlessly redirecting the beast's roar. The more they fight, the more certain he is that this guy, Karakal, is on a completely different level compared to a regular troll. Thanks for stating the obvious. He is literally the chieftain of the Frostblade tribe. If he wasn't strong, he would be absolute trash, right? Next, Jin-hyuk activates Glacial Sculpture. Instantly, sharp shards of ice fly straight at Karakal, dealing a painful blow. Seizing the opening, Jin-hyuk grips his sword, activates Grave of Swords, and delivers 2 quick slashes. Severely wounded, the troll chieftain spits out blood in agony and crashes heavily onto the ground. The surrounding tribesmen and are completely flabbergasted, their jaws dropping after seeing Karakal get utterly defeated in just 5 minutes. Lying defeated on the ground, Karakal has to acknowledge Jin-hyuk's overwhelming power and surrenders. He begs Jin-hyuk to grant him an honorable death. Now, Jin-hyuk does not give a damn about their warrior honor, but he is well versed in troll traditions. He knows their sacred, unbreakable law: the loser must show absolute obedience to the victor. Besides, during their clash, Jin-hyuk realized Karakal is strong enough to wipe out the demonkin and Decasus's low-level lackeys, which makes him wonder why this guy is bowing down to them in the first place. Hearing this, Karakal realizes he is referring to Ophelia and Bertie. He explains that he did not lose to those two, but rather fell to someone on a completely different level of power. With no other choice, Karakal had to submit. He reveals that the monster's name is Michael, a high-blood noble of the Decasus family. Karakal adds that as long as Michael is around, even if his entire tribe fights back with everything they have, they stand absolutely zero chance of winning. Karakal collapses onto the ground, gasping his final, desperate words. He knows there is no hope left for him or his people, so he begs for at least a death with dignity. Jin-hyuk looks down at the despairing chieftain at his feet. A high blood of the Decasus family, huh? He has got the gist of the situation. Wearing his trademark, greedy, capitalist smile, Jin-hyuk asks, "You are Karakal, right? Honor my ass. How about we cut a deal? I will help you secure a future for your tribe, and for yourself. Besides, you have to obey me anyway." Jin-hyuk points to, who is spacing out near the cave entrance, watching the snow fall. "I will leave him here as collateral." Who was peacefully daydreaming, gets suddenly snapped back to reality, and is left utterly dumbfounded. Cut to Elliot, the sharp-tongued guy. He activates Dark Shot Bullet Body to trash yet another drone, asking, "Don't you find this a bit off, my lord? Those spy drones they sent to scout us keep getting spotted easily. They should be running a stealth op, so why are they being so incredibly sloppy?" "What are your thoughts, Lord Michael?" Michael actually quite admires Elliot's sharp wit. He is pretty smart for a human. Michael summons Ophelia and orders her to head to the freshwater lake valley. It has been a while since we last heard from the Frost Blade tribe. It seems Kang Jin-hyuk has successfully swayed them to his side. He is convinced that these drones are nothing but bait to lure them out. If Karakal makes any suspicious moves, wipe every last one of them off the map. Ophelia submissively accepts her task. "Understood, my lord." Michael then commands Bertie to prepare that. As for what that is, nobody has a clue yet. Having assigned duties to his loyal henchmen, Michael spreads his wings and takes off. Before departing, he stops Elliot, assuring the demonkin that he will personally swat those annoying pests hovering in the sky. You know, the drones. Elliot politely offers his gratitude. Michael unleashes his mana to activate climate control, instantly turning the scenic, romantic, snowy landscape into a raging blizzard as he crosses the valley. The sudden blizzard sweeps in, and the weather takes a turn for the worse. Fierce, howling winds rip trees from the ground and toss peacefully flying birds all over the place. Naturally, the weak drones are no match for this brutal vortex. Caught in the gale, they smash into one another and break into pieces. Taemin urgently reports the emergency to Yeonhwa. "Sis, we lost connection to the drones. Do you think he noticed us?" But Yeonhwa is no pushover. She activates Heavenly Flower Gathering, ready for a fight. "The time has come. They will be here soon. Get ready, Taemin." Taemin's hands fly across the keyboard. "You got it, sis." Countless data screens and feeds pop up in front of him. Taemin activates the Mechanical Legion Great Cannon. Now, anyone foolish enough to challenge him will get their skull blown wide open. Renard's wolf, seemingly sensing the impending doom, lets out a long, eerie howl. Renard instantly raises his hand, signaling his army to halt at the edge of the forest, ready to strike. Flying toward the freshwater lake with a heavy heart, Ophelia's mind is racing with 1,000 questions. Is Jin-hyuk really targeting the phoenix's feather by using the Frostblade trolls? Clever bastard. Within moments, she arrives at the freshwater lake. The moment she looks down, Ophelia is completely dumbstruck. Karakal is happily carrying Jin-hyuk on his shoulders, with the rest of the tribe's warriors cheering and playfully joining in behind them. Idiots. It was no accident that she set up her military headquarters right at the Carnian freshwater lake. Ophelia crossed her arms, unleashing a devastating storm of mana straight at the people hanging out below. This way, she could easily wipe out everyone all at once. She channeled her mana to create a terrifying vortex of crushing pressure and suction. She hurled that swirling black hole of mana directly into the lake, obliterating everything in its path. The entire freshwater lake was completely blasted to smithereens. The water completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a massive crater in the ground. Landing on the ground, Ophelia stared at the wreckage and giggled. What a waste. Such sweet blood. The blast was so massive, it even reached all the way to where Yeonhwa was standing. That blast came from where Jin-hyuk is. Hearing her words, Taemin was worried sick. Will he be okay? Right as he asked Yeonhwa, a voice echoed from behind, accompanied by the chilling sensation of something cold touching his shoulder. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. Missed me already? Taemin practically jumped out of his skin, completely startled. Even Yeonhwa's heart skipped a beat from the sudden jump scare. Holy crap, when did you get here? Taemin shrieked, clutching his chest. At least make some noise when you walk, so we know. You scared the absolute living daylights out of me. Wait, hold on a second. If Jin-hyuk is here, then who is over at the lake? Jin-hyuk flashed a wicked grin. Meanwhile, back at the lake, Ophelia realized she had just been played like a fiddle. There was absolutely nothing in front of her. It was all just a clever illusion. Everything was fake. Ophelia stood there, utterly dumbfounded. An illusion? But why? Suddenly sensing something, she whipped her head around. Out of nowhere, the badass Teresa was already standing right behind her. She activated the blessing of the stars. Just like Jin-hyuk said, it was time to give this lady a sporting chance. If she surrendered now, she would spare her life. So, she better do the smart thing and give up. Needless to say, Ophelia was already incredibly pissed about being tricked, but being threatened on top of that made her 100 times angrier. Sure, she had let her guard down, but there was one thing Teresa did not know. She absolutely loathed divine power. Honestly, these villains are so dramatic, like she hates her guts, but it is not like Teresa ever did anything to her. How amusing. Yeonhwa, it's time. Time to go kick some serious enemy butt. Yeonhwa burst out of the woods at breakneck speed, catching the enemy completely off guard. Enemy spotted. Someone is rushing us. Renelle immediately barked out orders. Even if it's just one person, do not let your guard down. Fire. The soldiers activated their dark shot skill, letting loose a relentless barrage at Yeonhwa. But if she were that easy to take down, she wouldn't be Jin-hyuk's teammate. She effortlessly dodged every single shot while sprinting straight toward them. Providing backup from behind, Taemin cheered. Go get him, Yeonhwa. He activated his mana shield, deflecting the enemy attacks right back at them. Renelle never expected to run into two such troublesome opponents, and his brain was struggling to process what was happening. What on earth is going on? They actually dared to attack us with such pitiful numbers. But quality beats quantity every time. Yeonhwa alone was more than enough to put this entire squad 6 feet under. She burst through the dust cloud, raising her fist to finish off the remaining low-level grunts. At that very moment, Teresa delivered a devastating sword strike right to Ophelia. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "Tsk, divine power is so freaking annoying." Meanwhile, Caracal and the tribal warriors were rushing toward another location. They had no time to waste standing around. We still have a long way to go. Hurry up. It has begun. There was no turning back now. Meanwhile, Teresa and Ophelia were locked in a fierce, explosive duel, and Teresa's heavy slashes were absolutely no joke. With just a single swing of her sword, she sent Ophelia flying 10 meters back, smashing her straight into a boulder behind her, shattering it into pieces. Seriously, never mess with an angry woman. You never know what hit you. Shoving the debris off her, Ophelia struggled to her feet and hissed,